Prologue. She could be heard long before she was seen, on that foggy Tuesday morning, May 11th, 1943. Through the mist swaddling lower New York Bay, sounded a deep bass A, 2 octaves and 2 notes below middle C, not so much blown as exhaled from the twin 7-foot whistles on the forward funnel, specially tuned to be audible 10 miles away, without discomfiting passengers at the promenade rail. Her peacetime paints, red, white, and black, had vanished beneath coats of pewter gray, although only after a spirited protest by camouflage experts, who preferred a dappled pattern of blues and greens, called the Western Approaches Scheme, to better befuddle enemy U-boats trying to fix her speed, bearing, and identity. Not that anyone glimpsing the famous triple stacks, the 1,000-foot hull, or the familiar jut of her regal prow could doubt who she was. Gray paint had also been slathered over her name, but she remained, in war as in peace, the Queen Mary. She slid past Ambrose Light at 8:30 a.m., precisely 5 days, 20 hours, and 50 minutes after leaving Gourock, Scotland. Escorting U.S. Navy destroyers peeled away to seaward. Like her antebellum colors, the Queen's pre-war finery was long gone, stripped and stored in a New York warehouse. The 6 miles of Wilton carpet, the 200 cases of bone china and crystal, the wine cabinets and humidors that had provided 14,000 bottles and 5,000 cigars on a typical crossing in the palmy days of peace. For this voyage, designated WWII No. 21W, she'd been transformed into a prison ship. Carpenters had removed any below-decks fitting that could be used as a weapon, while installing alarm bells, locks, sandbagged machine gun readouts, and coiled barbed wire around dining and exercise areas. Now from deep in the hold came the drone of 5,000 German prisoners, bagged in the North African campaign, just ending, and held in Scottish cages before being tendered to the Queen in Gourock. 300 British soldiers stood watch below. Any guard inclined to befriend the enemy was advised, remember their barbarities. In truth, 5 days of violent zigzagging across the North Atlantic had rendered the barbarians docile. This lot, bound for a constellation of camps in the American Southwest, more than tripled the German POW population in the United States, which eventually would reach 272,000. To reduce heating bills, most camps sat south of 40 degrees north latitude. Some commandants fed their prisoners bacon and eggs, encouraged camp pets and piano lessons, and permitted the Germans to order curtains from a Sears Roebuck catalog. That, too, encouraged docility. But it was on the upper decks that the Queen Mary's larger purpose on this voyage could be found. The secret passenger manifest listed the United Kingdom's most senior war chiefs, including commanders of the British Army, Navy, and Air Force bound for Washington, D.C., and Trident, the code name for a 2-week Anglo-American conference on war strategy. Officers crowded the rails as the ship glided through the Verrazano Narrows, peering into the fog in a vain effort to glimpse the Manhattan skyline 7 miles north. They settled instead for dim views of Coney Island to starboard and Staten Island's Fort Wadsworth to port. Stewards and subalterns scurried about, sorting piles of luggage and tagging those bound for the White House with red slips bearing a large W, including 24 bags belonging to a certain Air Commodore Spencer. Secret documents were collected and filed in locked boxes stacked in the former children's playroom on the promenade deck, while classified waste paper smoldered in an incinerator improvised from a bathtub in mezzanine suite number 105. To mislead potential spies lurking in Scottish ports, great pains had been taken to obscure the details of this voyage. The ship's print shop in Gourock had engraved menus in Dutch to suggest that the mysterious traveler to New York was Wilhelmina, exiled Queen of the Netherlands. Workmen also installed wheelchair ramps and handrails, and counterintelligence rumor-mongers in dockyard pubs let slip that the Queen Mary was being dispatched to pick up President Franklin D. Roosevelt for a secret visit to Britain. But all pretense ended shortly after 9 a.m. The ship's great screws turned a final turn, The iron anchor sank with a rattle and a mighty splash, and Air Commodore Spencer strolled on deck, looking well and fat and pink, and eager to get on with the war. Like the Queen Mary, Winston S. Churchill was simply too obtrusive to disguise. The largest human being of our time, as one contemporary concluded. There was the Havana cigar, of course, said to be as long as a trombone, and one of the 8 he typically smoked in a day. The familiar moon face glowered beneath the furrowed pate he'd taken to rubbing with a scented handkerchief. This morning, after leaving a 10-pound tip for the Queen's service staff, he swapped the casual siren suit, worn through much of the voyage, for the uniform of the Royal Yacht Squadron. The effect had been likened to that of a gangster clergyman who has gone on the stage. The previous night, Churchill had celebrated both his imminent arrival in America and the 3rd anniversary of his premiership with a sort of feast that recalled not only the Queen's pre-war luxury, but the sun-never-sets empire itself. Croûteau Pâte à l'Ancienne, Petit Saule Meunier, Palm Windsor, and Baba au Rhum, all washed down with a magnum of Mumm's Cordon Rouge 1926. "We are all worms," Churchill once intoned, "but I do believe I am a glowworm." Who could dispute it? For 3 years he'd fought the good fight, at first alone, and then with the mighty alliance he'd helped construct. He'd long warned minions that he was to be awakened at night only if Britain were invaded. That alarum never sounded. His mission in the war, he asserted, was to pester, nag, and bite, a crusade that Roosevelt, who would receive 1,300 telegrams from Churchill during the war, knew all too well. Temperamental like a film star and peevish like a spoilt child, the Prime Minister's army chief wrote of him. His wife Clementine added, "I don't argue with Winston. He shouts me down. So when I have anything important to say, I write a note to him." "In great things, he is very great," said the South African statesman and field marshal, Jan Smuts. "In small things, not great." Certainly these small things engaged him, from decrying a shortage of playing cards for soldiers, to setting the grain ration for English poultry farmers, to reviewing all proposed code words for their martial resonance. He sternly forbade woe-betide, jaundice, aperitif, and bunny hug. Yet his greatness in great things obtained. It was perhaps best captured by an admirer's 7-word encomium: "There is no defeat in his heart." Sea voyages always reinvigorated Churchill, and none more than WW No. 21W. The Prime Minister's traveling party privately dubbed him Master, and he'd worked them hard each day, from cipher clerks to field marshals, preparing studies and the memoranda he called prayers for the Trident meetings set to start on Wednesday. Typists worked in shifts on a specially designed silent Remington, taking down dispatches in minutes he mumbled through billowing cigar smoke. His diction was further impeded by his lifelong struggle with the letter S. He stamped especially urgent documents with the decree, "Action this day," then retired for another hand of bezique, played with multiple decks from which all cards below 7 were removed, and another tot of brandy or champagne or his favorite whiskey, Johnny Walker Red. He'd insisted on mounting a machine gun in his lifeboat. If the Queen were torpedoed, he declared, "I won't be captured. The finest way to die is in the excitement of fighting the enemy. You must come with me in the boat and see the fun." At times he seemed weighted with cares, all hunched up and scowling at his plate. And he rebuked those unblessed with his fluency by reading aloud from Fowler's Modern English Usage on the wickedness of splitting infinitives and the use of very instead of much. Yet more often he was in high spirits, discussing seamanship with the captain on the bridge, watching films like The Big Shot and All Through the Night in the lounge, or chuckling at stories swapped over supper in his cabin with his Confederates. Particularly pleasing was a Radio Berlin report that placed him in the Middle East, supposedly attending a conference with Roosevelt. Who in war, he asked, will not have his laugh amid the skulls? Churchill had proposed inspiriting his American cousins by storming ashore in Manhattan's Battery Park, then promenading up Broadway. "One can always do what one wants if it takes people by surprise," he explained. "There is not time for plotters to develop their nefarious plans." Alas, the U.S. Secret Service disagreed, and instead 3 anonymous launches wallowed across the Gray Harbor toward the Queen Mary from Tompkinsville on Staten Island. Waiting on the docks was Harry Hopkins, the president's closest counselor with the Ferdinand Magellan, a 7-car presidential train pointed toward Washington. As Churchill stepped into the lead launch, the Queen's entire company stood at the rails and cheered him off, their huzzas trailing him to shore, where he disembarked and tossed a farewell wave before clambering onto the waiting train. They also knew, as they stood baying into the fog, that there was no defeat in his heart. Packed into the Magellan baggage car, with the suitcases and document crates, was a thick sheaf of maps that had covered the walls of a makeshift war room next to Churchill's cabin on the Queen Mary. Replicating the campaign maps in the subterranean cabinet war rooms beneath Great George Street in London, the sheets depicted, with pushpins and lengths of colored yarn, the battle lines on a dozen combat fronts around the globe on this Tuesday, the 1349th day of the Second World War. The struggle that had begun in September 1939 was more than half over. Yet if both commanders and commanded intuited that they were nearer the end than the beginning, they also sensed that less than half the butcher's bill had been paid in bloodletting, that ultimately would claim 60 million lives. 1 life every 3 seconds for 6 years. They also knew that if the Allied powers, led by the United States, Britain, and the Soviet Union, now possessed the strategic initiative, the Axis powers of Germany, Italy, and Japan still held the real estate, including 6,000 miles of European coastline and the entire eastern littoral of Asia. This the maps made all too clear. The exception to Axis territorial hegemony was Africa, a campaign now in its final hours. 7 months earlier, in November 1942, Anglo-American troops had landed in Morocco and Algeria, sweeping aside weak forces of the collaborationist Vichy French government, then wheeling east for a forced march into Tunisia through the wintry Atlas Mountains. There they joined cause with the British Eighth Army, which, after a hard-won victory at El Alamein in Egypt, had pushed west across the Crown of Africa. A succession of battles lost and won against 2 German-Italian armies raged across Tunisia, a country the size of the state of Georgia. Particularly galling was the drubbing at Kasserine Pass in February 1943, which had cost 6,000 U.S. casualties, and, in terms of yardage lost, would remain the worst American defeat of the war. Yet superior air power, naval forces, artillery, and the combined weight of the Allied armies had trapped and crushed the Axis forces, which would formally surrender on Thursday, May 13th. The booty included 250,000 Axis prisoners, among them the scruffy vanguard now queued up in the Queen Mary's hold for delousing. Victory in North Africa, exhilarating, unqualified victory, also gave the Allies control of the fine ports and airfields from Casablanca to Alexandria. It forestalled Axis threats to Middle Eastern oil fields, reopened the Suez Canal for the first time since 1941, saving 2 months sailing time for convoys going out to India from Britain, since they no longer had to circumnavigate Africa, and exposed the wide southern flank of occupied Europe to further Allied attack. The triumph in North Africa also coincided with victory in the North Atlantic. Ferocious depredations of German submarine wolf packs had abruptly declined, thanks to improved electronic surveillance, and because cryptologists had cracked German naval radio codes, allowing Allied warplanes and ships to pinpoint and destroy the marauders. Germany would lose 47 U-boats in May, triple the number sunk in March, and more than 3,500 Allied merchant ships would cross the Atlantic in the summer of 1943 without a sinking. A year earlier, the Allies had lost a ship every 8 hours. The German submariner casualty rate during the war, 75%, would exceed that of every other service arm in every other nation. Elsewhere in this global war, the ebb and flow of battle was less decisive. In the Pacific, Japan had been driven from Guadalcanal and Papua. Japanese reinforcements had been badly whipped in the Bismarck Sea in February, and American forces on this very day, May 11th, were landing on Attu in the Aleutians, a far-corner fight that would obliterate the Japanese garrison of 2,500 at a cost of more than 1,000 U.S. lives. American fighter pilots on April 18th, again thanks to a timely radio intercept, ambushed and killed Admiral Isokoru Yamamoto, architect of the sneak attack on Pearl Harbor. Yet, Japan held firm in Burma, and still occupied ports, coastal cities, and much farmland in China, as well as Pacific islands from the Kuriles to the Central Solomons. Tokyo had embraced a defensive strategy of attrition and stalemate in hopes of breaking the Allies' will and keeping the Soviet Union out of the Pacific War. On the Eastern Front, the war retained the immensely sanguinary character that had prevailed since Adolf Hitler invaded the Soviet Union in June 1941. Here, too, the tide had turned against the Axis, which less than a year earlier had invested the suburbs of Leningrad and Stalingrad and stood but a few hours' drive from the Caspian Sea. The Germans had lost 30 divisions since January, most of them at Stalingrad or in Tunisia, a loss equivalent to 1/8 of Hitler's total order of battle. Tank numbers had dropped in the past 3 months from 5,500 to 3,600. A Soviet counteroffensive recaptured Kursk, Rostov, and the entire eastern shore of the Sea of Azov. Joseph Goebbels, propaganda minister for the Third Reich, described the Führer's despair in his diary on May 9th. He is absolutely sick of the generals. All generals lie, he says. All generals are disloyal. All generals are opposed to National Socialism. And yet, the Red Army remained more than 300 miles from Germany's eastern border, facing 2/3 of the Wehrmacht's combat strength. Hitler still commanded 300 German divisions, plus 90 more from satellite armies. The pummeling of German industry and cities with vast bomber fleets showed promise, but it had skimpy results so far, in part because much of America's air power had been diverted from British bases to Africa. All of continental Europe, except for neutral Spain, Portugal, Switzerland, and Sweden, remained under the Axis boot, from the Bay of Biscay to the River Donetsk, and from the North Cape to Sicily. Some 1.3 million forced laborers toiled in German factories, while another 250,000 slaved on Atlantic wall fortifications along the vulnerable west coast in France and the Low Countries. Countless others deemed worthless or dangerous were herded into concentration or extermination camps, including 250,000 French, of whom only 35,000 would survive. The next Anglo-American blow, after victory in North Africa, had been decided 5 months earlier in Casablanca, at the last big strategy conference. Operation Husky was summarized in 21 words by the combined chiefs of staff, the amalgamation of American and British commanders who directed the war for Roosevelt and Churchill. An attack against Sicily will be launched in 1943, with the target date as the period of the favorable July moon. The largest island in the Mediterranean lay only 100 miles from Tunis, off the toe of the Italian boot, and its invasion would provide a postscript to the African campaign. American strategists had been leery of waging war in the Mediterranean since even before the November 1942 landings in northwest Africa. Roosevelt triggered that campaign by siding with Churchill and overruling his own generals, who argued that Allied power should instead be concentrated in Britain for a direct lunge across the English Channel toward Berlin. The American High Command at Casablanca agreed to support Husky because the capture of Sicily would further safeguard Mediterranean shipping and perhaps divert Axis strength from the Soviet front. It would also provide air bases for bombing Italy and other targets in occupied Europe, and might cause weak-kneed Rome to abandon the war by abrogating its Pact of Steel with Berlin, formalized in May 1939. Beyond Sicily, however, there was no plan, no grand strategy, no consensus on what to do with the immense Allied army now concentrating in the Mediterranean. For this reason, the Trident Conference had been convened in Washington. Churchill had harbored ambitions of a campaign on mainland Italy for nearly a year. In early April, he petitioned Roosevelt to go beyond Sicily, which he decried as a modest and even petty objective for our armies. Great possibilities are open in this theater. Knocking Italy from the war would cause a chill of loneliness over the German people and might be the beginning of their doom. Sensing Yankee reluctance, he had warned Harry Hopkins on May 2nd of serious divergences beneath the surface, of Allied comity. Privately, he told King George VI of his determination to battle the Pacific First advocates in Washington, where many demanded a stronger American effort against Tokyo. We did not come here with closed minds or rigid plans, Churchill had dictated during the passage from Guruk in preparing his opening argument for the Trident talks. His musings, pecked on that silent Remington across 10 Downing Street stationery, included Objective 1, get Italy out of the war, and never forget there are 185 German divisions against the Russians. We are not at present in contact with any. And the heart of the matter, if Sicily fell by the end of August, what should these Anglo-American troops do in the 7 or 8 months between this and a first possible Bolero? The staging in Britain for a cross-channel invasion of Western Europe. We cannot afford to have idle armies while the Russians are bearing such a disproportionate weight. Beneath his brass lay a supplication. 45 months of war had stretched Britain as far as she would stretch. More than 12% of the British population now served in the armed forces. With national mobilization nearly complete, severe manpower shortages loomed if the war dragged on, particularly if it required storming the glacis of Festung Europa across the Channel. British battle deaths already exceeded 100,000, with thousands more missing, 20,000 merchant mariners lost, and another 45,000 dead in the United Kingdom from German air raids. Salvation lay here in America. The green and feeble U.S. Army of just a couple years earlier now exceeded 6 million, led by 1,000 generals, 7,000 colonels, and 343,000 lieutenants. The Army Air Forces since mid-1941 had grown 3,500%, the Army Corps of Engineers 4,000%. A Navy that counted 8 aircraft carriers after Pearl Harbor would have 50, large and small, by the end of 1943. More cargo vessels would be built this year in the United States. A Liberty ship now took just 50 days from keel laying to launch than existed in the entire British merchant fleet. Just today, perhaps as a subtle reminder to Churchill before his arrival, Roosevelt had publicly announced that production of airplanes by the United States, 86,000 in 1943, now exceeds that of all other nations combined. Of $48 billion in war supplies provided by the United States to its allies, 2/3 would go to Britain. The first 18 months of war for the United States had been characterized by inexperience, insufficiency, and, all too often, ineptitude. A long seasoning, still unfinished, was required, a sorting out, of strong from weak, effective from ineffective, and, as always, lucky from unlucky. That sorting and seasoning continued in combat units and among those who commanded them. The New York Times' veteran military correspondent, Hanson Baldwin, after a long trip through the war zone, had concluded on this Tuesday morning's front page that the greatest American problem is leadership. The Army, so far, has failed to produce a fraction of the adequate officer leadership needed. As for the average GI, Baldwin added, he is not mentally tough or sufficiently determined. Part of his heart is in it, but only part. Yet, at home, where the productive capacity of the American industrial base approached full mobilization, the process was more advanced. The country had heaved itself from the ways of peace to the ways of war, galvanized as never before, and perhaps never again. A final automobile had emerged from American production lines on February 10, 1942. Supplanting it in 1943 would be 30,000 tanks, more than 3 per hour around the clock, and more in a year than Germany would build from 1939 to 1945. The Rudolf Wurlitzer Company now made compasses and de-icers instead of pianos and accordions. International Silver turned out Browning automatic rifles rather than tableware, and various lipstick, typewriter, and hubcap manufacturers produced, respectively, cartridge cases, machine guns, and helmets. Similar conversions occurred throughout the economy, which this year would also make 6 million rifles, 98,000 bazookas, 648,000 trucks, 33 million sets of soldiers' cotton drawers, 61 million pairs of wool socks, and on and on and on. So too had the war infiltrated every kitchen, every closet, every medicine cabinet. Sugar, tires, and gasoline had been rationed first, followed by nearly everything else, from shoes to coffee. Use it up, wear it out, make it do, or do without, became a consumer mantra. Plastic buttons replaced brass. Zinc pennies supplanted copper. To save 50 million tons of wool annually, the government outlawed vests, cuffs, patch pockets, and wide lapels. Hemlines rose, pleated skirts vanished, and an edict requiring a 10% reduction in the cloth used for women's bathing suits led to the bikini. Regulation L85, issued by the War Production Board, not only rationed natural fibers, but also limited fabric colors to those approved by the Dye Stuff Advisory Committee, including Honor Gold, Valor Red, and Gallant Blue. German prisoners might order curtains from Sears Roebuck, but the catalog no longer offered saxophones, copper kettles, or plows. A bobby pin shortage forced hairdressers to improvise with toothpicks, while paint on hosiery replaced vanished silk with the likes of Velva leg film liquid stockings. Nationwide, the speed limit was 35 miles per hour, known as Victory Speed. A government campaign to salvage toothpaste tubes. 60 tubes contained enough tin to solder all the electrical connections in a B-17 bomber, resulted in 200 million collected in 16 months. Bury a Jap with scrap posters urged, and elaborate charts informed Americans that 10 old pails held sufficient steel for a mortar, 10 old stoves equaled 1 scout car, and 252 lawnmowers would make an anti-aircraft gun. But all those recycled mowers and toothpaste tubes, all the warships and planes and wool socks, would pay off only if they were flung into the proper battles, in the proper campaigns, guided by a proper war-winning strategy. And such a strategy did not yet exist. No place in America had been more transformed by war than Washington, which the Ferdinand Magellan entered from the northeast with a hypnotic clack-clack-clacking shortly after 6 p.m. The once sleepy southern city of charm and grace in the Potomac has burgeoned into the frenzied capital of the world, fumed the Washington Times-Herald. Lobbyists, propagandists, experts of every species, wealthy industrialists, social climbers, inventors, ladies of uneasy virtue, and pickpockets infest the city. To this panoply now were added a prime minister and his retinue of more than 100 generals, admirals, clerks, bodyguard detectives, and Royal Marines. At 6:45 p.m., a convoy of limousines rolled from the White House grounds and turned south. 7 Secret Service agents sat in squad cars along the route, including an agent posted at the top of an inconspicuous ramp on 14th Street, which sloped to a subterranean rail spur under the Bureau of Engraving and Printing. As the train lurched to a stop in a squeal of brakes, the limousines pulled onto the platform. Lifted from the lead vehicle and placed in a waiting wheelchair, Franklin Roosevelt scanned the Magellan's rear passenger compartment. His gray pallor, the waddled neck, the bagged and hazy eyes, all the fretful symptoms of stress and age seemed to vanish at the sight of Churchill clumping forward in his improbable yacht squadron uniform. The President beamed, the Prime Minister beamed, and the conclave that would search for that war-winning strategy to save the world was underway. But first, the visitors must be settled, and this was no simple task. If the war lasts much longer, Washington is going to bust right out of its pants, Life magazine had warned in January. 5 months later, the busting was well advanced. The city's 12,000 hotel rooms were always booked, forcing some visitors to find shelter as far away as Philadelphia. Houseboat colonies sprouted on the Potomac River, and sprawling hamlets of shabby temporary houses, known as demolishables, spread through the District of Columbia and its suburbs. There would be no houseboats or demolishables for the British delegation, of course. Churchill took a suite at the White House, and the rest of the delegation was shoehorned into the Statler Hotel, the Wardman Park, the British Embassy, and various other hostels and private houses. 16 Royal Marines marched off to a U.S. Army barracks, sweating miserably in the clinging humidity that entitled British diplomats in Washington to tropical post pay. Churchill could sense that the country had indeed changed since his previous visit 11 months earlier, and so had its capital. The Pentagon, which in 1942 was still under construction across the river in Hell's Bottom, now stood complete as not only the world's largest office building, but also the largest feeding operation under one roof in the world. 55,000 meals a day for 35 cents each. All those well-fed, poorly housed War Department bureaucrats were busier than ever. One wit proposed a new government motto: exhaustion is not enough. And on Pennsylvania Avenue, a makeshift information center for visiting contractors and businessmen was known as the Madhouse. This month, the War Manpower Commission had announced plans to induct 12,000 men into the military every day for the rest of the year, with childless married men called to the colors for the first time, and those with children certain to be drafted soon. Perhaps not coincidentally, the FBI director, J. Edgar Hoover, disclosed that his agents had arrested more than 500 draft dodgers in 20 cities, with warrants outstanding on 3,000 others. Among other signs of these frenzied times, 35 rumor clinics had been established across the country to investigate malicious and meaningless rumors, which would be vetted by college professors apparently immune to scuttlebutt, whose findings would be reported in local newspapers. There was such a crying need for lathe operators, machinists, and leather workers that some help-wanted ads even solicited white or colored. A government press release urgently seeking skilled typists for the war effort contained 46 errors on a single page. The Office of War Information reported that a recent plea for fine blonde hair, used in weather instruments and optical equipment, had resulted in such a cascade of golden tresses that no further donations were needed. Amid the mania and the melodrama, one notable addition had been made to the Washington landscape 4 weeks before Churchill's arrival. He could have seen it from his White House digs, looking past the fading azaleas and beyond the Washington Monument to a grove of cherry trees framing the tidal basin. There, the memorial to Thomas Jefferson had been dedicated, an elegant neoclassical temple sheltering a 19-foot statue of the third president, temporarily cast in plaster because the War Production Board needed the bronze. Jefferson's manifesto, chiseled in marble, summarized perfectly the animating sentiment of the men who would begin meeting tomorrow in search of a path that would carry them to war's end. I have sworn upon the altar of God eternal hostility against every form of tyranny over the mind of man. They got to work at 2:30 p.m. on Wednesday, May 12th, in Roosevelt's Oval Study, a snug hideaway above the Blue Room. Nautical paintings and etchings decorated the walls, and a bearskin covered the floor. The president sat in his armless wheelchair greeting Churchill and the 10 other men, mostly from the combined chiefs who joined that first session. Roosevelt's massive desk, positioned away from the windows by the Secret Service, held a blue lamp, 4 cloth toy donkeys, a stack of books, an ink pot, a medicine bottle, a small clock shaped like a ship's wheel, and a bronze bust of the First Lady, which had somehow escaped the scrap collectors. 5 months earlier, American strategists had left the Casablanca Conference convinced that they had been outfoxed by the British, who were better prepared and had been unified in their determination to continue the Mediterranean strategy begun with the invasion of North Africa. To avoid another humiliation, the Yanks before Trident had bombarded the British with position papers. They also drafted more than 30 studies on various war policies and doubled the size of the U.S. delegation. In searching for a grand design by which to reach the heartland of Europe in decisive battle, American planners scrutinized potential portals to the continent, from the Iberian Peninsula and southern France to Italy, Greece, and Turkey. Still, almost to a man, they favored the most direct route across the English Channel. The President's brain trust also worked hard to overcome what many considered the biggest obstacle to American strategic hegemony: Roosevelt himself and his evident willingness to be swayed by Churchill's honeyed oratory. The man from London will have his way with our chief, and the careful, deliberate plans of our staff will be overridden, the Secretary of War, Henry Stimson, told his diary on May 10th. I feel very troubled about it. The U.S. Joint Chiefs had conferred with Roosevelt at the White House 3 days earlier, and had wrung from him a vow to press the British for commitment to a cross-channel invasion of Europe. Driving home the point, a Joint Chiefs memo reiterated the Pentagon's antipathy to an invasion of the Italian mainland, while warning that the British are traditionally expert at meeting the letter while avoiding the spirit of commitments. Roosevelt replied with a 3-word scribble across the margin that echoed Churchill's minute on the Queen Mary: "No closed minds." In this charged milieu, the man from London spoke. North Africa was done. Operation Husky in Sicily was near. What should come next? Churchill asked. The Allies had the authority and prestige of victory, and must grasp the fruits of our success. Following his typed notes, he laid out his arguments. Russia fighting 185 German divisions. Allies currently fighting none. Italy ripe for the plucking. The Prime Minister had used the phrase soft underbelly in a cable to Roosevelt in November 1942, meaning the supposedly vulnerable southern flank of Axis Europe. Privately, to his military advisers this week, Churchill added, "We want them to agree to the exploitation of Husky and the attack on the underbelly taking priority." Now he pressed the point. Need we invade the soil of Italy, or could we crush her by air attack? Would Germany defend Italy? Answering himself, Churchill said it was imperative to use our great armies to attack Italy, rather than leave them idle after Sicily. If Hitler rallied to defend his fascist partner Benito Mussolini, that many fewer German troops could fight the Russians. The Prime Minister did not believe a defeated Italy would present an economic burden to the Allies, nor did he even concede that an occupation of Italy would be necessary. There it was, the British strategy in a Mediterranean nutshell. Roosevelt replied immediately. Churchill's argument was vivid but unpersuasive. "Where do we go from Sicily?" the President asked, again echoing the Prime Minister. Some 25 Allied divisions, with roughly 15,000 men each, would muster in the Mediterranean by the end of Operation Husky, and these must be kept employed. But he had always shrunk from the thought of putting large armies in Italy, a diversion that could result in attrition for the United Nations and play into Germany's hands. Better to continue staging a mighty host in Britain. The subsequent invasion, a knockout punch aimed at the German homeland, should be decided upon definitely as an operation for the spring of 1944. Finishing, the President smiled and gave the casual toss of the head that one admirer called his cigarette holder gesture. This impasse persisted the next morning, when the combined chiefs, the half-dozen heads of the American and British armies, navies, and air forces, met without Roosevelt and Churchill in the Federal Reserve Building, a severe rectilinear edifice with a pillared portico facing Constitution Avenue. The scent of roses and fresh-cut grass seeped past the rigid sentries in the wainscoted room used by the Board of Governors. Here the U.S. delegation presented an 11-paragraph memo entitled Global Strategy of the War. Point 3 held the crux. It is the opinion of the United States Chiefs of Staff that a cross-channel invasion of Europe is necessary to an early conclusion of the war with Germany. A tall, austere man with sandy hair gone gray carried forward the American argument. General George C. Marshall, the Army Chief of Staff, knew his mind on this issue, even as he fretted over the President's susceptibility to British blandishments. Marshall was a clean-desk man, famously convinced that no one ever had an original idea after 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and he disdained orthodoxy, sycophants, and the telephone. To Churchill, he was the greatest Roman of them all. A British general described him as a little aloof, dignified, above the battle, unbuyable. I never saw him show his feelings in any way. In fact, Marshall possessed a molten temper. He demanded that subordinates expunge the bunk, complications, and ponderosities from the nation's war effort, and his signature query, accompanied by the unblinking gaze of those ice-blue eyes, could terrify lieutenants and lieutenant generals alike. Are you confident that you've thought this through? Aside from horseback riding, gardening was his sole civil diversion. The pride of his heart, according to his wife, remained the compost pile outside his Virginia home. Invading Italy, Marshall said, would establish a vacuum in the Mediterranean that would suck troops and materiel away from a cross-channel attack. Operations after Sicily should be limited to the air offensive or risk a prolonged struggle in the Mediterranean, which was not acceptable to the United States. Arguments spilled from those 30 War Department studies. Eliminating Italy from the war could bring more burden than benefit, since precious Allied shipping would be needed to feed the Italian civilian population. Germany would recoup the 12 million tons of coal currently provided Rome each year, as well as the rolling stock now needed to supply Italy. The soft underbelly in general lacked sufficient ports to support the huge Allied armies needed to plunge into Central Europe. American planners considered the British beguiled by sideshows, periphery pecking, and unremunerative scatterization. That last must have disheartened every lover of the language, regardless of strategic creed. Privately, the Yanks suspected that Britain's fixation on the Mediterranean reflected both traditional imperial interests and faint-hearted reluctance to again risk the horrific casualties incurred on the Western Front a generation earlier. Mediterranean operations, Marshall added, are highly speculative as far as ending the war is concerned. Listening attentively was General Sir Alan Brooke, Chief of the Imperial General Staff, whose sharp-featured countenance did not betray his private assessment of Marshall. A big man and a very great gentleman who inspired trust, but did not impress me by the ability of his brain. Brooke's brain was able enough, though he tended to dismiss as purblind those uncommitted to his own vision. At 59, with round shoulders and dark pomaded hair, he could be petulant, very liverish in his phrase. This state was perhaps the handmaiden to exhaustion after 4 years of war with the Germans, and, not infrequently, with Churchill. When I thump the table and push my face towards him, what does he do? The Prime Minister said. Thumps the table harder and glares back at me. Brooke calculated that each month battling Churchill is a year off my life. In a letter to a friend, he added, "It is the night work after dinner till 1 a.m. with him that kills me." The 9th and youngest child of an expatriate Anglo-Irish baronet, Brooke had been born and raised in France, a history that bestowed on him both a native fluency and a lifelong dread of the nickname Froggy. He nurtured homely passions for birds and for wildlife photography, in which he was a pioneer. If Marshall had his compost pile, Brooke had Sutherland's shop in Sackville Street, where he would sit transfixed in his red uniform braces, scrutinizing ornithological plates. On the Queen Mary he had put aside birds of the ocean long enough to note in his diary, with handwriting as vertical and jagged as the Irish coastline. Running a war seems to consist in making plans and then ensuring that all those destined to carry them out don't quarrel with each other instead of the enemy. Now he quarreled with Marshall, albeit without raising his voice. The 11-paragraph U.S. strategic memo was answered with a 31-paragraph British countersalvo. Point 5 encapsulated Britain's thesis. The main task which lies before us this year in the European theater is the elimination of Italy. If we could achieve this, it is our opinion that we should have gone a very long way towards defeating Germany. Brooke pressed the point with staccato precision. Germany currently kept 35 divisions in France and the Low Countries, with another 10 available as reinforcements in the fatherland. Attacking Italy would divert some of these German troops and weaken defenses against an eventual Allied cross-channel attack, which might not be feasible until 1945 or 1946 anyway. If Italy collapsed, German soldiers would have to replace the 43 Italian divisions occupying the Balkans and the 7 others bivouacked in southern France. Without Italian allies, Berlin was unlikely to fight south of the Po Valley in northern Italy. Our total commitment on the Italian mainland in the event of a collapse, a British staff memo estimated, will not exceed 9 divisions. A stack of studies, bound in red leather folders, further advanced the British cause. If Italy collapses, the Germans cannot hold Italy and the Balkans, and they will concentrate everything they can on the defense of the latter. The Mediterranean offered such enticing opportunities that we shall have every chance of breaking the Axis and of bringing the war with Germany to a successful conclusion in 1944. But Brooke warned his American colleagues, unless the fight was carried into Italy after the capture of Sicily, no possibility of an attack into France would arise. Indeed, to cease Mediterranean operations on the conclusion of Husky would lengthen the war. Momentary silence fell on the room as the session ended. The Allies were miles apart, still, and mutually suspicious. "Your people have no intention of ever crossing the Channel," one American planner had told his British counterpart. Admiral Ernest J. King, the irascible U.S. Chief of Naval Operations, subsequently advised his fellow chiefs, "We ought to divert our forces to the Pacific." At Marshall's suggestion, they adjourned with a scraping of chairs and ambled next door to the public health building. Lunch awaited them in the map room, where strategic thrust and parry momentarily yielded to small talk and the benign clink of cutlery. That night, Brooke confided to his diary, "I am thoroughly depressed." Washington lacked the isolated tranquility that had distinguished Casablanca 5 months earlier. Endless meetings, often 3 or more a day, were followed by endless social obligations, including 4 consecutive nights of black-tie affairs. For all its sophisticated war paint, the capital remained a provincially convivial place, eager to please and a twitter at hosting such distinguished battle captains. Fans at a Washington Nationals baseball game applauded wildly at the appearance of a pair of genuine field marshals in the box seats. Bing Crosby and Kate Smith sang between innings as the visitors tried to divine the difference between home plate and a home run. At one dinner party, each arriving guest reached into a top hat, one for ladies, another for gentlemen, and drew a slip on which was printed the name of a famous lover in history. Table seating then was determined by uniting the paramours, Helen with Paris, Cleopatra with Antony, Chloe with Daphnis, Eloise with Abelard. Also intimate, if less risque, was the private showing at the White House of a new U.S. Army Signal Corps film, The Battle of Britain. Dowdy Royal Air Force pilots climbed into their cockpits. Spitfires tangled with Messerschmitts, mortally wounded planes heeled over in smoky spirals. Churchill sat transfixed by the spectacle, the flickering projector light reflecting off the tears that coursed down his plump cheeks. Only the Washington heat remained inhospitable, forcing some wilting Brits to desperate measures. The wife of the economist John Maynard Keynes was found perched, entirely nude, before the open door of a Westinghouse refrigerator in the Georgetown house where the couple was staying. To escape both official Washington and social Washington, Marshall bundled the combined chiefs onto a pair of transport planes for a weekend in southeast Virginia. Landing at Langley Field, the men squeezed into 8 waiting Army staff cars and motored up Route 17 for a tour of the Yorktown battlefield, where the British professed, amid guffaws, not to recall the name of that chap who did so badly here in 1781. Then it was on to Williamsburg, the meticulously restored former colonial capital. If Washington had been a Twitter, Williamsburg seethed with excitement at the visitation. Lawns had been trimmed, hedges clipped, honeysuckle cropped. At the Williamsburg Inn, linen and china emerged from wartime storage crates, and the silver was polished and repolished. Carpenters built a new table to seat 13 diners, and adjusted the floodlights to illuminate the dogwoods. Someone managed to circumvent government restrictions on Freon to procure the only 2 tanks of refrigerant south of Richmond. The inn would be pleasingly air-conditioned. John D. Rockefeller, Jr., who had financed Williamsburg's resurrection, got wind of the visit and assigned various servants to oversee dinner preparations. Appalled to learn that inferior cream might be used to make the ice cream, Rockefeller ordered a fresh urn dispatched from his estate at Pocantico Hills in New York, along with select fruits and cheeses, while his private club in Manhattan prepared fresh terrapin a la Maryland, which required 2 days of simmering. Terrapin, cream, fruit, cheese, and a consignment of sherry all were tucked into the upper berth of a Pullman car at Penn Station by an overburdened butler, who staggered off the train in Richmond 4 hours later and continued with his bounty to Williamsburg by limousine. Shortly before 5 p.m. on Saturday, May 15th, the convoy of chiefs turned off Queen Street onto Duke of Gloucester Street before stopping at the old Capitol building, where they were greeted by a black doorman in colonial livery. Having admired the rubbed woodwork and the portrait of young George Washington, they strolled to the Raleigh Tavern for finger sandwiches and cinnamon toast in the Daphne Room, washed down with tea and highballs. Then it was on to the inn, where fires crackled in the twin lobby hearths, Freon be damned, and bourbon juleps were served in goblets made by a local silversmith. Dinner at 8:15 included Rockefeller's menu, plus crab meat cocktail, Virginia ham, beaten biscuits, and a 1929 Heidsieck Dry Monopole champagne. All agreed that the strawberry ice cream was divine. After coffee and brandy, Marshall rousted the visitors for a midnight excursion to the colonial governor's palace, brilliantly lighted with hundreds of candles in each room and throughout the gardens. Admiral Sir Dudley Pound, the first Sea Lord, lost his way in the topiary maze and called for help from the other chiefs, who rushed to the rescue, only to get lost themselves, with much boyish chortling. Sunday morning, after breakfast on the terrace, the chiefs played croquet on the lawn or went swimming in borrowed trunks. Brooke, who was mulling whether to spend £1,500 for a 45-volume set of Gould's Birds, tromped off with his field glasses in search of catbirds and hairy woodpeckers. Before heading to the airfield for the return flight, the High Command filed into Bruton Parish Church, where ushers escorted them to General Washington's pew. Parishioners jammed the sanctuary, clogging the twin transept aisles with folding chairs after the pews filled. Dudley Pound, who was suffering from an unsuspected brain tumor and had but a few months to live, had been asked to read the scripture. Stepping to the lectern, he thumbed to the 6th chapter of Matthew and sang out, "Consider the lilies of the field, how they grow. They toil not, neither do they spin." Pound finished in a strong voice, "Take therefore no thought for the morrow shall take thought for the things of itself. Sufficient unto the day is the evil thereof." While the chiefs went south, Roosevelt and Churchill headed north. With Eleanor Roosevelt and Harry Hopkins also in the limousine, and a motorcycle escort clearing the road, The motorcade rolled up Massachusetts Avenue before angling out of the Capitol on Wisconsin Avenue toward the presidential retreat called Shangri-La, later renamed Camp David, in the Catoctin Mountains of central Maryland. Spying a billboard for Barbara Fritchie Candy, Roosevelt recited a couplet from John Greenleaf Whittier's ballad about the legendary Civil War heroine who defied passing rebel troops by waving the stars and stripes from her window. "Shoot if you must this old gray head, but spare your country's flag," she said. To the president's amazement, Churchill then gabbled the whole poem, all 60 lines. She leaned far out on the windowsill and shook it forth with a royal will. Soon the Roosevelts and Hopkins were punctuating the Prime Minister's cadences with the refrain, "Shoot if you must." For 3 days they unbent in the serene glades of Shangri-La, napping in the log cabins, angling for brook trout, discussing the hot tramp of Confederate troops through these hills toward Gettysburg 80 years earlier. Another guest, Roosevelt's daughter Anna, wrote her husband on May 14th that Churchill picks his teeth all through dinner and uses snuff liberally. The sneezes which follow the latter practically rock the foundations of the house. I admired his snuff-box and found it was one that had once belonged to Lord Nelson. Often the president sat by a window with his beloved stamp collection. When Churchill's pleas grew too insistent for more tanks or more planes, more this or more that, Roosevelt would cut him short by holding a stamp specimen to the light and murmuring, "Isn't this a beauty from Newfoundland?" On other occasions, to relieve the president from the Winston hours, an aide would summon Roosevelt to an imaginary phone call. They had much in common, besides their ultimate responsibility for saving the world. They shared passions for secrecy, skullduggery, and military history. Roosevelt loved the military side of events, one subordinate wrote, and liked to hold them in his own hand, while Churchill seemed to fancy himself the reincarnation of his famous ancestor, the Duke of Marlborough, the victor over the French at Blenheim in 1704. Despite his current resistance to Churchill's Italian gambit, the president had his own diversionist tendencies and harbored a fascination for the Mediterranean nearly as lurid as the prime minister's. Neither ever forgot or tried to forget the agony that war had brought to so many. Marshall routinely sent Roosevelt brilliantly colored graphics detailing the latest combat casualty figures so that it would be quite clear. Certainly, the president's admiration and affection for Churchill ran deep. "Isn't he a wonderful old Tory to have on our side?" he once asked. And yet, Churchill could draw near and no nearer. Convivial and charming, Roosevelt at his core remained opaque, mysterious, unknowable in what one aide called his heavily forested interior. Trying to follow his thought process, Henry Stimson said, was very much like chasing a vagrant beam of sunshine around an empty room. Seldom did he issue orders. Rather, he intimated that he wished to have things done. No politician ever was better at resolving problems by ignoring them. Roosevelt could elevate inaction to an art form. Yet, on more than 20 occasions, he rejected the advice of his military brain trust to follow his own instincts, as he'd done in deciding to invade North Africa the previous November. Not a tidy mind, one British observer noted, and the American chiefs could only agree. The president, Eleanor once said, never thinks. He decides. He reduced his own political philosophy to 2 nouns, Democrat and Christian. A bit more nuanced were his inalienable 4 freedoms of speech, of worship, from want, and from fear, which he had articulated in the State of the Union message of January 1941. Months earlier, he'd begun to dream about the post-war world, and if he kept Churchill at arm's length, it was partly because his vision did not include the restoration of colonial empires. Surely he'd spoken from his heart in telling the Prime Minister, "It is fun to be in the same decade with you." Yet, There was also cold conviction in Roosevelt's observation to his son Eliot. Britain is on the decline. America was ascendant, and Roosevelt had reason to hope that his countrymen possessed the stamina to remake a better world. A forthcoming Roper opinion poll, secretly slipped to the White House on Thursday, revealed that more than 3/4 of those surveyed agreed that the United States should play a larger global role after the war. Nearly as many believed that the country should plan to help other nations get on their feet, and more than half concurred that Americans should take an active part in some sort of an international organization with a court and police force strong enough to enforce its decisions. The president found it equally heartening that 70% approved of his war leadership, and 2/3 favored him for re-election in 1944 if the world was still at war. But if Britain was on the decline, so was Roosevelt personally, as he no doubt realized. Those who had seen him at Casablanca were dismayed at how frail he now looked, and all the pretty stamps in Newfoundland could not fully restore him. Something at once attractive and pathetic in this man, a British diplomat wrote in his diary. The great torso, the huge and splendid head, the magnificent frame, immobile, anchored to a sofa or a chair, carried from room to room. Roosevelt said little about his health, other than to grouse over a recurrent sinus condition. It was just another secret to keep. Negotiations resumed at 10:30 a.m. on Monday. Camaraderie and good fun promptly popped like soap bubbles, and for 3 days the deadlock persisted as the military chiefs haggled. Brooke and his British colleagues renounced both imperial designs in the Mediterranean and any peripheral stratagems. Rather, they argued, an Italian campaign in the spirit of the chase would exploit a Sicilian victory, unhinge Rome, and unbalance Berlin. The Americans refused to concede, and declared that no U.S. ground or naval forces would be released for combat beyond Sicily. Marshall, whose beetling brows gave him a stern Old Testament look, reminded the chiefs that in North Africa a relatively small German force had fought an irksome rearguard campaign for 6 months. A German decision to fight in Italy might make intended operations extremely difficult and time-consuming. Nearly 36 aides and staff officers hovered behind the chiefs, rifling through documents or pulling out those red leather folders to prove this point or dispute that assertion. By 4:30 on Wednesday afternoon, Marshall had reached his limit. The chiefs were scheduled to meet Roosevelt and Churchill at the White House in 2 hours. To confess that the high command remained at loggerheads would likely mean ceding strategic planning to the president and prime minister, a prospect horrifying to every man in epaulets. Marshall proposed that the room be cleared except for the chiefs. The supernumeraries filed out. 90 minutes later, the door reopened, and on the mahogany table lay an agreement. It was a curious compromise, because compromise it was. A cross-channel attack would be launched. The target date was 50 weeks away, on May 1st, 1944, to secure a lodgment on the continent from which further offensive operations can be carried out. To help assemble the 29 divisions required for such an invasion, soon to be codenamed Overlord, 4 American and 3 British divisions would be transferred from the Mediterranean after the Sicilian campaign to staging bases in Britain. As for the Med, the Allied Commander-in-Chief in North Africa, General Dwight D. Eisenhower, was instructed to plan whatever operations following the conquest of Sicily seemed best calculated to eliminate Italy from the war and to contain the maximum number of German forces. The chiefs calculated that Eisenhower eventually would be left with 27 divisions and 3,600 aircraft to continue his war against the soft underbelly, although a direct invasion of Italy was not specified. The baby had been cut in half, a solution perhaps satisfying to the disputants, but rarely auspicious for the baby. As the officers collected their papers and snapped shut their briefcases, a grumble of thunder rolled across Washington. Rain soon lashed the city from the west, breaking the heat. Trident had another week to run. If the central disagreement had been finessed, a dozen other issues required resolution, from shipping allocations to operations in the Pacific. The social round also continued without mercy. At a reception on the south lawn of the White House, the Marine Band played Stephen Foster airs and the Battle Hymn of the Republic, while guests sipped iced coffee and stared beyond the fence at tourists who stared back. During a British embassy luncheon on May 22nd, Churchill, fortified with whiskey, declared that he expected England and the United States to run the world. Why be apologetic about Anglo-Saxon superiority? The bemused Vice President, Henry A. Wallace, accused the Prime Minister of advocating Anglo-Saxondom über alles. Churchill waved away the charge. We Anglo-Saxons, he pronounced it Shaxons, are the only ones who really know how to run the show. Poor Brooke left the luncheon to get a haircut and tumbled down 14 stone steps. Battered and bruised, he found consolation in the purchase of 2 rare bird books discovered in a local shop. Rarely content and never quiescent, Churchill now threatened to overplay his hand. He kept Roosevelt up until 2:30 in the morning on Monday, May 24th. After Trident, the exhausted president would flee to his Hyde Park estate and sleep 10 hours for 3 consecutive nights. Later that day, the Prime Minister sought to repudiate the compromise reached by the chiefs on the ground that it failed to specifically advocate an invasion of Italy. He also raised the notion of a continued attack into Yugoslavia and Greece. To Lord Morin, his personal physician, Churchill added, "Have you noticed that the President is a very tired man? His mind seems closed. He seems to have lost his wonderful elasticity. I cannot let the matter rest where it is." Harry Hopkins warned Churchill to do just that, or risk an ugly rupture. Even Roosevelt complained that the Prime Minister was acting like a spoiled boy. Chastened, Churchill agreed instead to fly from Washington to Algiers to confer with Eisenhower, taking in tow both a scuffed-up Brooke and a grumpy Marshall, who likened himself to a piece of baggage. Hopkins told Morin, "We have come to avoid controversy with Winston. We find he is too much for us." The physician agreed that Churchill is so taken up with his own ideas that he is not interested in what other people think. Still, the sweep of his rhetoric proved a tonic, as it had so many times before. At noon on a bright Wednesday, a joint session of Congress convened in the House of Representatives, joined by the British ambassador's son, a young subaltern who'd lost both legs in North Africa and who was wheeled into the House gallery by his tall, stooped father. Churchill had spent nearly 10 hours the previous day dictating speech drafts to his long-suffering typists, and he now stood at the podium grasping the lapels of his dark suit, rolling his vowels and reminding free men everywhere that the road was long, but the cause was righteous. War is full of mysteries and surprises. A false step, a wrong direction, an error in strategy, discord or lassitude among the Allies might soon give the common enemy power to confront us, he said. It is in the dragging out of the war at enormous expense, until the democracies are tired or bored or split, that the main hopes of Germany and Japan must now reside. After 50 minutes he finished, as he often finished, by taking flight. By singleness of purpose, by steadfastness of conduct, by tenacity and endurance, such as we have so far displayed, by this and only by this can we discharge our duty to the future of the world and to the destiny of man. Roosevelt had remained at the White House to avoid crowding Churchill in the limelight. He listened to the speech on the radio he kept in the left drawer of his big desk. "Winston writes beautifully," the president told his secretary, "and he's a past master at catchphrases." The conference sputtered to an end without the wistful sense of brotherhood that had characterized Casablanca. Mutual confidence remained a sometime thing. The ideal of an epic when good men dared to trust one another was still imperfectly realized. They were tired of arguing, tired of shouldering the burdens they shouldered, tired of the whole catastrophe. They knew the hard time had come, and that it would require hard men. For the Americans, the first leg of the century's most grueling race had come to an end. Its emblem, the Afrika Korps prisoners now trudging into camps in Kansas and Oklahoma. That leg, from Pearl Harbor through the capture of Tunisia, had required spunk and invention, unity and organizational acumen. Now the long middle leg of the race was about to begin, of uncertain duration, over an undetermined course, and few doubted that new virtues would be needed: endurance, impenitence, and obdurate will. For the first time, the Allied High Command had met with a clear sense that the war, at least in Europe, would be won, someday, somehow. The mellow light of victory begins to play over the entire expanse of the World War, as Churchill would tell the House of Commons in June. During the conference, daily reports of U-boat sinkings affirmed that the tide in that particular struggle had turned, dramatically and irreversibly. The joint communiqué, drafted for Trident by Roosevelt and Churchill, evinced a bluff optimism while proffering a few white lies, such as the assertion that there has been a complete meeting of minds about all theaters, including the war in the Mediterranean. Despite this glossing over, a plan now existed where there had been no plan. The British had succeeded in keeping the war centered in the Mediterranean, at least for a year, and in making the elimination of Italy from the Axis partnership an immediate goal. Churchill had again thwarted the American impulse to muscle up in the Pacific theater at the expense of the Atlantic, although, in the event, the U.S. war against Tokyo would be prosecuted almost as furiously as the European struggles. Assistance to China would continue, and Allied bomber fleets would grow ever larger, until they virtually blackened the skies over Germany and eventually Japan. The British had made extravagant claims, over-egged the pudding, as one critic put it, to overcome Yankee skepticism by asserting that Germany was unlikely to fight hard for mainland Italy, that the long-term Allied commitment in Italy was likely to call for only 9 divisions, and to require no substantial occupation, and that a hard fight in the Mediterranean could end the war in 1944. All of these prophecies proved false. The Americans had managed to put brakes on the Mediterranean campaign. 7 divisions would decamp for Britain in the fall, and no additional reinforcements would be sent south. They also extracted a pledge that the Allies would invade western France by a specific date. The deal, Roosevelt told an aide, was the best I could get at this time. Neither the President nor his warlords had answered the legitimate British questions about how, if the plug were pulled in the Mediterranean, German forces would be engaged during the many months until Overlord could be mounted in France, or how the Russians would be mollified if the Anglo-Americans took a powder for those many months, or whether it wouldn't be prudent to draw Axis forces from the Atlantic Wall by making Berlin reinforce its southern flank. The Allies had a plan where there had been no plan, but whether it was a good plan remained to be seen. Certainly it was vague. How Italy should be knocked out was left to the theater commander, General Eisenhower, and the concomitant goal of containing the maximum number of German forces implied a war of attrition and opportunism, rather than a clear strategic objective. The dispatch of Allied armies to North Africa, and now to Sicily, had created its own momentum, its own logic. In an effort to square the circle, a slightly cockeyed strategic scheme emerged that would guide the Anglo-Americans until the end of the war. A relentless pounding of festooned Europa from the air and from the southern flank, setting the stage for a cross-channel invasion aimed at Berlin. Whether a meaningful Mediterranean campaign could be waged without endless entanglement, and whether the enemy reacted as Allied strategists hoped he would react, remained to be seen. Perhaps the greatest achievement of the men meeting at Trident was not the sketching of big arrows on a map, but rather the affirmation of their humanity. This was their true common language, the shared values of decency and dignity, of tolerance and respect, Despite the petty bickering and intellectual fencing, a fraternity bound them on the basis of who they were, what they believed, and why they fought. It could be glimpsed, like one of Brooke's beautiful birds, in Churchill's gentle draping of a blanket on Roosevelt's shoulders, and in their grim determination to wage war without liking it. At 4 p.m. on Tuesday, May 25th, precisely 2 weeks after his arrival, Churchill strode down the narrow corridors of the West Wing to the Oval Office. His departure by flying boat from the Potomac off Gravelly Point was set for the next morning. His luggage was packed, his farewells were bid, or soon would be bid. The code name for the morning flight had been repeatedly amended in the past 48 hours from Watson to Redcar to Student, and the Prime Minister, evidently finding none of those words suitably warlike, had lobbied in vain to get it changed again to Neptune. Roosevelt sat in the armless wheelchair. Sunshine flooded the rose garden outside the French doors. Bulletproof glass had been installed in the windows facing south, but the President had rejected several of the more hysterical security proposals, including machine guns on the terrace and airlocks on the outer doors to thwart a poison gas attack. With Churchill at his side, he gave a nod, and an aide opened the office door to admit a large gaggle of reporters for the 899th press conference of Roosevelt's presidency. "We are awfully glad to have Mr. Churchill back here," he told the scribes after they had shuffled in. "Considering the size of our problems, these discussions have been done in practically record time." Roosevelt swiveled toward the Prime Minister. "I think that he will be willing to answer almost, with stress on the almost, any question." "Mr. Prime Minister," a reporter said, "can you tell us generally about the plans for the future, probably beginning with Europe?" "Our plans for the future," Churchill replied, "are to wage this war until unconditional surrender is procured from all those who have molested us, and this applies equally to Asia and to Europe." Roosevelt beamed. "I think that word molestation or molesting is one of the best examples of your habitual understatement that I know." The reporters tittered. "I am curious to know," another asked, "what you think is going on in Hitler's mind." The titter turned to boisterous laughter. "Appetite unbridled, ambition unmeasured, all the world," the Prime Minister said. "There is no end of the appetite of this wicked man. I should say he repents now that he did not curb his passion before he brought such a portion of the world against him and his country. Do you care to say anything about Mussolini and Italy?" Churchill scowled. "I think they are a softer proposition than Germany." On it went, query and response, and the reporters were so beguiled that by the end they had interrupted with laughter 21 times. The Allies had no intent of keeping Italian territory after the war, or of matching Axis barbarities, Churchill added. "We shall not stain our name by an inhuman act. As for the Italian people, they have sinned, erred, by allowing themselves to be led by the nose by a very elaborate tyranny. But they will have their life in the new Europe." Churchill rose to his full 5 feet 7 inches. "We are the big animal now," he said, "shaking the life out of the smaller animal, and he must be given no rest, no chance to recover." The door opened, and the reporters reluctantly began to file out. Seizing the moment with unsuspected agility, the Prime Minister climbed up onto his chair, tottered unsteadily for a moment, then stood above the popping flashbulbs and the grinning President and the applauding scribes, flashing the V for Victory sign with his stubby fingers, over and over again. Part 1. Chapter 1. Across the Middle Sea. Forcing the world back to reason. The sun beat down on the stained white city, the July sun that hurt the eyes and turned the sea from wine-dark to silver. Soldiers crowded the shade beneath the vendors' awnings and hugged the lee of the alabaster buildings spilling down to the port. Sweat darkened their collars and cuffs, particularly those of the combat troops wearing heavy herringbone twill. Some had stripped off their neckties, but kept them folded and tucked in their belts for quick retrieval. The commanding general had been spotted along the wharves, and every man knew that George S. Patton, Jr. would levy a $25 fine on any GI not wearing his helmet or tie. Algiers seethed with soldiers after 8 months of Allied occupation. Yanks and Brits, Kiwis and Gurkhas, Swabs and Tars and merchant mariners who at night walked with their pistols drawn against the bandits infesting the port. Troops swaggered down the boulevards and through the souks, whistling at girls on the balconies, or pawing through shop displays in search of a few final souvenirs. Sailors in denim shirts and white caps mingled with French Senegalese in red fezzes, and bearded gooms with their braided pigtails and striped burnouses. German prisoners sang Erica as they marched in column under guard to the Liberty ships that would haul them to camps in the New World. British veterans in battle dress answered with a ribald ditty called El Alamein, tally-ho, and that was as far as the bastards did go. While the Americans belted out Dirty Gurdy from Bizerty, which was said to have grown to 200 verses, all of them salacious. Sand in your shoes, they called to one another, the North African equivalent of good luck, and with knowing looks, they flashed their index fingers to signal I for invasion. Electric streetcars clattered past horse-drawn wine wagons, to be passed in turn by whizzing jeeps. Speeding by army drivers had become so widespread that military policemen now impounded offenders' vehicles, although General Eisenhower had issued a blanket amnesty for staff cars bearing the insignia of a general officer. Most Algerians walked or resorted to bicycles, pushcarts, and one witness recorded every conceivable variety of buggy, phaeton, carryall, cart, sulky, and landau. Young Frenchmen strolled the avenues in their narrow-brimmed hats and frayed jackets. Arab boys scampered through the alleys in pantaloons made from stolen barracks bags, with 2 holes cut for their legs and the stenciled name and serial number of the former owner across the rump. Tatterdemalion beggars in veils wore robes tailored from old army mattress covers, which also served as winding sheets for the dead. The only women in Algiers wearing stockings were the hookers at the Hotel Aleti bar, reputed to be the richest wage earners in the city, despite the ban on prostitution issued by military authorities in May. Above it all, at high noon on July 4, 1943, on the Rue Michelet in the city's most fashionable neighborhood, a French military band tooted its way through the unfamiliar strains of the Star-Spangled Banner. Behind the woodwinds and the tubas rose the lime-washed Moorish arches and crenellated tile roof of the Hotel St. George, headquarters for Allied forces in North Africa. Palm fronds stirred in the courtyard, and the scent of bougainvillea carried on the light breeze. Vice Admiral Henry Kent Hewitt held his salute as the anthem dragged to a ragged finish. Eisenhower, also frozen in salute on Hewitt's right, had discouraged all national celebrations as a distraction from the momentous work at hand, but the British had insisted on honoring their American cousins with a short ceremony. The last strains faded, and the gunfire began. Across the flat roofs of the lower city and the magnificent crescent of Algiers Bay, Hewitt saw a gray puff rise from HMS Maidstone, then heard the first report. Puff followed puff, boom followed boom, echoing against the hills as the Maidstone fired seaward across the breakwater. 19, 20, 21. Hewitt lowered his salute, but the bombardment continued, and from the corner of his eye the Admiral could see Eisenhower with his right hand still glued to his peaked khaki cap. Unlike the U.S. Navy, with its maximum 21-gun tribute, the Army on Independence Day fired 48 guns, 1 for each state, a protocol now observed by Maidstone's crew. Hewitt resumed his salute until the shooting stopped, and made note of yet another difference between the sister services. With the ceremony at an end, Hewitt hurried through the courtyard and across the lobby's mosaic floor to his office, down the corridor from Eisenhower's corner suite. Every nook of the St. George was jammed with staff officers and communications equipment. 8 months earlier, on the eve of the invasion of North Africa, Allied plans had called for a maximum of 700 officers to man the Allied Forces Headquarters, or AFHQ, a number then decried by one commander as 2 or 3 times too many. Now the figure approached 4,000, including nearly 200 colonels and generals. Brigades of aides, clerks, cooks, and assorted householders brought the AFHQ total to 12,000. The military messages pouring in and out of Algiers via 7 undersea cables were equivalent to 2/3 of the total War Department communications traffic. No message was more momentous than the secret order issued this morning: carry out Operation Husky. Hewitt had never been busier, not even before Operation Torch, the assault on North Africa. Then he'd commanded the naval task force ferrying Patton's 30,000 troops from Virginia to Morocco, a feat of such extraordinary success, not a man had been lost in the hazardous crossing, that Hewitt received his 3rd star and command of the U.S. Navy's 8th Fleet in the Mediterranean. After 4 months at home, he'd arrived in Algiers on March 15th, and every waking moment since had been devoted to scheming how to again deposit Patton and his legions onto a hostile shore. He was a fighting admiral who didn't look the part, notwithstanding the Navy Cross and his summer whites, awarded for heroism as a destroyer captain in World War I. Sea duty made Hewitt plump, or plumper, and in Algiers he tried to stay fit by riding at dawn with native Spahi cavalrymen, whose equestrian lineage dated to the 14th century Ottomans. Despite these efforts, his frame remained, as one observer acknowledged, well upholstered. At the age of 56, the former altar boy and bell ringer from Hackensack, New Jersey, was still proud of his ability to ring out softly now the light of day. He loved double acrostic puzzles and his Koiffelen-Esser log-log-trig slide rule, a device that had been developed at the Naval Academy in the 1930s when he chaired the mathematics department there. His virtues, inconspicuous only to the inattentive, included a keen memory, a willingness to make decisions, and the ability to get along with George Patton. The Saturday Evening Post described Hewitt as the kind of man who keeps a dog but does his barking himself. In fact, he rarely even growled. He was measured and reserved, a good if inelegant conversationalist, and a bit pompous. He liked parties, and in Algiers he organized a Navy dance combo called the Scuttlebutt Five. He also had established a soup kitchen for the poor with leavings from Navy galleys. He ate the first bowl himself. 2 other attributes served his country well. He was lucky, and he had an exceptional sense of direction, which on a ship's bridge translated into a gift for navigation. Kent Hewitt always knew where he was. He called for a staff car, among those privileged vehicles exempt from impoundment, and drove from the St. George through the twisting alleyways leading to the port. At every pier around the grand crescent of the bay, ships were moored 2 and 3 deep. Freighters and frigates, tankers and transports, minesweepers and landing craft. Others rode at anchor beyond the harbor submarine nets, protected by patrol planes and destroyers tacking along the coastline. The U.S. Navy had 33 camouflage combinations, from painted false bow wave to graded system with splotches, and most seemed to be represented in the vivid Algiers anchorage. Stevedores swarmed across the decks. Booms swung from dock to hold and back to dock again. Gantry cranes hoisted pallet after pallet from the wharves onto the vessels. Precautions against fire were in force on every ship. Wooden chairs, drapes, excess movie film, even bulkhead pictures had been removed. Rags and blankets were ashore or well stowed. Sailors, who upon departure would don long-sleeved undershirts as protection against flash burns, had chipped away all interior paint and stripped the linoleum from every mess deck. Hewitt's flagship, the attack transport USS Monrovia, lay moored on the port side of berth 39, on the Mole du Passager, in the harbor's Bassin du Vieux. Scores of military policemen had boarded for added security, making her desperately overcrowded. 10 to 20 officers packed each cabin on many ships, with enlisted bunks stacked 4 high, and Monrovia was more jammed than most. With Hewitt's staff, Patton's staff, and her own crew, she now carried 1,400 men, more than double her normal company. She would also carry, in some of those cargo nets being manhandled into the hold, 200,000 rounds of high-explosive ammunition and 134 tons of gasoline. The Admiral climbed from his car and strode up the gangplank, greeted with a boatswain's piping and a flurry of salutes. Monrovia's passageways seemed dim and cheerless after the brilliant African light. In the crowded operations room below, staff officers pored over Naval Operations Order Husky, a tome 4 inches thick. 20 typists had needed 7 full days to bang out the final draft, of which 800 copies were distributed to commanders across North Africa as a blueprint for the coming campaign. Hewitt could remember his father, a burly mechanical engineer, chinning himself with a 100-pound dumbbell balanced across his feet. Sometimes the Husky Ops order felt like that dumbbell. Nothing was simple about the operation, except the basic concept. In 6 days, on July 10th, 2 armies, 1 American and 1 British, would land on the southeast coast of Sicily, reclaiming for the Allied cause the first significant acreage in Europe since the war began. An estimated 300,000 Axis troops defended the island, including a pair of capable German divisions, and many others lurked nearby on the Italian mainland. More than 3,000 Allied ships and boats, large and small, were gathering for the invasion from one end of the Mediterranean to the other. The most gigantic fleet in the world's history, as Hewitt observed. About half would sail under his command from 6 ports in Algeria and Tunisia. The rest would sail with the British from Libya and Egypt, but for a Canadian division coming directly from Britain. Patton's 7th Army would land 80,000 troops in the assault. The British 8th Army would land about the same, with more legions subsequently reinforcing both armies. Under the elaborate nautical choreography required, several convoys had already begun steaming. The vast expedition would rendezvous at sea, near Malta, on July 9th. A preliminary effort to capture the tiny fortified island of Pantelleria, 60 miles southwest of Sicily, had succeeded admirably. After a relentless 3-week air bombardment, the stupefied garrison of 11,000 Italian troops had surrendered on June 11th, giving the Allies both a good airfield and the illusion that even the stoutest defenses could be reduced from the air. A map of the Mediterranean stretched across a bulkhead in the operations room. Hewitt had become the U.S. Navy's foremost amphibious expert, with 1 invasion behind him and another underway. 3 more were to come before war's end. One inviolable rule in assaults from the open sea, he already recognized, was that the forces to be landed always exceeded the means to transport them, even with an armada as enormous as this one. From hard experience, he also knew that 2 variables remained outside his control: the strength of the enemy defending the hostile shore, and the caprice of the sea itself. In Husky, not only did he have 3 times more soldiers to put ashore than in Operation Torch, he also commanded a flotilla of vessels seeing combat for the first time. 9 new variations of landing craft and 5 new types of landing ship, including the promising LST, an abbreviation for landing ship tank, but which sailors insisted meant large, slow target. Some captains and crews had never been to sea before, and little was known about the seaworthiness of the new vessels, or how best to beach them, or what draft they would draw under various loads, or even how many troops and vehicles could be packed inside. Much had been learned from the ragged, chaotic preparations for Torch. Much had also been forgotten, or misapplied, or misplaced. The turmoil in North Africa in recent weeks seemed hardly less convulsive than at Hampton Roads 8 months earlier. 7 different directives on how to label overseas cargo had been issued the previous year. The resulting confusion led to formation of the Inevitable Committee, which led to another directive called the Schenectady Plan, which led to color-coded labels lacquered onto shipping containers, which led to more confusion. 5 weeks after issuing a secret alert called Preparations for Movement by Water, the Army discovered that units crucial to Husky had never received the order, and thus had no plans for loading their troops, vehicles, and weapons onto the convoys. 7th Army's initial load plans also neglected to make room for the Army Air Forces, whose kit equaled a third of the Army's total tonnage requirements. Every unit pleaded for more space. Every unit claimed priority. Every unit lamented the Navy's insensitivity. Despite the risk of German air raids, port lights burned all night as vexed loadmasters received still more manifest changes that required unloading another freighter or repacking another LST. Transportation officers wrestled with small oversights. The Navy had shipped bread ovens but no bread pans, and big blunders, as when ordnance officers mistakenly sent poisonous mustard gas to the Mediterranean. By the time Patton's staff recognized that particular gaffe, on June 8th, gas shells had been shipped with other artillery munitions. They now lay somewhere, no one knew precisely where, in the holds of one or more ships bound for Sicily. Secrecy was paramount. Hewitt doubted that 3,000 vessels could sneak up on Sicily, but Husky's success relied on surprise. All documents that disclosed the invasion destination were stamped with the classified code word bigot, and sentries at the Husky planning headquarters in Algiers determined whether visitors held appropriate security clearances by asking if they were bigoted. I was frequently partisan, one puzzled naval officer replied, but had never considered my mind closed. Soldiers and sailors, as usual, remained in the dark and subject to severe restrictions on their letters home. A satire of censorship regulations read to one ship's crew included rule number 4. You cannot say where you were, where you are going, what you have been doing, or what you expect to do. And rule number 8. You cannot, you must not, be interesting. The men could, under rule number 2, say you have been born if you don't say where or why. And rule number 9 advised, you can mention the fact that you would not mind seeing a girl. One airman tried to comply with the restrictions by writing, 3 days ago we were at X, now we are at Y. But the prevailing sentiment was best captured by a soldier who told his diary, we know we are headed for trouble. More than 500,000 American troops now occupied North Africa. They composed only a fraction of all those wearing U.S. uniforms worldwide. Yet in identity and creed, they were emblematic of that larger force. One Navy lieutenant listed the civilian occupations of the 1,500 soldiers and sailors on a Sicily-bound ship. Farm boys and college graduates, lawyers, brewery distributors, mill workers, tool designers, upholsterers, steel workers, aircraft mechanics, foresters, journalists, sheriffs, cooks, and glass workers. One man even cited horse mill fixer as his trade. Fewer than 1 in 5 were combat veterans from the 4 U.S. divisions that had fought extensively in Tunisia, the 1st, 9th, and 34th Infantry Divisions, and the 1st Armored Division, each of which was earmarked for Sicily or later for mainland Italy. The front-line soldier I knew, wrote the correspondent Ernie Pyle, who trudged with them across Tunisia, had lived for months like an animal, and was a veteran in the fierce world of death. Everything was abnormal and unstable in his life. In the 7 weeks since the Tunisian finale, those combat troops had tried to recuperate while preparing for another campaign. The question of discipline has been very difficult, the 1st Armored Division commander warned George Marshall. There is a certain lawlessness and a certain amount of disregard for consequences when men are about to go back. In the 34th Division, the men did not look well and seemed indifferent, a visiting major general noted on June 15th. Among other indignities, 1,000 men had no underwear, and 5,000 others had a single pair. They felt very sorry for themselves, he added. 1,300 soldiers from the 34th had just been transferred to units headed straight for Sicily, leading to incidents of self-maiming and desertion. A captain in the 1st Division wrote home, "Too much self-commiseration. That is something we all must guard against." Even among the combat veterans, few considered themselves professional soldiers, either by training or by temperament. Samuel Hines, a fighter pilot who later became a university professor, described the prevalent civilianness, the sense of the soldiering self as a kind of imposter. They were young, of course, 26 on average, and they shared a sense that our youth had at last reached the place to spend itself, in the words of a bomber pilot, John Muirhead. They had been shoveled up in what Hines called our most democratic war, the only American war in which a universal draft really worked, and men from every social class went to fight. Even the country's most elite tabernacles had been dumped into a single egalitarian pot, the U.S. Army. Of the 683 graduates from the Princeton University class of 1942, 84% were in uniform, and those serving as enlisted men included the valedictorian and salutatorian. 25 classmates would die during the war, including 19 killed in combat. Everything in this world had stopped except war, Pyle wrote, and we were all men of a new profession, out in a strange night. And what did they believe, these soldiers of the strange night? Many men do not have a clear understanding of what they are fighting for, a morale survey concluded in the summer of 1943, and they do not know their role in the war. Another survey showed that more than 1/3 had never heard of Roosevelt's 4 freedoms, and barely 1 in 10 soldiers could name all 4. In a secret letter to his commanders that July, Eisenhower lamented that less than half the enlisted personnel questioned believed that they were more useful to the nation as soldiers than they would have been as war workers. And less than 1/3 felt ready and anxious to get into the fighting. The winning entry in a Why I'm Fighting essay contest declared in its entirety, "I was drafted." Their pervasive civilianness made them wary of martial zeal. "We were not romantics filled with cape and sword twaddle," wrote John Mason Brown, a Navy Reserve lieutenant headed to Sicily. "The last war was too near for that." Military life inflamed their ironic sensibilities and their skepticism. A single crude acronym that captured the soldiers' lowered expectations, SNAFU, for situation normal, all fucked up, had expanded into a vocabulary of GI cynicism. SUSFU, situation unchanged, still fucked up. SAFU, self-adjusting fuck-up. TARFU, things are really fucked up. FUMTU, fucked up more than usual. JANFU, joint Army-Navy fuck-up. JAFU, joint Anglo-American fuck-up. FWAFUP, fucked up and fucked up proper. And FUBAR, fucked up beyond all recognition. Yet they held personal convictions that were practical and profound. We were prepared to make all sacrifices. There was nothing else for us to do. Lieutenant Brown explained. The leaving of our families was part of our loving them. The combat artist George Biddle observed, "They want to win the war so they can get home, 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 and never leave it." A soldier in the 88th Division added, "We have got to lick those bastards in order to get out of the Army." The same surveys that worried Eisenhower revealed that the vast majority of troops held at least an inchoate belief that they were fighting to guarantee democratic liberties to all peoples. A reporter sailing to Sicily with the 45th Division concluded, "Many of the men on this ship believe that the operation will determine whether this war will end in a stalemate or whether it will be fought to a clear-cut decision. And no one doubted that come the day of battle, they would fight to the death for the greatest cause, one another. We did it because we could not bear the shame of being less than the man beside us," John Muirhead wrote. "We fought because he fought. We died because he died. A later age would conflate them into a single, featureless demigod, possessed of mythical courage and fortitude, and animated by determination to rebalance a wobbling world. Keith Douglas, a British officer who had fought in North Africa and would die at Normandy, described a gentle, obsolescent breed of heroes. Unicorns, almost. Yet it does them no disservice to recall their profound diversity in provenance and in character, or their feet of clay, or the mortality that would make them compelling long after their passing. Captain George H. Revell, Jr., of the 3rd Infantry Division, in a letter to his wife, written while bound for Sicily, acknowledged the chiselers, slackers, people who believe we are suckers for the munitions makers, and all the intellectual hodgepodge looking at war cynically. In some measure, he wrote on July 7th, he was fighting for their right to be hypocrites. But there was also a broader reason, suffused with a melancholy nobility. We, little people, Revell told her, must solve these catastrophes by mutual slaughter and force the world back to reason. Across the great southern rim of the Mediterranean, they staged for battle. The farm boys and the city boys, the foresters and the steel workers, and at least one horse mill fixer. Much of the American effort centered in Oran, 200 miles west of Algiers on the old pirate coast, where billboards above the great port now advertised Coca-Cola and Singer sewing machines. 2 of the 5 U.S. Army divisions that would participate in the Husky assault mustered in Oran. The 2nd Armored Division had begun loading on June 21st after traveling 500 miles by rail across the Atlas Mountains from bivouacs in Morocco, where locust swarms had dimmed the sun and training began at 4 a.m. to avoid the midday heat. Temperatures could reach 140 degrees inside a tank. Only 100 flat cars in all of North Africa were sufficiently sturdy to carry a 32-ton M4 Sherman, and the division's journey had taken a month. The erratic French colonial rail system so enraged one captain that he forced the engineer at gunpoint to keep moving. Among Husky units, the 45th Infantry Division, comprising 21,000 soldiers and 19 ships, plus 46,000 tons of equipment, including 4 million maps, in 18 others, was unique in sailing directly from Hampton Roads to Sicily, with a 1-week stop in Oran. Its embarkation in Virginia on June 8th had been beset by the usual snafus, tarfus, and janfus, a frantic last-minute plea to the War Department for mine detectors, the diaspora of an engineer battalion across all 19 troop ships, and the stunned realization that the Army landing craft crewmen with whom the division had trained for weeks on the Chesapeake Bay had been abruptly ordered to the Pacific, to be replaced by Navy crews unfamiliar with both the 45th Division and the boats they were to man. Also, by the time the 19th ship slipped her lines, AWOLs had become so numerous that one regimental stockade was dubbed Company J, for jailbird. Still, the passage was pleasant enough. Red Cross girls passing out paper cups of iced tea, happy hour boxing matches on the weather deck. Mess boys dancing on the fantail as stewards' mates beat time with their hands on the taffrail. Afternoon naps in lifeboats swaying from their davits. One officer played classical music over his ship's public address system. When the contralto Marian Anderson sang Ave Maria, a sailor remarked, "God, but isn't it good to hear a woman's voice again?" The 45th was a National Guard division, among 18 that had been federalized early in the war. Some regular Army officers sneered that NG stood for no good, and most of the Guard's senior officers had been purged by the War Department for age or incompetence. But the Pentagon considered the 45th, known as the Thunderbirds, better prepared than any division that has left our control to date. They were Westerners, with one regiment derived from Colorado mining camp militias, like the Wolftown Guards and the Queen's Emerald Rifles. 2 other regiments hailed from Oklahoma, and their ranks included nearly 1,000 Indians from 52 tribes, including Cherokee, Apache, Kiowa, Comanche, and Navajo. On the night before the departure from Virginia, an artillery captain had organized a spirited war dance around a roaring council fire. Now their week in Oran was up, and the Thunderbirds shuffled back to the ships, at least a few emerging from the red light district known as Shanker Alley. "I know I have a fighting outfit," said their commander, Major General Troy H. Middleton. "I can tell that from the Provost Marshal's report." Up the gangplanks they trudged. At the top, each man received a life vest and a tiny bottle of brandy against seasickness. Finance officers brought aboard $2 million for the division payroll, drawn from the Bank of Oran. When a sack stuffed with 10,000 dimes burst and scattered coins across the deck, a quick-thinking officer called the troops to attention, while paymasters crawled around the immobilized soldiers, scooping up coins. Along with the money and the 90 tons of maps, stevedores had loaded 200 silver stars, 6,000 purple hearts, and 4,000 other decorations for valor. In the coming months, those medals proved but a down payment on the courage required of the 45th. As the ships began to warp away from the Oran piers on the afternoon of July 4th, some soldiers pulled out bricks to use as whetstones. General Patton had inspected the division a few days earlier and declared their bayonets too dull for the harsh work ahead. 340 crow-flying miles east of Algiers, more U.S. legions prepared for battle in the treeless flats around Lake Bizerti, a shallow bay south of Tunisia's second-largest city. In early May, the retreating Germans had scuttled a dozen ships atop one another like jackstraws across the bay's narrow neck. Navy salvage divers for weeks trisected the sunken vessels with saws and acetylene torches, then dynamited the sandy bottom beneath the hulks to blow the wreckage down and reopen the channel. Now Lake Bizerti presented a solid forest of masts, LSTs and LSIs, landing ship infantry, and LCTs, landing craft tank, and the 11 other species of amphibious vessels. Ancient French hydroplanes and rusting scows, destroyed in the Tunisian campaign, lay half-submerged along the shore, cluttering the waterway so that cumbersome landing craft routinely ran into sunken ships, each other, on the rocks, and into anchored vessels, one witness reported. Popular doggerel held that poems are made by fools like me, but only God can steer an LST. Luftwaffe raiders sometimes sneaked across the Sicilian Straits before dawn, waking the sleeping camps but rarely inflicting much damage. Alarms wailed, smoke generators churned out a thick gray blanket to hide the ships, and searchlight batteries impaled the planes on their beams as hundreds of anti-aircraft guns threw up fountains of fire around the lake. Those on deck sheltered under the lifeboats from the spent fragments that fell like steel hail. On other occasions, German propaganda flights showered Tunisian villages with leaflets. "The day has come to fight against the Anglo-Americans and the Jews. Bring up your children to hate them." Here had gathered 3 of the Army's most celebrated units, the 1st and 3rd Infantry Divisions, and farther south, near Kairouan, the 82nd Airborne Division. In a scheme that would be replicated before Normandy, troops were assigned to areas coded by state and city. A regiment might bivouac in Florida, with battalions at Miami, Daytona, and Jacksonville, or in Texas, at Houston, Dallas, and Fort Worth. None of the namesake camps were as pleasant as their originals. At first light, the Arab vendors appeared, selling lemonade or wog wine or haircuts or ceramic Roman vases. By mid-morning, the heat was beastly, with Saharan winds like a wall of fire, and tepid drinking water sprinkled with peppermint to make it palatable. Flies and mosquitoes infested the straddled trench latrines, and the mess tents were cooks made hash for tens of thousands on captured German field ranges. Commanders tried to occupy their men with morning hikes or full-contact volleyball. Anglers in the 19th Combat Engineers dropped half-pound blocks of TNT in Lake Bizerti, collecting enough belly-up fish in 2 hours to feed nearly 200 men. Officers in the 82nd Airborne bought 10 young bulls, a flock of sheep, and 4,000 liters of beer for a pre-invasion barbecue. They were in an ugly mood, spoiling for a fight. Paratrooper marksmen have practiced on some menacing-looking Arabs. Colonel James M. Gavin, who commanded a regiment in the 82nd, wrote his daughter, "It makes the Arabs mad to get shot, and we should stop it." Dummy tents and phony radio transmitters began to appear in Florida and Texas and Virginia and Kentucky, as the troops were trucked company by company to loading points around the lake. Herded by bellowing sergeants, they shuffled aboard the LSTs and LSIs and LCTs, every soldier's identity checked against a cumbersome passenger list. 8 clerks assigned to each convoy kept 23 copies of the manifests, and a typical convoy, for reasons known only at echelons above reason, required more than 6,000 pages of names. Congestion and confusion remained the order of the day. Truck drivers took wrong turns. Sailors removed cargo from overloaded vessels only to have soldiers stow it back aboard. An ammunition dump caught fire, and flames jumped the fire breaks to consume 2,000 tons of munitions in a spectacular series of explosions. Novice boat crews fouled their anchors and shouted curses carried across the water as they tried to free themselves with chains and hawsers and grappling hooks. No wrong turn or fouled anchor could stop them, of course. Brute force momentum and ingenuity and willfulness had carried them this far and would carry them farther. One by one the vessels moved onto the lake and assembled into color-coded convoys. Sweating soldiers settled below decks or found a patch of topside shade. Gazing north toward the open Mediterranean, they packed away their newly issued sulfa powder and battle dressings, wondering precisely where in this world they would need such things. Still farther east, the British made ready for Benghazi to Haifa and Beirut. 8th Army had fought across North Africa in various guises since 1940, and now resembled, one admirer wrote, a vast gypsy camp on the move or a tribal migration. Snatches of Arabic seeded the soldiers' palaver, notably Ma'alish, no matter, and Ba'ardin, in a little while. Many wore a mauve ointment on their arms and faces as treatment for septic desert sores caused by prolonged exposure to dust and sand. War weariness also afflicted them. No ointment could soothe 3 years of fighting. One soldier confessed to some disintegration of corporate purpose, a state of affairs given voice by the drunken veterans who strode through their battalion encampments barking, "Fuck the bloody fuckers, we're doing no more fucking fighting." But fight they would, Ba'ardin. One armada gathered in the northern Gulf of Suez, with regiments such as the Dorsets and Devons and Hampshires aboard respectively the former liners Strathnaver, Karen, and Otranto. White-coated Indian waiters served 4-course dinners, and the men sang nostalgic Edwardian airs, "Daisy, Daisy, give me your answer due," before cashing in their sterling for invasion currency. The fleet squeezed through the Suez Canal in early July, past sunken wrecks and the open-air cinemas at Ismailia. At Port Said, one regimental history recorded, a great bathing parade was ordered, and all the troops were taken ashore to march through the town to the beach, which soon was covered for miles with naked Tommies. The troops gathered round a huge desert campfire, consuming as much beer as possible, then marched back to their ships behind kilted pipers in white spats and full skirl. On July 5th, the invasion armada assembled in the Mediterranean roads off the Egyptian coast. Some efforts to boost morale simply annoyed the men. For example, the incessant playing of the boogie-woogie bugle boy of Company B over the loudspeakers of the ship carrying the 2nd Inniskillings. Padres offered eve-of-battle prayers, asking a special intercession for the recapture of Europe. Signalmen in khaki shorts wig-wagged their flags at departing ships from the quays at Tripoli and Alexandria. Sergeants hectored the men to take their anti-malaria pills, prompting one soldier at the 1st Royal Tank Regiment to conclude, "Like fat cattle who are pampered to the very doors of the slaughterhouse, it was important that if and when we died, we should be in good health." Many regretted leaving Africa, where they had been sleeping under great ripe stars. Here, Eighth Army had found as much glory as perhaps could be found in modern war. Here, too, they would leave thousands of comrades in African graves. Yet we went with light hearts, the tanker added, for somewhere at the end of all this, we could go home. The Monrovia singled up her lines shortly after 10 a.m. on Tuesday, July 6th, heaved in the starboard anchor, and with the help of 2 tugs, edged from the Besoin de Vue to the 12-fathom line outside the Algiers port. To Kent Hewitt's chagrin, as the French harbor pilot stepped over Monrovia's side to return to shore, he yelled, "Have a good trip to Sicily." Counterintelligence officers ordered the pilot and his tug crews arrested and held incommunicado until the landings had begun. Despite the elaborate security precautions, Hewitt remained uncertain whether Husky's secrets still held. Sealed maps of Sicily and other classified documents had been delivered throughout the fleet by armed couriers, to be stored before sailing under lock and key. Not until the last minute were Italian-speaking interpreters sent to their respective army units. Yet breaches had occurred. There was loose talk on the wharves, while on some ships, the premature distribution had occurred of the Soldier's Guide to Sicily, which featured a large silhouette of the island on the cover. A British officer in Cairo had even sent his gabardine uniform to be dry-cleaned with a notebook containing the Husky battle plan left in the pocket. Security agents raided the shop and found that the incriminating pages had been torn out and used as scratch paper to write customer invoices. As Hewitt paced Monrovia's flag bridge, listening to the commotion of 800 men practicing abandoned ship drills, he had 1,000 other details to contemplate, besides whether the Germans knew he was coming. The fleet included 20 LSTs carrying 10,000 gallons of water each. Was that enough? 17 hospital ships had been sent to North Africa, of which 5 now sailed towards Sicily. Was that enough? 600 miles of African coastline and the sea approaches to Malta had been swept for mines. Were they completely clean? What about enemy submarines? Hewitt had lost several ships and 140 men to U-boats after the landings in Morocco the previous November, and the memory still pained him. As for the 80,000 soldiers now in his custody, Hewitt could only take comfort in his favorite maxim. You do everything you can, then you hope for the best. Disagreements with the Army, which had begun a year earlier during the preparations for Torch, had continued during the Husky planning. Some frictions were petty. Army and Navy supply officers had jacked up Algerian warehouse prices by bidding against one another, and the Army insisted on calling Monrovia a headquarters ship when any fool knew it was a flagship. Hewitt had been astonished a few days earlier to find sentries posted on Patton's orders outside Monrovia's operations room, barring access to the Admiral's own staff. That indignity had soon been corrected. More troubling had been Patton's months-long refusal to move his headquarters from Mostaganem, nearly 200 miles from Algiers. The distance had made joint planning more difficult. Still, Hewitt and Patton had found common ground and even mutual affection. The formality of Torch, when they addressed each other as Admiral and General, had yielded to a more intimate Kent and Georgie. Patton was ecumenical enough to occasionally side with the Navy, as in one recent dispute when Army planners, contrary to Hewitt's advice, proposed to slip troops onto the Sicilian beaches in rubber boats. "Sit down," Patton had finally snapped at his officers. "The Navy is responsible for getting you ashore, and they can put you ashore in any damned thing they want." To celebrate their final evening on land, Hewitt on Monday night had invited Patton and several other generals to dinner at the Admiral's quarters, a villa requisitioned from a Danish vintner. After several hours of convivial drinking, Hewitt helped the generals to the staff cars that would take them to their ships. More sober than most, Patton, on his way out the door, studied the risque wall frescoes of half-nude women and muttered, "Thank God I live in a camp." At 5 p.m., Monrovia signaled anchors away and moved into the swept channel, surrounded by warships and landing craft of every description. Panic briefly seized the fleet when radar showed an apparent swarm of hostile planes. The blips proved to be the ship's own barrage balloons, hoisted on tethers to discourage dive bombers and strafing fighters. Semaphores blinked out Morse messages, and the convoy began zigzagging, as previously agreed, at 10 knots under sailing pattern number 35. The white vision of Algiers fell behind. Hewitt studied the African mountains to starboard. Iron oxide in the scree was fired blood-red by the setting sun as it plunged into the purple sea. He had done everything he could, and now he would hope for the best. Behind the bridge in Monrovia's spacious flag cabin, George Patton felt the ship's screws gnaw the sea as she picked up speed. The Navy had tried to make him feel like a wanted guest, greeting him with incessant piping when he came aboard and assigning 2 mess boys as his personal attendants. The cabin, opulent by warship standards, measured 18 by 15 feet, with a desk, bunk, table, and shower. Still, Patton harbored private reservations about both the sister service. "The Navy is our weak spot," he told his diary, and Kent Hewitt. Very affable and in his usual mental fog. He was ready for battle and looked the part, immaculate in his whipcord breeches and tailored blouse, the famous pistols holstered and near at hand. He had lost weight in the last few months by running and swimming, and improved his fighting trim by cutting back on both liquor and tobacco. For 6 weeks, Patton had commanded American forces in Tunisia, following the debacle at Kasserine Pass, and the sacking of the 2nd Corps commander. Since resuming his preparations for Husky in mid-April, he had pondered the checkered performance of U.S. troops and their officers. In a memo to his commanders in June, Patton offered 27 tactical adages, distilled from the campaign experiences in Africa and 36 years in uniform. Number 7. Always fire low. Number 13. In mountain warfare, capture the heights and work downhill. Number 22. In case of doubt, attack. And his personal maxim, number 18. Never take counsel of your fears. Yet fears possessed him, of failure, of flinching under fire. The sickly California infant had grown into a shy and sensitive boy, and then a timid man by nature, one of his oldest friends had noted on June 26th after seeing Patton in Mostaganem. Flamboyance compensated for his inner doubts, and provided the mask he believed a confident commander should wear. "I don't like the whine of bullets any more than I ever did," Patton wrote on July 1st, "but they attract me just the same." His superior officer in 1928 had concluded that Patton would be invaluable in time of war, but a disturbing element in time of peace. Now his time had come. Patton himself had predicted as a young man, "Someday I will make them all know me." That day had also come. In recent weeks, he'd traveled from camp to camp, preaching violence and transcendent duty. Battle is the most magnificent competition in which a human being can indulge. It brings out all that is best. It removes all that is base, he told the 45th Division. To their officers he added, "You have a sacred trust to your men and to your country, and you are the lowest thing that lives if you are false to this trust." At a large outdoor amphitheater in Algiers, he strode on stage to ruffles and flourishes, his tunic ablaze with decorations. "There is no better death than to die in battle for a noble and glorious cause," he told the troops. As for the Army's policy against fraternization, he added, "That's bullshit. An army that can't fuck can't fight." The soldiers howled, stamped their feet, and whistled with approval, one medic reported. Such profane performances, an observer said, were intended to toughen them, to blood them with language. In a letter on June 19th, Patton's aide wrote, He is a great hate builder, and believe me, when the time comes, the Axis boys are going to be very sorry to meet him. Some GIs were already sorry. Upon discovering a 45th Division soldier asleep in a foxhole during a landing exercise, Patton jabbed the man in the ribs with his own rifle and bellowed, "You son of a bitch! You get out of there!" During another exercise near Oran, Patton yelled, "Captain, get these men off the beach and onto their objective." "But, sir," the officer replied, "I am a chaplain." "I don't give a damn if you are Jesus Christ himself," Patton snapped. "Get these men the hell off the beach!" To a dilatory officer outside Bizerti, Patton shouted, "You son of a bitch! When I tell you to come, I want you to run!" "Sir," the soldier said, "I resent being called a son of a bitch. I think you owe me an apology." Patton apologized and drove off. Such apologies were rare. "Chew them out and they'll remember it," he said. But if chastened soldiers remembered, so did his superiors. In late May, during a profane tirade against a squad of 1st Division infantrymen at Arzew, all within earshot of Eisenhower and the visiting George Marshall, one general whispered, "That temper of his is going to finish him yet." But the caricature of a raging martinet failed to capture Patton's nuances. Few officers had studied the art of war with greater care. If he'd virtually memorized G.F.R. Henderson's biography of Stonewall Jackson, that was to answer the inner interrogatory. What would Jackson do? Patton had earned his pilot's license to better understand air attacks, and he'd mastered enough navigation to sail to Hawaii for a better comprehension of movement on the open sea, which resembled the open desert. He also was a loving, if sometimes wayward, husband, and as H. hour drew near, his thoughts were with his wife Beatrice, whom he'd known since they were 16. In many ways, she was more than his equal, the sort of woman to whom he could write in early May, "Read up on Cromwell and send me some ideas." Intelligent and wealthy, she was an accomplished sailor and a successful novelist who gulped down a raw egg from a shot glass for breakfast before riding to hounds. He had proposed marriage in the summer of 1909 by riding his own horse up the stairs and onto the terrace of her house. When her father objected to such a suitor, she feigned a hunger strike, deepening her pallor with rice powder until he relented. Of Georgie she'd later written in her journal, "What a man! He is very great. Has all the flash and drama and personality and everything to back it up. I have no premonitions and hope to live forever," Patton had written B just before Monrovia sailed. In fact, he had intimations of the immortality that only glory could bring a battle captain. It awaited him, he sensed, in Sicily. "I believe in my fate," he told his diary, "and, to fulfill it, this show must be a success." Patton had designed the last cavalry saber adopted by the Army, a straight double-edged weapon of thrust. The blade embodied the man. "If you charge hard enough at death," he claimed, "it will get out of your way." Shortly before boarding the Monrovia, he summoned his generals to a final conference. At the end, with tears streaming down his cheeks, he dismissed them with a slash of a swagger stick. "I never want to see you bastards again," he roared, "unless it's at your post on the shores of Sicily." From east and west the convoys converged, gaining mass and momentum. Here was Hewitt's most gigantic fleet. Red and green navigation lights gleamed from horizon to horizon, reflected in the phosphorescence churned in 1,000 wakes. The bright pellets of flying elephants, barrage balloons, floated overhead, and twin-tail P-38 escorts flew higher still. At last, the troops learned their destination, and shipboard betting pools paid off the clairvoyant winners. "We are sailing to Sicily," the commander of the Oran convoy announced aboard USS Ancon. We have bad news to deliver, but we are saving it this trip for Benito Mussolini." Men gathered on the weather deck to recite the 23rd Psalm. Seamen warned anxious landlubbers that jumping overboard during an air attack was pointless. The concussion from detonating bombs would rupture a swimmer's lungs and spleen at 300 yards. Classicists tried to remember their Thucydides. Few took comfort from his account of an Athenian expedition to Sicily 25 centuries earlier, in which the victors earned the most brilliant of successes, the vanquished the most calamitous of defeats. The Monrovia steamed past Bizerte Harbor early on the morning of July 8th. Now she zigzagged at 12.5 knots, under sailing plan number 10, making for Cap Bon and the sea lanes to Sicily. A squadron of British destroyers screened the seaward flank. Other ships sortied from the harbor to join the fleet threading the swept Tunisian war channel. Atop Bizerte's battered custom house, an honor guard of American bluejackets and British tars stood at attention as the ships slid past. Sailors on the foredecks returned the salutes, then waved farewell. Looking astern, one officer recorded, "There was another convoy even greater than ours, spread so far back it had the appearance of columns of marching ants, dots blurred by distance. It seemed," he added, "the whole world must be afloat." Calypso's Island. Over the millennia, a great deal had happened on the tiny island the Allies now codenamed Finance. St. Paul had been shipwrecked on the north coast of Malta in AD 60, while en route to stand trial in Rome for crimes against the state. He preached to the unconverted for 3 months, then continued on his fateful way. Successive waves of Vandals, Goths, Byzantines, Arabs, and Normans swept behind him, felling forests for farms and herds. The topsoil washed away to expose a parched, rocky knob, 8 miles by 18. Some scholars believed that Malta was the place where the nymph Calypso had imprisoned wandering Odysseus as her love slave for 7 years. In 1530, Emperor Charles V garrisoned the island with the Knights of St. John of Jerusalem, a monastic order founded during the First Crusade and recently expelled from Rhodes by the Turks. After a siege, the Maltese knights spent years building complex battlements, with bastions and watchtowers and walls as much as 30 feet thick. Britain seized the fortress in 1800, taking also its fine harbor and the island's handsome capital, Valletta, built with ochre stone from local quarries. Most of the 250,000 Maltese were illiterate peasants who scratched a living from the thin fields and pastures. The first of 3,340 Axis air raids struck the island at dawn on June 11, 1940. During the next 3 years, it became the most bombed place on Earth, as the enemy tried to blast the British from their only harbor between Gibraltar and Alexandria, and to neutralize the Maltese airfields, which expedited attacks on Axis supply convoys to North Africa. Some 16,000 tons of bombs fell on the island in attacks of exemplary viciousness. German pilots even heaved hand grenades from their cockpits. Valletta was reduced to ochre rubble, then to ochre powder. Beauty was slain, wrote a Maltese poet, M. Mitzi, and a great kingdom of terror was set up. More than beauty died. The number of casualties reached 15,000. Precise figures were elusive because it was common for families to conceal a fatality in order to keep drawing the victims' rations. Holy Mary, the Maltese prayed, let the bombs fall in the sea or in the fields. Those not killed or wounded simply suffered. Women prowled the wreckage after each raid in search of splintered furniture to burn as firewood. By July 1942, daily rations per person had been cut to 4 ounces of staples such as meat, fish, and cheese, and 13 ounces of bread, often baked with sawdust filler. Newspapers printed articles on the virtues of potato soup, potato puree, potato casserole. Public kitchens served veal loaf, an odious confection of goat and horse meat. The Maltese learned to live without soap, razor blades, toilet paper, shoelaces, or books. Contraceptives were fashioned from old inner tubes until people grew too exhausted for sex. To escape the bombs, they used hand chisels to carve shelters from rock so obdurate that even experienced diggers rarely excavated more than 8 inches a day. Maltese fishing boats called dizes ferried food and kerosene from nearby islands, and on their return voyages, carried off the dead for proper burial. Thanks to the victory in North Africa, the first unopposed convoy since 1940 had reached the island on May 24, 1943. Food and other staples began to arrive, but Malta remained a gaunt medieval wreck. Sandflies swarmed in the ruins, and white dust rose from every footfall. Children, too thin and listless even to play in the bright sunshine, hung about the shabby pitted streets, one visitor wrote. Valletta had not a single restaurant, and water flowed from the city's taps for only 2 hours in the morning and half an hour at night. Life in the British garrison was hardly easier, with beer rationed to a weekly pint, issued with 50 inexpressibly foul Indian cigarettes. Axis bombers still pummeled the island. In the code used by Allied forces in early July, all bulldogs and umpires, Americans and British, were advised to remain alert to Postman Tulip auction, German aircraft. Such jargon often drew the coded equivalent of a blank look. Iceberg. Signal not understood. For all its woes, finance had the virtue of lying only 55 miles due south of horrified Sicily, and on the late afternoon of July 8th, the island's fortunes abruptly revived. Everyone was on tiptoe with excitement, one British officer said, for at 5 p.m., General Eisenhower arrived to make Malta his headquarters. Motorcyclists with numbers pinned to their backs guided the Allied commander's aircraft and escort planes to blast shelters along the runway. Eisenhower had left Algiers on July 6th to spend 2 days at his Tunisian command post before flying to Malta. To screen his movements, a dummy Allied forces headquarters in Oran began broadcasting simulated radio traffic. The staff cars sent to pick him up at the Valletta airfield bore no rank insignia on their bumpers. During the final approach to the island, Eisenhower had seen the feverish preparations for Husky along Dockyard Creek and French Creek at Grand Harbor, as well as the ambulance parking lot built on the jetties at St. Paul's Bay. Allied planners anticipated evacuating 30,000 battle casualties from Sicily to North Africa, and Malta had been converted into a hospital port and medical way station. Eisenhower fingered the lucky coins, including a silver dollar, a French franc, and an English crown piece, that he always carried in a zippered purse when traveling. The small convoy wound through ruined Valletta before climbing a hill outside town to the Verdala Palace, a square moated castle with towers at each corner, built in 1586 as a summer house for the Maltese Grand Master. Escorted by his British hosts, Eisenhower wandered through the great hall and an immense banquet room, where biblical frescoes adorned the walls. Beneath the palace, hooks set into the walls of a dim oubliette still held rusting chains. The reporter John Gunther, who accompanied the commanding general, noted, "There are several rooms, dungeons, which the servants believe to be haunted, and which even today they will not enter." Climbing a spiral marble staircase, the risers were only 2 inches high so that Maltese priests could ride up the steps on mules shod with sandals, Eisenhower was shown to his bedroom, a magnificent chamber with a 30-foot ceiling. A whitewashed back passage led to another dungeon. "I think it'll do," he said with a flash of his now famous grin. "I'll have room enough." 9 months earlier, Eisenhower had taken command in another British redoubt, at Gibraltar, on the eve of Operation Torch, which he was chosen to command over 366 more senior U.S. officers. Since then, he'd survived battlefield setbacks, political missteps, and his own inexperience to become the Allies' indispensable man. The only man who could have made things work was Ike. Churchill's Chief of Staff, Lieutenant General Hastings Ismay, said after the war. No one else. Victory in North Africa had enhanced his stature and his self-confidence. Perhaps the lucky coins helped, but so too did hard work and a gift for square dealing. General Bernard L. Montgomery, who would command British forces in Husky, considered Eisenhower the very incarnation of sincerity, with the power of drawing the hearts of men towards him as magnet attracts bits of metal. Another senior British general said, "He was utterly fair in his dealings, and I envied the clarity of his mind and his power of accepting responsibility. He listened well and spoke well. I am bound to say," Churchill confided to a British colleague, "I have noticed that good generals do not usually have such good powers of expression as he has." Few could resist that infectious smile, and his physical vigor proved a tonic to others. Always on the move, the reporter Drew Middleton noted. Walking up and down, pacing patterns on the rug, his flat, harsh voice ejecting idea after idea like sparks flung from an emery wheel. "I'm a born optimist," Eisenhower once said, "and I can't change that." He told his son John, a cadet at West Point, that effective leadership could be learned by studious reflection and practice. You must be devoted to duty, sincere, fair, and cheerful. At times he could nitpick, grousing that not one officer in 50 knows how to use the English language, and supposedly cashiering an aide for failing to master the distinction between shall and will. Still, he remained humble and balanced despite having served 7 years under a paragon of pretension, General Douglas MacArthur, whose refusal to ever acknowledge error and whose persistent references to himself in the third person baffled Eisenhower. Told that George Marshall proposed to nominate him for the Congressional Medal of Honor after Torch, Eisenhower warned, "I would refuse to accept it." Just before leaving Algiers, he received a telegram from a publisher offering at least $25,000 if he would allow any nationally known writer of his choosing to tell his story. "Too busy to be interested," Eisenhower replied. His cosmology was simple. You are fighting for the right to live as you please, providing you don't get in someone's hair, he told soldiers in Algiers on June 19th. We are fighting for liberty and the dignity of the human soul. He promised, if given the chance, to have Mussolini shot. I'm not one who finds it difficult to hate my enemies. John Eisenhower, a shrewd observer of his father, noted that he pursued war with the same calculating intensity that made him an outstanding bridge and poker player, persuaded that the Almighty would provide him with a decent set of cards. He appeared not to share the metaphysical feeling that God owed him anything specific, such as good weather on a given day. Yet, as a field marshal, he had built a spotty record in North Africa, and his aptitude remained unproven. A coordinator, rather than a commander, one British general wrote. Another asserted that he was not a soldier, he was just a compromiser. Marshall believed he was so preoccupied with the politics of coalition warfare that he had little or no opportunity to keep in touch with the troops. In truth, he lacked a great battle captain's endowments, to see the field both spatially and temporally, to intuit an opponent's intent, to subordinate all resistance to an iron will. He was indeed a compromiser, a coordinator, but that was precisely what this war, this total global war, required. Eisenhower had long recognized that in such an existential struggle, the most robust coalition would likely prevail. He also intuited that centrifugal forces, from national pride to personal vainglory, threatened every alliance. He was a master of the sensible compromise, convinced that an Allied commander must lead by considering disparate national viewpoints to solve problems through reasoning rather than by merely issuing commands. John Gunther had noted that lots of Americans and British have an atavistic dislike of one another, A senior British general warned General Brooke at the Trident Conference that there is going to be grave risk of open quarrels unless someone can go round daily with a lubricating can. Eisenhower carried that can, and nearly everyone trusted him to apply it judiciously. His British political adviser, the future Prime Minister Harold Macmillan, considered Eisenhower wholly uneducated in any normal sense of the word, yet, compared with the wooden heads and desiccated hearts of many British soldiers I see here, he is a jewel of broad-mindedness and wisdom. The long summer twilight lingered in the west when Eisenhower finished a pot of tea and emerged from Verdala Palace for the short ride to his command post. His stomach, he confided to an aide, felt like a clenched fist. For 2 decades, he'd been plagued with intestinal ailments linked to stress, ever since the death of his elder son from scarlet fever in 1920. Before the war, he'd been hospitalized repeatedly for enteritis and intestinal obstructions. A disabling injury to his left knee in the 1912 West Point Tufts football game had led to 7 other hospitalizations. A respiratory infection picked up at Dank, Gibraltar in November had never completely resolved, and Eisenhower's chain-smoking, he was up to 60 or more Camels a day, was hardly salutary. Although he paid John $1.50 a week not to smoke at West Point, Eisenhower's habit had become so compulsive that he sometimes lit up in flight even when the crew of his B-17 Flying Fortress warned of gas fumes. Cigarette in hand, he was escorted to the beetling walls above Grand Harbor. Landing craft and warships packed the port and inlets to the harbor's mouth at Fort St. Elmo. Tar scaled the superstructures on a pair of battleships. Back at Malta for the first time in over 2 years, while Maltese waved from their precarious balconies above the docks. Aboard HMS Nelson, a band had been playing Every Nice Girl Loves a Sailor. Eisenhower and his aides marched into the Lascaris Bastion, a tunnel complex originally dug by the Knights of Malta and now converted into a Royal Navy command post. Condensation glistened through whitewash on the limestone walls. Lascaris was bomb-proof, convenient, and wretched. Uniforms grew moldy in a day, and many staff officers suffered from lung afflictions or papatachi fever, passed by the biting sandflies. Portions of the citadel remained insufferably hot, while other chambers were so chilly that Eisenhower called for his overcoat. Even Admiral Andrew Brown Cunningham, the British naval commander in the Mediterranean, who welcomed Eisenhower, conceded the place was extremely smelly. Officers condemned to Lascaris fortified themselves at 2 o'clock each afternoon with gin and orange juice or banana cordials. Eisenhower strode through Pinto Tunnel with Cunningham, past a gallery of sheds used by officers whose staff functions were denoted by cabalistic symbols scratched on their door placards. His own office measured 14 by 10 feet. The furnishings included a wicker chair and an oil stove burning next to a single table draped with a gray blanket. A rug tossed on the clay floor barely mitigated a chill that had been gathering for 400 years. Eisenhower found it hard to keep his cigarettes dry. He shrugged off the discomfort and trailed Cunningham into a large war room with a 40-foot vaulted ceiling and enormous maps affixed to each wall. A 20-foot by 13-foot mosaic, compiled from 500 photo reconnaissance missions, revealed all 10,000 square miles of Sicily. Gunther's jaw dropped at the cartographic display, and he marveled in his notebook at the infinitude of detail, their extreme up-to-dateness, and the wonderful draftsmanship and lithography they represent. Had the Germans as good maps as these really super maps, I wonder? Cunningham, his red-veined face florid above the white collar of his uniform, pointed out the colored lines that plotted the steaming Allied flotillas, from the Levant to the Pillars of Hercules. Collectively, they represented 160,000 troops, 14,000 vehicles, and 1,800 guns aboard 3,000 vessels. Radio silence had been imposed across the fleets, the admiral added, so little was known about their progress, except that 3 Canadian ships traveling from Scotland had been sunk by U-boats in the western Mediterranean. The Canadians had lost several dozen men, several dozen guns, 500 trucks, and much of their communications gear. Under a relentless Allied air bombardment of Sicily, the detonations could be heard on Malta on quiet evenings. Most surviving Axis planes had fled from the island to the Italian mainland. But precisely how alive the enemy was to the impending invasion was unknown. Cunningham cocked an eyebrow at the fancy maps, as if considering his favorite expression. "It's too velvet arsed and Rolls-Royce for me." Son of an Edinburgh anatomy professor, Cunningham, who served as Eisenhower's chief naval deputy, had first come under fire in the Boer War. At age 17, now 60, he remained fearless, pugnacious, and convinced that the optimum range in any fight was point blank. Gunther noted that the underlids of his sailor squint were lined with bright red, like a bulldog's. Eisenhower studied the central Mediterranean. Sicily, a triangular rock the size of Vermont, lay 90 miles north of Tunisia and only 2 miles off the toe of the Italian boot. Its eastern end was dominated by Mount Etna, an active volcano 10,000 feet high and 20 miles in diameter. The coast is everywhere scalloped with wide sweeping bights separated from each other by capes, an Allied terrain study noted. AFHQ planners had contemplated every inch of that 300-mile coastline, scrutinizing 32 beaches as potential landing sites. Sicily had been overrun by even more successive invaders than Malta had endured. Greeks, Romans, Vandals, Ostrogoths, Byzantines, Saracens, Normans, Spaniards, Bourbons, and soon the Anglo-Americans. Sicily in all ages seems to have taught only catastrophe and violence, the American writer Henry Adams observed. For a lesson in anarchy, Sicily stands alone and defies evolution. An amphibious landing on a hostile shore, Eisenhower knew, was the hardest operation in warfare. Wading ashore under fire, building a secure lodgment beyond the beach, then breaking free to the interior. In the long history of combat, the amphibious art had been mastered by no one. For every successful landing, such as the American assault at Veracruz in 1847, there was an equivalent catastrophe, like the British debacle at Gallipoli in 1915. For every failure, as of the Spanish Armada or the Mongols in Japan, there was a military leader too daunted even to try, including Napoleon and Hitler, both of whom declined to cross the English Channel. If amphibious warfare was inherently difficult, the Allies seemed determined to make it harder. The combined chiefs had ordered Eisenhower to begin planning Husky on January 23rd. Initial schemes focused on seizing Sicilian ports and airfields, with the intent of putting 10 divisions ashore within a week of the first assault. Yet he and his lieutenants remained distracted by the Tunisian campaign. Their various headquarters were so far flung, from Cairo to Rabat, that couriers shuttled more than 2,000 miles every day, delivering documents, maps, and messages. The main planning cell occupied unheated École Normale outside Algiers, where officers typed with their gloves on. Eisenhower in March and again in April warned that Husky would fail if the landing forces encountered well-armed and fully organized German forces, which he defined as more than 2 divisions. The British chiefs in London accused him of grossly exaggerating enemy strength, and Churchill sputtered with indignation at these pusillanimous and defeatist doctrines. What Stalin should think of this, when he has 185 German divisions on his front, I cannot imagine. Duly chastened, Eisenhower forwarded a plan under which British troops invaded Sicily's southeast coast to seize the ports at Augusta and Syracuse, while the Americans landed in the west to take Palermo. This drew unexpected fire from Eisenhower's flank. The 8th Army commander, Bernard Montgomery, had resisted involvement in Husky planning while he was occupied with the Tunisian campaign. "Let's finish this show first," he snapped. When he eventually turned his attention to Sicily, Montgomery spread a large map of the island on the floor of his bedroom and mused aloud, "Well, now let's see how it would suit us for this battle to go." The existing plan suited him not at all, and he promptly shoved a spanner in the works. "It has no hope of success and should be completely recast," Montgomery declared, falsely claiming that AFHQ planners had assumed that opposition will be slight. In fact, they presumed stiff resistance. Montgomery condemned all such woolly thinking and warned, never was there a greater error. By late April, he was in full throat, forecasting a first-class military disaster. "I am prepared to carry the war into horrified with the Eighth Army, but must do so in my own way." To his superiors, he proposed sliding Patton's Seventh Army under his command. To his diary, he was even blunter. "I should run Husky." Rather than divide the force, Montgomery argued, the attack should consolidate on the southeast coast, where American and British divisions could lend mutual support. With the invasion only 2 months away, and the combined chiefs about to meet at the Trident Conference in Washington, Eisenhower convened another planning conference in Algiers on May 2nd. Over a lobster lunch, the lobsters cost AFHQ 1,000 francs each, Montgomery pressed his point. Then followed Eisenhower's Chief of Staff, Lieutenant General Walter B. Beetle Smith, into the men's latrine to continue the argument, first from an adjacent urinal, and then with arrows sketched on a steamed mirror. "The Americans," a senior British staff officer, Lieutenant General Sir Charles Gardner, told his diary, "are beginning to feel that the British Empire is being run by Monty." A day later, Eisenhower broke the deadlock and accepted the Montgomery plan, shrugging off protests from Admiral Cunningham and others who preferred naval dispersion and the seizure of more airfields. Patton rebuffed Kent Hewitt's plea that he also contest the revised plan, since American forces would no longer have the quick use of Palermo's port. "No, goddammit," Patton replied. "I've been in this army 30 years, and when my superior gives me an order, I say yes, sir, and then do my goddamnedest to carry it out." To his diary, General Gardner confessed, "I can't understand how democracies wage war." Husky now called for 7 divisions, 4 British and 3 American, landing abreast across a 100-mile span of southeastern Sicily. The seaborne force would also be preceded by portions of 2 airborne divisions, a wrinkle that required attacking in the second quarter of the July moon, when it would be light enough for paratroopers to see, but dark enough to cloak the approaching armada. 13 Allied divisions ultimately would be committed to the invasion. Of the 300,000 Axis troops defending Sicily, the bulk were in Italian units of doubtful pluck. One American intelligence officer described the 2 German divisions as strictly hot mustard. As for the Italians, stick them in the belly and sawdust will run out. Thanks to Ultra, the extraordinary British ability to intercept and decipher coded German radio traffic, Eisenhower knew a great deal about his enemy's strength and disposition. An Ultra team, those admitted to the great secret were said to be bathed in the blood of the Lamb, was at his disposal on Malta, as well as in Algiers. Since first breaking a radio message encrypted with a German Enigma machine in 1940, ultra-cryptologists at Bletchley Park, north of London, had intercepted and broken thousands of messages to provide a panoramic knowledge of the German forces. By mid-1944, nearly 50 separate Enigma codes would be deciphered, including a new German Army code called Albatross that had just been broken on June 2nd, and others named Hyena, Seahorse, Woodpecker, and Puffin. Eisenhower also knew that the Italian Navy, the only substantial Axis naval force in the Mediterranean, with 6 battleships and 11 cruisers, lacked radar, fuel, and aircraft carriers. The Italian Air Force had lost 2,200 planes in the past 8 months, and had little sense of the Allies' whereabouts. "No one," an Italian admiral complained, "can play chess blindfolded." Not least, Eisenhower had a good sense of Italy's social disintegration under the pressures of war and Allied bombing. Coal and food shortages, labor strikes, rail disruptions, even a profound lack of light bulbs. What Eisenhower did not know was how vigorously the Italians would fight for their homeland, or whether the Germans, who were believed capable of shipping an extra division of reinforcements to Sicily every 3 days, would fight to the death for an arid island 1,000 miles from the fatherland. Even Ultra could not see that deeply into the enemy's soul. The combined chiefs had approved the detailed Husky plan on May 12th. Yet a feeling lingered in Washington and London that the scheme lacked bravura, and that the Allies were missing a chance to exploit their triumph in North Africa. For his troubles, Eisenhower received another rebuke. "Your planners and mine may be too conservative," George Marshall told him. "They lacked the audacity that won great victories for Nelson and Grant and Lee." Marshall was right. Husky would be the largest amphibious operation of World War II. The 7 divisions in the assault wave were 2 more than would land at Normandy 11 months later. But it lacked imaginative dash. Preoccupied with Tunisia, commanders lost sight of the larger objective: to seal the Strait of Messina, preventing Axis reinforcement of Sicily, and forestalling an Axis escape to the Italian mainland. Amphibious doctrine stressed the capture of ports and airfields to the exclusion of the battle beyond the dunes, and the final Husky plan petered out 20 miles past the landing beaches. A terrible inflexibility characterized all big amphibious enterprises, in Beadle Smith's phrase. Fitting the pieces together, getting from here to there, synchronizing the attack, these tasks absorbed enormous concentration and effort, leaving little time to consider the battle beyond the shingle. Husky also included the first sizable Allied airborne attack of the war. And Montgomery's revised plan meant that the Americans, lacking a port, would have to sustain a combat army over the beaches in ways never before attempted. The die was cast, audacious or otherwise. In mid-June, Eisenhower gave reporters off-the-record details of the impending invasion in order to quell speculation about future operations. He asked them to keep the secret, and they did. "Don't ever do that to us again," one correspondent pleaded. Feints and deceptions continued apace. An Anglo-American fleet of warships and cargo vessels steamed from Britain toward Norway to suggest a northern invasion. A British Mediterranean armada, 4 battleships, 6 cruisers, and 18 destroyers, sailed toward Greece before reversing course in the dead of night to cover the sea lanes near Malta. But in the clutter of prevarication could be found an occasional truth. 8 million leaflets fell on Sicily in early July. One message warned: Germany will fight to the last Italian. Another contained a map showing the vulnerability of Italian cities to Allied bombers flying from North Africa. The caption read, "Mussolini asked for it." A lustrous canopy of stars arched over Valletta as Eisenhower left the tunnel on the night of July 8th. The briny scent of the midsummer Mediterranean was intoxicating after the Lascaris underworld. The blacked-out town gleamed in the blue starlight with a beauty denied the daylight ruins. For all its size, the enormous bedchamber at Verdala Palace was furnished with the economy of a monastic cell: water pitcher, wash basin, soap dish, thunder mug, bathtub. Several small battle maps had been tacked up. Eisenhower at times lamented the countless details that required his attention. Falderall, he called it. "I used to read about commanders of armies and envied them what I supposed to be a great freedom in action and decision," he had written in a letter home on May 27th. "What a notion! The demands made upon me that must be met make me a slave rather than a master." Translators, for example. 200 Italian-speaking soldiers were to be sent to North Africa with the 45th Division and 82nd Airborne, but none had arrived with the 82nd. Where were they? Or prisoners? We may have 200,000 prisoners of war from Husky, he'd informed Marshall on June 28th. But of the 8,000 guards required, less than half that number could be combed from U.S. units. Did the Geneva Conventions permit using British or French guards in American camps? Or donkeys? An urgent plea to the War Department for pack saddles and bridles had drawn a query from Marshall. How many hands high are these donkeys, and what average weight? On further investigation, Eisenhower told him, donkeys not now considered suitable. Limited number of native mules available, 14 to 16 hands high, average weight 850 pounds. These mules accustomed to packs, but very vicious. And then there was AMGOT, the Allied Military Government of Occupied Territories, an organization preparing to establish post-invasion civil rule in Sicily. Wags claimed the acronym stood for Aged Military Gentlemen on Tour, but Washington informed Eisenhower that AMGOT had an ugly German sound, and also approximated a crude, explicit Turkish term for genitalia. To change the name of AMGOT at this stage, the exasperated commander-in-chief told the War Department on June 1st, would cause great delay and confusion. Not least, he worried about his wife. With John at West Point, Mamie lived alone in Washington. She suffered from a heart condition and was often bedridden. Her weight had dropped to 112 pounds, and she described herself as someone who lived after sorts, read mystery thrillers through the night, and waited. Eisenhower wrote her frequently, by hand, rather than employing his usual dictationist, with salutations of "my sweetheart" or "darling." Lately he had taken special pains to reassure her of his constancy, because lately she had asked pointedly about Kay Summersby. The rumors had intensified. Kathleen Helen Summersby, born in County Cork, had served as Eisenhower's driver in London, and then in North Africa, before being put in charge of his correspondence. She was adept at forging his signature on letters, as well as on autographed photos. A model and film studio extra before the war, she was beautiful, athletic, and lively, often serving as her boss's bridge partner or riding companion. Eisenhower, 20 years her senior, struck her as a man who had had very little comforting in his life. She had needed comforting herself in the past month. On June 6th, her fiancé, a young U.S. Army colonel, had been killed by a mine in Tunisia. Grief and strain shattered her emotionally, and Eisenhower offered to send her home to London. Instead, she asked to remain in Algiers. No convincing evidence would ever prove a carnal relationship between the two, but the gossips gossiped away, including some who should have known better. Just please remember that no matter how short my notes, I love you. I could never be in love with anyone else. Eisenhower had written Mamie on June 11th. You never seem quite to comprehend how deeply I depend upon you and need you. Translators and donkeys, Mamie and Kay, Germans and Italians. And now, one more trouble had appeared on the horizon. It was fortunate that Eisenhower never counted on God for good weather, as his son had observed. Earlier in the evening, the meteorologists in the Lascaris Bastion had issued a disheartening forecast. A storm was brewing in the west. The Horses of the Sun. The convoys from Algeria and Tunisia hugged the African coast on July 8th, joined by additional task forces from Sousse and Sfax. Ships stretched for 60 miles in a mile-wide corridor, strung on white wakes like the buttons of an abacus. Smaller vessels made straight for Point X-Ray, the rendezvous east of Malta. To mislead German reconnaissance planes, the main fleet steamed close to Tripoli, then at 8 p.m., wheeled north at 13 knots. Ships wallowed like treasure-laden galleons on the Spanish Main. The American convoys alone carried more than 100,000 tons of supplies, 5,000 tons of crated airplanes, 7,000 tons of coal, 19,000 tons of signal equipment. The expedition manifest was Homeric in scale and variety. 6.6 million rations, 27 miles of quarter-inch steel cable, rat traps, chewing gum, 162 tons of occupation scrip, and even 144,000 condoms, also known as the soldier's friend. A 10-page glossary translated British terminology into proper American. Windscreen to windshield, wing to fender, regiment to battalion, brigade to regiment. Half the tonnage comprised munitions. The capture of Sicily was expected to take less than 2 months, but requisitions for ammunition and ordnance had overwhelmed the War Department without anyone knowing quite how to sort them out. Huge depots in Oran and Casablanca held a 9-month supply of munitions, tripled the authorized stocks, because no one could say precisely what types of bullets and bombs had already been received. The inventory cards were kept by Algerian and Moroccan clerks, who often spoke poor English. The Army, one admiral concluded, invariably doubled what they thought they needed, just in case. An emergency plea to Washington in June requested an extra 732 radios, plus 140,000 radio batteries. The Signal Corps complied, after a fashion, but for communications redundancy, also shipped 5,000 carrier pigeons, a platoon of pigeoneers, and more than 7,000 VHF radio crystals. Intelligence units carried hydrographic charts, maps from the Library of Congress, pinpointing Sicilian caverns, copies of the Italian Touring Club Guide for Sicily, coastal pilot studies, town plats, and shoreline silhouettes drawn with the help of a former New England rum runner. Couriers from Washington and New York had brought several dozen heavy wooden crates, each stamped Bigot Husky, and containing plaster of Paris relief models of the Sicilian topography. But a handsome map detailing Sicilian historical monuments and art treasures, printed in New York and temporarily mislaid in Algiers, never reached Allied troops. A motorcycle courier, belatedly hurrying it to the front, would be captured in Sicily by the Germans. Much had been learned through hard experience in Tunisia about caring for casualties, and the fleet was provisioned on the assumption that the assault force would suffer 15% wounded and sick in the first week. A chart distributed to medics helped assess what proportion of a man's body surface had been burned. 4.5% if both hands were burned, 13.5% for both arms, and so forth. 500 cc of blood plasma would be administered for each 10%. For those beyond such ministrations, the convoys carried 6 tons of grave markers, as well as stamp pads to fingerprint the dead. A 13-page graves registration directive showed how to build a cemetery. Care should be given so that graves are in line with one another, both laterally and longitudinally. A memo on the disposition of a dead soldier's effects advised, removal should be made of any article that would prove embarrassing to his family. Not least important, because invading armies under international law bore responsibility for the welfare of civilians, were the vast stocks meant for the Sicilians. 14,000 tons of flour, evaporated milk, and sugar to feed 500,000 people for a month. 94 tons of soap. 750,000 cc of tetanus, typhus, and smallpox vaccines. Civil affairs authorities calculated that if Italy were to capitulate, the Allies would have another 19 million mouths to feed and bodies to warm south of Rome, requiring 38,000 tons of food and 160,000 tons of coal each month, a huge burden on Allied shipping. Italy could not be expected to be self-supporting, one study concluded, at any time during Allied occupancy. Kent Hewitt spent the passage on the flag bridge or in his cabin, reading and working crossword puzzles. Monrovia's operations room was small, stifling, and as overcrowded as the rest of the ship. To accommodate the extra staffs aboard, the signal bridge had been doubled in size, and the ship's carpenters had cobbled together 3 code rooms while expanding the radio rooms. But with radio silence imposed, Hewitt had nothing to say that could not be said by semaphore. He felt sanguine, convinced that his armada was giving battle against evil, and that God couldn't be very hard on a man or a country doing that. When topside, Hewitt often trained his field glasses on the amphibious vessels, an eccentric fleet within the fleet. The 150-foot LCT carried 5 Sherman tanks and still drew barely 3 feet, earning the nickname Seagoing Bedpan. Vulnerable smaller landing craft were known generically as ensign eliminators. The bigger LSTs, originally designed by the British, had caught the fancy of U.S. military logisticians, who'd seen flat bottoms used to good effect by rum runners along the Gulf of Mexico in the 1920s. 1,100 LSTs would be built during the war, mostly in river yards across the American Midwest. The square bow, with 14-foot hinged doors, made the vessel slow and ungainly, and the lack of a keel caused it to roll even in dry dock, or so the sailors claimed. But each one could haul 20 tanks. Hewitt knew that despite their shallow draft, the LSTs could be snagged on the sandbars protecting much of Sicily's south coast. The Army had proposed shoving tanks and vehicles overboard, dragging them with heavy chains through the runnel to shore, and then drying them on the beach. Navy engineers, aghast, countered with Project Gold Rush, a floating pontoon that could be towed or carried in sections on the LSTs, then bolted together to form an articulated bridge across the water gap from sandbar to beach. Tests in Narragansett Bay had proved the bridge could bear a Sherman tank. But as with so much of Husky, the scheme had yet to be tested in combat. Among Hewitt's disagreements with the Army, none had been more heated than whether to soften the beach defenses with naval gunfire before the landings. To catch the enemy by surprise, Patton insisted that the guns not open up until the assault boats were 15 minutes from shore. He wanted, one naval officer reported, to take his chances on his own fighting. Hewitt considered surprise illusory. He listed 11 reasons why the enemy would likely be alert, including the frequent Allied photo-reconnaissance flights over the island, and the sad fact that of 14 officers clandestinely dispatched from submarines to survey Sicilian beaches that spring, all 14 had been lost, along with a number of enlisted scouts. Patton waved away Hewitt's arguments. The guns would remain silent. In his own cabin, Patton read, paced, napped, and paced some more. "I have the usual shortness of breath I always have before a polo game," he noted in his diary on July 8th, then added an epigram from Napoleon. "Attack, and then look." He simply no longer worried about the enemy defenders. "Hell, they've been there for 4 years," he told one of Hewitt's officers. "They can't keep alert all the time. We're going to land, and all of a sudden, we'll be on their necks." In a letter to his brother-in-law, he wrote, "The horses of the sun have always been celebrated. Whoop-ho, for a kill in the open." In Field Order No. 1, Patton had advised his commanders, attack both by day and night to the limit of human endurance, and then continue to attack. For the troops he composed a gassy exhortation that now was read from quarterdecks across the fleet. "When we land, we will meet German and Italian soldiers whom it is our honor and privilege to attack and destroy. The glory of American arms, the honor of our country, the future of the whole world rests in your individual hands. See to it that you are worthy of this great trust. God is with us. We shall win." As he paced, Patton brooded about his last meeting with Eisenhower in Algiers on July 5th. "You are a great leader," the commander-in-chief told him, "but a poor planner." Brood he might, but Patton had displayed a cavalier disdain for logistical niceties. To General Sir Harold Alexander, who would command all Allied ground forces on Sicily, he clicked his heels and said, "General, I don't plan. I only obey orders." To his civil affairs chief, who would be responsible for feeding and governing 4 million Sicilians, Patton asked simply, "Do you kill?" To Eisenhower himself he had once proposed the fatuous motto, "You name them, I'll shoot them." He was, and would remain, as one old friend noted, colorful, incorrigible, unexplainable. In his slashing hand he scribbled B a letter, to be mailed only after the invasion had begun. I doubt that I will be killed or even wounded, but one can never tell. It is all a question of destiny. I love you. Ernie Pyle was with them again, of course. He had shipped from Bizardy aboard the USS Biscayne, flagship for the nearly 300 vessels carrying the 3rd Infantry Division. Each morning, as a favor to the skipper, he rose at 3 a.m. from his cot on the weather deck to edit the ship's mimeographed newspaper. Later, he scratched away in pencil at his own copy for the Scripps Howard papers, or read Joseph Conrad and marveled at the old sea dog's prose. On fine days, the sun strikes sparks upon the blue. Pyle was 42 now, but looked and felt older and a little apart. He was drinking too much, and fretting about his alcoholic wife, whom he divorced, committed to a sanitarium, and then remarried. He quickly became a familiar figure on the Biscayne, a Mae West draped over his narrow shoulders, the fringe of hair like a graying halo around his triangular head. He rolled his own cigarettes and asked countless questions in a flat Hoosier twang. Pyle only weighs about 100 pounds with a family Bible in his lap, another reporter noted. The artist George Biddle found him ascetic, gentle, whimsical, shy. His expression is fundamentally sad. War made him sad. Pyle considered it an unalleviated misfortune, and aspired to be the last combat correspondent. He had come to view soldiers, the guys that wars can't be won without, as little boys again, lost in the dark. He was a bit lost himself, and it helped him to write, sometimes brilliantly, about other lost souls. The years are dealing heavily with me, he wrote a friend on the eve of Husky. No wine, no women, no song, no play. Soon nothing will be left to me but my shovel and a slight case of athlete's foot. He wondered how anyone who survived war could ever be cruel to anything, ever again. His material, those guys that wars couldn't be won without, was all around him. War Department standards required that each berth on a transport have at least 23 inches of vertical clearance from other berths, with ventilation in the troop holds of 30 cubic feet of forced draft fresh air per man per minute. Pyle knew better, and so did Private Paul W. Brown, sailing with the 1st Division. No baths for over a week, Brown wrote in a letter home. Dirty socks, dirty underwear, damned little ventilation, no portholes. Army inspectors also documented vermin in the food, pilferage, rampant black marketeering, filthy toilets, and a shortfall of vomit buckets. Little wonder that many soldiers already felt nostalgic for the tangerines and pomegranates of North Africa, to say nothing of its vastness and its mystery. They made do with boxing and tug-of-war, and on one British ship, a mustache contest, judged after tea by a Royal Marine armed with a brush, a comb, and a magnifying glass. Officers gave lectures on Sicily, using mimeographed notes, which began, Sicily has been conquered many times before, and her history is largely one of successful invasions. They also cautioned that the Sicilian murder rate was 7 times as high as that in other parts of Italy. Each man received The Soldier's Guide to Sicily, which described the heat, filth, and disease in such detail that the 26th Infantry's regimental log concluded the island must be a hellhole inhabited by folks who were too poor to leave or too ignorant to know that there were better places. Troops in the 45th Division practiced their Italian, producing, among other things, mangled conversational fantasies in which "Buonasera, signorina" was answered with "200 lire." They packed and unpacked and repacked their kit, trying to get the gas mask and the first aid kit and the sandfly head net into the 2.524 cubic feet prescribed for an army assault pack. Each rifleman was supposed to carry 82.02 pounds, allocated ounce by ounce, from 10.2 pounds for a loaded M1 rifle and 0.2 pounds for a towel to 0.01 pounds for a spoon and 0.5 pounds for a Bible with a metal cover. Some lightened their load by nibbling away at the 4 ounces of D rations, which were supposed to be saved for emergencies. Most of the soldiers had been in uniform long enough to be immune to surprise, and would not have raised an eyebrow at the fact that the chocolate bar in the D rations had been developed after 2 years of Army quartermaster testing with 300 recipes and flavors, including soy flour, potato, tapioca, pulverized coffee, and even a splash of kerosene. It's interesting to see the officers and men. Brigadier General Theodore Roosevelt, Jr., son of the former president and assistant commander of the 1st Division, wrote to his wife, Eleanor. In a letter written aboard the USS Barnett, he added, "They're not young anymore. They're not the fresh, smooth-cheeked boys you saw to dance more than 2 years ago. They've got a hard-bitten look." A few hours later he wrote, "The sea is mill-pond still. Everything is battened down, portholes closed, lights doused, no smoking on deck. It becomes roasting. It's worst, of course, for the men. There's a sort of dead hush over the ship now. No one is moving on deck." On the night of July 8th, Roosevelt wrote Eleanor again, in the precise, level hand that displayed just enough ornamentation to imply a poetic sensibility. "We've had a grand life, and I hope there'll be more. Should it chance that there's not, at least we can say that in our years together, we've packed enough for 10 ordinary lives. We've known triumph and defeat, joy and sorrow, all that goes to fill the pattern of human existence. We have no reason to be other than thankful, come what may." Since leaving Algiers, Hewitt's chief aerologist had been sketching weather maps and taking the wind's pulse with his anemometer. Lieutenant Commander Richard C. Steer was a 1931 Naval Academy graduate who had fenced on the U.S. foil team that won the gold medal in the 1932 Olympics by beating a storied French squad. Steer loved fencing, which he considered a complex puzzle. He loved weather for the same reason, and had earned his master's degree in meteorology at MIT in 1940. During Operation Torch, when a ferocious Atlantic storm flung waves 18 feet high onto the Moroccan coast, Steer's accurate prediction that the tempest would abruptly subside had convinced Hewitt to proceed with the landings. Patton had nicknamed the aerologist Commander Houdini. Now his skills would be tested again. On Monrovia's bridge, Steer showed his calculations to Hewitt and Patton on Thursday afternoon, July 8th. Normally, few shores were more benign than those of southern Sicily in midsummer. But, as Eisenhower's forecasters on Malta had also recognized, a polar maritime air mass flowing across Western Europe from the northwest was merging with a secondary cold front, stretching from Sardinia across Italy to a low over Yugoslavia. That had tightened the pressure gradient in the central Mediterranean. High northwesterly winds and steep seas, Steer said, could be expected by Friday afternoon. The landings were scheduled for early Saturday. Pressure gradients and barometric millibars interested Patton not at all. "How long will the storm last?" he demanded. "Summer blows in the Med typically were short-lived," Steer replied, "and the fleet would be sheltered in Sicily's lee." "It will calm down," he added, "by D-Day." "It better," Patton said. By noon on Friday, as the fleet drew near Malta, the wind had freshened from the west, turning the sea a forbidding hue and sculpting crests from the wavelets. Soon the halyards and the railings moaned, the nasty lop grew heavy with foam, and the bedpan LCIs, landing craft infantry denounced by one soldier as flat-bottomed delights of Satan, began taking seas over solid. Barrage balloon cables stretched on the horizontal as sailors and slickers tried to reel them in, cursing what was now widely decried as a Mussolini wind. One by one the cables snapped, and soon 24 balloons sailed up and east and out of sight. By late afternoon, the wind reached a gale force 30 knots, force 7 on the Beaufort scale, with green seas piled so high the smaller craft could no longer see one another, and helmsmen struggled to avoid collisions. Gloomy, fearful soldiers clung to stanchions and ladders. We could barely stand on deck, Ernie Pyle wrote aboard Biscayne, and our far-spread convoy was a wallowing, convulsive thing. Never had the amphibious vessels been tested in such seas. The LCTs, reduced to 3 knots, danced like corks on the spindrift. Huge chunks of green water cascaded back over the flat open decks, one Navy lieutenant recorded. Many LCTs, he added, had at least one engine out, so when they lost steerage way, they had to fall off to leeward and come around 180 degrees to get back on course. The square-bowed LSTs lurched up from the sea, then dropped into the next wave with a thud and a heavy shudder. An Army engineer colonel reported that his LST rolled 47 degrees each way as I watched the roll indicator. The LST would be rolling, and rolling, the roll pendulum swinging so that we expected her to turn right over. Destroyers weaved among the smaller craft, signaling orders to compensate for the wind by steering nothing to the right of north all night, rather than the planned course of 020 degrees. Several of the Gold Rush pontoons broke loose from their tow ships. 2 tugs lumbered through the gale to fetch them back. 20-ton landing craft swung on their davits like charms on a watch chain. Aboard the transport ship Florence Nightingale, one boat broke free and smacked against the bridge and fantail with each roll of the ship until it too was lassoed. You probably enjoy the slow rise and fall of the deck, or even its more violent heaving if you happen to be in a storm, advised a paperback book for soldiers titled What to Do Aboard the Transport. Even the sickest landlubber, the book added, soon laughs at some other fellow with a green look about the gills. No one was laughing. All of us are miserable, anxious, jam-packed, overloaded, and wet, a soldier in the 26th Infantry wrote. No place to be sick except on one another. There are no heroes, just misery. First I am afraid that I shall die, a soldier in the 18th Infantry noted. Then afraid that I won't. Soldiers had been issued a chemical concoction called motion sickness preventative, but most still resorted to the items officially labeled bags, vomit for the use of, or hung their heads over the side, moaning softly as if it were a secret shame. A private first class wrote his girlfriend in Brooklyn that these were the most miserable moments ever spent in my life. Some tried to form a semblance of stability. Aboard HMS Strathnaver, a dinner of clear soup and lamb cutlets were served to Welsh soldiers who belted out Land of My Fathers. But most troops swung in their hammocks, green and groaning, a Canadian soldier wrote. Everything that was not lashed down had come adrift. Kit bags, weapons boxes, steel crates of ammunition, mess tins, tin helmets. On LST 386, the only unfazed passengers had 4 hooves. 30 African donkeys had been boarded until Eisenhower found sturdier mules. Ship rolled 30 degrees and pitched 15, a naval officer recorded. Donkeys were unconcerned and seemed to enjoy their hay splashed with salt water. A ranger sergeant who found his miserably ill platoon hiding in a lifeboat reflected that at least their emptied stomachs would reduce the chance of peritonitis from gut wounds. When I get off this boat, one corporal vowed, I'm going to walk and walk and walk. Some thought of the Spanish Armada, another Canadian wrote, and some asked the question, is God on our side or not? Those classical scholars who had tried recalling their Thucydides now remembered that Aeolus, the mythical Greek custodian of the winds, supposedly lived on a floating island near Sicily. They swapped stories of seafarers who had fallen foul of Mediterranean weather, beginning with the Spartan king, Menelaus, whose homebound fleet had been blown from Troy to Egypt, and St. Paul. Others held more practical colloquies. It's goddamn foolish, I tell you. An officer on the Barnet declared, "What's the use of going ahead with the invasion when your boats aren't even going to reach shore?" An Army captain agreed. "It's not fear. No, goddamn it, it's not fear. There's just no sense in risking the whole invasion in this sea." Aboard the Samuel Chase, Rear Admiral John L. Hall, whose charges included the 1st Division, considered signaling Hewitt to recommend a delay, then told his staff, "We're not going to be the first to yelp." The fleet beat on. On Monrovia, Hewitt stared at the heaving sea and listened to the wind tear at the rigging. The white-capped Mediterranean looked as if it were dusted in snow. He pondered whether to break radio silence with Admiral Cunningham on Malta to suggest a postponement. Some smaller craft had no radios, so spreading word of any delay through the fleet would take at least 4 hours. As he watched an LSI buck the waves, Hewitt observed that at least the wretched soldiers aboard would be all the more willing to get ashore. Bad as this was, the Atlantic before Torch had been worse. Late on Friday afternoon, he summoned Commander Houdini to the bridge. Steer that morning had predicted winds of 27 knots. They now had reached 37, with 12-foot seas. Though nervous, the aerologist stuck to his forecast. The whole wind structure would ease after nightfall, he explained, even if strong winds persisted aloft. Steer had scribbled his H-hour forecast in longhand, like a racetrack tout posting odds. Northwest winds 10 to 15 knots decreasing, with inshore breakers 3 to 4 feet or less. Hewitt took the bet, nodding without a hint of emotion or even concern. They would continue toward Sicily unless ordered to the contrary. Always the vibration, a British soldier wrote in his diary. The heaving and rolling, the dim blue lights below deck, and the masses of bodies in bunks or moving blindly to the lavatories awash with urine. Like many others, Captain Joseph T. Dawson of the 1st Division wrote a final letter to his family in Texas. "My heart is filled with unspeakable tenderness for you, one and all. We are trying to measure up. God grant that we may do our task." By 6 p.m., the sea had grown so nasty, one naval commander observed that even the destroyers were taking it green. As daylight ebbed, the wind intensified. Officers of the deck throughout the fleet ordered smoking lamps extinguished. At 6:52 p.m., Monrovia's log recorded the sighting of the tiny island of Gozzo, 9 miles off the starboard beam. Just beyond, through the gloom and flying spray, Lookout spied the sheer cliffs of Malta. The fleet beat on. Seeking sanctuary from the falderal, Eisenhower had warned Marshall that during his stay on Malta, "My communications with Washington and London will be almost nil, because of the need for reserving signal communications for operational matters." The gambit failed. Washington and London showed no reluctance to pepper the commander-in-chief with advice and queries, including a message from Marshall on Friday afternoon asking, "Is the attack on or off?" Eisenhower studied the cable and muttered, "I wish I knew." Wind and weather dominated the discussion in Admiral Cunningham's office as the hours ticked by. Chagrined meteorologists appeared to report yet another increase in the Beaufort scale, which then was translated for Eisenhower from knots to miles per hour. Cunningham drove to a nearby airfield to see conditions with his own scarlet-lidded eyes. He reported that all the winds of heaven were roaring and howling around the control tower. In Grand Harbor, another flotilla of British landing craft cast off with a piper on the lead ship, braced in the bow playing the Road to the Isles. Cunningham described the vessels literally burying themselves, with the spray flying over them in solid sheets as they plunged out to sea. At 6 p.m., a bottle of gin appeared in the Lascaris bastion and was soon drained. Eisenhower reviewed his options, lighting one damp cigarette from another. Staff officers calculated that if the invasion were postponed, 2 to 3 weeks would be needed to remount it. No doubt by then, the enemy would be alert, and perhaps was already. The fighter control room inside the bastion reported a German reconnaissance plane near the fleet at 4:30 p.m. and another at 7:30. Like Lieutenant Commander Steer, forecasters on Malta believed the storm would soon pass. So too did Cunningham, who had sailed these waters for the better part of a half-century, and who once cited recklessness and callousness as the most vital qualities of a commander. Eisenhower was usually quick to make a decision, and he made one now. "The operation will proceed as scheduled," he cabled Marshall, in spite of an unfortunate westerly wind. Cunningham sent his own signal to the Admiralty in London. Weather not favorable, but operation proceeding. With rather fearful hearts, in Cunningham's phrase, they broke for dinner. Driving to Verdala Palace, Eisenhower eyed the spinning windmills above Valletta. The man who preached the importance of believing in luck now wondered aloud whether his had run out. To be perfectly honest, another British sea dog, the lanky Admiral Lord Louis Mountbatten, told him over dinner, "It doesn't look too good." After coffee, Cunningham rejoined them for a drive to Delamara Point, where an octagonal black-and-white banded lighthouse crowned the island's southeast corner. Half a dozen searchlight beams pointed straight up as a signal to the waves of transport planes, some towing gliders, others full of paratroopers, that now began to appear overhead. Cunningham counted 64 aircraft, while Eisenhower, neck craned, rubbed his lucky coins and murmured a prayer for safety and success. Had he watched more closely, he might have seen that many planes, bucking the winds, missed the vital turn at Delamara, continuing east rather than swinging due north. Back in the Lascaris war room, the Great Wall maps charted the armadas as they inched towards Sicily. American convoys, mostly west of Malta, the British mostly east. Cots and blankets had been dragged into an air-conditioned room nearby, but anxiety kept the men edgy and awake. Eisenhower prattled on about writing a book, perhaps an anthology, that would profile 24 public figures. He would paint each one's character and tell some stories. Air Marshal Arthur Tedder, the senior air commander in the Mediterranean, reflected on the Punic Wars and previous invasions. "Fancy invading Italy from the south," Tedder said. "Even Hannibal had the sense to come in with his elephants over the Alps." Farther down the tunnel, an officer shaving with an electric razor provoked a shrill protest that some unmentionable noise was making it quite impossible for any signals to be picked up. At 10 p.m., Eisenhower scribbled a note to Mamie. "I'm again in a tunnel, as I was at the beginning of last November, waiting, as I was then, for news." Men do almost anything to keep from going slightly mad. Walk, talk, try to work, smoke, all the time. Anything to push the minutes along. Everything that we could think of to do has been done. The troops are fit. Everybody is doing his best. The answer is in the lap of the gods. Death or glory. Patton woke to a loud crash against his cabin porthole. He lurched from the bed, fully uniformed, momentarily convinced that a bomb had struck Monrovia. Cocking an ear topside to the clank of tackle being loosened, he soon realized that a broken davit had let a landing craft slip from its pulley and smack against the ship's hull. One man had pitched overboard but soon was fished out. As the commotion subsided, 2 other sounds were conspicuous by their absence. The wind had died, and the flagship's engines had stopped. An odd, portentous hush settled over Monrovia. Patton hitched up his whipcord breeches and straightened his blouse. He had dozed off after inviting the ship's chaplain in for a final prayer. Strange dreams had troubled his sleep, of a black kitten, and then of many cats spitting at him. "We may feel anxious," he scribbled in his diary, "but I trust the Italians are scared to death. God has again helped me. I hope he keeps on." He found Hewitt on the bridge. The quarter moon had set shortly after midnight, but stars threw down spears of light, and the fleet stood in black silhouette against the gray horizon. Commander Steer had been right again. The wind had ebbed to below 10 knots. There was good visibility and a moderate swell. Monrovia's radar had detected the Sicilian coast at 22,000 yards, 13 miles. Then, several destroyers knifed forward until they spotted blue lights, flashing seaward from a scattered school of British submarines. With dowdy Rule Britannia names like Unruffled and Unseen and Unrivaled, the subs had been lurking off the coast for 2 days to serve as beacons guiding the invasion convoys to their proper beaches. The skipper of the submarine HMS Seraph later recalled, "As far as my night glasses could carry, I saw hundreds of ships following in orderly fashion, each keeping its appointed station. Monrovia and her sisters dropped anchor in 50 fathoms 6 miles from the coast, on station and on time. Hewitt also had been right again." He and Patton now raked the shore with their field glasses. Allied bombing earlier in the evening had set fire to the stubble in Sicilian wheat fields near the sea. Patton watched a mass of flames engulf a 2-mile corridor directly inland. "All the beach seems to be burning," a soldier noted. Douglas Fairbanks, Jr., a matinee idol with more than 60 film credits who was serving as a Navy Reserve lieutenant on Monrovia, jotted in his diary, "Apparently the big ships have not yet been seen from the shore." The Husky commanders intended to land the equivalent of 67 assault battalions, each with approximately 800 men, on 26 beaches along 105 miles of coastline. The British beaches chosen for General Montgomery's 8th Army lay to the east, from Cape Passero on the island's southeast tip, up through the Gulf of Noto, almost to Syracuse. Hewitt's armada had split near Malta into 3 prongs, which would land the 3 assault divisions in Patton's 7th Army along a 40-mile crescent on the Gulf of Gela. Farthest west, the 3rd Division now lay off Licata. Farthest east, and closest to the British, the 45th Division lay off Scoliti. In the center, with Monrovia, the 1st Division prepared to seize Gela. The objective for each division was the Yellow Line, a notional demarcation 10 to 30 miles inland that would push enemy artillery beyond range of captured coastal airfields. Patton estimated it would take 5 days for his army to reach the Yellow Line. Beyond that, he had no orders. Since landing at Cadiz in 1625, the British, over the centuries, had embarked on some 40 overseas military campaigns, with fortunes ranging from glorious to catastrophic. The Americans were somewhat newer at the expeditionary game, but Yanks and Tommies concurred that, as a British official history warranted, invasions from the sea were professionally recognized to be all-or-nothing affairs. Death or glory was back in fashion. Now those Yanks and Tommies made ready. So too the Canadians. "You will find the Mediterranean still choppy," a lieutenant advised over the Ancone's PA system. "But compared to what it was only a short time back, as quiet as if God had put his hand on it." Lights below burned blue or red to enhance night vision. Indonesian waiters in white coats struck little gongs to call British troops to an early breakfast. On Strathnaver's E-deck, the Dorsets shared mugs of tea and fancied they could smell Europe. GIs wrapped their dog tags in black friction tape to prevent rattling. Some prayed, or hurriedly scratched the letters they had meant to write earlier. I could not, with a clear conscience, ask God to take me safely through this war. Randall Harris wrote his family in Pocahontas, Iowa. But I can ask him for strength and courage to do my job. They had reached the victim coast of Sicily, a soldier in the 45th Division told his father. A naval officer transporting the same unit described wild Indians still playing poker and sharpening knives, betting on who'll get the 1st Battalion. One officer on the Biscayne weather deck later wrote, "The fellow standing next to me was breathing so hard I couldn't hear the anchor go down. Then I realized there wasn't anybody standing next to me." Ted Roosevelt took time aboard the Barnet to finish his 11-page letter to Eleanor. "The ship is dark. The men are going to their assembly stations. Soon the boats will be lowered away. Then we'll be off. Land the landing force! The order echoed down the chains of command, east and west. Aye, aye! Land the landing force! Soldiers in the British 50th Division shuffled single file, company by company, from the dim hold to the assembly deck on Winchester Castle. Sailors handed stiff tots of rum to the Dorsets on Strathnaver and pumped bilge oil over the side to calm the sea. Do you hear there? Serial 1, to your boat stations. Move now, an amplified voice called on Derbyshire. Serial 2, stand by. A soldier in the Canadian 1st Division, Farley Mowat, heard clattering steam winches lower the landing craft. On deck, each man gripped the web belt of the man ahead. The dim glow of blue-hooded flashlights gave a brief and charnel illumination. No oil could settle the swell on the American sector, which was more exposed to the westerly wind. Helmsmen maneuvered their ships to form a lee, lowering boats first on the sheltered side, then coming about to shelter and lower the other side. Troughs swallowed the vessels anyway. The rocking of the small landing craft was totally unlike anything we had experienced on the ship, wrote the journalist Jack Belden, who had shipped aboard the Barnet. It pitched, rolled, swayed, bucked, jerked from side to side, spanked up and down. Confused coxswains, no less seasick than the soldiers, shouted to one another, "Are you the second wave?" Most craft lacked seats or thwarts, forcing troops to sit on metal decks awash in seawater and vomit. The rumble of landing craft engines reminded one boatswain's mate of a basso coughing into his handkerchief at church. Seasickness and fear made an interesting combination, a medic observed. They vie for dominance. Some boats were loaded at the rail and lowered by block and tackle, but many ships required that soldiers climb down braided nets, now slippery with sea spray and vomit. Officers stood by to pry loose the fingers of those who froze on the ropes. "Oh, Jesus, oh, Jesus," a soldier moaned after slumping to the bottom of a bobbing boat. "How I wish I was back in Chicago." Many would have agreed with the 1st Division scout, who declared, "We were not meant to be sailors." Aboard Joseph T. Dickman, attempts were made to inspirit the troops by piping Glenn Miller's American Patrol over the PA system to the circling boats. If casualties are high, it will not be a reflection on your leadership abilities, the Ranger Commander Lieutenant Colonel William O. Darby told the young captain preparing to step over the side. May God be with you. On the extreme left of Hewitt's task force, 4 sailors and 34 soldiers from the 7th Infantry had just settled into boat number 2 on LST 379 when the forward davit snapped, spilling the men into the sea or crushing them against the ship's hull. Half were saved. Half perished. It was on the right flank, however, that the wind and lop were worst. Aboard ships transporting the 45th Division, cleats snapped, painters parted, booms carried away. Nearly every mother ship lost at least one landing craft. The heavy roll on Thomas Jefferson caused a boat carrying rockets to break loose as sailors hoisted her overboard. "We really started to swing," reported the boat's ensign. "We started hitting both the king posts, the boom itself, the blocks and falls, and anything else in the way. I believed that we were going to be killed and expended without ever seeing action. Our barrage rockets were rolling all over the deck." On another wallowing ship, the steadying lines tore free on both a bulldozer and a lighter being lifted over the rail. Soldiers cowered against the bulkheads as the equipment swung and crashed about, knocking steel and fire from everything they struck. Somehow the cockle-shell flotillas took shape. Boat crews stood ready with mallets to hammer wooden plugs into any bullet holes. Minesweepers worked the approaches, but no one knew whether the shallows would be clear. Coxswains were advised that if the boat in front blew up, they should steer through the water rather than shy off, because the blown boat has made that water safe. Coxswains also received a list of 19 radio code words, from Coca-Cola, stop, and big mice, need assistance, to totem pole, resistance encountered, and sweet chariot, enemy tanks. No advice was given on how to remember this vocabulary under fire, although all radio operators were ordered to send or speak slowly, clearly, and distinctly. By 2 a.m. the first waves had turned toward shore, using the burning wheat straw as a beacon or by compass headings. Gunboats with blue lights stood in toward shore, hailing the first waves. "Straight ahead! Look out for mines! Good luck!" Now the Navy guns opened up, their concussive booms and smoke rings carrying on the wind. Shells glowed cherry red against the starlight. In graceful arcs, they floated over the puttering boats before splattering in sprays of white and gold on the distant shore. Coxswains steered by the shells, but soldiers instinctively slumped in their vessels, peering over the gunwales. Major General John P. Lucas, dispatched by Eisenhower as an observer of Husky, watched the spectacle from Monrovia's bridge with Hewitt and Patton, then confided a small, filthy secret to his diary. War, with all its terror and dirt and destruction, is at times the most beautiful phenomenon in the world. Chapter 2. The Burning Shore. Land of the Cyclops. Few Sicilian towns claimed greater antiquity than Gela, where the center of the American assault was to fall. Founded on a limestone hillock by Greek colonists from Rhodes and Crete in 688 BC, Gela had since endured the usual Mediterranean calamities, including betrayal, pillage, and, in 311 BC, the butchery of 5,000 citizens by a rival warlord. The ruins of sanctuaries and shrines dotted the modern town of 32,000, along with tombs ranging in vintage from Bronze Age to Hellenistic to Byzantine. The fecund Geloan fields, as Virgil called them in the Aeneid, grew oleanders, palms, and Saracen olives. Aeschylus, the father of Attic drama, had spent his last years in Gela, writing about fate, revenge, and love gone bad in the Oresteia. Legend held that the playwright had been killed here when an eagle dropped a tortoise on his bald skull. Patton planned a different sort of airborne attack by his invasion vanguard. On the night of July 9th through 10th, more than 3,000 paratroopers in 4 battalions were to parachute onto several vital road junctions outside Gela to forestall Axis counterattacks against the 1st Division landing beaches. Leading this assault was the dashing Colonel James Morris Gavin, who at 36 was on his way to becoming the Army's youngest major general since the Civil War. Born in Brooklyn to Irish immigrants and orphaned as a child, Gavin had been raised hardscrabble by foster parents in the Pennsylvania coalfields. Leaving school after the 8th grade, he worked as a barber's helper, shoe clerk, and filling station manager before joining the Army at 17. He wangled an appointment to West Point, where his cadetship was undistinguished. As a young officer, he washed out of flight school. A superior's evaluation as recently as 1941 concluded, "This officer does not seem peculiarly fitted to be a paratrooper." Ascetic and fearless, with a magnetism for attractive women, Jim Gavin was in fact born to go to the sound of the guns. He could jump higher, shout louder, spit farther, and fight harder than any man I ever saw, one subordinate said. His 505th Parachute Infantry Regiment, part of the 82nd Airborne Division, had staged in central Tunisia. Gavin harbored private misgivings about the Sicilian mission. "Many lives will be lost in a few hours," he wrote, and with good reason. The 82nd had received roughly a third as much the training time as other U.S. infantry divisions. The amateurish Allied parachute operations in North Africa had been marred by misfortune and miscalculation. No large-scale night combat jump had ever been attempted, and so many injuries had plagued the division in Tunisia, including 53 broken legs and ankles during a single daylight jump in early June, that training was curtailed. Much of the Husky planning had been done by officers who had no airborne expertise, and whose notions were suffused with fantasy. Transport pilots had little experience at night navigation, but to avoid flying over trigger-happy gunners in the Allied fleets, the planes staying low to evade Axis radar would have to make 3 dog-leg turns over open water in the dark. Airborne units had yet to figure out how to drop a load heavier than 300 pounds, much less a howitzer or a jeep. An experimental paramule broke 3 legs. After putting the creature out of its misery, paratroopers used the carcass for bayonet practice. Still, the ranks generally agreed that training proficiency had reached the stage where the mission was in the bag, wrote one AAF officer, who later acknowledged possible over-optimism. About the time that Hewitt's fleet neared Malta, Gavin and his men had clambered aboard 226 C-47 Dakotas near Kairouan. Faces blackened with burnt cork, each soldier wore a U.S. flag on the right sleeve and a white cloth knotted on the left as a nighttime recognition signal. Days earlier, an 82nd Airborne Platoon had circulated through the 1st Division to familiarize ground soldiers with the baggy trousers and loose smock worn by paratroopers. Parachutes occupied the C-47 seats. The 16 troopers in each stick sat on the fuselage floor, practicing the invasion challenge and password, George/Marshall. Dysentery tormented the regiment, and men struggled with their gear and Mae Wests to squat over honeypots placed around the aircraft bays. Medics distributed Benzedrine to the officers, morphine syrettes to everyone. As the first planes began to taxi, churning up dust clouds so thick that some pilots had to take off by instrument, a weatherman appeared at Gavin's aircraft to confirm Commander Steer's prediction of lingering high winds aloft. "Colonel Gavin, is Colonel Gavin here? I was told to tell you that the wind is going to be 35 miles an hour, west to east," he said. "They thought you'd want to know." 15 was considered the maximum velocity for safe jumping. Another messenger staggered up with an enormous barracks bag stuffed with prisoner-of-war tags. "You're supposed to put one on every prisoner you capture," he told Gavin. An hour after takeoff, a staff officer heaved the bag into the sea. The slivered moon cast little light, and at 500 feet, salt spray on the cockpit windows further cut visibility. Men dozed in the blacked-out planes during the 3-hour flight, unaware that the gale had quickly deranged the formations. Some pilots found the critical turn at Malta, where Eisenhower stood craning his neck. Most did not. Soon the central Mediterranean was swarming with lost aircraft as crews tried to dead-reckon their way north. Nearly all found Sicily, or at least some corner of it. Pilot Willis Mitchell spied Malta and turned accordingly, only to approach the drop zone north of Gela without 30 of the 39 planes that were supposed to be behind him. Leveling off at 800 feet, Mitchell flipped on the green jump light. More than 100 paratroopers from the bob-tailed formation landed within 2 miles of the DZ, but badly scattered and hobbled with jump injuries. Others, aware only that they were somewhere over land, jumped from 1,500 feet at 200 miles per hour, rather than the preferred 600 feet at 100 miles per hour. Smoke and dust from earlier bombing obscured key landmarks and further befuddled the navigators. Some mistook Syracuse for Gela, 50 miles to the west. Machine gun and anti-aircraft fire ripped through the formations and the descending paratroopers, killing some before they hit the ground. Plane number 42-32922 collided with its flight leader above the beach. With his right elevator gone, the pilot, George Mertz, wobbled back out to sea and ditched 500 yards off Skoljieti. "I hit the master switch to cut off both engines and we glided in," Mertz recounted. "One paratrooper came crashing through the cockpit. The airplane settled, slightly nose-low. Crewmen and soldiers lashed their life rafts together and paddled ashore to hide in the dunes." Jim Gavin's Dakota also tacked north after missing Malta, eventually crossing an unidentified coast on an unidentified landmass shortly after midnight. A red light flashed in the bay. "Stand up and hook up," Gavin ordered. Braced in the open doorway, He recognized nothing in the dark terrain below. A pearly stream of machine gun tracers drifted up. The green light flashed, and Gavin leaped into the slipstream. After landing hard and slipping off his harness, he managed to round up 5 comrades. For hours they stumbled through the darkness, whispering "George" and straining for Marshall, until the distant grumble of naval gunfire just before dawn confirmed that they were at least on the proper island. No one knew where they were, including themselves, the tart General Lucas noted aboard Monrovia. Gavin eventually discerned that he was south of Vitoria, 30 miles from Gela. Although Troop Carrier Command claimed that 80% of the paratroopers had jumped onto the proper drop zones, even the Army Air Force disputed that as a prodigious overestimate. In fact, fewer than 1 in 6 had landed anywhere close to where they were supposed to land. Only one of Gavin's 4 battalions was intact, and it was 25 miles east of the correct DZ. More than 3,400 paratroopers were scattered across southeastern Sicily, as much as 65 miles off target. Some had jumped into the British sector, where, because no one had thought to impose identical passwords on the entire invasion force, they were greeted with gunfire. 8 planes were lost, none apparently to enemy fire, and the regiment's 3-day casualty tally would reach 350, a literal decimation. Certainly they wreaked havoc, slashing telephone wires, ambushing couriers, and causing the panicky Italians to inflate their numbers. They improvised, as paratroopers must. Captain Edwin M. Sayer, a company commander, mustered 45 men to attack pillboxes near Nishami, with mortar, bazooka, and rifle grenade fire. 50 enemy soldiers were captured, along with 20 machine guns and 500,000 rounds of ammunition. The operation, in Gavin's assessment, was self-adjusting. A SAFU, as well as a TARFU and a JAFU. Still, only 425 paratroopers had landed in front of the 1st Division, and only 200 now occupied the vital high ground at Piano Lupo as a screen for the vulnerable units landing at Gela. The 82nd Airborne Commander, Major General Matthew B. Ridgway, lamented the miscarriage that resulted from overweening ambition, deficient training, and bad luck. At war's end, Ridgway later concluded, "We still could not have executed that first Sicily mission as laid on, at night, and under like conditions." As paratroopers blundered hither and yon, the force they were intended to shield swept into the shallows off Gela. The 1st Division, bolstered by 2 Ranger battalions, closed on 6 beaches along a 5-mile front shortly after 3 a.m. Their objective, beyond seizing the town, was the capture of Ponte Olivo airfield on Virgil's Geloan Plain. Calamity struck quickly. Hardly had the strains of American patrol faded when a Ranger lieutenant and 16 of his men vaulted from their landing craft as it ground with a gritty jolt onto a sandbar. Unaware of the runnel and dead-weighted with those 82.02 pounds of kit, they sank to the bottom of the Mediterranean. Other men from the 1st Division dropped their life preservers into the forward hold as instructed by an LCI skipper, who assured them the water was only hip-deep. Scurrying down the dropped ramp, they too sank and drowned. The first Americans waded onto the beaches at 3:35 a.m. on Saturday, July 10th, 50 minutes behind Patton's schedule. With a vicious pop, a mine tore open the chest of a Ranger company commander. "I could see his heart beating," said his first sergeant, Randall Harris. He turned to me and said, "I've had it, Harry," then collapsed and died. Harris dashed forward, only to have another mine shred his abdomen and legs. After flicking grenades into a line of pillboxes, he sprinkled sulfa powder on his protruding intestines, cinched his web belt to keep the innards in, and wandered down to the beach to find a medic. Harris would win a battlefield commission and the Distinguished Service Cross for gallantry. If stunned by the Allied invasion, the defenders appeared unsurprised. With a great roar and a shower of masonry, Italian demolitionists blew up a long segment of the 1,000-foot Gela Pier. Italian gunners trained their fire on the 26th Infantry as the first wave closed to within 100 yards of shore. The water jumped and heaved under the lashing bullets. Soldiers sheltered behind the LCT splinter plates and anchor winches, narrowing their shoulders and elbowing each other as rounds sang overhead or pinged off the hull. A barrage balloon torn free in the storm abruptly drifted overhead, weird and stately. "I've been wounded, but there's so much blood I can't tell exactly where," one soldier muttered. As another boat dropped its ramp, a 16th Infantry rifleman felt a weight slump against his leg. "Somebody left his pack," he called out, then saw that the inert bundle was a sergeant who'd been shot in the head. Shouts and curses swept the beaches, swallowed by gunfire. A shower of Italian grenades landed around a 16th Infantry lieutenant, who escaped from the encounter with 66 small holes in his uniform shirt, a ruptured eardrum, and a pierced upper lip. Sappers chopped at the barbed wire with long-handled snips, and soldiers fell flat as trip flares bathed the shingle in magnesium brilliance. Searchlights swept the waterline, only to draw salvo after salvo from destroyers racing parallel to the shore like angry dogs along a fence. An Italian soldier crept from a pillbox on all fours and ran down the hill, screaming and sobbing. Dawn sluiced the eastern sky before 5 a.m., but daylight only enhanced the chaos. The heavy swell jammed several LST bow ramps, breaking ramp chains and flooding the tank decks. Seamen struggled against the current to assemble the cumbersome pontoon bridges, and a 16th Infantry Battalion, stranded aboard several LCIs that had been snagged on sandbars 30 yards from shore, began to ferry men and weapons to the beach in rubber boats. Nothing in the arsenal of democracy now proved more providential than another new amphibian, a 2.5-ton truck with flotation tanks and twin propellers. Built by General Motors and awkwardly named the DUKW, pronounced Duck, it was difficult to load, slow in the water, and susceptible to brake damage from salt and sand. But it could carry a rifle platoon or a howitzer and its gun crew from ship to shore, and then make 50 miles per hour on the road. The War Department had been persuaded of the Duck's merit the previous winter when a prototype rescued a foundering Coast Guard crew during a Cape Cod nor'easter. Eisenhower had been issued 1,100 Ducks for Husky. They scuttled through the Gela surf like a flotilla of horseshoe crabs. Mines proved more galling than enemy guns. Rather than miles of good beach frontage, as intelligence reports had suggested, only a few hundred yards proved suitable, and exits through the dunes were sown with teller mines planted a yard apart. Ducks blew up, trucks blew up, 5 Navy bulldozers blew up. With no firefighting equipment at hand, they burned to the axles and blocked the beach exits. Many mine detectors remained buried in cargo holds. Salt spray quickly shorted out those that made it to shore. "Everything on them goes bad," a signal officer complained. Drivers ignored the engineer tape laid to mark cleared lanes. More vehicles blew up. Some crews left their ducks at water's edge to collect souvenirs, or they were diverted by the Army for work elsewhere. Mines closed yellow and green beaches in front of Gela, but boats diverted a bit south to Beach Red 2 found appalling congestion. Gasoline, ammunition, water, food, and assorted equipment were strewn about in a hopeless mass. Hewitt later wrote. Shellfire soon closed that beach, too. The beach was a scene of the greatest confusion, Lucas noted in his diary after an early morning trip ashore. Trucks bogged down in the sand, the surf filled with overturned boats and debris of all kinds. Beachmasters bellowed into the din to small effect. Few had been armed with bullhorns. Troops loitered in the dunes or traded pot shots with flitting Italian gunmen. Some LSTs steamed away to anchorages offshore without unloading an ounce of cargo, much less tanks, and the Navy would inadvertently return to North Africa with most of the signal equipment for the Jela assault still crated in the holds. Shore parties searching for fuel and ammo instead found boxes packed with athletic equipment and clerical records. Dawn also brought the first enemy air attacks. 16 miles offshore, the USS Maddox was screening troop transports from enemy submarines when, for reasons unclear, she wandered away from the main destroyer pack. German pilots had learned to hunt stragglers by tracking the ship wakes, then gliding out of the rising sun with their engines cut. An officer on the Maddox's bridge realized he was under attack only when he heard the whistle of falling bombs. The first detonated 25 yards astern. A second hit beneath the propeller guard, detonating depth charges aligned on the aft deck. Fire and steam boiled from the starboard main deck and the number 2 stack. The blast ripped open the aft deckhouse and catapulted a 5-inch gun over the side. Maddox settled by the stern, with power gone and the engine room annunciators dead. As she lost steering and headway, the ship listed slightly to port, then righted itself for an instant before capsizing to starboard and sinking to the perpendicular. She paused momentarily, as if for a last look around, her forward gun pointing vertically from the sea. Bulkheads collapsed with a groan. Then the powder magazine detonated. A great blob of light bleached and reddened the sky, reported a lieutenant miles away aboard Ancon. It was followed by a blast more sullen and deafening than any we have so far heard. More prosaically, a sailor on Ancon's bridge added, "Look, they got one." 2 minutes after she was hit, Maddox vanished. In 300 fathoms the ship sank, dragging down 212 men, their captain among them. A nearby tug rescued 74 survivors. Past the charred ducks and the discarded mine detectors, 2 regiments from the 1st Division bowled through the dunes east of Jela. Succeeding waves followed the spoor of abandoned gas masks, blankets, lifebelts, snarled signal wire, and artillery shells packed in black cardboard cloverleafs. Gray stone houses with tile roofs stood beside the parched fields beyond the beach. Wheat and barley sheaves lay on threshing floors in the side yards, where beanstalks had been stacked for winter fuel. Grapevines snaked between olive groves and peach trees heavy with fruit that hung like red and yellow lamps. The tintinnabulation of sheep bells sounded above the pock-pock-pock of rifle fire. Force X, 2 of Bill Darby's Ranger battalions, pushed into Jela town. Darby, a rugged 32-year-old West Pointer from Arkansas, had proved his worth and that of his 1st Ranger Battalion in Algeria and Tunisia. They were the best damned combat soldiers in Africa, according to Patton, and in consequence, the force that spring had tripled in size. Posters recruited volunteers who had no record of trial by court-martial, and who were white, at least 5 feet 6 inches in height, of normal weight, in excellent physical condition, and not over 35 years old. Recruiters also swaggered into Algerian bars, tendered a few insults, and signed up soldiers pugnacious enough to pick a fight. Already eclectic, the Rangers now included a jazz trumpeter, a professional gambler, steel workers, a hotel detective, coal miners, a church deacon, and an Indian named Samson P. Oneskunk. El Darbo, as the men called him, would twice reject promotion to full colonel in order to stay with his Rangers. They returned his devotion with a Jody call. "We'll fight an army on a dare. We'll follow Darby anywhere. Darby's Rangers. Fightin' Rangers." The Fightin' Rangers now fought their way through Jela. Naval gunfire had shattered houses along the Corniche and ranged through the town, tearing roofs off or blowing in whole streets, a 1st Division soldier recorded. Blue-uniformed Italians from the Livorno Division made a stand at the cathedral. Gunfire echoed through the nave and up the winding tower steps, punctuated by the burst of grenades in the sacristy. Soon, bloody bodies carpeted the altar and the front steps, where Sicilian women in black keened over their dead. 2 other redoubts fell quickly. A naval battery on the northwest edge of town, which surrendered after thunderous salvos from the cruiser Savannah, and a barricaded schoolhouse from which 52 Italians surrendered after a brief firefight. A blue column of Livorno prisoners tramped toward the beach, where, without evident dismay, they wolfed down sea rations and awaited the LST that would carry them away from the war. More Italians counterattacked at 10:30. A column of 32 light Renault tanks with infantry pushed south from Nishemi, 8 miles inland, only to be bushwhacked by 100 of Gavin's paratroopers and further discouraged by screaming salvos from the cruiser Boise. 20 tanks managed to wheel onto Highway 115 toward Gela, but a smoking broadside from the 16th Infantry stopped the advance and sent the survivors fleeing north into the Sicilian interior. On Highway 117, 24 more tanks from Ponte Olivo airfield clanked toward town through 5-inch fire from the destroyer Shubrick. Several burning hulks soon littered the road, but 10 Renaults reached Gela. Rangers scampered behind stone walls and along rooftops, firing bazookas, flinging grenades, and dropping blocks of TNT from the ramparts. With a .30 caliber machine gun mounted on his jeep, Darby hammered away as his driver darted through narrow alleys around the piazza. Seeing his slugs bounce like marbles off the armor plates, Darby raced to the beach, commandeered a 37mm anti-tank gun, split open a box of ammo with an axe, then hurried back into town. His second shot halted a Renault, and he flushed the surviving crew with a thermite grenade laid atop the hatch. Soon the metal was red-hot, the journalist Don Whitehead reported, and the crew scrambled out screaming in surrender. As the remaining Italian tanks retreated, Italian infantrymen arrived in parade ground formation west of Gela. Bracketed with mortar fire, they were cut to ribbons. Survivors fled in disorder. Hewitt summoned the jut-jawed monitor HMS Abercrombie to harass other enemy forces sheltering in Nishemi. A shift of ballast cocked the ship's guns higher to obtain the requisite range, and 15-inch shells the size of tree trunks soon rained down. By late morning, Gela, the town of Aeschylus and Saracen olives, had fallen. Darby pulled an American flag from his pack and tacked it to the front wall of the fascist party headquarters. A sergeant from the Bronx strolled the streets, quoting Thomas Paine in Italian. An angry crone cursed from her balcony, but other townfolk, perhaps sensing the strategic direction of the young campaign, huzzaed the invaders with Viva America. Civil affairs officers eventually counted 1,300 demolished houses of Gela's 14,000. They also counted 170 corpses. Geloans refused to touch the bodies, and prisoners were press-ganged to haul the dead on donkey carts to the cemetery. By noon on July 10th, U.S. patrols were 4 miles inland, well toward the Yellow Line objective. Still, the ranks felt unsettled. The assault, they agreed, had been too easy. The real enemy, those with panzers and coal-scuttle helmets, had not yet been met. 15 miles west, it was easier still. The 3rd Infantry Division, bolstered by another Ranger Battalion and tanks from the 2nd Armored Division, had appeared in the early morning off the coast at Licata, with a stink of sulfur, asphalt, and fish implied the local delicacies. As the flagship Biscayne dropped anchor just 4 miles off the town breakwater, 5 searchlights from shore swept the sea, quickly fixing the vessel in their beams. All 5 of them, wrote Ernie Pyle, who stood on deck, pinioned us in their white shafts as we sat there. Then, one by one, the lights blinked out until a single beam still burned, lingering for a moment like the ghost light in a theater, until it too was extinguished. Not a shot had been fired. No one was more relieved than the craggy officer standing near Pyle aboard Biscayne. He wore a russet leather jacket, cavalry breeches, high brown boots, a lacquered 2-star helmet, and an expression that married a squint with a scowl. His front incisors were gapped and tobacco-stained. One admirer wrote that his heavy-boned face had been hewn directly out of hard rock. The large protruding eyes are the outstanding feature. Around his neck, he had knotted a paratrooper's white silk escape map of Sicily, which soon would become his much-mimicked trademark. He had a blacksmith's hands and the iron shoulders of a man with a 4-goal polo handicap. His rock-crusher voice derived, so it was said, from swallowing carbolic acid as a child. For the past month, he had been painting his vocal cords, inflamed from smoking, with silver nitrate. Many considered him the finest combat commander in the U.S. Army. Major General Lucian K. Truscott, Jr. led the 3rd Division and was charged with protecting 7th Army's far left flank. Now 48, he was embarking on his 2nd invasion, for he had also commanded Patton's left flank in Morocco. Born into a country doctor's family in Texas, Truscott for 6 years had taught in 1- and 2-room schoolhouses in Oklahoma and attended Cleveland Teachers Institute before enlisting in the cavalry. The schoolmaster never left him. "You use the passive voice too damn much," he once chided a subordinate. And he wrote long, searching critiques of subordinates' performances. Even in combat, he cherished cut flowers on his desk and enjoyed ontological inquiry. A staff meeting might begin with Truscott asking the division chaplain, "What is sin?" His kit bag included War and Peace, Webster's High School Dictionary, and perhaps a liquor bottle. Some subordinates thought he drank too much. A stern disciplinarian, he had imposed 50-year sentences on soldiers who maimed themselves in North Africa to avoid combat. Lesser miscreants got an application of corncob and turpentine, an aide said. Truscott had learned much in Morocco, about the loneliness of the battlefield and the need for physical vigor. Each 3rd Division battalion was required to master the Truscott trot, marching 5 miles in the first hour and 4 miles an hour thereafter, as long as necessary. Nothing revealed more of him than his letters home to Sarah Randolph Truscott, which began, invariably, "Beloved Wife." Aboard Biscayne on July 7th, he had written, "Do you remember how you used to get after me for working so hard, and how I answered that I had to be ready, prepare myself for any responsibility that came to me? I am only sorry that my limitations were such that I could not accomplish more, because responsibilities are certainly falling on me. Your calm confidence in me is always with me, and when doubt falls upon me, as it must on all, that thought soon restores that confidence. I can do only the best I can." At Licata, his best was good enough. A few desultory Italian artillery shells greeted the invaders, who found the beaches unmined. Booby traps on the docks were still in their packing crates. Air attacks proved less intense here than elsewhere on the Husky front. Only the star-crossed minesweeper USS Sentinel was lost. Hit 4 times by dive bombers at 5 a.m., wrecked and abandoned, with 61 dead and wounded, she capsized and sank 5 hours later. Infantrymen drowned or were gunned down without ever setting foot in Europe, but not many. Biscayne and her sisters poured shells into the town. Scorched wadding came raining down on the deck, Powell reported, and destroyers screened the landing craft with heavy smoke. 10 battalions made shore in an hour with tanks. They soon captured 2,000 Italian soldiers. Some insisted on leading their pet goats into captivity, while many others bolted for the hills in what the Italian High Command called self-demobilization. Dry grass used to camouflage gun batteries caught fire, smoking out the gunners. Others ran from German shepherds trained in Virginia to clear pillboxes and lunge for the throat. Every time one of the poor Dagos would wave a white flag over the edge, the tank gunner would shoot at it, an armor captain wrote his wife. So I finally stopped him and ran them out with my pistol. They were the most scared men I have ever seen. Dawn revealed a U.S. flag flapping on a hill above Licata. Troops in olive drab scuttled through town, drawing only smiles from children who made V for victory signs with their upraised arms. At 9:18 a.m., the fleet signaled, "Hold all gunfire. Objective taken." Those seaworthy mules aboard LST 386 flatly refused to cross the pontoon causeway to shore. Exasperated sailors finally heaved them overboard and let them swim. Truscott came ashore with greater dignity, by launch at noon. Fishing boats bobbed in the tiny harbor, their triangular lateen sails white as shark's teeth, one journalist wrote. Staff officers scurried about, settling a division command post in the Palazzo La Lumia and cleaning up a new bivouac. No amount of scrubbing could eradicate the reek of sulfur or the millennial grit. "Hell," a soldier complained within Pyle's earshot. "This is just as bad as Africa." Truscott recorded his impressions in another letter to Sarah. "I find this country interesting but distasteful to me," he wrote. "I certainly do not like the accumulated poverty and filth of the ages. Responsibilities are falling on me," he had told her. Licata was but the beginning. Across the Gulf of Gela, the third and final prong of 7th Army's invasion found the sea on Patton's right flank a more ferocious adversary than enemy soldiers. 12-foot swells and 6-foot surf still bedeviled the convoys bearing the 45th Division to Scoglitti, where westerly winds chewed at the exposed bight. The destroyers Knight and Tillman laid down white phosphorus naval shells for the first time in combat. The blinding flashes and dense smoke terrified Italian defenders in their pillboxes and gun batteries. Bigger flat-trajectory cruiser shells followed, 3 at a time, and fires soon danced along the shoreline. The first assault wave hit the wrong beach, and from that point, the invasion deteriorated. The 11th hour transfer to the Pacific of coxswains who had trained on the Chesapeake with the 45th now haunted the division. Their callow replacements, overmatched by rough surf, sandbars, and sporadic gunfire, veered this way and that along the coast, shouting across the water for directions to Blue Beach or Yellow 2. At Punta Braccetto, 2 boats in the second wave collided while sheering away from the rocks. 4 sputtering GIs struggled to shore. 38 others drowned, and the 157th Infantry bandsmen, pressed into service as gravediggers, swapped their instruments for picks and shovels. Companies landed far from their designated beaches, and soon battalions, and then finally an entire regiment, the 180th Infantry, had been scattered across a 12-mile swatch of Sicilian shingle. This, a regimental history conceded, played havoc. Dozens of landing craft broached or flooded. A most deplorable picture throughout D-Day, the official Army history observed, and soon 200 boats stood stranded on beaches or offshore bars. The scattered vessels reminded one Navy lieutenant of shoes in a dead man's closet. Landing and unloading operations were as inept as they had been in Morocco, where a sad standard for amphibious incompetence had been set 8 months earlier. Among those coming ashore with the 180th Infantry was a puckish left-hander from New Mexico who had a knack for cartooning and whose impious characters, Willie and Joe, would soon become the unshaven, bleary-eyed icons of a million infantrymen. My first practical lesson about war came at Scoglitti. Sergeant Bill Malden later said, "Nobody really knows what he's doing." The beach was in total confusion, reported the senior Army engineer on the scene. There had been no real planning. The beachmaster was not in control. Not least, pilferage of supplies and barracks bags by Army shore parties was common. Their commanding colonel was subsequently court-martialed. Congestion grew so desperate that beaches Green 2 and Yellow 2 were closed below Scoglitti, and beaches Red, Green, and Yellow above the town would soon shut down too. Later waves diverted to 6 new beaches where engineers blew exits through the dunes with Bangalore torpedoes and laid wire mesh matting for traction. As shore operations bogged down, the captains of some ships, fearing air attack, weighed anchor for North Africa without unloading. The 45th Division commander spent his first night on Sicily in a rude foxhole a mile inland, wrapped in a parachute. To make it less comfortable, Major General Troy H. Middleton reported, the friendly Navy shelled the area. Still, as D-Day drew to a close, the Americans were ashore on their narrow littoral crescent. From Licata to Scoglitti, more than 50,000 U.S. troops and 5,000 vehicles had landed, with more of each waiting offshore for first light on Sunday. Casualties had been modest, and the enemy seemed befuddled. Italian coastal defense units had surrendered in such numbers that Sicilian women lined the sidewalks, jeering as their men shuffled into captivity. Yet neither the prisoner columns nor the stacks of enemy dead awaiting mass burial included many men wearing German field gray, and every GI on Sicily expected that soon the invaders would encounter a more formidable foe. That left the British. Except for the saving grace of calmer seas, all the confusion that bedeviled the Americans in the Gulf of Gela also plagued the 8th Army landings 35 miles away on the island's eastern flank. Commandos came ashore first, crossing the beach where some speculated that Odysseus, after leaving Calypso's island, would have made landfall in Sicily, the land of the high and mighty Cyclops. The Canadian 1st Division anchored the Army's left wing on a 10,000-yard front of the Pacino Peninsula, where the British 51st, 50th, and 5th Divisions beat for the beaches east and north. Some confusion and lack of control. The 50th Division acknowledged off Apolla. Many craft were temporarily lost and circled their parent ship more than once. It was exceedingly dark. Most naval officers were uncertain as to their whereabouts. Transports unwittingly anchored 12 miles off the coast, rather than the expected 7, confounding runs to the beach and putting shore parties beyond radio range. Some landings were in no way carried out to plan. A British intelligence report noted. Army officers had to take a hand in navigation, and had they not done so, many craft would have beached still further from the correct places. A Canadian captain was more direct. "Get on, you silly bastards!" he roared at his men. "Get on with it!" Landing craft ground ashore in the early light. Voices sang out, "Down door!" Then, "Sicily, everybody out!" Fire from shore batteries proved modest, except, of course, for those it actually struck. The water had become a sea of blood and limbs, remains of once grand fighting men who would never be identified, wrote able seaman K.G. Oakley, who saw landing craft shattered in the 50th Division sector. From the surf, Oakley pulled a man whose arm was hanging on by a few bits of cloth and flesh. He cried, "My arm! Look, it's hit me!" Like tens of thousands of others on that Saturday morning, Oakley reflected. So this is war. Ashore they swarmed, scrambling through the dunes and across the coastal highway. A Scots regiment entered Cassibile, skirling, in defiance of orders that bagpipes remain on the ships. A pungent smell briefly triggered gas alarms and fumbling for masks, until more sophisticated noses realized that the odor came from wild thyme churned by bombs. While some troops built makeshift jetties with stones salvaged from a beachfront vineyard, others darted between doorways, shouting the 8th Army challenge, "Desert rats!" and listening for the proper parole, "Kill Italians." A Sicilian peasant charged from his house and fired an ancient shotgun at approaching commandos, who killed him with return fire. "Sorry we had to shoot that farmer," a British soldier remarked. He had the right spirit. 8th Army had prepared for up to 10,000 casualties during the first week of combat on Sicily. In the event, they would sustain only 1,517. But even those who escaped without so much as a sunburn shared a Royal Engineer Corporal's view. We had learned our first lesson, mainly that fate, not the Germans or Italians, was our undiscriminating enemy. with the same callousness as army orders, without fairness or judgment. You and you, dead. The rest of you, on the truck. More than a third of 8th Army's casualties were sustained in one misadventure, codenamed Ladbroke, which was intended to complement Colonel Gavin's jump, but which bore the signature traits of so many airborne operations in the Second World War: poor judgment, dauntless valor, and nonchalant disregard for men's lives. Ladbroke had a coherent purpose. 1,700 soldiers were to capture the Ponte Grande, a graceful highway bridge that arched above the river Anapo, just south of Syracuse. After preventing demolition of the span, troops would push into the city, capture the docks, and give 8th Army a vital port. Under General Montgomery's plan, the assault was to be made late Friday night by 144 gliders. There was the rub. The only pilots available to fly the tow planes had little experience at night navigation, and even less at towing a 7-ton glider full of infantrymen on the end of a 350-foot nylon rope. Skilled glider crews were also in short supply, as were the gliders themselves. So rudimentary was the art of combat gliding that jeeps had been tried, unsuccessfully, to tow gliders into the air that spring. Not least, the landing zones near the Ponte Grande appeared to be seamed with stone walls and stippled with rocks. Protests by subordinate officers proved unavailing. Once made, the daring plan could not be unmade. Naysayers risked the appearance of timidity and the threat of removal from command. Again, senior officers with little airborne experience and unrealistic expectations held sway. Several dozen Horsa gliders arrived in Tunisia in late June after a harrowing 1,400-mile tow from England. The wood-frame Horsa had huge flaps like barn doors. To supplement the Horsas, the Americans donated a fleet of smaller metal-framed Wacos. Each arrived in North Africa in 5 crates and required 250 man-hours to assemble. British airmen believed that every pilot needed at least 100 hours of flight training on the Waco for proficiency. In the event, they averaged less than 5 hours in the cockpit, including a single hour of night flying. Many had barely qualified for solo flights. Of 150 gliders used in training, more than half were destroyed, even though novices flew almost exclusively in daylight and a dead calm. Most of the tugs would be AAF C-47 Dakotas, but not until mid-May were the American tug pilots released from their duties flying freight in order to train with the gliders. Pilots and passengers were doomed, of course. From 6 Tunisian airfields on that wind-swept Friday night, the gliders soared into the air, towed by 109 American Dakotas and 35 British Albemarles. Confronting conditions for which we were completely unprepared, as the glider force commander conceded, they headed for Malta at 500 feet, fighting the gale, as well as lingering turbulence from the day's thermal currents and the tow rope's nauseating tendency to act as a pendulum. Many inexperienced navigators quickly grew confused. Some had the wrong charts, or none at all. Strain on the tow rope snapped the communication wires between many tugs and gliders. A Horsa's tow line parted north of Malta, and 30 men plummeted to their deaths. When a Waco's line also broke, 15 more followed. One glider cast off from its tug and landed smartly, only to have a soldier pull up in a jeep and announce, "We are sorry to inform you that you are not in Sicily, but on the main airstrip at Malta." Another glider team, surprised to find Sicily so sandy, found that they had landed near Mareth in southern Tunisia. Investigators later concluded navigation generally was bad. 90% of the aircraft made the Sicilian landfall at Cape Passero, to be greeted moments later along the Gulf of Noto by flak, flares, searchlights, and dust clouds, which rattled the pilots and obscured their vision. "I guess that's Sicily," said one squinting captain. Formations disintegrated, and soon tugs and gliders were milling in a blind swarm. Some tug pilots, shying from anti-aircraft fire that seemed closer than it actually was, released their gliders too early. Plans called for all gliders to be cut free within 2 miles off the coast. But an optical illusion, magnified by the pilot's inexperience, made the shoreline appear to be directly below when the planes were several thousand yards out to sea. From altitudes of 2,000 to 4,000 feet, the scattered Horsas and Wacos cast off along a 30-mile front and immediately found that gliding west into a 30-knot wind was unsound, as one account concluded. As we lost height, it seemed as if a great wall of blackness was rising up to meet us, an officer wrote. For many, that blackness was the Mediterranean. A cry went up, "Prepare for ditching!" Dozens of gliders careered across the water like skipping stones. Some splintered and sank quickly. Others would float for hours. Frantic passengers kicked at the fabric walls or hacked away with hatchets. We went under almost instantly, Flight Officer Ruby H.D.'s recalled. When I reached the surface, the rest of the fellows were hanging on the wreckage. An officer clinging to another fractured wing murmured to a British major, "All is not well, Bill." At least 60 gliders crashed into the sea, and 10 more vanished somewhere with all hands lost. Men flailed and then struggled no more. In some instances, Italian machine gun fire raked survivors clinging to the flotsam. 54 gliders made land, often with equally fatal results. Heavy tracer, left wing hit, flew over landing zone and landed 16 miles southwest of Syracuse, hitting a 6-foot wall, a survivor reported. Left wing burning, also 77 grenades ignited inside glider. 2 pilots and 12 other ranks killed, 7 wounded. Horsa number 132, among the dozen gliders that found the Ponte Grande, crashed into a canal bank 400 yards from the bridge, killing all aboard but one. Another Horsa hit a treetop and flipped. A jeep was later found inside with the driver behind the wheel, dead. Rather than 500 or more British soldiers holding Ponte Grande, a mere platoon seized the bridge, ripping out demolition charges from the abutments. By Saturday dawn, the force had grown to 87, with only 2 Bren machine guns among them, and little ammunition. Italian mortar fire and infantry counterattacks whittled the little band, killing troops on the span and in the muddy river below. By mid-afternoon, the bridgehead was held by just 15 unwounded Tommies, and Italian machine gunners had closed to 40 yards. At 4 p.m., the survivors surrendered. They were marched away towards Syracuse by a pompous little man with a coil of hangman's rope around his shoulders, only to be promptly freed by a Northamptonshire patrol that had landed with the 5th Division. At the same time, Royal Scots Fusiliers bowled through from the south and easily recaptured the bridge. The British High Command would proclaim Ladbroke a success because the Ponte Grande had been spared. But rarely has a victory been more Pyrrhic. Casualties exceeded 600, of whom more than half drowned. Bodies would wash ashore on various Mediterranean beaches for weeks. If the courage of those flying to Sicily that night is unquestionable, the same cannot be said for the judgment of their superiors in concocting and approving such a witless plan. Anger and sorrow seeped through the ranks. British fury at American tow pilots grew so toxic that surviving Tommies who arrived back in Tunisia were confined to camp to forestall a fraternal bloodletting. A memo to George Marshall concluded, the combat efficiency for night glider operations was practically zero. But the most trenchant summary of Ladbroke appeared in a British Army assessment. Alarm, confusion, and dismay. The loss of irrecoverable hours. If much had gone wrong for the Allies during Husky's first 12 hours, almost nothing had gone right for the Axis defenders. Miscalculation and mischance, those handmaidens of military misfortune, dominated the initial response to the invasion, and irrecoverable hours were thus lost, as the German commander later acknowledged. The Anglo-Americans had a toehold, which soon became a foothold, and dislodging them from the island became more difficult with the arrival of every DUKW and LST. Among the alarums sounded that Saturday, in fact, was a report by an incredulous Italian officer of amphibious contrivances capable of beaching and then advancing inland under their own power. For weeks, Axis reconnaissance had deflected hints of invasion, including the presence of half a dozen hospital ships at Gibraltar on July the 1st. Italian pilots eventually counted 16 in the Mediterranean, and the massing of landing craft and gliders in Tunisia. Yet Allied deception efforts for months had kept Axis intelligence off balance and befuddled. The British, for example, had created a fictional 12th Army, supposedly based in Cairo, with the notional mission of invading the Balkans through Greece in the early summer of 1943. Particularly successful was Operation Mincemeat, which featured a corpse later celebrated as the Man Who Never Was. A British submarine had dumped the body, dressed as a major of the Royal Marines, off the southern coast of Spain in late April. Manacled to the dead man's wrist was a briefcase containing forged documents. These, it was hoped, the Spanish authorities would share with the Germans. The Spanish duly obliged. Subsequent ultra-intercepts revealed that German intelligence, convinced that the major had drowned in a plane crash, considered the documents further evidence that the main Allied blow would fall on Sardinia and Greece, rather than Sicily. 6 immobile and badly armed Italian coastal divisions now guarded the Sicilian shore, backed by 4 Italian infantry divisions, positioned inland with 2 capable German units. The 15th Panzer Grenadier Division in western Sicily, and the Hermann Göring Panzer Division in the east. The first unequivocal alert had been issued on Sicily at 6:40 on Friday evening, July 9th. Allied bombs had shattered the rudimentary Sicilian telephone system, so some units got the word, but others did not. A few Italian commanders, presuming that no fool would attack in such foul weather, went to bed. Exhortations at 1 a.m. Saturday to defend this most precious piece of Italian soil fell on deaf or sleeping ears. British Spitfires, using signals intelligence to pinpoint the German Luftwaffe headquarters, shot up the San Domenico Palace, a grand hotel in Taormina, once favored by D.H. Lawrence, and unhinged the Axis air defenses just as invaders approached the island. Little was expected from the Sicilian coastal divisions, and that expectation was fully met. Training had recently been reduced because of footwear shortages, and Italian coast artillery was limited to the pea-shooter range of 9,000 yards, further impaired by morning glare that blinded defenders facing south and east. The Syracuse garrison commander was killed in the invasion's first minutes, and his skittish counterpart in Augusta spiked his guns without a fight. Italian foot soldiers surrendered by the thousands, or peeled off their uniforms and melted into the refugee hordes streaming inland. The German response in those first irrecoverable hours, if less timid, was hardly impressive. Sicilian communications were so crude that the commander of the Hermann Göring Division first learned that he was under attack in a radio alert from Frascati, the German headquarters near Rome. Orders to subordinate commanders proved tardy or contradictory. The repositioning of one regiment was delayed when a courier, carrying the movement orders, died in a car wreck. Efforts to fling 17 big Tiger tanks into the fight near Gela on Saturday were beset by mechanical breakdowns, poor leadership, naval gunfire, and the difficulty of picking a path through the olive groves. Fantasy prevailed over hard fact. Comando Supremo, the Italian High Command in Rome, announced at noon on July the 10th that the Gela and Licata landings were almost cleaned up. Some Anglo-American troops were even said to have re-embarked in their amphibious contrivances. A subsequent dispatch from Rome asserted that the enemy is still actively landing, but he is constantly in crisis. Such fairy tales did not deceive the man who would ultimately direct the defense of Sicily. For now he remained at his Frascati headquarters, sifting through the fragmentary reports, rumors, and mendacities arriving from the island. But his tactical influence could already be felt on the young campaign, as well as his unquenchable optimism and a gift for battlefield improvisation. The Allies knew Field Marshal Albert Kesselring all too well. As the senior German commander in the Mediterranean, in effect Eisenhower's counterpart, Kesselring had thwarted a quick Allied victory in Tunisia, fought the Anglo-Americans to a bloody draw for months, then dodged both capture and recrimination when Hitler's no-retreat decree consigned Axis forces in Africa to destruction. Ostensibly, he served under Italian authority, as a sop to the Pact of Steel signed in 1939, and to Mussolini's proprietary claim on the Mediterranean. In reality, he answered to Berlin, and had few equals in any army. Kesselring was loyal to Hitler as Germany's savior from chaos, and he had long found it possible to ignore the less pleasing things in the Nazi regime. Hitler repaid the loyalty with a field marshal's baton, which an aide carried in a zippered leather case. Now 57, he had a face full of flashing teeth, which expressed both his Bavarian bonhomie and the nickname Smiling Albert, coined by his soldiers. Kesselring is a colossal optimist, Hitler had said on May 20th, and we must take care that this optimism does not blind him. An artilleryman who in mid-career had learned to fly and transferred to the Luftwaffe, he had a knack for the narrow escape, demonstrated most recently during an Allied bombing raid on Marsala in May that killed 2 staff officers. Kesselring fled the upper floor of a shattered building by rappelling down a rope to the street, badly burning his palms. For 6 months, he'd pondered how to defend Southern Europe, and for 6 weeks, he'd believed that the next Allied blow would likely fall on Sicily. Kesselring's overarching strategic concept involved keeping the war as far from the fatherland as possible for as long as possible. As an airman, he had a vivid understanding of what Allied possession of bomber bases in Italy would mean for Munich, Vienna, and Berlin. Unlike many German generals, including his rival Erwin Rommel, he considered all of Italy defensible, if the Italians would fight. Kesselring believed they would, although his Italophilia was tempered with sardonic disdain. "The Italian is easily contented," Kesselring said. "He actually has only 3 fashionable passions: coffee, cigarettes, and women. As for the Italian man of arms, he was not a soldier from within." Kesselring in late spring had dismissed Sicilian defenses as pretty sugar pastry, but reports on July 10th that entire Italian divisions were evaporating disheartened even the colossal optimist. If Allied forces also landed in Calabria, on the toe of the Italian boot, Sicily could become a mousetrap, with the result that another Axis army would be annihilated. To forestall this calamity, Kesselring realized German forces on the island must strike before Allied troops consolidated their beachheads. The 15th Panzer Grenadier Division was too far west to attack quickly, because the Field Marshal, against Italian advice, had just shifted the Grenadiers across 250 kilometers of bad roads to meet landings in western Sicily that now seemed unlikely. That left the Hermann Göring panzers to take the fight to the enemy. Badly mauled in Tunisia, the division had been hurriedly rebuilt and now mustered 9,000 combat troops with 90 Mk3 and Mk4 tanks, in addition to the 17 Mk6 Tigers. From Frascati, Kesselring dictated an order to the division commander, General Paul Conrath: counterattack Gela at first light on Sunday, July 11th, and drive the invaders into the sea. "Herr Feldmarschall," Conrath had told Kesselring, "immediate advance on the enemy is my strength." Brigadier General Ted Roosevelt had insisted on splashing ashore in Gela with the first assault wave from the USS Barnett. On Beach Green 2 before dawn on Saturday, he sent a heartening dispatch back to the ship. The Romans are fleeing inland, then spent the rest of the day helping the 1st Division make land behind him. As the sun rose and concussion waves from the naval guns shimmered across the sea, Roosevelt scuttled about on his stubby, putty-wrapped legs with the twinkling walk of a sandpiper on the beach. He wore no tie and often no helmet, and his rumpled uniform fit him like an olive-drab sack. The artist George Biddle described him in 4 adjectives: bald, burnt, gnarled, and wrinkled. Despite congenitally weak vision, Roosevelt disdained eyeglasses, and more than once he'd given a tactical briefing with a map tacked upside down by practical jokers on the division staff. Occasionally he burst into verse. An admirer deemed him one of the world's most fluent reciters, and in a rhythmic state of mind, he spouted passages of Kipling, Pilgrim's Progress, and the iambic pentameter of his favorite poet, Edwin Arlington Robinson. A bum knee and a rheumatic hip forced Roosevelt to carry a cane, which he wielded as if it were a rapier, slicing the air and pointing at exits through the dunes. Rarely did he speak at any volume lower than a bellow, and now in his foghorn voice he roared again and again, "Get into the battle!" "I will always be known as the son of Theodore Roosevelt," he had written in 1910 at the age of 23, "and never as a person who means only himself." He spent the subsequent 3 decades proving himself wrong. Decorated for valor in the 1st Division during the Great War, he had been gassed at Cantigny and wounded at Soissons. Young Ted then amassed both a fortune and a reputation independent of his father. A wealthy investment banker by age 30, he lost the 1924 New York gubernatorial race to Al Smith by 100,000 votes, then pressed on in various public and private roles. As the governor of Puerto Rico and the Philippines, as the author of 8 books, as a senior executive at American Express and Doubleday, as an early activist in the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, and as an explorer and a hunter, whose trophies for the Field Museum in Chicago included the rare mountain sheep, Ovis poli, and a previously unknown deer, subsequently named Muntiacus rooseveltorum. He was plain-spoken. "I'm anti-bluff, anti-faker, anti-coward, that's all," and unaffected. "Do fill your letters with a small beer of home, the things we knew in the kindly past," he had written his wife, Eleanor, on June 5th. "Also gossip. I love gossip." A week later he wrote her a poem that began, "This dark, grim war has swallowed all that I loved." Perhaps not quite all, for certainly he loved the Big Red One, as the 1st Division styled itself. "Ted Roosevelt is perhaps the only man I've ever met who was born to combat," wrote the veteran war correspondent Quentin Reynolds, and soon after returning to active duty in 1941, Roosevelt became the division's assistant commander. "Whenever you write a message, remember you're writing it for a damned fool," he advised junior officers. "Keep it clear and simple." Troops adored his bluff pugnacity, and considered him an intellectual because he carries a considerable stock of books in his blanket roll, observed the journalist A.J. Liebling. A 26th Infantry medic recalled, "When he got up to leave, we willingly got up and saluted." In the Tunisian campaign, he again demonstrated extraordinary valor, winning the Distinguished Service Cross at the Battle of El Ghoutar. Patton, in his diary in late June, deemed Roosevelt, now 55, weak on discipline and training, but a fine battle leader. There are too few. That he was weak on discipline was hard to dispute, and in that deficiency lay controversy and consternation. When another general complained that Roosevelt and the 1st Division commander, Major General Terry Allen, seemed to think the United States Army consists of the 1st Division and 11 million replacements, Roosevelt quipped, "Well, doesn't it?" In Tunisia, he told the troops, "Once we've licked the Boche, we'll go back to Oran and beat up every MP in town." The division's return to Algeria after the Tunisian campaign had indeed left a trail of looted wine shops and outraged mayors. Some troops fired at Arab peasants from troop-trained boxcars just to see them jump, admitted a 26th infantry soldier who added, "Too much vino, too cocky, and too much steam to blow off. We just plain didn't give a damn for anyone or anything." Toxic rumors that the 1st Division would be sent home from Africa, regimental bookies offered even money that they would be back in the States by August 1st, simply fueled resentment, when Patton instead requisitioned the Big Red One for his Sicilian spearhead. Grievances large and small accumulated. At being kept in filthy, if durable, wool combat uniforms, when rear echelon troops were switched to cooler khaki. At seeing men who had never heard a shot fired in anger sport the new brown and green African campaign ribbon. At service troops hoarding Camels and Lucky Strikes while sending inferior cigarettes to the frontline units. Patton's taunting helped not at all. "The yellow bellies of the 1st Division don't need khakis," he told Terry Allen. Most of the troops, Patton added, likely would be killed trying to invade Sicily. By late May, when the division bivouacked in a sere, shadeless camp outside Oran, not far from the torch invasion beaches of 1942, the troops agreed that the city should be liberated again. Swaggering 8 abreast down Oran sidewalks, they shoved the khaki-clad into the gutters and ripped the campaign ribbons from khaki blouses. One group, slapping 3 months' pay on the bar of the Florida Club, told the barkeep, "Let us know when this is up." A division memo decried excessive drunkenness and the troops' disheveled appearance. Brass knuckles and contraband German Lugers were confiscated, and a 5 p.m. curfew was imposed in the city's taverns. Still, the Second Battle of Oran raged on, featuring lively brawls in which sides were chosen by the cloth-worn. An 18th Infantry soldier noted, "Truckloads of gun-toting GIs and cocky junior officers take over Oran, scaring civilians indoors and bringing MPs." Roosevelt inflamed the men by implying they need not salute officers outside the division. And an unconfirmed rumor put Terry Allen in the middle of an 18th Infantry scrap with MPs. Higher authority was bitched, buggered, and bewildered, Roosevelt acknowledged. General Lucas told his diary on June 27th, "The division has been babied too much. They have been told so often that they are the best in the world that so far as real discipline is concerned, they've slipped." Eisenhower was furious and ordered Allen's immediate superior, Lieutenant General Omar N. Bradley, to expel the 1st Division from Oran. For a prim, sober side like Bradley, the Oran rampage was yet another black mark in the ledger of black marks he had kept since Tunisia on the division and its commanders, whom he considered freebooters. The first, Bradley sniffed, was piratical at heart. Now, the hour for pirates and freebooters had come round. Just after dawn on Sunday, July 11th, Roosevelt drove in his Jeep, Rough Rider, from the division command post in a lemon grove beyond Beach Green 2 to the 26th Infantry sector east of Jela. The mild Sabbath morning kissed the vineyards and orchards of the plain, which stretched north for 8 miles to a crown of low hills beyond Ponte Olivo airfield. The division since first light had been making for those hills on a 6-mile front, the 26th Infantry up Highway 117 on the left, and the 16th Infantry on the right up Highway 115 and the gravel road to Nishemi. Roosevelt hopped out of the Jeep and hurried to the regimental radios clustered beneath the camouflage net. Reports from the lead battalions were fragmented and unnerving. Advancing U.S. infantrymen had smacked into advancing Axis tanks. German panzers were driving south from Ponte Olivo, southwest from Nishemi, and west from Biscari. Italian troops from the Livorno Division had massed farther west for an attack on Jela. At 6:40 a.m., at least a dozen German tanks swept past the pinned-down 3rd Battalion of the 26th Infantry on Highway 117, midway between Jela and Ponte Olivo. Swerving southeast across the wheat fields, The panzers were rolling toward the landing beaches. Through his field glasses, Roosevelt squinted at the amber dust boiling on the northern horizon. A pair of Mk4 tanks with gray camouflage splotches bolted cross-country at top speed in an attempt to draw fire. To one officer, they resembled setters trying to flush quail. Other panzers worked the subtle folds and creases in the plane. Muzzle flashes stabbed the dust. Soon the morning air thickened with shouts and cackling machine guns and the scarlet gash of tank fire. Shortly before 7 a.m., Roosevelt rang the 1st Division command post on the field phone. "The 26th on our left has had a tank attack. Don't know how bad as yet," he told a staff officer. "Let me speak to General Allen." Upon hearing Allen's voice, Roosevelt wasted no time. "Terry, look, the situation is not very comfortable out here. The 3rd Battalion has been attacked by tanks and has been penetrated. The 2nd Battalion is in support, but that's not enough. No anti-tank protection. If we could get that company of medium tanks, it sure would help." Each battle report seemed more dire than the last. Panzers had infiltrated the rear of the 3rd Battalion, firing into foxholes and trenches. Low on bazooka and mortar rounds, the American rifle platoons leapfrogged south, pulling back 3 miles to the outskirts of Jela. "The 26th here is catching hell," Roosevelt told the division staff officer shortly after 8 a.m. "What about a company of medium tanks? Not unloaded yet? God damn it, I'll come and pull those tanks out myself. We don't want them tomorrow." An hour later, he told Allen, "Situation not so good." Between phone calls, he stumped about with his gamecock gait, brandishing his cane to rally the riflemen in their holes. "These guys can't hit me. They've been trying through 2 world wars, and if they can't hit an old grandfather like me, they surely can't hurt you," he barked. "Do you know who those bastards are? The Hermann Göring Division. We beat their asses in North Africa, and we're going to do it again." Later he would tell Eleanor, "The old man still can fight." In the lemon grove near Green 2, the 1st Division command post was identifiable only by a small sign, "Danger forward," and the radio antennas poking out from behind a stone wall. Here, another old soldier also had his blood up. He was saddle-nosed and leathery, and deep pleats framed his brown eyes. Gray flecked the blue-black hair that bristled beneath his helmet rim, and he walked, one observer wrote, with the slightly rolling gait of a man who has spent a great deal of time on horseback. Like Ted Roosevelt, he had been annealed in the Great War. A bullet through the face in the Argonne had perforated both cheeks, and at times still caused him to emit a curious leaky tire hiss. Like Ted Roosevelt, he also cherished the Big Red One, with that unconditional loyalty unique to comrades. Their rivalry for the division's affections had contributed little to good order and discipline. Yet neither order nor discipline had ever loomed large for Terry de la Mesa Allen. Before flunking out of West Point, he'd amassed demerits for tardiness, bathing at midnight, yawning in class, yelling during a fire drill, and breaking ranks to pet a dog. As a young officer, he loved horses, women, dancing, and drinking. And as a major, he graduated at the bottom of the staff college class in which a certain Major Eisenhower finished at the very top. Yet he knew how to fight, and he knew how to lead, and the Army valued both enough to make Allen the first among his former West Point classmates to wear a general's stars. Now he wore a pair, insignia of a major general. The soldier's greatest nightmare is to think he is being sent up to death foolishly. An aide later wrote, "Men didn't feel that way under Allen." A devout Roman Catholic, he regretted missing Mass on this eventful Sunday morning, but he'd privately prayed, as he always prayed before battle, for the souls of his men. As for generalship, he believed that tactics are 9/10 audacity, and his favorite military adages had a primitive simplicity. Find 'em, fix 'em, and fight 'em, for example. And you win or die. Allen's political philosophy was no more sophisticated. It's crazy, this war, he said with a shrug. In June, he advised his men, do your job. We don't want heroes. Dead heroes. We're not out for glory. We're here to do a dirty, stinking job. At the same time, he wrote his young wife, Mary Fran, I feel sure that my luck will continue to hold in the future. That luck had been sorely tested already this morning. Couriers dashed in and out of the grove, wrote the reporter Don Whitehead. Field telephones rang and men shouted into radios. Shells whined over. An agitated staff officer appeared, and Allen said, Don't tell me. I can guess. They've attacked from the east and west. The officer nodded. On the division's right flank, the 16th Infantry was even more deeply embattled than the 26th Infantry on the left. The 16th Regiment's 2nd Battalion held for 2 hours against 40 panzers at Abbio Priolo on the Nescemi Road before at least 2 companies broke, shoving past officers trying to stop them. The men felt utterly frustrated because they had nothing with which to fight the tanks. Some of them were crying, a captain reported. By late morning, the survivors had dug in under scorching fire along a ridge at Piano Lupo, where their advance had begun at midnight. Hell, let's not wait for them to attack us. Let's attack them first, a lieutenant said, then fell dead with a bullet in the head. At 10:10 a.m., the 3rd Battalion reported 30 panzers northeast of the Gela-Nescemi Road junction, then added, We are in heavy conflict with tanks. By now the regiment had lost 6 of 9 anti-tank guns, and 2 battalion commanders had been badly wounded. Officers were reduced to sniping at panzer gun slits with their .45 caliber pistols. The few artillery tubes ashore had begun firing furiously at 9 a.m. with powder charge 5 for a range of 6,000 yards. By 10:30, as retreating riflemen streamed past, the gunners had cut their powder to charge 1 for targets less than a mile away. Situation critical. We are being overrun by tanks, the 16th Infantry commander told Allen. We have no idea what is going on to the east of us. Allen climbed to the crest of a dune behind the command post, cheeks hissing, a map tucked under his arm. The plain, an artilleryman later wrote, was a mass of bursting shells, burning tanks, and confusion. Behind Allen, the beach was hardly more orderly. Italian dive bombers had struck the roadstead at dawn. Since then, scarcely half an hour had passed without another Axis air attack. Of Allen's 10 requests for air support missions on Saturday and Sunday, only 1 was met. Allied fighters, flying from North Africa and Pantelleria Island, were too busy protecting the fleet. Patton had ordered his floating reserve ashore early that morning, but the 4 additional 18th Infantry battalions landed with little more than they could carry. Some heavy weapons mistakenly landed in the 45th Division zone to the southeast, forcing the gun crews to plod for miles up the shingle. Anti-tank guns for the 26th Infantry were lost when LST-313 took an Axis bomb in the tank deck and burned to the keel. 2 1st Division signal trucks had also been destroyed, including one carrying 30 miles of phone wire, and a 3rd, full of radio equipment, lay in 7 feet of water. Gela beaches remained so crowded that several dozen landing craft circled offshore or returned to their motherships, unable to penetrate the broached vessels and supply crates heaped along the water's edge. Mortarmen borrowed fishing dinghies to row their ammunition ashore. I want tanks, and I don't give a damn where they come from, Allen said. More than 60 M4 Shermans would make land on July 11th, but only a platoon, 4 tanks, made it beyond the dunes and into the battle on Sunday morning. Others were stopped by broken pontoons, congestion, and confusion, to say nothing of the complete dearth of functioning radios on armored vehicles ashore. Shermans crossing the beach found that the wire matting laid for traction snarled in their tracks and bogie wheels, requiring extensive pruning with large shears. Tanks that skirted the mats bogged down in the steep dunes, throwing one or both tracks. Allen could hardly have dared to hope that comparable woes afflicted General Conrath at the Hermann Göring command post in Priolo, but they did. On the German left, grenadiers attacking from Biscari had blundered about in the dark, then lost their regimental commander, who left his post to explain himself to Conrath, only to be relieved and court-martialed. The leaderless troops panicked and pelted back toward Biscari, before officers finally brought them to heel on the north bank of the Acate River. This deficient inner cohesion, as a German staff officer put it, exposed the German left wing, and forced the panzers to advance without enough infantry to chivvy the American riflemen from their knolls and gullies. Another German regimental commander was relieved for ineptitude. Casualties mounted. The Tigers continued to break down, blocking roads and trails since they were too large to tow away, and Conrath had no inkling what the Italians were doing on his right. The Italians, practically, are no longer cooperating, his operations officer complained. They have not cooperated from the start. In fact, the Livorno division had been ordered by the Italian High Command to attack Gela with utmost determination, though no one thought to tell the Germans. The Axis front by midday stretched on an 18-mile arc, without coordination or coherence. No matter. Comando Supremo in Rome announced that Gela had been recaptured, and the Americans were returning to their ships. From his sandy perch above the lemons and the panoramic chaos, Allen knew that to be untrue, but he also knew that it could be true if the tide did not turn soon. As he watched the panzers edge closer to the beach, a mob of 18th Infantry soldiers scampered back through the dunes. They are carrying armloads of blankets, shovels, binoculars, and weapons in what seems like complete disorder, an 18th Infantry lieutenant reported. A staff officer asked Allen whether other troops should also retreat. "Hell no," Allen replied. "We haven't begun to fight. They haven't overrun our artillery yet." Patton came ashore on Whiskey Knoll near Gela at 9:30 Sunday morning, wading the last few yards from Hewitt's borrowed barge in thigh-deep water. Timing his own pulse, he was disgusted to find it slightly elevated. "You had better come now," he had called to a reporter on Monrovia, "or my men will have killed all the bastards." Slapping a leather swagger stick in his palm, he looked beautiful and battle-fevered in boots and whipcords, the reporter noted. Binoculars and a camera hung from his neck, and in place of his trademark pair of pistols, a single Colt Peacemaker .45 hugged his hip. Crossing the beach, Patton studied a pair of mine-wrecked DUKWs as several German shells exploded in the water 30 yards from shore. "Get your asses off this beach," he yelled at loitering soldiers in his odd, high-pitched voice, "and go kill those Kraut bastards." Aide stripped the waterproofing from his scout car and unfurled a 3-star flag on the bumper. Patton intended to drive 3 miles east on Highway 115, now known as Adolph's Alley, to see Allen at danger forward. But the U.S. flag Darby had tacked onto the Fascist Party headquarters in Gela caught his eye, and he swerved into town. Darby was off in the killing field somewhere, but the rooftop offered Patton an Olympian view. 30 hours into Husky, he had only a sketchy notion of how the invasion was progressing. The code rooms on Monrovia had been hopelessly swamped since H hour, with many urgent messages from 7th Army units backlogged for 8 hours. More routine dispatches were backed up for 2 days. At least here, Patton could see for himself. Dust and gray smoke smeared the landscape north and east of town. German tanks pushing past the 26th Infantry on the eastern edge of Highway 117 had crossed the shallow Gela River to menace Adolph's Alley and Allen's Sanctuary. Italian tanks west of the highway had nosed within a mile of Gela. Patton shouted to a naval ensign with a walkie-talkie in the street below. "Hey, you with the radio! If you can connect with your goddamn Navy, tell them for God's sake to drop some shell fire on the road." Minutes later, 38 shells from the cruiser Boise rushed over the rooftops. Explosions blossomed among the Italian tanks, and a syncopated thunder rolled across town. More blossoms opened, this time from white phosphorus mortar shells falling among enemy infantrymen. The burning fragments, Patton noted, seemed to make them quite crazy as they rushed out of the ravine, shrilling like dervishes with their hands over their heads. A ranger captain added that enemy troops could be seen staggering around as if thoroughly dazed. There were human bodies hanging from trees. A column of prisoners snaked through the street below. "Make it double time," Patton barked at the military police escorts. "Kick him in the ass." Under Patton's glare, the prisoners stumbled into a ragged trot. The Italian thrust stalled before noon, but now German artillery ranged the town. 2 88mm shells gouged the fascist headquarters in a spray of steel shards and masonry, and a third holed the roof across the street. No one was hurt except some civilians, Patton noted. "I have never heard so much screaming." The panic intensified with the appearance of 2 German warplanes. The heavy footfall of approaching bombs, Patton later wrote, caused the locals to behave in a most foolish manner, running up and down the street. It was necessary for us to use MPs and rifle butts to solace them. If the Italians had been stopped, the Germans had not, and by midday, Terry Allen's right wing faced obliteration. German infiltrators menaced the flank of the lemon grove, where the stink of cordite commingled with the citrus. Panzer fire had begun sweeping the beaches, causing casualties and consternation. German tanks near Santa Spina controlled Highway 115 and stood barely a mile from the waterline. Landing craft had taken fire, and enemy troops threatened the 26th Infantry dumps only 700 yards inland. Riflemen pried up slabs of dried mud to build pathetic adobe parapets. On the beach, a naval officer struck a heroic pose, shouting, "To arms! To arms!" Navy yeomen, electricians, and carpenters tittered even as they scrambled for their rifles. Men burned both personal and official papers, including maps, and a radar set was blown up for fear of capture. Crouched in a trench at the aptly named Danger Forward, Allen, bleary-eyed and gray with fatigue, sifted through battle reports and pleaded for more firepower. Firepower arrived, and with it, salvation. 4 artillery battalions with 12 guns each, as well as the platoon of Sherman tanks and half a dozen cannon and anti-tank companies, finally trundled across the beach and into the dunes. "There's plenty of good hunting up there," the 1st Division Artillery Chief, Brigadier General Clift Andrus, told the arriving gunners. Smoking his pipe and polishing his spectacles, Andrus, a Cornell University civil engineer known to the troops as Mr. Chips, evinced the same sang-froid he had displayed at Kasserine Pass and El Guitar. Strolling from battery to battery, he pointed at targets with his walking stick and ordered the gunners to try ricochet fire, which had proved particularly lethal to enemy foot soldiers in Tunisia. Behind a battery of 155mm long-toms, firing over open sights at the approaching panzers, a lieutenant reportedly drew his .45 and threatened to shoot any man who abandoned his gun. Then, above the whine of artillery shells, came the locomotive shriek of Boise's shells. 15 6-inch airbursts every 6 seconds, ripping up wheat fields and vineyards and Germans alike. She nearly sat on the beach, edging to within 3,000 yards of the waterline, as leadsmen took soundings in the chains. Another cruiser, USS Savannah, joined the barrage, along with 4 destroyers that drew even closer at 1,200 yards. German tanks began to burn, first 2, then 6, then 12 and more. U.S. infantrymen heard trapped crews screaming half a mile away, until the ammunition cooked off and the screaming stopped. "I was hit on the left side of the turret," an officer in a Tiger unit later recalled. "Fortunately, it didn't penetrate, but rivets flew about our ears." A grenadier shot by a 16th Infantry rifleman tumbled beneath the tracks of tank. Later, upon inspecting the body, the rifleman took hold of his hair to pull his face around, but he was melted right into the ground. At 2 p.m., Conrath called off the attack. The panzers pulled back, slowly at first, then gathering speed when the naval shells thickened until they were rushing to the rear as if the landscape had somehow tipped northward. At 4 p.m., the Hermann Göring Division headquarters reported, "The counterattack against the hostile landings has failed." Terry Allen urged his exhausted troops to sock the hell out of those damned Heinies before they could get set to hit us again. As for the day's events, the twinkle returned to his red-rimmed eyes. The situation could have been critical, he told Don Whitehead. As it was merely embarrassing. Patton returned to the beach late in the day, still in full throat and still impeccable, despite having been bombed, strafed, and shelled. During the afternoon, he'd tracked down Ted Roosevelt in Jela, rebuking him for failing to seize Ponte Olivo airfield already, and later he smoked a victory cigar while visiting Allen's command post. He ate his K-ration lunch with a portly, white-haired brigadier general named William J. Donovan, a millionaire Wall Street lawyer whose resume also included the Medal of Honor and 3 Purple Hearts in World War I, and whose friend, Franklin Roosevelt, had appointed him Director of the Office of Strategic Services. Donovan had come ashore from the Samuel Chase and spent the day shooting at Italians, happy as a clam, a 1st Division captain reported. "You know, Bill," Patton said, "there are 2 things in life that I love to do: fucking and fighting." Donovan nodded. "Yes, George, and in that order, too." Patton's cigar was fairly won. 2 Axis divisions had been repulsed and were now skulking off into the Sicilian hinterland. "I had the bitter experience to watch scenes during these last days that are not worthy of a German soldier." Conrath fulminated in a July 12th field order which threatened summary executions for cowardice and rumor-mongering. On the 7th Army left, Truscott's 3rd Division was pushing inland. On the right, paratrooper Gavin repulsed a sizable armor and infantry force at Biazza Ridge. As for casualties, Andrus counted 43 enemy tanks destroyed, including 6 by bazooka, a figure similar to a tally by the Hermann Göring Division. Conrath reported 630 men killed or wounded in the first 3 days of Husky. 10 of 17 Tigers had been knocked out. American casualties in the Sunday counterattack totaled 331. After 2 days of fighting, 7th Army reported 175 dead, 665 wounded, and nearly 2,600 missing, most of whom were in fact lost. Nearly 9,000 prisoners had been bagged, almost exclusively Italians. Once again, horse carts hauled dead civilians to a mass grave outside Jela. Patton prowled the beach, waiting for his barge. Spying several soldiers digging foxholes amid stacks of 500-pound bombs, he advised them that, if they wanted to save Graves' registrations burials, that was a fine thing to do. But otherwise, they better dig somewhere else. At that moment, German planes strafed the beach, and the men plunged back into their lairs. Patton strutted and clucked until he had shamed them from their holes. By the time he regained Monrovia, the sun was sinking in the western Mediterranean, and he was drenched with sea spray. "This is the first day in this campaign that I think I earned my pay," he told his diary. "I am well satisfied with my command today." Tonight, wear white pajamas. Kent Hewitt had spent his Sunday fighting the naval war, a few thousand yards seaward of Patton's terrestrial battle. Pillars of black smoke and a faint clamor carrying from the beach implied the tumult ashore, but Hewitt had been far too busy to do more than cast an occasional glance inland. His own losses were modest, if worrisome. Axis air attacks kept intensifying as enemy pilots evaded Allied radar by sneaking through valleys notched across the coastal plain. The battleship HMS Nelson had been attacked 3 times on July 10th, but 14 times today. A bomb detonated under the Barnett, Ted Roosevelt's ship, ripping a hole in hold number 1 and killing 7 men. The hospital ship Talamba, illuminated and bedizened with huge red crosses, was sunk 5 miles offshore. With a cracking, hissing sound, her stern went under. Her bows reared up and she began to slide under. A British lieutenant reported. People were jumping off her sides. The loss of LST-313 and 22 souls at Jela on Saturday had been equally grim. An Me-109 attacked out of the late afternoon sun so stealthily that not a defensive shot was fired until bombs were falling. Trucks loaded with mines and ammunition blew up, catapulting men from the main deck 100 feet into the air. Flaming axles and fenders rained across the beach. Fires raged. Flash-burned men lay on the bow ramp, reciting the Lord's Prayer. And all engines were stopped, so that those who'd leaped overboard might not be sucked into the propellers. LST-313 settled on the bottom with a final Delphic distress call. This goddamn thing isn't working. At noon on Sunday, Hewitt boarded the minesweeper USS Steady and steamed west to inspect Truscott's landings. No sooner had the Admiral arrived off Licata than 10 dive bombers hit the keys and beaches, straddling half a dozen LSTs with bombs and setting fire to another. By 3 p.m., when Steady came about to return to Jela, Hewitt had witnessed 5 more attacks. Each successive raid vexed him more. Nearly 5,000 Allied planes had been amassed for Husky, but Hewitt had little idea where they were or what they were doing. For months, he and Patton had hectored the U.S. Army Air Forces for what the Admiral decried as an almost complete lack of participation in battle planning, and for drafting an air plan unrelated to the military attack plan and naval attack plan. Neither he nor Patton knew which Sicilian targets would be bombed, or what, when, or where fighter cover would be provided. Air Force commanders, wary of parceling out their aircraft or giving personal control over the air units to their Army and Navy brethren, countered that to neutralize Axis air power, they must concentrate Allied planes on targets, such as enemy airfields and supply lines, often invisible from the battlefront. Because the Navy insisted on deploying all aircraft carriers to the Pacific, not enough fighters were available in the Mediterranean to protect the beachheads during 16 hours of daylight. Firing from Allied ships on friendly planes had become so promiscuous that air patrols originally planned for altitudes of 5,000 feet had been forced up to 10,000. Considering that the Navy had been prepared to lose up to 300 ships on July 9th and 10th, actual sinkings by air attack through Saturday night, a dozen vessels, had been light indeed. That hardly appeased those under incessant bombardment on the beach and in the anchorage. Hewitt was angry. Patton was disgusted. We can't get the goddamn Air Force to do a goddamn thing. And a young soldier, when told of the impenetrable air umbrella ostensibly provided by Allied fighters, rolled his eyes to the heavens and said, "Only the good people can see them." Back at the Jela Roads aboard Steady, Hewitt was on the minesweeper's bridge when the Liberty ship SS Rowan, stuffed with ammunition and gasoline, caught a pair of bombs in the number 2 hold and another next to a gun tub. After 20 minutes of futile firefighting, she was abandoned, and an hour later, as Hewitt watched, blew up with a roar seen and heard halfway to Africa. One eyewitness described a flat sheet of crimson fire in a frame of black smoke. Pieces of the twisted metal and flaming wood hissed into the water as far as a mile distant. Broken in half, Rowan refused to sink despite 5-inch destroyer shells pumped point-blank below her waterline. She settled in just 7 fathoms and would burn for 2 days as a beacon for enemy pilots. By twilight's last gleaming on Sunday, German planes sprinkled magnesium parachute flares to make the roadstead even brighter. They drifted like tiny suns over the fleet, reminding every swab and soldier and admiral of his vulnerability. Just across Highway 115, a few hundred yards east of Terry Allen's command post, another major general stood on a makeshift landing strip and eyed the glowing night sky with trepidation. Matthew B. Ridgway was handsome, graceful, and charismatic. He was hard as flint and full of intensity, almost grinding his teeth from intensity, in James Gavin's description, to the point that George Marshall had once counseled Ridgway to cultivate the art of playing and loafing. Vaulting from major to brigadier general in 18 months, Ridgway, as a 2-star, now commanded the 82nd Airborne. Soldiers later dubbed him Old Iron Tits for his affectation of attaching a hand grenade and a first aid kit to his chest harness. There's a right way, they said, a wrong way, and a Ridgway. He was brave under fire to the point of being exhibitionistic, Gavin recalled, and so despised the Germans that in battle he'd stand in the middle of the road and urinate. Even with his penis, he was defiant. God, he believed, would preserve him at least until the final defeat of the Third Reich. He was less certain how the Almighty felt about the 82nd on this Sunday night. One of his regiments under Gavin was already scattered across half of Sicily, and another was now en route to the island. At 8:30 this morning, on orders personally issued by Patton, Ridgway had summoned the 504th Parachute Infantry Regiment from Tunisia with a coded radio message. Tonight, wear white pajamas. 2,300 men were to reinforce the Big Red One by jumping from 144 planes before midnight. Some planners had advocated a daylight drop, or, now that German troops had retreated, simply landing the C-47s near the beach to discharge the paratroopers. Yet, once again, plans had been made, orders had been issued, and a cruel inflexibility gripped both plans and orders. Patton, before leaving Monrovia this morning, had drafted a notification to his 4 divisions of the impending jump, adding, "It is essential that all subordinate units be cautioned not to fire on these friendly planes." Although Patton signed the order at 8:45 a.m., congestion in Monrovia's signal room kept it from being coded and dispatched until 4:20 p.m. Ridgway this afternoon had traipsed among anti-aircraft batteries along Green 2, asking whether the gunners knew that aircraft bearing friendly parachute troops would soon be overhead. 5 crews had in fact heard, while a 6th had not. There's always some son of a bitch who never gets the word, a Navy axiom held. In this instance, the word failed to reach thousands, at sea and on land. Smaller vessels in particular knew nothing of the jump. Hewitt, who was living on the same ship with Patton, later stated that he first learned the mission had been authorized at 5:47 p.m. on Sunday, too late to spread the warning and too late to protest. None of the 3 regiments in the 45th Division sector to the east, where the planes would first make landfall, received notification until after 10 p.m. Signal officers struggled to decode the messages by moonlight. Ridgway, for 6 weeks, had warned of fratricide, and in late June, he advocated scrubbing the jump because the Navy refused to guarantee safe passage for the transport planes over the fleet. A flight corridor had at last been grudgingly promised, but final aircraft routes had not been apportioned by the High Command until July 5th, and disseminating knowledge of those routes through the invasion forces took several days. After 2 days of Axis attacks, all troops around the Gulf of Jella were jumpy, and few were skilled at distinguishing friend from foe, especially at night. Every plane that came over us was fired upon because we couldn't identify it, one corporal explained. A particularly vicious raid, the 23rd of the day, hit the anchorage at 9:50 p.m., narrowly missing Boise and scattering ships to all points. If Ridgway was anxious ashore, Patton aboard Monrovia was hard-pressed to heed his own advice to eschew the counsel of his fears. His afternoon bravado melted away as he realized that he was sitting on a tinderbox. At 8 p.m. he tried to abort the mission, only to learn that the 504th was already airborne and beyond recall. In his cabin late that night, Patton confided to his diary, "Found we could not get contact by radio. Am terribly worried." No one ever knew who fired the first shot. The lead C-47 arrived at 10:40 p.m., in the preternatural calm that drifted over the beachhead, following the departure of the last enemy raiders of the evening. Amber belly lights flashed the prescribed recognition signal from 1,000 feet up. Crossing the coastline 30 miles east of Jela, the planes banked left, and the first stick of 16 paratroopers leaped from the open door onto the airstrip where Ridgway stood craning his neck. Then the rapping of a single machine gun broke the tranquility, and a stream of the red tracers used by U.S. forces floated up and up and up. The contagion spread in an instant. Fountains of red fire erupted from the beaches and the anchorage. "I looked back," reported a captain in one of the lead planes, "and saw the whole coastline burst into flame." Pilots dove to the deck or swerved back to sea, flinging paratroopers to the floor and tangling their static lines. Men fingered their rosary beads or vomited into their helmets. Bullets ripped through wings and fuselages, and the bay floors grew slick with blood. "The tracers going by our plane were so thick that I think I could have read a newspaper," one lieutenant later reported. Formations disintegrated. Some pilots flipped off their belly lights and tried to thread a path along the shore between fire from the ships and fire from the beach. Others fled for Africa, chased by tracers for 30 miles. Half a dozen planes were hit as paratroopers struggled to get out the door. Planes tumbled out of the air like burning crosses, recalled a soldier in the 1st Battalion. Others stopped like a bird shot in flight. A few pilots refused to drop their sticks, considering it tantamount to murder, although one crew chief told the 504th Battalion commander, "It's a hell of a lot safer out there than it is in here." Nowhere was safe, of course. Men died in their planes, men died descending in their parachutes, and at least 4 were shot dead on the ground by comrades convinced they were Germans. Men also died for saying the wrong thing. The paratroopers had been given challenge and parole passwords, Ulysses/Grant, at odds with those in the 45th Division sector, where ground fire was heaviest. Think/quickly. Those watching from the ground would be imprinted with a horror hardly matched through the rest of the war. "No! Stop, you bastards! Stop!" The correspondent, Jack Belden, shrieked above the din. None stopped. Parachutes collapsed or failed to open, and men struck the earth with a sound like large pumpkins being thrown down. Others with shoots of flame candlesticked into the sea. Ridgway stared at the carnage in tears, aghast. But it was a young sergeant, Ralph G. Martin, who gave voice to all. "I feel sick in body and soul." Colonel Reuben H. Tucker, the 32-year-old commander of the 504th, managed to jump onto the proper landing zone despite gunfire that killed his crew chief and put 1,000 holes through his C-47. After rolling up his chute, Tucker stomped from tank to tank, ordering the crews to stop shooting at his men with their .50 caliber machine guns. Too late. The final formation of 24 planes was hit hardest, with half shot down. One pilot dropped his paratroopers, then took fire from 8 ships as he banked back to sea. Hit by more than 30 shells that left the cockpit instruments in his lap, he managed to ditch and escape in a rubber raft. The C-47 carrying Tucker's executive officer, Lieutenant Colonel Leslie G. Freeman, crashed 500 yards from shore after being struck in the right engine by gunfire that also wounded 3 troopers. Marksmen on nearby ships sprayed the sinking wreckage with bullets. 11 more men were wounded or killed after we landed on the water, Freeman reported, including a lieutenant shot in the face after swimming to the beach. At last, the shooting ebbed, the guns fell silent, and an awful epiphany seeped across the beachhead and through the fleet. That men-at-arms had done what men-at-arms most fear doing. They had killed their own. 23 planes had been destroyed, and another 37 were badly damaged. Investigators put the casualties at 410, although the actual number long remained in dispute. That the mission had been a fiasco, among the worst friendly fire episodes in modern warfare, was beyond haggling. The safest place for us tonight while over Sicily, one pilot said, would have been over enemy territory. As late as July 16th, Ridgway would report that he could account for only 3,900 of the 5,300 paratroopers who had left North Africa for Sicily on the 9th and 11th. Those who survived that Sunday night would never forget, even as they looked for ways to forgive. As he was carried away on a stretcher with a bullet in his shoulder, one paratrooper told an officer, "I was glad to see that our fellows could shoot so good." Eisenhower arrived at the beachhead on Monday morning, July 12th, ignorant of the previous night's fratricide. No one during his day-long visit thought to enlighten him. For the past 2 days on Malta, he'd been both giddy at Husky's apparent early success. "By golly," he exclaimed, "to think we've done it again," and splenetic at the absence of hard news, particularly from Patton. He studied Cunningham's maps, rocked in a wicker chair in his Lascaris office, cadged dry cigarettes from reporters, and paced on the beach. Ike had the fidgets, his naval aide, Commander Harry C. Butcher, wrote in his diary. Lay on sand a while, then got up and dug holes in the sand with a stick. To John Gunther he complained, "They treat me like a bird in a gilded cage." To see the battle for himself, he'd boarded HMS Petard in Valletta Harbor, and at 2 a.m. Monday, set sail for Sicily at 26 knots. The destroyer made landfall at Licata just as a lovely Mediterranean dawn tinted the distant hills with orange and gold. Columns of greasy smoke spiraled above the beach, but from 2 miles out the prevailing impression was complete serenity, wrote a British officer aboard Petard. More like a huge regatta than an operation of war. Shortly after 6 a.m., the destroyer's captain, dressed in a blue turtleneck and shabby white shorts, pointed to Monrovia, anchored 5 miles off Gela. Eisenhower crossed to the flagship in a bouncing launch to be greeted by the usual bosun's trill. "I never know what to do when they pipe me on," the commander-in-chief had muttered, as well as a smiling saluting Kent Hewitt and a smiling saluting George Patton. Patton led the way to his cabin, where blue and red battle lines had been neatly drawn on a large map of Sicily. The Allies now had 80,000 troops ashore, with 7,000 vehicles, 300 tanks, and 900 guns spread on a 100-mile arc across an island the size of Vermont. The British Eighth Army had captured Syracuse, and Augusta would fall soon. A tumultuous welcome from Sicilian civilians cooled when it became clear that the Tommies had little extra food to share. But instead of the anticipated 10,000 British casualties in the first week, there would be only 1,500. General Montgomery had begun to wheel toward Catania, only 20 miles north of Augusta, and the last sizable city before Messina, on the island's northeast tip. Brash as ever, Montgomery confidently predicted he would reach Catania as soon as Tuesday night. As for his own 7th Army, Patton pointed to Truscott's 3rd Division on the left, already across the Yellow Line and nearing Canicattì, 15 miles inland, and Middleton's 45th Division on the right, a bit scattered, but pressing toward the upland town of Vicini. Comiso airfield had fallen Sunday afternoon, and 125 enemy planes had been captured, 20 of them still flyable. American troops had seized Ragusa, which technically stood in the Canadian sector, and amused themselves there by answering phone calls from anxious Italian garrisons further upcountry. In the center, Patton reported the Hermann Göring counterattack had forestalled Allen's 1st Division, but Ponte Olivo airfield would surely fall this morning. The enemy's distress was apparent in a message found banded to a homing pigeon, which on Sunday had landed on a U.S. minesweeper instead of flying to the Italian 12th Corps headquarters. From an Italian coastal division it read, "Heroic infantry and artillery still doing their duty after 15 hours of fighting against tremendous odds. Send more pigeons." A Royal Navy officer had advised, "Cross-examine in Pidgin English and release." Hardly had the briefing ended than Eisenhower rounded on his army commander, and Patton's smile vanished. During the torch landings, Patton had earned a rebuke for failing to notify Eisenhower at Gibraltar of his progress in Morocco, and now he had repeated his sin. The High Command in Washington and London wanted information, Eisenhower complained. And what was an ignorant commander-in-chief to tell them? How should he know whether 7th Army needed help, particularly in the air? Harry Butcher, who witnessed the tongue-lashing, wrote, "When we left General Patton, I thought he was angry. Ike had stepped on him hard. There was an air of tenseness." 45 minutes after boarding Monrovia, Eisenhower climbed down to the barge for the return trip to Petard. Patton stood at the edge of the rope ladder looking like a Roman emperor carved in brown stone, Gunther wrote. He waved goodbye. 30 minutes later, the Monrovia radio room decoded a message confirming that nearly 24 of our own troop transport planes were shot down last night. The report never caught up with Eisenhower. He spent the morning cruising the Sicilian shore, stuffing cotton in his ears during a brief exchange of salvos with a German shore battery, then riding a DUKW through hundreds of naked Canadian soldiers bathing in the creamy surf near Cape Passero. "I have come to welcome Canada to the Allied command," he declared, sweat beading on his broad forehead. Eisenhower ended the day with a tumbler of gin, courtesy of the Royal Navy, and the conviction that Husky was unfolding rather well. "Provided everything goes satisfactorily," he privately informed reporters, "we should have Sicily in 2 weeks." Given limp Italian resistance, he had begun to believe that Allied forces should carry the fight to mainland Italy. Still, he was irked at Patton. Notwithstanding their 20-year friendship, he told Butcher he wished that 7th Army for the rest of the Sicilian campaign could be commanded by his West Point classmate, Omar Bradley, whom he considered calm and matter-of-fact. Only after returning to his dank command post in the Lascaris Bastion, late Monday night, did Eisenhower learn of the calamity. His irritation at Patton now turned to fury. Face flushed, lips pursed, he dictated a scathing message to the Army commander at 11:45 p.m., the syllables popping like whip cracks. "You, particularly, requested me to authorize this movement into your area. Consequently, ample time was obviously available for complete and exact coordination of the movement among all forces involved. Such a catastrophe implied inexcusable carelessness and negligence on the part of someone." Patton was to initiate an exhaustive investigation with a view to fixing responsibility. Investigations would go forth, sins of omission and commission would be duly documented, but no blame was ever formally assigned. Pentagon censorship kept the incident secret until many months after the Sicilian campaign ended. Hewitt angrily denied any culpability, as did everyone else involved. Eisenhower's air chief deemed the mission not operationally sound, although the top AFHQ airborne advisor, fatuously determined to fashion a silk purse from the sow's ear, declared himself well pleased with the entire operation in Sicily. Patton considered the 504th's misfortune an unavoidable incident of combat. But as he moved into the marble-floored, bed-bug-ridden Jelloin villa that would become his first headquarters ashore, he felt the sting of Eisenhower's castigation. If anyone is blamable, it must be myself. But personally, I feel immune to censure. Patton wrote in his diary on July 13th. Perhaps Ike is looking for an excuse to relieve me. If they want a goat, I'm it. The dark world is not far from us. They pressed inland on their 100-mile front, past Sicilians shouting Viva Babe Ruth, or Hurrah King George, and waving homemade U.S. flags with too many stripes and too few stars. The July heat came on, and they knotted bandanas across their noses, marching invisible from the waist down, because of the dust they beat up as if they were scuffing through flour. After the first mile, we were so worn out, we barely had enough breath to bitch, a mortarman recalled. But we managed. Salt stained their shirts, and their boots squished, and they denounced their steel helmets as brain furnaces. They nibbled on grapes and green tomatoes and Benzedrine, or bartered 1 cigarette for 8 oranges. By midday, the journalist Alan Moorhead wrote, everything had turned into strident color. Red rocks, green vineyards, a blaring cobalt blue in the sky. The troops were less vivid. Sweat and dust blended to coat them with a gray paste. Occasional shells fell about, and they dove for a ditch, or at least a dimple in the sun-hammered earth. I put my face in the dirt, one soldier said, and tried to dig deeper with my knees. Jeeps returned from the front with dead soldiers trussed to the hood, threading a path through the columns heaving forward. Right of way, the drivers bellowed. Right of way. The living moved aside, looking away as if they were Sicilians avoiding the evil eye. Many troops carried amulets, perhaps a St. Christopher medal, or a smooth stone to rub whenever the tracers whizzed past. One soldier held a tiny carved wooden pig, murmuring as the shells thickened, Pig, this one is not for us. Or, Pig, you know that the one that gets me gets you. The novelist John Steinbeck, who had joined the press corps for the invasion, noted a belief that the magic must not be called on too often. The virtue of the piece is not inexhaustible. This atavism, Steinbeck concluded, reflected a reasonable conviction in the ranks that the dark world is not far from us. They tramped through a land as exotic as North Africa, a land of village witches and exorcists, where the sick swallowed powdered amber or drank the dust of St. Rita's bones. Big-wheeled carts clattered on iron rims over the cobblestones. The scenes painted on their sides showed the martyrdom of Christ, or cinema stars from the 1920s. Dray horses with blinkers, depicting the life and death of a saint, right and left respectively, clopped past women combing nits from their children's hair, and old men pouring drinks from 5-cornered canvas wine flasks, splotched with purple stains. Walls and public buildings were upholstered with fascist slogans. Few words, many deeds, or Mussolini is always right, which, after a while, even ceased to be ridiculous, Moorhead wrote. A few had been freshly whitewashed, or overridden with new scrawl, including Finito Benito. Military policemen hunted fascist officials by scrutinizing the locals for store-bought shoes or unfrayed trousers. Denunciation and betrayal soon became cottage industries. Blue butterflies and hoopoes and bee-eaters flew about, and the scent of honeysuckle and jasmine mingled with the stink of manure and human offal to produce the precise odor of poverty. A carton of cigarettes would buy you a whole province here, an American officer reported, and a suit of clothes would get you the whole island. Dead enemy soldiers lay by the roads with their arms flung out, as if making snow angels. They were hastily buried in graves marked ED, enemy dead. Dead civilians lay about too, some next to painted carts flipped on their sides with disemboweled donkeys, still in the traces to form a death tableau at a 90-degree angle from life. A gravedigger's strike in some provinces complicated sanitation, as did a shortage of wood for coffins, which were necessarily reused. Bury the dead and feed the living, a 1st Division Civil Affairs officer advised. That, too, was complicated. Food riots soon erupted, including one in Kanikati, quelled by MPs who fired over the rioters' heads to no effect. When they lowered their fire, an AMGOT report added, the mob lay down in the streets and continued to scream. General Truscott ordered looters executed. When civilians stealing soap from a warehouse tried to flee, an officer shot at some of the men in the crowd, and the infantry rounded up others and shot them. 6 men were killed. Also shot were 7 alleged saboteurs accused of filching military signal wire. Sometimes the living simply needed to be comforted. Seaman First Class Francis Carpenter, a former Broadway actor pressed into service as a beachhead scout because he'd twice vacationed in Sicily, came upon 8 terrified peasants hiding in a cornfield. Carpenter, whose credits included the 1938 revival by Orson Welles of The Shoemaker's Holiday, handed round his pack of cigarettes, then cleared his throat and sang La Donna è Mobile, a winsome aria from Rigoletto. No one was more eager to get inland than the lieutenant general who commanded most of the American troops now in Sicily. Omar Nelson Bradley, who as the 2nd Corps commander ranked just under Patton, had battled adversity and affliction throughout his 50 years. The early death of his father, the extraction of his teeth after a skating accident, a near-fatal bout of flu, the loss of a stillborn son. For the first 36 hours of the Husky invasion, Bradley's personal trials persisted. Feeling worse than I have ever felt in my life, he had been confined to the USS Ancon after emergency surgery for hemorrhoids, known in the Army as cavalry tonsils. Still in agony and seasick to boot, he eventually came ashore in his command car, cushioned on a life preserver and feeling slightly ridiculous. On Monday morning, July 12th, he set up his headquarters in a sultry grove 3 miles north of Scoglieti. Graying since his cadet days, Bradley wore an unadorned field jacket and might have passed as an elderly rifleman lugging his favorite 1903 Springfield rifle. Round, steel-framed GI spectacles magnified his rural manner, wrote the historian Martin Blumenson, and his hayseed expression gave him a homespun look. Nearly anonymous in Tunisia, although he had commanded U.S. forces during the triumphant coup de grace, Bradley had recently been discovered by journalists and the public. They found his demeanor compelling. As unruffled as an Ozark lake on a dead calm day, life gushed. And his personal story, irresistible. The Missouri sodbuster boyhood without running water. The widowed mother, a seamstress, cooking game killed by young Omar. Squirrels, quail, rabbit, and big green frogs. The .383 batting average and deadly throwing arm on the West Point baseball squad. The sharpshooter who could hit a pheasant on the fly with a .22 rifle and who eyed German planes overhead as if he were shooting at the number 8 post at Skeet. At Eisenhower's urging, Ernie Pyle would spend several days with Bradley in Sicily, writing a hagiographic 6-part profile that forever sanctified him as the GI General. "He is so damn normal," Pyle wrote. "He has no idiosyncrasies, no superstitions, no hobbies." Perhaps. But he also had depths beyond even Pyle's plumbing. Underneath the mask was a cold and ruthless mind. Martin Blumenson concluded. He was calculative. The adjective appeared in his high school yearbook. And often intolerant. His distaste for the piratical Terry Allen, who considered Bradley a phony Abraham Lincoln, had grown so toxic that he was looking for a chance to sack the 1st Division commander. He also was increasingly disaffected with Patton's flamboyance, his bullheaded tactics, and his penchant for issuing orders directly to the divisions, rather than through Bradley. "He's impetuous," Bradley later wrote. "I disliked the way he worked. Thought him a rather shallow commander." Among the most pressing problems facing Second Corps was the flood tide of Italian prisoners. On Sicily, more enemy soldiers were captured in a week than were bagged by the U.S. Army in all of World War I. They came in skipping pairs from the villages, or in stolen trucks, or in long, chattering columns out of the hills, nervously glancing over their shoulders for muzzle flashes from disapproving Hermann Göring grenadiers. Wearing long-billed caps and the coarse cloth uniforms the Germans called asbestos, they surrendered in a mood of fiesta, their personal possessions slung about them, filling the air with laughter and song, as one soldier wrote. Some U.S. units were so overwhelmed that they posted signs in Italian, "No prisoners taken here," or advised enemy troops to come back another day. You can't work up a good hate against soldiers who are surrendering to you so fast, you have to take them by appointment, Bill Malden observed. Off they went in the LSTs, herded like livestock, but singing as though caged in an aviary. An OSS officer who interrogated a captured Italian machine gun crew reported that Axis officers had spread atrocity tales in a vain effort to halt the defections. "When are you going to start?" one prisoner had asked. "Start what?" The prisoner cringed. "Cutting off our balls." Told that they wouldn't be harmed, the men sobbed in relief. "A queer race, these Italians," a lieutenant wrote his mother. "You'd think we were their deliverers instead of their captors." Yet the dark world was not far removed, and now it intruded. Operation Husky had exacted a particularly grievous toll from the 180th Infantry Regiment, the pride of Oklahoma, and one of 3 National Guard infantry regiments in the 45th Division. During the 45th's brief interlude in Oran, en route from Norfolk to Sicily, Patton had lavished his attention on the unit, urging officers to kill devastatingly, to be wary of white flag ruses, and, if enemy soldiers surrendered only when nearly overrun, to kill the sons of bitches. The 45th should be known as the Killer Division, Patton told them, because killers are immortal. Despite these admonitions, not much had gone right for the killers in the 180th. On D-Day, the regimental commander, Colonel Forrest E. Cookson, was dumped by a confused coxswain on a 1st Division beach and failed to rejoin his men for 30 hours. Evincing anxiety and indecision, he tended to shake his head and mutter, "Not good." Cookson seemed so overmatched that Patton had offered his command to Bill Darby, who opted to stay with his Rangers. With no suitable replacement in sight, Cookson kept his job for the moment, but soon lost his most aggressive battalion commander, Lieutenant Colonel William H. Schaefer. A former West Point football player known as King Kong, Schaefer was the ugliest-looking man in the U.S. Army, maybe the Navy and Marines as well, one lieutenant said. He had repeatedly lectured his 1st Battalion officers against risking capture because a captive can't fight. Several hours into the landings, Schaefer had been cornered by German grenadiers, who took him prisoner in a vineyard. "Dear General," he wrote the division commander, Troy Middleton, on a scrap of brown paper, "I'm sorry I got captured." The 180th's chance for redemption came at remote, impoverished Biscari, which the regiment had attacked late Sunday afternoon, July 11th. Hermann Göring's troops fell back behind the high yellow walls of the town cemetery, sheltering among the cedars and marble tombs set into a hill. American mortar rounds rooted them out, brown smoke foaming over the mausoleums and machine gun slugs chipping the seraphim. Again, the Germans fell back, skulking north across the Akate River toward an airfield 5 miles north of Biscari town. In broken country, the gunfight continued through Tuesday, July 13th. By early Wednesday morning, the airfield was at last in American hands. Bodies lay like bloody throw rugs on a runway gouged by more than 200 bomb craters. The charred cruciforms of ruined warplanes smoldered near the hangars. Enemy snipers had hidden in the cockpits, taking potshots, until a platoon of Sherman tanks exterminated them, fuselage by fuselage. Flames crackled in the grain fields east and west of the airfield. Through the billowing smoke, U.S. soldiers could be seen like wraiths in olive drab, dragging wounded comrades to safe ground or snatching first aid kits and ammunition from abandoned packs. Sniper fire still winked from the shadows along the packed dirt Biscari Road. Companies A and C of the 180th 1st Battalion had landed 5 days earlier with nearly 200 men each, and now counted 150 between them. The battalion casualties included King Kong's replacement, wounded, and the Company A commander, captured. "We had the killing spirit," one sergeant later observed. Another rifleman wrote his father that the summer dust tasted like powdered blood, then added, "Now I know why soldiers get old quick." By mid-morning Wednesday, the 1st Battalion had pushed through the smoke and dancing flames, flushing German and Italian laggards from caves along the thready Ficuzza River. Soon Company A had rounded up 46 prisoners, among them 3 Germans. Frightened and exhausted, the captives sat naked but for their trousers on a parched slope above the Ficuzza, all shirts and shoes having been confiscated to discourage escape. A major separated 9 prisoners for interrogation. The youngsters were considered most likely to talk. Then turned both them and the other captives over to Sergeant Horace T. West, with a small security detachment for removal to the rear. West proved a poor choice. Born in Barren Fork, Oklahoma, he'd joined the Army in 1929, then switched to the National Guard, training on weekends and working as a cook in his antebellum civilian life. Now 33, he had 2 young children, earned $101 a month, and had gained a reputation, one superior said, as the most thorough non-com I ever saw in the Army. But the past few days had badly frayed Sergeant West. "It was something sitting on me," he later said, "just to kill and destroy and watch them bleed to death." In 2 shuffling columns, the prisoners marched 400 yards down the road toward a stand of olives above the creek. West halted his charges. Without being told, they executed a ragged left face, and separated out the smaller group designated for interrogation. Turning to the company first sergeant, Haskell Brown, he asked to borrow his Thompson submachine gun to shoot the sons of bitches. Brown handed him the weapon with an extra clip. "Turn around if you don't want to see," West advised, and opened fire. They fell, writhing and jerking in the dust, then lurched to their knees, begging, only to be shot down again. Cries filled the morning. "No, no," amid the roar of the gun and the acrid smell of cordite. 3 prisoners broke for the trees. 2 of those escaped. West stopped to reload, then walked among the men in their pooling blood and fired a single round into the hearts of those still moving. When he was done, he handed the weapon back to Brown. "This is orders," he said, then rousted the 9 chosen for interrogation to their feet, wide-eyed and trembling, and marched them off to find the Division G2. 37 dead men lay beside the road, and their shadows shrank beneath the climbing sun, as though something were being drawn up and out of them. 5 hours later, it happened again. As Sergeant West herded his surviving charges to the rear, German tanks and half-tracks counterattacked, recaptured the Biscari airfield, and drove the 180th across the ravine south of the runway. The brawling would continue throughout Wednesday afternoon until the enemy was again routed, this time for good. During the fight, Company C of the 1st Battalion swept down a deep gulch, taking a dozen casualties from machine gun fire before white flags waved from an expansive bunker carved into the slope. At 1 p.m., 3 dozen Italians emerged, hands up, 5 of them wearing civilian clothes. Ammunition boxes, filthy bedding, and suitcases lay strewn about the bunker. In command of Company C was Captain John Travers Compton. Now 25, he had joined the Oklahoma Guard in 1934. Compton was married, had 1 child, earned $230 a month, minus a $6.60 deduction for government insurance, and had been consistently rated excellent or superior on performance evaluations. Standing on the hillside, bleary with fatigue, he ordered a lieutenant to assemble a firing squad and have these snipers shot. The squad soon formed, several men volunteered, and Compton barked the commands, even as the Italians pleaded for his mercy. Ready, aim, fire. Tommy gun and Browning automatic rifle fire swept down the gulch, and another 36 men fell dead. The next day at 10:30 a.m., Lieutenant Colonel William E. King drove his jeep up the Biscari Road toward the now secure airfield. It was said that King had been temporarily blinded during World War I, and that the ordeal had propelled him into the ministry as a Baptist preacher. He now served God and country as the 45th Division chaplain, admired for his generosity and the brevity of his sermons. A dark mound near an olive grove caught his eye, and he stopped the jeep, mouth agape, to investigate. Most were lying face down, a few face up, King later recalled. Everybody face up had 1 bullet hole just to the left of the spine in the region of the heart. A majority also had head wounds. Singed hair and powder burns implied the fatal shots had come at close range. A few soldiers loitering nearby joined the chaplain, protesting that they had come into the war to fight against that sort of thing, King said. They felt ashamed of their countrymen. The chaplain hurried back to the division command post to report the fell vision. Omar Bradley had already got wind of the massacre, and he drove to Jela to tell Patton that 50 to 70 prisoners had been murdered in cold blood and also in ranks. Patton recorded his reaction in his diary. I told Bradley that it was probably an exaggeration, but in any case to tell the officer to certify that the dead men were snipers or had attempted to escape or something, as it would make a stink in the press and also would make the civilians mad. Anyhow, they're dead, so nothing can be done about it. 2 war correspondents who had seen the bodies also appeared at Patton's headquarters to protest these and other prisoner killings. Patton pledged to halt the atrocities, and the reporters apparently never printed a word. To George Marshall, on July 18th, Patton wrote that enemy troops had booby-trapped their dead, and have also resorted to sniping behind the lines. Such nefarious actions had caused the death of quite a few additional Italians, but in my opinion, these killings have been thoroughly justified. Bradley disagreed, and Patton told his diary, feels that we should try the 2 men responsible for the shooting of the prisoners. An investigation by the 45th Division Inspector General found no provocation on the part of the prisoners. They had been slaughtered. Patton relented. Try the bastards. Captain Compton contracted malaria soon after the Biscari killings, and not until he had recuperated in late October would he be secretly court-martialed. The defense argued that Patton's pep talk in Oran had been tantamount to an order to annihilate these snipers. I ordered them shot because I thought it came directly under the general's instructions, Compton testified. I took him at his word. The military prosecutor asked not a single question on cross-examination. Compton was acquitted and returned to the 45th Division. killers are immortal, Patton had declared. But that too was wrong. Compton would be killed in action in Italy on November 8, 1943. A fellow officer in the 45th provided his epitaph, "Good riddance." Sergeant West's case proved more convoluted. Like Compton, he was examined by psychiatrists and declared sane. He too claimed that Patton's rhetoric had incited him to mayhem, while conceding that he may have used bad judgment. His conduct, he told the court-martial, is something beyond my conception of human decency. Or something. The tribunal concurred and ruled that he had, with malice aforethought, willfully, deliberately, feloniously, unlawfully, and with premeditation, killed 37 prisoners of war, none of whose names are known, each of them a human being. West was sentenced to life in a New York penitentiary. Yet he never left the Mediterranean during the war, nor was he dishonorably discharged, and he continued to draw his $101 a month, plus various family allowances. Colonel Cookson, the 180th Regimental commander, later said, "The whole tendency in the thing was to keep it as quiet as possible." A few weeks after West's conviction, Eisenhower reviewed the case. If West were sent to a federal prison in the United States, the Biscari story likely would become public. If he were kept confined in North Africa, perhaps the enemy would remain ignorant of the massacre. Eisenhower feared reprisal to Allied prisoners and decided to give the man a chance. Harry Butcher wrote in his diary, "West will be kept in military confinement for a period sufficient to determine whether he may be returned to duty." That period amounted to a bit more than a year. West's family and a sympathetic congressman began pestering the War Department for news of the most thorough non-com in the U.S. Army. On November 23, 1944, he was granted clemency on grounds of temporary insanity and restored to active duty, though shorn of his sergeant's stripes. Classified top secret, the records of the courts-martial would remain locked in the Secretary of the Army's safe for years after the war, lest they arouse a segment of our citizens who are so distant from combat that they do not understand the savagery that is war. Those who knew of the killings tried to parse them in their own fashion. Brigadier General Raymond S. McLean, the 45th Division artillery commander, concluded that in Sicily, evil spirits seemed to come out and challenge us. Patton wrote Beatrice, "Some fair-haired boys are trying to say that I killed too many prisoners. The more I killed, the fewer men I lost. But they don't think of that." And a staff officer in the 45th wrote, "It was not easy to determine what forces turned normal men into thoughtless killers. But a world war is something different from our druthers." "Nobody really knows what he's doing," Bill Malden had written of his first week in combat with the 180th Infantry. Yet other primal lessons also could be gleaned, from Licata to Augusta. For war was not just a military campaign, but also a parable. There were lessons of camaraderie and duty and inscrutable fate. There were lessons of honor and courage, of compassion and sacrifice. And then there was the saddest lesson to be learned again and again in the coming weeks as they fought across Sicily, and in the coming months as they fought their way back toward a world at peace. That war is corrupting. That it corrodes the soul and tarnishes the spirit. That even the excellent and the superior can be defiled. And that no heart would remain unstained. Chapter 3. An Island Redoubt. Into battle with stout hearts. The command car purred through the thronging soldiers, the big open car with 3 compasses salvaged from crashed Messerschmitts. Heedless of the raised dust, the troops pressed close, not just to snatch at the cigarette packs tossed from the back seat by the commanding general, but for a glimpse of the great man himself. At 147 pounds and just 5'7", even in his chuckaboots, General Bernard Law Montgomery offered little to see. A black beret hid his thinning hair, and the khaki shirt, sleeves rolled to the elbows, tail tucked into his baggy shorts, was unadorned but for the 8th Army flashes stitched to both shoulders. The Sicilian sun accented every cusp and serif in his narrow face, and made the luminous blue eyes even icier. Perhaps aware that he resembled a rather unsuccessful dry goods shopkeeper, as a Canadian correspondent wrote, the general preferred sitting alone in back. So there won't be any doubt which one is me. As he flicked his Egyptian fly whisk, one observer thought him tense as a mousetrap. But when the car stopped and he stood on the seat, his raspy voice carried with the authority of a man accustomed to being heard. I advise all of you to leave the Ai Tai wine alone. Deadly stuff. Can make you blind, you know. He flicked the swish. I will make good plans. I wouldn't be here today if I didn't make good plans, he said. The campaign is going well. The German in Sicily is doomed. Absolutely doomed. He won't get away. Tossing out a few more packs of Lucky Strikes and handing lighters to his senior officers, Montgomery waved with both hands and gestured to the driver to move on in search of others to kindle. The men barked and bayed and doffed their soup bowl helmets. He knew they would. If the campaign against the Axis was going well enough, a new front had opened between the British and the Americans. This battle had already hindered the struggle for Sicily, and would impinge on Allied amity for the rest of the war. Montgomery was in the middle of the brouhaha, of course. On Tuesday, July 13th, the 8th Army commander had unilaterally ordered his troops to cut across Patton's front and into the American sector on Highway 124, a vital route that ran westward from Syracuse through Vizzini toward the central Sicilian crossroads town of Enna. Axis resistance had begun to clot south of Catania, so Montgomery chose to divide his army, with one corps butting north along the coast and another looping west around Mount Etna via Highway 124. Montgomery presented this maneuver as a fait accompli to General Harold R.L.G. Alexander, the senior ground commander for Husky and Eisenhower's British deputy, even though U.S. troops stood within a kilometer of the highway and were much nearer to Enna than the British. Alexander accepted the impetuous deed without demur, and late Tuesday night he instructed Patton to get out of the way. Operations for the immediate future will be 8th Army to continue on 2 axes. Eisenhower declined to review the issue, much less intervene. Offering Eisenhower criticism of the British, General Lucas observed, is like talking to a man about his wife. Baleful consequences followed. Only 2 roads, hugging the island's east and north coasts, led to the ultimate prize of Messina, and the British now claimed both. Had the Yanks seized Enna by Friday, July 16th, they might have severed the main escape route for Axis forces hurrying from western Sicily toward the bridgehead now forming on Mount Etna's flanks. Instead, Patton's army would be relegated to the role of flank guard for the British. The 45th Division began trudging back to the beach for a shift to the west, and Omar Bradley scrambled to regroup his corps engineer, medical, ordnance, quartermaster, and signal units. Montgomery now was driving on divergent axes toward objectives 45 miles apart, coastal Catania and inland Enna, with half his army trundling into poor tank country beyond support of the Royal Navy. Any hope for a quick Allied triumph had vanished, as soon became evident to every man with a map. The Americans were furious. My God, Bradley told Patton, you can't allow him to do that. But stung by Eisenhower's rebuke aboard Monrovia and reluctant to raise Cain after the paratrooper debacle, Patton remained docile, confining his anger to a slashing diary entry. What fools we are, and muttering private imprecations. Tell Montgomery to stay out of my way, or I'll drive those krauts right up his ass. An enraged Bradley later declared the pilferage of Highway 124 the most arrogant, egotistical, selfish, and dangerous move in the whole of combined operations in World War II. The British move tends to sell us down the river, Patton's deputy, Major General Geoffrey Keyes, wrote in his diary. Beyond any tactical impact, the episode inflamed chauvinistic tensions in the British and American camps. The feeling of discord lurking between the two countries has increased rather than decreased. Harry Butcher had noted after the Tunisian victory. It is disheartening and disconcerting. Alexander, for one, remained imprinted with the disagreeable image of fleeing U.S. troops during the Kasserine Pass rout 6 months earlier. Like Montgomery and many British officers, he harbored a supercilious disdain for American fighting qualities. Yank resentment at that hauteur fueled the Anglophobia afflicting the American High Command. Patton already believed that Eisenhower was a pro-British strawman, and that allies must fight in separate theaters, or they will hate each other more than they do the enemy. Now attitudes hardened, and mistrust threatened to mutate into enmity. At great expense to ourselves, we are saving the British Empire, Lucas complained, and they aren't even grateful. Another American general suggested celebrating each July 4th as our only defeat of the British. We haven't had much luck since. What a headache, what a bore, what a bounder he must be to those on roughly the same level in the service, a BBC reporter wrote of Montgomery. And at the same time, what a great man he is as a leader of troops. That contradiction would define Montgomery through Sicily and beyond, confounding his admirers and infuriating his detractors. A simple, forthright man who angered people needlessly, his biographer Alan Moorhead concluded. At times a real spark of genius, but he was never on an even plane. Even the official British history of the Mediterranean War would acknowledge his arrogance, bumptiousness, ungenerosity, and schoolboy humor. American disdain for Montgomery tended toward dismissive condemnation. A son of a bitch, declared Beadle Smith, Eisenhower's chief of staff. His British colleagues, whose scorn at times ran even deeper, at least tried to parse his solipsism. Small, alert, tense, said Lieutenant General Brian Horrocks, rather like an intelligent terrier who might bite at any moment. Montgomery so irritated Andrew Cunningham. He seems to think that all he has to do is say what is to be done, and everyone will dance to the tune he is piping. That the Admiral would not allow the General's name to be uttered in his presence. One must remember, another British commander said of Montgomery, that he is not quite a gentleman. That he'd been raised in wild, remote Tasmania explained much to many. Son of a meek Anglican bishop and a Harridan mother, who conveyed her love with a cane, Montgomery emerged from childhood as the bad boy of the family, who at Sandhurst severely burned a fellow cadet by setting fire to his shirt-tail. I do not want to portray him as a lovable character, his older brother said, because he isn't. Mentioned in dispatches 6 times on the Western Front, he carried from World War I the habits of meticulous preparation, reliance on firepower, and a conception of his soldiers not as warriors itching to get into action, which they were not, but as a workforce doing an unpleasant but necessary job, in the words of the historian Michael Howard. He also accumulated various tics and prejudices, a habit of repeating himself, the stilted use of cricket metaphors, an antipathy to cats, a tendency to exaggerate his battlefield progress, an obsession for always being right, and the habit of telling his assembled officers, "There will now be an interval of 2 minutes for coughing. After that, there will be no coughing." No battle captain kept more regular hours. He was awakened with a cup of tea by a manservant at 6:30 a.m., and bedtime in his trailer, captured from an Italian field marshal in Tunisia, came promptly at 9:30 p.m. In Africa, he had seen both glory at El Alamein and glory's ephemerality in the tedious slog through Tunisia. Montgomery much preferred the former. Now the Empire's most celebrated soldier, he received sacks of fan mail, including at least 9 marriage proposals, lucky charms ranging from coins to white heather, and execrable odes to his pluck. Professing to disdain such adulation, he had a talent for backing into the limelight, as one observer remarked. On leave in London after Tunis fell, still wearing his beret and desert kit, he checked into Claridge's under the thin pseudonym of Colonel Lennox, then took repeated bows from his box seat at a musical comedy as ecstatic theater-goers clapped and clapped and clapped. His love of publicity is a disease, like alcoholism or taking drugs, said Lieutenant General Hastings Ismay, Churchill's chief of staff, and it sends him equally mad. Success in snatching Highway 124 would encourage Montgomery to disregard both peers and superiors, especially the indulgent Alexander. "I do not think Alex is sufficiently strong and rough with him," General Brooke wrote of Montgomery in his diary, adding, "The Americans do not like him, and it will always be a difficult matter to have him fighting in close proximity to them." If audacious among allies, Montgomery became ever more cautious with adversaries. The scope of operations must be limited to what is practicable, he advised John Gunther in Sicily. The general must refuse to be rushed. Still, his own men cherished his ability to convince them to believe in their task, to believe in themselves, and to believe in their leader. Sailing about in the big command car, he stopped to ask a Canadian unit, "Do you know why I never have defeats?" "Well, I will tell you. My reputation as a great general means too much to me. You can't be a great general and have defeats. So you can be quite sure any time I commit you to battle, you are bound to win." In a printed broadside to Eighth Army, he asserted that thanks to the Lord Mighty in battle, the enemy had been hemmed in on the northeast corner of Sicily. "Now let us get on with the job," Montgomery urged. "Into battle with stout hearts." To Brooke in London he later added, "All goes well here. We have won the battle." Neither assertion was true. On the 3rd day of the invasion, Field Marshal Kesselring had arrived in Sicily from Frascati, and while wistfully abandoning hopes of flinging the Anglo-Americans into the sea, he soon began to reinforce the 2 German divisions on the island with 2 more, the 29th Panzer Grenadiers and the 1st Parachute Division. Thousands of Axis troops in western Sicily also hied east. Kesselring recognized that a stout bastion could be built around Etna's slopes, either to hold the Messina Peninsula indefinitely, or, at least, to keep open the main escape route to mainland Italy. The task now was to win time and defend, even though tension and misery gnawed at soldiers who feared being trapped on Sicily as so many comrades had been trapped in Tunisia. German attempts to commandeer Italian military vehicles led to internecine gunplay, with 2 Italians and 7 Germans killed in one 3-hour firefight. Still, Kesselring radiated his usual Bonnie optimism. As soldiers dug hasty fortifications along the Simeto River south of Catania, an elderly Italian nun dished out food and Holy Virgin medals. Montgomery had expected the Catanian plain beyond Augusta to provide a flat alley for his armor, much as the desert had. Instead, he found a hole and corner area full of lurking places, in one soldier's description, with irrigation ditches and stone farmhouses, perfect for concealing anti-tank weapons. "This is not tank country," a British officer lamented. Another Tommy complained that Sicily was worse than the fucking desert in every fucking way. 8th Army's attempt to break through along the coast was first checked by yet another airborne fiasco. A mission patched together on short notice to seize the Primosole Bridge 7 miles south of Catania. Paratroopers and glider troops on the night of July 13th through 14th ran into the now familiar hellfire from confused Allied ships, some of which mistook cargo racks on the aircraft bellies for torpedoes. Those managing to reach the coast met sheets of Axis anti-aircraft fire. 14 planes were lost. A couple of dozen turned back to Tunisia without dropping, and 40% of the surviving planes suffered damage. By mischance, German paratroopers also jumped at the same time on adjacent drop zones. One shouted for comrades and was answered in German, a paratrooper recalled. Of nearly 2,000 men in the British Parachute Brigade, only 200 reached the bridge, which they held with a few reinforcements for half a day until being driven off. By the time Tommies recaptured the bridge at dawn on Friday, July 16th, the Germans had cobbled together a defensive belt just to the north that would halt 8th Army for a fortnight. It was yet another humiliating disaster for airborne forces, said Lieutenant Colonel John Frost, a much-decorated battalion commander, and almost enough to destroy even the most ardent believer's faith. The 30th Corps, dispatched by Montgomery to the northwest on Highway 124, hardly fared better. Here hills were stacked on more hills in a Sicilian badlands, and hill fighting never suited 8th Army. Montgomery seemed to mislay his genius when he met a mountain, his biographer Ronald Lewin observed. The terrain's constricted visibility makes for general untidiness. A British officer complained, and exposure to the July sun is like being struck on the head. Every road and goat path was mined. Soldiers perched like hood ornaments above the front bumpers of their creeping vehicles, scrutinizing the track for telltale disturbances. Artillery crashed and heaved, day and night. We break the farmer's walls, trample his crops, steal his horses and carts, demand fruit and wine, a soldier wrote in his diary. If he's unlucky, he gets his home smashed by shells, his crops devoured by fire. Canadian troops howled with outrage upon finding their dead disinterred and robbed of their boots. Refugees, desperate for meat, could be seen wrapping dead dogs in butcher paper. Pitched fighting persisted south of Catania, along the Simeto River, where Hermann Göring troops and German paratroopers battled with backs-to-the-wall fury. The enemy is tough, a real lot of sods, a British officer said. When we kill them, they have sneers on their faces. John Gunther described Tommies lying in foxholes sucking lemons. The earth is khaki-colored here, and they melt into it. All things white were hidden to avoid attracting Luftwaffe marauders. At the first hint of an air raid, shavers even toweled the lather from their faces. "Get down, Jock," a scout officer called to an exposed soldier. "You'll get pipped." Many were pipped anyway. Dead men shored the reedy banks of creeks and irrigation ditches, and a grisly sunken road, dubbed Stink Alley, was paved with bodies. Medics jabbed the moribund with morphine and waited for them to die. It would seem hard to tell the dead from the living, a regimental commander wrote. I realized that you could tell them apart, because the flies walked on the faces of the dead. Close combat proved especially confusing in Sicilian vineyards, now in full leaf. Enemy machine gunners fired on fixed lines a few inches above the ground, raising welts of dust and wounding many in the feet and legs. At night in the moonlight, shadows cast by the vines looked like moving men. By Sunday morning, July 18th, Montgomery conceded that his coastal thrust had sputtered into stalemate. 8th Army casualties approached 4,000, including 700 dead. Efforts to burn the enemy out with RAF incendiaries failed when Sicilian flora proved disappointingly fire-resistant. Ordering a single division to hold the Cemento front, Montgomery shifted forces from his 13th Corps to the west in another effort to flank Axis defenses by further dividing his army. "I am pushing the offensive hard on the left, where the resistance is not so strong. The enemy is now hemmed in at the northeast corner," he wrote the 51st Highland Division commander on July 21st. "I am sending you 50,000 cigarettes as a present to the division." Eisenhower, who'd predicted the fall of Sicily by late July, began to grumble in Algiers. Why doesn't Monty get going? What's the matter with him? Gunther could have told him. Both sides are tired, and whereas we are exposed in the plain, the Germans are high up with good cover. The Germans are high up with good cover. Here in Sicily was revealed a ground truth that would obtain until the war's end 22 months hence. On no battlefield did topography dictate fate more than in vertical Italy. Officers pondered their 1 to 50,000 maps and realized that the compressed contour lines signified not only slope and steep ascent, but plunging fire and enemy omniscience. A Gefreiter with Zeiss binoculars and a field telephone could rain artillery on every living creature in sight. For now the whitewashed houses and tile roofs of unattainable Catania shimmered in the midday haze 5 miles to the north, down a road lined with fluttering poplars and hidden guns. Beyond the town loomed the pyramidal mass of Mount Etna, mysterious and indifferent. How I love wars. Patton had been sulking outside Gela in a confiscated fascist villa, notable for its wardrobe of black shirts and a squawking menagerie of tropical birds in gilded cages. Fine tapestries covered the walls, and the 7th Army commander slept in a sturdy 4-poster. "We can sit comfortably on our prats while Monty finishes the goddamn war," a staff officer said bitterly. That was unlikely. On Saturday morning, July 17th, Patton rose from his prat, grabbed a map, and flew to Tunisia, determined to get his army back into the battle. He found General Alexander at his headquarters in the village of La Marsa, on the northern lip of the Gulf of Tunis. A chapel nearby consecrated the spot where Louis IX of France died of typhoid in 1270, while leading the 8th Crusade. Across the blue bay loomed the jagged silhouette of Cap Bon, where the final fragments of the Axis armies had sought refuge before surrendering 2 months earlier. Alexander and staff officers of his 15th Army Group, the nomenclature reflected the sum of his subordinate 7th and 8th Armies, occupied tents in the white-walled garden and orangery of a villa deeded to Queen Victoria by the Bay of Tunis. German commanders had used the manor house during their 7-month occupation. They absconded with the furniture, but left untouched the English books, including a set of Benjamin Disraeli's novels. Senior British officers now messed in the dining room beneath a domed ceiling in arabesque traceries. No fuss, no worry, no anxiety, and a great battle in progress. Harold Macmillan, the ranking British diplomat in North Africa, noted in his diary that weekend. This is never referred to, except occasionally by some of the American officers on General Alex's staff, but is understood to be going on satisfactorily. Not in Patton's view. He unfolded his map and came to the point with a jabbing finger. "Have I got to stay here and protect the rear of 8th Army?" he asked Alexander. "I want to get on with this and push out." The enemy was back on his heels. 60,000 Italian troops remained in western Sicily, but Ultra, 2 days earlier, had revealed German plans to abandon half the island. Demolitions were ordered for Trapani, the little port on Sicily's northwest coast where Aeneas's father had died. The best way to shield Montgomery's flank, Patton said, would be to sunder the island by driving 7th Army north toward Palermo. A gleam lit his gaze as he pointed to Sicily's largest city on the north coast, 80 miles from Gela. In his mind's eye, American tanks swept from the rolling hills and into Palermo's central piazza with a panache even Erwin Rommel had never achieved. The glamour of capturing Palermo, Lucian Truscott later noted, attracted Georgie Patton. Harold Alexander studied the map, his head swiveling from Catania in the east through the still uncaptured inland crossroads at Enna to the Sicilian west. Except for a fascination with Kesselring, he devoured a biographical sketch compiled by ultra-intelligence analysts. Alexander's generalship lacked intellectual depth or even curiosity, relying more on his legendary sang-froid. "He's boned from the neck up," one British general insisted, and even Brooke conceded that he had no ideas of his own. Yet Alexander possessed a sterling reputation, built at the cannon's mouth, and he looked the part. Immaculate, unfazed, in command. His steep-peaked guardsman's cap, high boots, and breeches conveyed an air of Tsarist Russia, one admirer said, and in fact he had once fought the Bolsheviks in Latvia as a volunteer in a unit of ethnic Germans. He looked as though he'd just had a steam bath, a massage, a good breakfast, and a letter from home, wrote one journalist. His well-shaped face, with its fine, thin-nostriled nose, level eyes, and well-trimmed mustache, was plainly pinkish under its tan. The chestnut hair was sleekly brushed and parted high on the left side. Only a touch of gray at the temples, and the violet pouches beneath his eyes, hinted that Alexander was 51 and responsible for several 100,000 souls. It was said that he was a born leader, not a made one. It was said that he was an English country gentleman, almost uneducated, who never read a book. It was said that he couldn't write his name before the age of 10, but now spoke French, Italian, German, Russian, and Urdu. It was also said that he might have been a greater commander if he hadn't been so nice a man and so deeply a gentleman. And it was said that he'd gone over the top 30 times in the Great War before being wounded. And that, in hopes of sharing his good fortune, Irish guardsmen liked to tread in his footsteps when crossing no man's land. Churchill's physician, Lord Morin, even said of him, "To be clever is not everything." Whatever Alexander's shortcomings, Macmillan observed, he has the great quality of seeing the point. Patton, unbeguiled, noted in his diary that Alexander has an exceptionally small head. That may explain things. Oblivious to the anguish that his July 13th order had caused the Americans, Alexander nevertheless sensed the tension in Patton's voice. He wondered, he later confessed, whether the impetuous American might simply strike off on his own, declaring the hell with this. True, he doubted that the Yanks could pull their weight. As he'd written Brooke, even Eisenhower, Patton, and other U.S. commanders are not professional soldiers, not as we understand that term. Yet Alexander saw no harm in allowing them to give it a go. With a nod of that solid bone, beautifully coiffed, exceptionally small head, he turned Patton loose. Off Patton's forces went at a gallop, west by north, an army unreined. In truth, many had slipped their fetters in advance of Alexander's approval. Patton, on Friday, had dispatched a huge reconnaissance force 10 miles up the coast to Agrigento, loveliest of mortal cities, in the opinion of the poet Pindar, where men once slept on ivory beds and interred their favorite horses in lavish tombs, and where the apricot-tinted Doric temples still had few equals outside Greece. Darby's Rangers assembled in an almond orchard a mile north of Agrigento's harbor, Porto Empedocle, then attacked with 5 companies in skirmish lines, followed by 3 battalions from Truscott's 3rd Infantry Division. Sweeping over strongpoints, they routed the defenders and took 6,000 prisoners. Unaware that Agrigento and the port had fallen, the USS Philadelphia unlimbered her guns, until frantic soldiers on the docks arranged oil barrels to spell Yank and U.S. Army for a spotter plane overhead. Sailors recased the guns, and several giddy rangers, fortified with local cognac, emerged from a haberdashery wearing stovepipe hats and black wedding togs. Of greater value were 3 safes found in an Italian naval headquarters. After heaving them out of a second-story window, soldiers cracked them with farrier tools, crowbars, hand grenades, and rocks. Inside, they found charts of enemy minefields, code books, and demolition plans for Palermo and Messina. Axis troops not captured or killed drew back. During the night of the 17th to 18th of July, 7th Army's log recorded, enemy withdrew from contact along the entire line. Truscott summoned his regimental commanders, ordered them to reach Palermo in 5 days or less, then hoisted a bottle of scotch for a toast. To the American doughboy. Off they went again at a gallop, again west by north. Among those American doughboys was a 19-year-old son of a Texas sharecropper, who in the next 2 years would become the most celebrated soldier in the U.S. Army. A 5th-grade dropout, he'd picked cotton, worked in a filling station, and fixed radios. Until enlisting, he had never been 100 miles from the 4-room shack in Hunt County that housed 11 children. The Army had issued him a uniform 6 inches too long in the sleeves and tried to make him a cook. In basic training, he balked at buying GI insurance because, "I don't intend to get killed anyway," and it costs pretty high. He still owed money for his mother's funeral. Bunkmates in the States had called him Baby. He weighed 112 pounds, but the nickname disappeared as he added muscle. This week he'd been promoted, so he was now Corporal Audie Leon Murphy. He had a slow, stooped gait as if stalking prey. Audie Murphy's marksmanship derived from squirrel hunting, but he would learn to stalk Germans by the smell of their tobacco smoke. Hunt County had put a flinty edge on him. "There never was a peacetime in my life, a time when things were good," he later said. "I can't remember ever being young in my life." When a chaplain tried to nudge him closer to God, Murphy replied, "You do the praying, and I'll do the shooting." As the 1st Battalion of the 15th Infantry Regiment plunged through the Sicilian interior, he did his first real shooting while leading a patrol. 2 Italian officers bolted from an observation post, and as they mounted a pair of white horses, Murphy dropped to a knee. "I fired twice," he recalled. "The men tumble from the horses, roll over, and lie still." Many more would lie still before Murphy could return to Texas, festooned with medals, but he'd already shed any illusions. 10 seconds after the first shot was fired at me by an enemy soldier, he said, combat was no longer glamorous. Unlike Tunisia, where hills were named by their height in meters, here there was usually a small town on top with some Dago name that no one could pronounce, an artillery sergeant wrote. One by one they fell, often without a skirmish. Sciacca and Lercarafridi and Castelvetrano. Cheering locals greeted them with figs, almonds, and sometimes a stiff-armed fascist salute. "Kiss your hand! Kiss your hand!" Obeisant peasants yelled with such fervor that an annoyed major banned the phrase. White bed sheets fluttered from every house in Prizzi, where Truscott bought a fine Italian saddle as a trophy for Patton. Italian troops from the Assietta and Aosta divisions surrendered by the thousands, grousing at German betrayal. One never seemed to be able to do enough to please them, an Italian POW explained. Emulating Stonewall Jackson's foot cavalry, Truscott's infantry covered 30 miles or more a day, in blistering heat, and through dust said to be composed of a mixture of chalk and cattle dung. "We are walking at the rate of 4.5 miles an hour," a private in the 15th Infantry told his diary. "Boy, are my dogs barking now." The surging ranks reminded Truscott of waves beating on an ocean beach. Alexander made a half-hearted effort from La Marsa to moderate the advance, but 7th Army staff officers ignored his message. "Mount up and continue," Patton told his armor crews. "Don't stop except for gas." Omar Bradley conspicuously displayed in his 2nd Corps headquarters a map of Sicily, upon which the territory seized by U.S. troops was shaded in blue, sharply contrasting with the smaller red-hued area held by the British. From a road cut in the ridge above Palermo, Truscott squinted through the midday haze at the ancient city on Thursday, July 22nd. Houses and apartment buildings spilled down the slope to the sea in a terracotta jumble, redolent of blood oranges and smoke. Fire danced on the lowering hills as far as Monte Pellegrino, sparked by artillery or rearguard Italians burning munitions. Thousands of hungry refugees now camped in these highlands. Judging by the desperate faces Truscott had seen while driving from his command post in Corleone, no cat in Palermo was safe from the carving knife. Belisarius in AD 535 had captured the city from the Goths by hoisting archers to the mastheads of his fleet with ropes and pulleys so they could shoot over the harbor ramparts. Such tactics were hardly needed now. Palermo was defenseless, ripe for plucking. Comando Supremo, a few hours earlier, had ordered port demolitions to begin, and Truscott could hear the echo of explosions along the quays. 2 infantry regiments stood poised above the city, but Patton forbid further advance until tanks arrived to spearhead the procession. Everything was arranged so that Georgie could make a grandstand entry with tanks and whatnot, Truscott wrote Sarah. Hours passed. Italian envoys in shabby suits came and went under flags of truce, pleading for someone to accept the city's surrender. At 6 p.m., 7th Army authorized reconnaissance patrols to enter the city and secure the docks. Truscott sent 2 battalions. Into the city they clattered, into a cadaverous and ruined city, dismembered by months of Allied bombing. Street after street of crumbled houses, one officer wrote in his diary. Whole blocks of shapeless rubble. Parlor, bedroom, and bath exposed by the fantastic projectile that strips away the facade and leaves intact the hat on the bureau, the mirror on the wall, the carafe on the night table. More than 60 churches had been damaged. At the National Library, stacks full of rare books lay open like a sliced pomegranate. Drifts of rubble stood so deep near the waterfront that streets could no longer be recognized as streets. Though a marble plaque, still affixed to one battered house, noted that Goethe had lived there in 1787. 44 ships had been sunk along masonry quays, smashed to powder. The explosion of an ammunition freighter had raised a wave powerful enough to toss 2 other vessels onto the moles. Wreckage from hundreds of smaller craft cluttered the port. Salvage teams soon would find tons of unexploded landmines and other ordnance washed by tidal currents along the muddy harbor floor. In the Piazza Villiena, a small army of bedraggled Italian soldiers stood in ranks, waiting to surrender. Priests in black soutanes genuflected, and urchins in the Via Maqueda offered to sing Verdi arias for candy. American troops seized 2 large trucks, one full of new typewriters, and the other full of sweet Sicilian nougat. In the coming days, they would find 500,000 tons of naval stores at Palermo, including crated material addressed to Herr Rommel in Alexandria, Egypt, his destination until Alamein had reversed his course. Major General Jeff Keyes, Patton's deputy, arrived in Palermo's western outskirts at 7:15 p.m. He found an Italian general, Giuseppe Molinero, blotting his damp brow after fruitless hours of trying to capitulate. Searching for a translator, Keyes fastened on a Hungarian-born news photographer named Andrei Friedman, better known as Robert Capa. That Capa spoke no Italian hindered the negotiations. "Stop that jabbering, soldier," Keyes demanded at one point. I want unconditional surrender, and I want it immediately. But the gist soon emerged. General Molinero says he is through and will fight no more. Sadly, the general lacked the power to surrender all forces in Palermo. Keyes bundled Molinero into his scout car, a white pillowcase requisitioned from a Sicilian housewife and tied to the radio antenna hung too limply, so an aide held a bedsheet lashed to a fishing pole as they drove to the royal palace on Via Vittorio Emanuele. Italian soldiers cheered and civilians tossed flowers and lemons. The proper general could not be found. Truscott's efficient men had arrested him earlier, so the weary Molinero agreed to exceed his authority. Palermo fell at last, formally and finally. Keyes checked into the Hotel Excelsior Palace, took a bath, and went to bed. Patton woke him at 10 p.m., flask in hand, giddy at his own flowers and lemons entry. "It is a great thrill to be driving into a captured city in the dark," he jotted in his diary. Patton moved into the king's apartment in the royal palace, dining on captured German champagne and K-rations served on House of Savoy china. Built by the Saracens and enlarged by the Normans in the 12th century, the palace was a fit, if dusty, abode for a conquering hero. All sorts of retainers live in holes about the place, and all give the fascist salute, Patton noted. The occupation of western Sicily must be considered as complete, Kesselring sourly advised Berlin on July 24th. From the assault at Agrigento, through the capture of the Trapani naval commander, who surrendered his sword and field glasses, American casualties totaled less than 300. Some 2,300 Axis troops had been killed or wounded, and another 53,000 captured, nearly all of them Italian. Yet it was a slender triumph, strategically insignificant, and Patton's gaze soon swiveled east, where the real fight for Sicily must occur. Over highballs in the palace on July 26th, he confided to Truscott that he would certainly like to beat Montgomery into Messina. Still, they savored the moment. "You will have guessed where I am and what I've been doing," Truscott wrote Sarah. "It has been a grand experience, and we've opened lots of eyes." Patton summarized his sentiments in 4 words to be, "How I love wars." Snaring the Head Devil. After months of procrastination and discord, the Allied High Command had yet to agree on what to do with the 1,000,000-man Anglo-American army in the Mediterranean once the campaign ended in Sicily. At the Trident Conference in Washington, the combined chiefs, with the approval of Roosevelt and Churchill, had instructed Eisenhower to devise a plan best calculated to eliminate Italy from the war and to contain the maximum number of German forces. The Prime Minister believed any such plan must include an invasion of mainland Italy. He hectored Eisenhower to that end, as he'd hectored the President. "No objective can compete with the capture of Rome," Churchill insisted. In a whirlwind visit to Algiers after Trident, and in countless messages since, he'd argued that if Berlin were uncoupled from its staunchest ally, German troops would be forced to supplant several dozen Italian divisions occupying the Balkans and southern France. That, in turn, would weaken Hitler's defenses in Western Europe before the Allied cross-channel attack, tentatively planned for the spring of 1944. If more Allied soldiers were needed for an Italian campaign, Churchill would strip British forces in the Middle East. If more ships were needed to transport and supply that invading army, he would snatch food from British tables by diverting cargo vessels. "It would be hard for me to ask the British people to cut their rations again, but I would gladly do so," he vowed. When Eisenhower balked at such blandishments, Churchill lamented that the Allied commander was sicklied o'er with the pale cast of thought. As the Prime Minister's rhetoric grew febrile, metaphors piled up. On July 13th, urging bold action as far up the Italian boot as possible, Churchill declared, "Why should we crawl up the leg like a harvest bug from the ankle upwards? Let us rather strike at the knee. Tell the planners to throw their hat over the fence." He privately acknowledged that the Americans consider we have led them up the garden path in the Mediterranean. But a beautiful path it has proved to be. They have picked peaches here, nectarines there. How grateful they should be. Many of the Italian peaches, a U.S. Army commander later commented, had gonorrhea. Eisenhower, in May, had leaned toward carrying the fight to the Italian mainland. But George Marshall's wariness, Churchill's chronic fixation on the Balkans, and the imminent return to Britain of 7 Anglo-American divisions, as agreed at Trident, gave him pause. So too did contradictory assessments from his staff. An intelligence study in late June concluded that the Italian population is war-weary and apathetic, sees little hope of victory, and is becoming increasingly hostile to the growing German control. Bombing, amphibious landings, and a quick march toward Rome might well cause a collapse in civilian will to resist. If Italy collapsed, German forces will withdraw and resistance met will be slight. Yet, Eisenhower's intelligence chief warned on June 25th that present indications are that Germany intends to reinforce Italy. 3 days later, his operations chief cautioned that the terrain through which we shall then have to force our way north is very mountainous and difficult in the extreme. Success in Sicily tipped the scale. Having gained their first foothold in occupied Europe, sober men in Washington, London, and North Africa felt the euphoric impulse to roll the dice again. On July 17th, shortly after Patton had left his meeting in Tunisia with Alexander, Eisenhower convened a conference of senior commanders at La Marsa. Without excessive deliberation, they agreed to advise the combined chiefs, Eisenhower called them the Charlie Charlies, that operations should be carried onto the mainland of Italy. Eisenhower sent the recommendation a day later, and at the same time canceled a proposed invasion of Sardinia. On July 20th, the Charlie Charlies consented, and another die had been cast. Vital issues remained unsettled, and much dickering followed. Where in Italy should the invading host land? Capture of the great port of Naples was paramount, but Naples Bay had been heavily fortified with 50 big guns and lay just beyond range of Spitfires flying from Sicily. Air cover for the invasion fleet was considered indispensable. Memos flew back and forth across the Atlantic and to and from North Africa, bearing accusations of conservatism, orthodoxy, and tactical tomfoolery. Absent was a searching inquiry into the strategic calculus. What if the Germans fought for every Italian hill and dale? How far up the boot should the Allied armies go? What benefit would the capture of Rome bring besides big headlines? Was it possible to defeat Germany by fighting in Italy? Could Italy become a strategic cul-de-sac? For now, analysis went begging. As to where the attack should fall, Eisenhower focused on a broad bay 30 miles southeast of Naples and precisely 178 miles from northeast Sicily. A Spitfire, outfitted with an extra gas tank, had a range of 180 miles, which permitted 10 minutes combat time before the pilot returned to base for refueling. If it is decided to undertake such operations, the AFHQ staff recommended on July 24th, the assault should be made in the Gulf of Salerno. 2 days later, the Charlie Charlies concurred, authorizing an invasion at Salerno at the earliest possible date, after the conquest of Sicily. Churchill was delighted. "I am with you heart and soul," he cabled Marshall. But the Prime Minister had his eye on a bigger prize than Salerno or Naples. "Rome," he advised Eisenhower, "is the bull's eye." The man in the middle of that bullseye was a specter of the once mighty Duce, to whom even Hitler had displayed deference and affection. His ashy pallor and sunken cheeks made Benito A. Mussolini look older than his 59 years, and hardly the head devil that Roosevelt now called him. He still shaved his head, but more to hide his gray than in a display of fascist virility. Because of his vain refusal to wear eyeglasses, Mussolini's speeches were prepared on a special typewriter with an enormous font. Duodenal ulcers, some claimed they were of syphilitic origin, had plagued him for nearly 2 decades, and his diet now consisted mostly of stewed fruit and 3 liters of milk a day. A German officer in Rome reported, "Often in conversation his face was wrenched with pain, and he would grab his stomach." Once he had demonstrated vigor to photographers by scything wheat or by rubbing snow on his bare chest. Now, wary of assassins, he lolled about the Palazzo Venezia in a back room with tinted windows and the signs of the zodiac painted on the ceiling. Sometimes he lolled with his mistress, Clara Petacci, the buxom green-eyed daughter of the Pope's physician, whose wardrobe was filled with negligées and goose-feather boas personally selected by Mussolini. He'd risen far since his modest boyhood as a blacksmith's son in the lower Po Valley, and he would fall even farther before his strutting hour on the stage ended. As a young vagabond, he'd been an avowed socialist, stalking the streets with brass knuckles in his pocket and reciting long passages from Dante. His politics devolved to ultranationalism and the Fasci di Combattimento, which he founded in Milan in 1919, and which was the precursor to the fascist party he rode to power in 1922. By the late 1920s, he had extirpated Italian parliamentary government to become an absolute tyrant, Il Duce, the leader, cleverly accommodating both the Vatican and the popular monarchy of King Victor Emmanuel III. With an autodidact's quick mind and bombastic oratory, he raised national confidence, stabilized the lira, built a modern military, and boosted farm production by reclaiming vast tracts of swampland. The trains famously ran on time. His invasion of Ethiopia in 1935 helped destroy the League of Nations. He empowered Hitler by showing how easily Western democracies could be cowed and by condoning Germany's Anschluss with Austria. The Führer's gratitude led to the Pact of Steel in May 1939. Believe, obey, fight, the fascist motto advised, and hundreds of thousands of Italian women surrendered their wedding rings to be melted down for Mussolini's war effort. In Italian cinemas, moviegoers rose as one when the Duce strode across the screen in newsreels. He also required Italians to stand during radio broadcasts of armed forces communiques, often delivered at 1 p.m., to ensure a captive audience in restaurants. Lately, the country was getting to its feet mostly for bad news. Italy's colonial adventures in Eritrea, Somaliland, Abyssinia, and North Africa had been ruinous. Without informing Berlin, Mussolini also had invaded Greece, only to require German help to stave off catastrophe. Rome declared war on supine France in 1940, but 32 Italian divisions failed to overwhelm 3 French divisions on the Alpine front. The Italian Air Force had been gutted in Libya. 2/3 of the Italian army fighting in Russia had been destroyed. 40% of Italian soldiers on Crete reportedly lacked boots, and 3/4 of the merchant fleet had been sunk in the lost cause effort to resupply Africa. Raw materials, from cotton to rubber, were now dispensed by the Germans, who even provided the fuel that allowed Italian warships to leave port. About 1.2 million Italian soldiers served on various foreign fronts, along with 800,000 in Italy. But few had the stomach to defend the homeland, much less fight a world war. A German High Command assessment on June 30th concluded, "The kernel of the Italian army has been destroyed in Greece, Russia, and Africa. The combat value of Italian units is slight." Since December 1942, Mussolini had vainly urged Hitler to draw back from the Eastern Front, or even to forge a separate peace with Moscow. With combat casualties approaching 300,000, Italy found itself in the ridiculous position of being unable either to make war or to make peace. On July 18th, the Duce cabled Berlin. "The sacrifice of my country cannot have as its principal purpose that of delaying a direct attack on Germany." A day later, in a hastily organized meeting in Feltre, 50 miles from Venice, that sacrifice grew starker. At 11 a.m., Hitler launched into a gadding monologue in which he acknowledged being of two minds about how to defend Sicily, while insisting that Husky must become a catastrophic defeat, a Stalingrad for the Anglo-Americans. 30 minutes later, an Italian officer, said to be white with emotion, interrupted to inform Mussolini in a stage whisper that a massive air raid had just ripped up Rome. Months in the planning, this first attack on the capital targeted the Littorio rail yards, a sprawling hourglass-shaped network through which flowed most train traffic to Sicily and southern Italy. It would be a tragedy if St. Peter's were destroyed. General Marshall had said in late June, but a calamity if we failed to knock out the marshalling yards. More than 500 bombers carrying 1,000 tons of high explosives flew from bases in North Africa and Pantelleria. Roman Catholic aviators had been offered the option of skipping the mission. Red stickers on navigation maps highlighted the Vatican and various historic sites with "must not be harmed" warnings. Even so, a Catholic chaplain stood on one runway and bellowed at departing B-26s, "Give them hell." Hell they got, as Pope Pius XII watched through binoculars and the Italian king peered through a telescope. "Look," the monarch exclaimed, "perfect formation." Bombs tore up the Littorio yards, but also struck an adjacent working-class neighborhood. It was the Americans. A mortally wounded boy screamed, "The sons of bitches." A BBC broadcast the next day infuriated the Yanks by stressing that the raid had been exclusively American. Estimates of the dead ranged from 700 to 3,000, with many more injured. A single 1,000-pound bomb struck the Basilica of San Lorenzo, first built in the 4th century and considered among Rome's finest churches. The explosion destroyed the facade, damaged the 12th century frescoes, and left roof trusses, splintered beams, and bricks heaped in the nave. Priests strolled through the flaming streets, flicking holy water on the rubble. At Feltre, Hitler rambled on for 2 hours to a stupefied Mussolini, as courtiers scurried in and out with grim updates from Rome. At length, the Duce took leave to return to his capital. "We are fighting for a common cause, Führer," he said. A week later, on Sunday, July 25th, Mussolini arrived at his enormous office in the Palazzo Venezia at 8 a.m. He granted clemency to 2 condemned partisans and studied his daily compendium of telephone intercepts and informant reports. Over a lunch of broth and stewed fruit, he reassured his unsettled wife that the people are with me, then changed from the gray-green uniform of the first Marshal of the Empire into a dark blue suit and fedora. The king had asked to see him. Rarely had the Duce faced such challenges as now besieged him. For 10 hours the previous day, he'd battled the Grand Council of Fascism, a phony parliament of his own creation, whose members had last met in 1939. Mussolini's efforts to shrug off reverses in Sicily and elsewhere provoked reproachful glares. Dressed in black Saharan bush shirts, the councilmen had voted 19-7, with 1 abstention, to ask the king to take command of the Italian armed forces. "When tomorrow I shall relate to him what has happened tonight, the king will say, 'The Grand Council is against you, but the king will stand by you,'" Mussolini warned before stalking from the chamber. "Then what will happen to you all?" Shortly before 5 p.m., the Duce's 3-car convoy sped up the Via Salaria in North Rome to the great 18th-century hunting estate at Villa Savoia. Here the king now lived in a handsome yellow palace set among pines and holm oaks. Mussolini climbed from his Alfa Romeo sedan and gestured to his bodyguards to wait outside the gate. He failed to notice several dozen carabinieri hiding behind hedges near the palace. A millennium of royal inbreeding had disserved Victor Emmanuel III. Barely 5 feet tall, with malformed legs and a stunted intellect, he was said to be taciturn and diffident, as indifferent as marble under a flow of running water. Mussolini, his partner for more than 2 decades, privately called him the Little Sardine. Now 73, he preferred to talk of hunting ibex in the Alps, or how he once shot 28 woodcock on the estate of the King of Naples. But on this Sunday afternoon, the discussion must necessarily turn to politics. Victor Emmanuel ushered the Duce into his corner study, where an aide stood with an ear pressed to the outer door. After a few rambling sentences interspersed with phrases in Piedmontese dialect, the king came to the point. Mussolini must resign. He would be replaced by Marshal Pietro Badoglio, a former chief of the armed forces. Dear Duce, the situation is beyond remedy. At this moment you are the most hated man in Italy. You have not a single friend left, except for me. The king said, then shrugged. I am sorry, but the solution could not be otherwise. Even at 5 feet 7 inches, Mussolini towered over his monarch. You are making an extremely serious decision. The blow to army morale will be great. Before turning on his heel, he added, I am perfectly aware that the people hate me. In the entry foyer, the king shook Mussolini's hand and shut the door, looking more shriveled than ever. That, Queen Helena observed, was not at all nice. Mussolini strode across the courtyard toward his car, only to be intercepted by a captain of the Carabinieri. Duce, I have been ordered by the king to protect your person. An ambulance backed up from the foot of the drive, its rear door yawning. The officer took Mussolini's arm. You must get into this. Soon the vehicle careered down the Via Salaria and through the streets of central Rome. Across the Tiber they sped to a police barracks in Trastevere, where guards stood with bayonets fixed. Mussolini emerged to stand with arms akimbo, fists on his hips, staring at the slogan painted on a courtyard wall. Credere, obbedire, combattere. A few minutes later he was bundled back into the ambulance and driven to another barracks in Via Legnano. Escorted to a small room, he refused dinner and complained of stomach pains. My physical person interests me no longer, Mussolini told a physician summoned to examine him. Only my moral personality. At 11 p.m., he switched off the lamp, but could still see a light burning in the adjacent room where a sentry kept watch. A nearby telephone rang and rang. No one answered. A radio bulletin at 11 p.m. sent delirious Romans spilling through the blacked-out streets in their pajamas and nightgowns. "Citizens, wake up!" they yelled in the Via del Tritone. "Mussolini is finished!" Strangers embraced and danced in the cobblestone piazzi. Tricolors flapped from passing trucks. Soldiers sang political songs not heard for 20 years, and a mob, shouting all the invectives in the Roman vocabulary, kicked and punched the darkened Palazzo Venezia, as if the building itself had caused their misery. Torch beams played across the now vacant balcony where the declaiming peacock had struck so many poses. Bonfires crackled with furniture ransacked from the fascist party headquarters. "Viva l'Italia!" they roared, and a few German soldiers, assuming that the war was over, joined the celebration. One did not see a single person in Rome wearing the fascist badge, wrote Marshal Badoglio, who succeeded Mussolini as head of state. Fascism fell, as was fitting, like a rotten pear. Even Mussolini's own newspaper on Monday morning, replaced the usual front-page photograph of the Duce with one of Badoglio. The new regime quickly assured Berlin that the Pact of Steel endured, and that Italy would prosecute the war against the Anglo-Americans with vigor. Few believed it. The Duce will enter history as the last Roman, but behind his massive figure, a gypsy people has gone to rot, Joseph Goebbels told his diary. The only thing certain in this war is that Italy will lose it. But in Rome, a young woman spoke for a nation when she confided to her own diary on July 26th, Italy has had enough of heroes. Fevers of an unknown origin. Patton had settled comfortably into Palermo's flat-roofed royal palace. Long tongues of scarlet carpet rolled through corridors lined with silk-upholstered chairs and gilt mirrors etched with the Savoy coat of arms. Half a dozen vaulted antechambers separated Patton's bedroom from the immense state dining room, and heroic oils of Hercules' labors decorated an assembly hall the size of a basketball court. During Mass in the Palatine Chapel, the writer Guy de Maupassant had likened walking through the chancel to entering a jewel. Patton knelt beneath the coffered wooden ceiling and prayed to Christ Pantocrator. He asked for strength. I know I have been marked to do great things, he wrote to his brother-in-law. But his heart's desire was Messina, 147 tortuous miles to the east. The coup in Rome, while a pleasant surprise, had little impact on the Sicilian battlefield. No Germans had been deposed, and it was mostly Germans who blocked the roads to Messina. On July 23rd, having recognized that Eighth Army needed help, Alexander authorized the Americans to attack eastward on two roughly parallel roads, Highway 113, which hugged the north coast, and Highway 120, an inland route. Patton mailed Franklin Roosevelt a tattered Corps of Engineers map of Sicily with a thick green line showing that 7th Army occupied more than half the island as of July 26th. Above a tally of prisoners captured and guns seized, an arrow pointed to Messina with a blue crayon notation in Patton's jagged hand. We hope. In his reply, the president proposed that after the war, I make you the Marquis of Mount Etna. With victory in western Sicily, the fame Patton so ardently craved was finally his. Both Time and Newsweek had featured him on their covers this month. Monty hardly figures at all in the papers, Bee told them on July 30th. Everyone wonders what he's doing and why he doesn't go ahead. Patton's army now exceeded 200,000 men, but true glory required audacity. I have a sixth sense in war, as I used to have in fencing, he told her. Also, I'm willing to take chances. If taking chances cost lives, c'est la guerre. He advised Bradley, whose Second Corps had met stiffening German resistance in central Sicily, that if he could reach Messina a single day earlier by losing additional men, then he must lose them. To Middleton, the 45th Division commander, he added on July 28th, This is a horse race, in which the prestige of the U.S. Army is at stake. We must take Messina before the British. When soldiers captured a fleet of Volkswagen staff cars, Patton offered to share them with Hewitt's officers if the Navy helped him reach Messina first. Each morning, his armored cavalcade bolted out of Palermo, trailing banners of dust across the Sicilian outback. On Highway 113 or Highway 120, Patton would hop from the command car with its radios and map boards, clasping his hands high like a prizefighter and urging his legions eastward. When the enemy shells burst nearby, he again timed his pulse, reproaching himself for the slightest upward tick. You have killer eyes, just like I have, he told a wounded artillery captain in a hospital ward near Palermo. Get back up to the front as soon as you can. At another ward, full of amputees, an orderly found him sobbing in the latrine. "It is hard to be an army commander and a hero at the same time," he told B. Stress frayed him. Always irascible when his blood was up, he now seemed erratic and even abusive. Happening upon a narrow bridge where 2nd Armored Division tanks had been delayed by a peasant with a mule cart, Patton broke his swagger stick over the man's head, ordered an aide to shoot the mule, then had carcass and cart shoved into the creek bed below. When a gun crew took cover in a stand of trees during a German air attack, Patton reportedly charged them with his pistol drawn. "Get back on that gun, you yellow bastards," he roared, "and if you leave it again, I'll shoot you myself." When a company commander in the 16th Infantry, who'd refused medical evacuation despite badly infected leg boils, was fined by Patton for removing his chafing leggings, the story quickly spread through the vexed ranks. "You son of a bitch," he yelled at one of Truscott's best battalion commanders. "Why the goddamn hell aren't you moving?" Unauthorized headgear particularly aggravated him. Men from the 12th Weather Squadron, attempting to free the jammed bow door on an LST in Palermo Harbor, were nonplussed when Patton snatched the fatigue caps from their heads and flung them into the water. Spotting a 26th Infantry soldier wearing a watch cap beneath his helmet, Patton barked, "Take that goddamn hat off and let my killers through." At night, he returned to his palace, to the Savoy china and the blood-red carpet, where he charmed staff officers at the long mess table with amusing tales of campaigns past. Then, abruptly drawing himself up, he said, "Let's talk about tomorrow." And after they had talked about tomorrow and drafted their battle plans, he would step onto the balcony behind the huge rosewood desk in his office. Below lay his fiefdom, the cruel city where for more than a century the Inquisition had its headquarters, where mafiosi had forced paupers to pay for the right to beg on the church steps, where for sport African immigrants had been doused in tubs of whitewash. Old men sat at green baize tables in the steamy night, playing cards and sipping ink-black wine. "Wars are not won by apparent virtue," Patton observed. "Else I would be in a hell of a fix." Meticulous and even finicky in his warfighting, Patton was casual to the point of indifference about the more prosaic elements of running an army. Logistics snarled repeatedly in Sicily. In some sectors, gunners ran desperately short of artillery shells, while mountains of small arms ammunition accumulated. Lessons learned in North Africa were forgotten in Sicily, including the need for a disciplined air raid warning system. At Palermo, a single gunshot caused a wholesale exodus of dock workers, stampeding to shelters. Patton never bothers his head about such things, John Lucas noted in his diary. Nothing in 7th Army was more snafu'd, tarfu'd, and fumtu'd than the vital issue of medical logistics. "It resembles a maniac driving a machine at high speed without pausing to oil or service the machine," a senior AFHQ surgeon reported. A combat force exceeding 200,000 had only 3,300 hospital beds, a number so inadequate that many minor cases were evacuated to North Africa for treatment, and the 23,000 soldiers admitted for hospitalization during Husky tended to be stacked atop one another. Medics had only half as many ambulances as they needed. Blankets and splints were scarce. Breakage and misplacement of medical supplies were enormous. Sicily proved unforgiving. Many soldiers lost a pound per day to heat, dehydration, and intestinal miseries. 7th Army appeared to be melting away. A chronic reluctance of cuts and bruises to heal was known simply as Sicilian disease. AFHQ adopted an elaborate code for the various afflictions for patients' general condition. RNS meant recovery not satisfactory. SR, sinking rapidly. Soldiers evacuated to the United States were ZI'd for Zone of Interior, and government-issue insurance policies provoked much sardonic banter. "I'll have to write the old lady tonight," said one soldier after a close call, "and tell her she missed out on that $10,000 again." Truscott's troops learned to ink their names and serial numbers on their leggings, which proved more durable in explosions than dog tags. The lucky extolled their good fortune. "Perhaps it will relieve you right at the start to know that I am still in one complete piece and no parts missing," a badly wounded soldier wrote his wife in late July. The unlucky relied on the heroic efforts of doctors and nurses working in dreadful conditions. Surgeons operated by flashlight, with white sheets hung in the operatory for more reflected light. After watching surgeons lop off limbs for an hour, Frank Gervasi, a reporter for Collier's magazine, recalled Erasmus's astringent epigram: "Dulce bellum in expertise, sweet as war to those who never experience it." "How am I doing, nurse?" a wounded 18-year-old in the 3rd Division asked. She kissed his forehead and replied, "You are doing just fine, soldier." He smiled faintly. "I was just checking up," he said, and then died. A physician described burn victims reduced to cindery masses of burnt cloth and skin and hair. One charred soldier told him, "I guess I've lost my sunburn." For many, treatment consisted of a quarter-grain syringe of morphine and an M daubed on the forehead with iodine. Now M took on another more sinister connotation. In 1740, the writer Horace Walpole noted a horrid thing called malaria that afflicted Italy every summer. Before the war, the Rockefeller Foundation had published a 16-volume study on where the disease, which killed 3 million people each year, was most prevalent. Italy, infested with the mosquito Anopheles maculapennis, soon shortened to Anne in GI slang, had the highest malaria rates in the Mediterranean. Quinine had been used for centuries to suppress malaria's feverish symptoms, but U.S. supplies came almost exclusively from cinchona trees in the East Indies, now controlled by the Japanese. American scientists seeking a substitute examined 14,000 compounds, including dozens tested on jailhouse volunteers. The best replacement proved to be a substance originally synthesized by the German dye industry and given the trade name Adabrine. Soldiers detested the stuff, which they dubbed yellow gall. It tasted bitter, upset the stomach, turned the skin yellow, and was rumored to cause impotence and even sterility. Many soldiers stopped taking it. Prophylactic discipline grew lax, and proper dosage levels were misunderstood. Moreover, some malaria control experts failed to reach Sicily until weeks after the invasion. Soldiers also grew careless about covering exposed skin in the evening. Protective netting was in short supply, and insect repellent proved ineffective. Troops agreed. The mosquitoes in Sicily enjoyed it very much. More than 1,000 soldiers afflicted with malaria in North Africa on the eve of Husky had been left behind when the fleet sailed. On July 23rd, doctors detected the first case contracted in Sicily. By early August, thousands of feverish, lethargic soldiers had been struck down. 10,000 cases would sweep through 7th Army, and nearly 12,000 more in 8th Army. The swampy Catania plain was particularly noxious. All told, the 15th Army Group sustained more malaria casualties than battle wounds in Sicily. A medical historian concluded that the disease record of the 7th Army on Sicily was one of the worst compiled by any American field army during World War II. With soldiers also suffering from dengue, sandfly, and Malta fevers, distinguishing one malady from another became so difficult that many patients were diagnosed simply with fever of unknown origin, soon known to soldiers as FUO. Among the ailing at a 45th Division clearing station was a frail little fellow in Army fatigue coveralls carrying a bedroll. Doctors originally diagnosed Ernie Pyle with malaria, then with dysentery, and finally settled on battlefield fever, which ostensibly resulted from too much dust, bad eating, not enough sleep, exhaustion, and the unconscious nerve tension that comes to everybody in a frontline area. Like so many others, Pyle had witnessed sights that gnawed at him body and soul. Particularly grim was a field strewn with the bodies of 200 Italian and German soldiers whose penises, swollen by rigor mortis, had become hugely erect, some of them protruding through the buttons of their soiled trousers. Nearly a week in a field hospital brought more awful visions. Dying men were brought into our tent, men whose death rattle silenced the conversation and made all of us thoughtful. Pyle wrote. A trench outside a surgical tent was filled with bloody shirt sleeves and pant legs the surgeons had snipped off wounded men. Pyle noted how dirt and exhaustion reduce human faces to such a common denominator. Everybody they carried in looked alike. Among litter patients, only an extreme blonde seemed distinct, like a flower in a row of weeds. The doctors covered the faces of the moribund with thin white gauze. Pyle would long remember one patient in particular. The dying man was left utterly alone, just lying there on his litter on the ground, lying in an aisle because the tent was full. The aloneness of that man, as he went through the last minutes of his life, was what tormented me. Under such circumstances, Patton arrived at the 15th Evacuation Hospital, near Nicosia, for a visit shortly past noon on Tuesday, August 3rd. His morning had begun well, with a message from Eisenhower that Patton would receive the Distinguished Service Cross for his heroics at Gela during the July 11th counterattack. Driving on Highway 113 from Palermo before turning inland to Nicosia, Patton observed that the smell of the dead along the road is very noticeable. A different smell wafted from the hospital receiving tent, an odor of disinfectant and blood and oozing wounds. Green light filtered through the canvas, and the sound of labored breathing filled the ward as if the tent walls themselves suspired. General Lucas, who accompanied Patton while visiting from AFHQ, noted the brave, hurt, bewildered boys on their cots, including one who had lost his right arm at the shoulder. He was still suffering from shock and was in tears. A general has to develop a thick skin if he can, but it's sometimes hard to do. On a stool midway through the ward slouched a private from the 26th Infantry, Charles H. Cool. A carpet layer from Indiana in civil life, Cool had been a soldier for 8 months and in the 1st Division since early June. Examined at a battalion aid station the previous day, he received sodium amytal, a barbiturate to induce sleep, before being moved back to the 15th evac, where an initial diagnosis concluded psychoneurosis anxiety state, moderate severe. Soldier has been twice before in hospital within 10 days. He can't take it at the front, evidently. A more discerning evaluation would reveal that Cool had malaria, chronic diarrhea, and a fever of 102.2 degrees. Patton asked Cool where he was hurt. The soldier shrugged. He was nervous rather than wounded, Cool said. I guess I can't take it, he added. To the astonishment of doctors and patients alike, Patton slapped the man across the face with his folded gloves. You coward! You get out of this tent, he shouted. You can't stay in here with these brave wounded Americans. Grabbing Cool by the collar, he dragged him to the tent entrance and shoved him out with a finishing kick from his cavalry boot. Don't admit this son of a bitch, he bellowed. I don't want yellow-bellied bastards like him hiding their lousy cowardice around here, stinking up this place of honor. Alternately barking at the doctors and the quailing Cool, Patton said, You send him back to his unit at once. You hear me, you gutless bastard? You're going back to the front. His rage spent, Patton returned to his command car and drove off, already composing the message he would send his subordinates. A very small number of soldiers are going to the hospital on the pretext that they are nervously incapable of combat. Such men are cowards and bring discredit on the Army and disgrace to their comrades. Private Cool would be evacuated for treatment in North Africa. Returning to the 26th Infantry, he landed at Normandy 11 months later, and after the war, worked in a South Bend factory before dying of a heart attack in 1971 at age 55. Lucas, who saw nothing serious in the incident, soon returned to Algiers and neglected to mention it to Eisenhower. In his diary, Patton wrote of Private Cool, "I gave him the devil. One sometimes slaps a baby to bring it to." A week later, on August 10th, a similar outburst would occur under nearly identical circumstances at the 93rd Evacuation Hospital, near Santo Stefano on the North Coast. Private Paul G. Bennett, a gunner from South Carolina who'd enlisted before Pearl Harbor, had been evacuated from the 17th Field Artillery despite pleading with medics to remain with his unit. Dehydrated, feverish, and unsettled by the severe wounding of a comrade, he appeared confused, weak, and listless. At 1:30 p.m., during an impromptu visit to the receiving tent, Patton came upon the trembling Bennett, who tried to sit at attention on his cot. "It's my nerves," Bennett said. "I can hear the shells come over, but I can't hear them burst." "What is this man talking about? What's wrong with him?" Patton demanded. The attending physician reached for a chart, but before he could reply, Patton erupted, "Your nerves, hell! You're just a goddamned coward, you yellow son of a bitch!" he shouted. "You ought to be lined up against a wall and shot. I ought to shoot you myself right now, goddamn you!" Tugging a pistol from his holster, he waved the gun in Bennett's face, then struck him with the flat of his hand. A nurse lunged toward Patton but was restrained by a doctor. "I want you to get that man out of here right away," Patton told the hospital commander, Colonel Donald E. Currier, who'd been drawn to the tent by the commotion. Patton turned to leave, but then whirled on Bennett again, smacking him with enough force to knock the soldier's helmet liner from his head. A few moments later, in an adjacent ward, Patton broke into sobs. "I can't help it. It breaks me down to see you brave boys." His voice rose nearly to a shriek. "It makes my blood boil to think of a yellow bastard being babied." As he returned to his car, Patton told Currier, "I won't have these cowardly bastards hanging around our hospitals. We'll probably have to shoot them sometime anyway, or we'll raise a breed of morons." A reporter for the London Daily Mail, who arrived at that moment, heard Patton add, "There's no such thing as shell shock. It's an invention of the Jews." The fuming Army commander drove to Omar Bradley's 2nd Corps headquarters. "Sorry to be late, Bradley. I stopped off at a hospital on the way up. There were a couple of malingerers there." He had struck one, Patton added, to put a little guts into them. Few acts of corporal punishment would be more scrutinized, analyzed, and condemned than the 2 slapping incidents on Sicily in August 1943. If it seems likely that Patton suffered his own stress-induced breakdown, that makes his conduct no less inexcusable and asinine, in Colonel Currier's words. He'd brought shame on himself and on the army he cherished, and for decades his name could hardly be uttered without conjuring not only his battlefield panache, but also his reprehensible behavior, unworthy of an American. For now, the occurrences in those 2 hot, malodorous tents remained hidden from public view, although whispers soon spread through the ranks. Private Bennett returned to the front after a week's rest and pastoral counseling. "Don't tell my wife," he pleaded. Bradley took the initial report from the 93rd Evac and ordered, "Lock it up in my safe," a derelict act of misguided loyalty. No safe was likely to hold the secret for long. As for Patton, he exhibited neither remorse nor introspection. After thrashing Private Bennett, he told both his staff and his diary, "I may have saved his soul, if he had one." A Great Grief. While Patton fought his own demons, the battle for Sicily raged on, or rather up. "Christ!" a British officer exclaimed. "What a steep hill this is!" That complaint encompassed the entire Sicilian badlands of washboard inclines, limestone pinnacles, and volcanic scarps. "Someday I hope we shall be able to fight downhill for a change," a captain in the 16th Infantry wrote his family on July 30th. Prickly pear-covered slopes seamed with ravines and razorback ridges. Highland grass fires, set with napalm flamethrowers to flush German infantry on at least one occasion, tinted the sky red and perfumed the air with burning cork oaks. Enemy demolitions made the bad terrain much worse. An estimated 160 bridge spans were blown up in the American sector alone. The whole damned bridge, from abutment to abutment. Ernie Pyle noted that the Germans were also more prodigal with mines than they'd been in Tunisia. Iron ore in the volcanic soil around Mount Etna played hob with metal detectors, and German engineers displayed an ingenuity, placing teller mines in road potholes, for instance, and covering them with asphalt, that grew ever more diabolical. True, Italian units fought with even less heart after Mussolini's overthrow. "Troops are tired and have lost faith," an Italian general advised Rome on July 31st. But the 40,000 Germans now on the island showed no sign of flagging. The chatter of pneumatic drills and jackhammers could be heard in the hills along the Etna line, an arc of fortified strong points stretching from San Fratello on the north coast, around the volcano's southern flank, to the Ionian Sea above Catania. Allied air and naval superiority counted for little in the mountains. Rather, the mule became the upland equivalent of the indispensable duck. Troops scoured the countryside for forage, pack saddles, and scrawny Sicilian mounts. A single infantry battalion fighting a week-long battle in the roadless outback might need several hundred mules to haul food, water, and ammunition. A British officer, praising the beasts' sharp hearing and their sagacity over the choice of ground, grew weepy with admiration. They shared men's dangers and hardships unsustained by ideals and hopes, and without even a sex life as compensation. Others remained wary. A U.S. Army manual advised that the mule is restless and ugly, and would probably want to know what he is to die for. Typical was a creature named Trouble, described by a 45th Division handler as the orneriest piece of leather in Sicily. Bill Darby's personal mount, Rosebud, nipped him in the buttocks every time I tried to mount him. Ranger pranksters fed a handful of Benzedrine tablets to a fleabag named Whitey, who subsequently was renamed War Admiral. Gifted mule skinners soon were more prized than sharpshooters. "The way to make a mule behave," one soldier urged, "is to bite his ears." A former veterinarian in the 45th Division organized his mule train with serial numbers and identifying brands, and even rewarded outstanding performance by promoting worthy animals to corporal or sergeant. Still, an insuperable language barrier confounded many soldiers. The mules couldn't talk English. A 180th Infantry officer complained. "We actually had to rustle up some Italian mule interpreters so we could manage the beasts." Hills, and then more hills, and dust, clouds of it. Ted Roosevelt wrote Eleanor in late July. "At the moment it's white and the men look like clowns at a circus." Kesselring continued to shove new units onto the island, Roosevelt added. "They are fresh and we are worn. The soldier who has climbed and hiked and fought days on end is completely done up. That's the case with some of our units now, as Nicias said when the Athenians commenced their retreat on this same island in 413 BC. Man does what he can and bears what he must." With the British right flank still blocked at Catania, and Montgomery's main force crawling up the Etna foothills southwest of the volcano, the American advance toward Messina followed the two parallel axes ordered by Alexander. On 7th Army's left, Truscott's 3rd Division on July 31st relieved the 45th Division along Coastal Highway 113. Farther south, Terry Allen's 1st Division had taken Enna, which the Germans abandoned after Canadian forces threatened to outflank the town, and had advanced to Highway 120. There the division wheeled sharply to the east, capturing Ganji, Sperlinga, and Nicosia, where axe-wielding enemy troops vandalized shops and even churches before retreating. With a carbine across his lap, Roosevelt rode into Nicosia in Rough Rider to join his officers for wine and cheese in the mayor's office. A mortar fragment had chipped 2 of his teeth, but, wrote George Biddle, he mumbled and rumbled to himself snatches of song and bits of poetry in French, in Latin, and in English, while lamenting the lack of scholarship in this hurried world. Each town took a toll. The 1st Division had suffered nearly 1,600 casualties since Husky began 3 weeks earlier, about 1 soldier in 10. A 16th Infantry lieutenant, who'd lost most of his right elbow to a grenade, walked all night until challenged by a sentry near an aid station. Unable to recall the day's password, the lieutenant simply started swearing like an American trooper until I was recognized and taken in. John Hersey of Time listened in Nicosia as a soldier whose shoulder had been shot away told a blinded comrade, "Let's go back there and get those bastards." The blind man hesitated. "Eyes," he said, "are very delicate things." Wagging his cane as he stumped among the troops, Roosevelt noted the sag of their clothes and their tired faces. Reports spread of 19 men killed in a German white flag ruse. Anger and bloodlust spread, as well as an odd rumor that B-17s would bomb Etna's crater to bury the enemy in lava. Artillery boomed round the clock, and muzzle flashes rippled like chain lightning along the gun lines. Shelling these hills, Hersey wrote, was like shaking lice out of old clothes. Every foot soldier approved of the lavish shooting. "I don't care if I'm paying taxes the rest of my life," one GI said, "just so they throw that stuff at them, instead of throwing me at them." Bread trucks brought up 900 loaves from a bakery near Gela each morning, then hauled bodies back to the makeshift cemetery at Ponte Olivo. At night, the troops huddled close for warmth under blanket tents fashioned to hide their cigarette embers from enemy patrols. "Here we live and fight and die together in a bond of fellowship unequaled anywhere," Captain Joseph T. Dawson of the 16th Infantry wrote his family on July 31st. But with camaraderie also came the solitude and self-doubt that haunted every battlefield. "I find myself jumping at any excuse that will keep me out of the danger zone," a quartermaster officer told his diary on July 27th. "Hell, I'm disgusted with myself. If I knew how, I'd get myself transferred to a really dangerous job just to see if I could take it." Man does what he can and bears what he must. Patton believed an infantry division declined in efficiency after 2 weeks of sustained combat, due to the loss of riflemen and fatigue. The 1st Division was entering its 4th week. "When this is over," one soldier mused, "I won't mind going back to Wisconsin and looking at cows the rest of my life." Like so many, Ted Roosevelt also drew comfort from thoughts of a different place. "Has the Boston ivy covered the front of the house? How are the yews?" he asked Eleanor. "Do put in fruit trees. The old trees are bound to die soon." Sicilian towns perched on hilltops like ragged caps stuck on the hoary heads of gray old men, wrote Don Whitehead of the Associated Press. No ragged cap perched higher than Troina, 14 miles northeast of Nicosia on Highway 120 and the highest town in Sicily. Here the 15th Panzer Grenadier Division had halted after the retreat from western Sicily that began 3 weeks earlier. Torrential rain on July 29th swelled streams and flooded roads, slowing the American pursuit. Grenadier regiments used the respite to dig strong points and lay mines in the high ground north and south of Troina, which became a linchpin in the Etna line. 4 artillery batteries occupied gullies east of town, and spotters in field gray climbed the twin spires of the Norman church above the piazza for a panoramic view of Mount Etna. For an armed defender, the westward vista was even more breathtaking. An attacker from that direction would be canalized into a treeless 3-mile stretch of Highway 120. Troina's 12,000 citizens fled to the hills or barricaded themselves in their squat stone houses. 5 miles to the west, in the hilltop hamlet of Cerami on Saturday evening, July 31st, Terry Allen followed that exposed stretch of highway with his field glasses until it vanished into the hazy twin-spired redoubt on the next ridge. The sharp scents of eucalyptus and oleander wafted through the decrepit school that now served as a 1st Division command post. Fascist slogans covered classroom walls that shook from the concussive roar of a 15-millimeter long-tom battery nearby. Within goose eggs drawn on a tactical map, Allen scribbled the letter E wherever he thought the enemy had holed up. "This was about as stubborn as any resistance we've encountered so far," he had told reporters. The fall of Nicosia, he rendered the name as Nicodemus, probably means that the Germans will have to retire to their next road net, at Troina. With luck, Allen hoped, the enemy would counterattack before the attack began this evening, exposing himself to those long toms and other guns. But U.S. intelligence now believed the Germans would continue falling back through Troina toward Messina. Germans are very tired, little ammo, many casualties, morale low. The 1st Division G2 concluded on July 29th. 2nd Corps today had reported, indications are Troina lightly held. Refugees also claimed that few German soldiers occupied the town. Allen had planned to envelop Troina with 2 infantry regiments, supported by 165 artillery tubes, but these heartening reports, and the easy seizure of Cerami, caused him to pare back the attack to a single regiment, the 39th Infantry, which had been loaned to him from the 9th Division several days earlier. Air reconnaissance could have revealed the true extent of German fortifications. But the latest film had been flown to North Africa for processing, and printed photos had not yet returned to Sicily. "You give your orders and the division will execute them," Allen told reporters. "The rest is chance." A soft hiss escaped from his perforated cheeks. With his saddle-hardened gait, Allen strode to a secluded olive grove 100 yards from the command post. "This war is really a very disagreeable job," he'd written his wife, Mary Fran, 2 days before. "With long periods of tough going, and the relaxation periods for the 1st Division are few and far between." Still, a break was in sight. Bradley planned to supplant the Big Red 1 with the rest of the 9th Division, which had recently arrived from North Africa. Tempting as it might be to let the newcomers carry the fight immediately, Allen would remind his officers of our moral obligation to capture Troina before being relieved. He sank to his knees beneath the gray-green boughs of an ancient olive. Asking God to spare the division unnecessary casualties, he prayed that tonight no man's life will be wasted. Upon rejoining his troops, a grizzled sergeant told him, "Hell, Terry, stop worrying. We'll take the goddamn town for you." As the long summer twilight faded in the west, 3,000 soldiers from the 39th Infantry shuffled across the broken ground on either side of Highway 120 below Cerami. Their fatigue pockets bulged with toilet paper, K-ration cans, and extra ammunition. Don Whitehead watched the columns snake toward Troina, jaggedly silhouetted on the horizon. "Every time I've watched troops plod into battle," he wrote, "I've choked back a desire to sob." Coordinating the attack from an Orchard command post was a 35-year-old lieutenant colonel named John J. Toffee III. Sweat soaked his wool shirt, and tiny dust devils boiled beneath his boots as he paced between the map boards and radio transmitter. Can you put mortar fire in the vicinity of 492-140? Toffee asked, clutching the handset. I want to get every goddamned weapon you've got and put them on 492-140. Do you understand? Okay. Get going. He was a big man, 6'1" and 200 pounds, with such sporty good looks that he'd once appeared in an amusing cover picture for Collier's magazine, outfitted in a bathing suit and polo helmet while carrying a baseball glove, tennis racket, fishing rod, and golf clubs. His educational pedigree included Phillips Exeter Academy and Cornell. His father had fought with Pershing in Mexico and eventually retired as a major general in command of the New Jersey National Guard. His grandfather had earned the Medal of Honor for Valor at Missionary Ridge in 1863. It is very nice to read of a battle, John Toffee Sr. had written, but to be near to one is not so nice, and I never want to be near one again. On April 14, 1865, while recuperating from battle wounds in Washington, D.C., he'd attended the play at Ford's Theater and witnessed Lincoln's murder. According to family lore, Toffee testified at the conspirators' trial. He'd corralled a runaway horse, possibly used in the crime, and watched them hang. Young Jack Toffee, who'd sold bottle caps in Ohio during the Depression, had proved worthy of his military lineage. Called to federal service from the National Guard in 1940, he landed with Truscott's force in Morocco during Torch, then commanded a battalion through the Tunisian campaign until shot in the knee at Maknassi in late March. Missed all bones, he wrote his wife Helen. Don't worry about a thing. After 2 months' recuperation, he limped back to duty as executive officer of the 39th Infantry, just in time for Sicily. Toffee's eventful fortnight on the island had already included a 1-week stint commanding the regiment after his superior was injured in an air attack, and the capture of at least 7,000 prisoners. 9 months at war had also aged him beyond his years. Both battle-wise and battle-weary, he was emblematic of the field-grade officers, major through colonel, who'd learned much through hard combat, and whose influence on 100 European battlefields would be both decisive and disproportionate to their numbers in the U.S. Army. It was Toffee and his breed who would have to fix the tactical shortcomings the Army had revealed in Tunisia, such as the failure to seize high ground, or to anticipate the German penchant for immediate counterattack, the defects in patrolling and map reading that got entire battalions ambushed or lost, the inability to coordinate infantry, armor, and the other combat arms. He now made war without illusions, and certainly without pleasure. War is as Sherman says, and has no similarity with cinema or storybook versions, Toffee had written in North Africa. He tried simultaneously to care for his family, to care for his men, and to study the military art even as he practiced it. Sending money orders and war bonds to Helen, who waited for him in Columbus with their 2 children, procuring 1,300 steaks for a holiday dinner in the unit mess, subscribing to Infantry Journal, reading War and Peace. Every day is that much nearer the end, he wrote. I still miss you terribly, a condition which will not improve. The wound in Tunisia sharpened his senses of irony and mortality. 3 generations of Toffees in uniform was enough, he told Helen. He hoped that John IV, age 12, will be a doctor or lawyer and stay the hell out of the Army, and if he does go in the Army, let him stay out of the infantry. To be near a battle is not so nice, his grandfather had written, and I never want to be near one again. Jack Toffee understood that perfectly, though for now he had a job to do. Been feeling a little rocky lately, but the knee is okay and feels better tonight, he wrote before Troina. Short on sleep and tired, but today was a good day for us. The next 6 days, however, would be bad for all of them. The 39th Infantry's right wing edged to within a mile of Troina on Sunday, August 1st. But lacerating mortar and machine gun fire greeted the regimental left, and by midnight, counterattacking grenadiers had shoved much of the regiment back to the high ground near Cerami, even whittling one battalion to 300 men. "There's a hell of a lot of stuff there," a 1st Division officer warned. "We'll be moving right into the teeth of the enemy." Allen seemed to concur and directed 2 additional regiments to loop north and south in a double envelopment. But then, perhaps hoping to avoid those unnecessary casualties he'd prayed over, Allen rescinded his order and chose to let the 39th Infantry again try to take Troina alone. The regiment's new commander, Jack Toffee's superior, was a wizened, dish-faced Vermont-born legend, Colonel Harry A. Paddy Flint, whom Patton deemed the bravest goddamn soldier in the whole goddamn 7th Army. At 55, Flint had survived innumerable polo injuries, and in 1940, an apparent stroke. As his men tried to winkle the Germans from their strong points, he stood on a prominent rock, stripped to the waist, with a black bandana knotted around his neck, rolling a Bull Durham cigarette with one hand and bellowing, "Hell's bells! Look at them lousy Krauts! Couldn't shoot in the last war? Can't shoot in this one." Later in the battle, a young artillery commander, Lieutenant Colonel William C. Westmoreland, found Flint and Ted Roosevelt playing mumbledy-peg with a jackknife. Advised that half of Westmoreland's ancient howitzers had broken recoil systems, "So you can expect half the firepower you've received before." Flint replied, "It don't make no difference. Just fire them twice as fast." Not to be outdone, Roosevelt, upon being told that the division had fired $1 million worth of ammunition, ordered, "Spend another $1 million." Bravado wouldn't win the day, or the next day, or the day after that. Allen finally recognized the need for a full-throated attack, ordering his 26th Infantry to loop north, the 18th Infantry to drive from the south, and the 16th Infantry to slice straight toward Troina with the weary 39th. "Troina's going to be tougher than we thought," he told Bradley by phone. "This will mean we can turn over to the 9th Division a tight zone. If it's all right with you, we can do this." Hills were won and lost, won again and lost again. By now the Germans had dug in so deep that even the Cub observers droning overhead could not spot the smokeless powder from their artillery and anti-tank guns. To break the stalemate, Allen ordered a renewed assault in the early minutes of August 3rd, with the attack weighted in the south. At daybreak, the 16th Infantry was pinned down by gashing German fire. When the enemy counterattacked with panzers and infantry, only deft shooting by Clift Andrus's division artillery kept the regiment from being overrun. By late afternoon, attackers and defenders had become so intermingled in the gullies southwest of Troina that American guns fell silent for fear of hitting friendly troops. When grenadiers infiltrated within a stone's throw, riflemen called out the day's challenge, "Chocolate," and listened for the authorized parole, "Bonbon." Progress was no better in the north. Troops from the 26th Infantry fought with grenades, pistols, and rifle butts up and down a bitter knoll known as Hill 1035. The sharp pops of detonating mines were often followed by the howl that signified another severed foot or leg. Not until full dark, at 11 p.m., could the wounded be evacuated. Brush fires made the scorching days hotter still, and putrid German bodies polluted a creek trickling through a ravine. "Something is burning out front," a 16th Infantry Battalion radioed. "We're running low on ammunition." Mule trains brought some supplies, but bundles dropped from aircraft fell mostly into enemy hands, and men chewed wheat straw to quell their hunger. Repeated airstrikes by AAF planes beginning late Wednesday afternoon, August 4th, cheered every GI except those bombed by mistake. A sergeant whose troops came under attack ordered his men to peel off their undershirts and spread them along a ditch embankment. For some reason, the pilots were supposed to recognize the shirts as those of friendly troops, wrote Don Whitehead, who was among those stripping. "By the laundry mark, I suppose." At dusk on Thursday, rifle companies throughout the 1st Division had been reduced by 2/3, to 60 or 70 men. Company 1 of the 26th Infantry reported 17 fit for combat. The commander of Company F in the same regiment lay with a radio a mile north of Troina as his unit was overrun, calling in barrages within 50 yards of his foxhole. "Perhaps," he wrote his father, "my luck won't hold up forever." Recovered from battlefield fever, Ernie Pyle showed up in Cherami to begin working on another bout. "Through our glasses, the old city seemed to fly apart," he wrote after watching Troina bombarded. Great clouds of dust and black smoke rose into the sky until the whole horizon was leaded and fogged. Dressed in his usual collapsible style, Pyle was caught in an air attack without his helmet and covered his head with a shovel. He regretted the terrible weariness that gradually comes over everybody. You just get damned sick of it all. Terry Allen was damned sick of Troina, and he meticulously planned a final assault for Friday, August 6th, to outflank the town and obliterate any remaining Germans. Only when the first patrols crept into the outskirts after dawn did it become clear that the enemy had pulled back, fearful of encirclement. In launching 24 counterattacks during the past week, the 15th Panzer Grenadier Division had lost more than 1,600 men. As the Grenadiers scuttled down Highway 120 toward Cesaro and Randazzo, leaving the prints of their hobnailed boots in the dust, Kesselring also authorized Hermann Göring troops to pull out of Catania on the coast. The Etna line had snapped, to be replaced by a succession of defensive bulwarks across the Messina Peninsula. "Town clear of enemy," a patrol reported shortly before 10 a.m. Only misery remained. Troina was found to be in greatly destroyed condition, an Army after-action report noted. Reporters creeping into town were more explicit. They found a town of horror, alive with weeping, hysterical men, women, and children, wrote Herbert Matthews of the New York Times. He described a scene that would recur all the way to Bologna. Torn streets, heaps of rubble that had been houses, grief, horror, and pain. Dead soldiers, German and American, were covered with a carpet of maggots that made it look as though the corpses were alive and twitching. A 16th Infantry officer reported. You couldn't get the smell of the dead out of your hair, and all you could do with your clothes was burn them. A 26th Infantry captain, Donald V. Helgeson, stared at a charred German mortar crew. "This ain't very good for the troops' morale," Helgeson said. His first sergeant disagreed. "It's great for morale. They're German, aren't they?" A GI sliced the Wehrmacht belt buckle from a dead grenadier and declared that Gott mit uns changed sides. Some 150 bodies lay in the streets and inside a feudal tower. A nauseating stench seeped from Troina's cellars. Broken water mains bubbled, and an unexploded bomb blocked a church aisle. At City Hall, wounded civilians sprawled naked on shutters or stretchers. Their skin was gray, George Biddle reported. An infant found in the ruins clutched his dead mother's hair so desperately that rescuers had to snip away a few locks. Whitehead pushed through a massive oak door leading into the fetid cathedral crypt. In the feeble light, he found hundreds of refugees living in their own filth. Men, women, and children crouched like animals over their little hoards of food and piles of belongings, he wrote. A young girl told him in English, "We've been miserable, but now everything is changed." Troina was the toughest battle Americans have fought since World War I, General Lucas concluded, and there were very few in that war which were its equal. The 1st Division had suffered more than 500 casualties, with scores more in the 39th Infantry. "Really could use a bit of an ocean voyage to your shores about now," Jack Toffee wrote Helen after the shooting stopped on August 6th. He wondered, with that ironic sensibility that grew tauter with each battle, whether New York would choose to stage the city's post-war victory parade up Fifth Avenue or down. But in a note to his young son, Toffee showed that hope still lined his heart. The Krauts must now know they're licked and their days numbered. Just pray me home, and we'll be all set. 2 more casualties could now be added to the 1st Division tally. As gunfire ebbed at Troina, 3 telegrams arrived at the division headquarters. The first relieved Terry Allen as commanding general. The second relieved Ted Roosevelt as assistant commander. The third announced Allen's successor, Major General Clarence R. Hubner, a highly decorated Kansan who'd commanded a regiment in World War I before the age of 30. Terry read the thing, said nothing for a while, and then burst into tears like a high-strung schoolgirl. Clift Andrus recalled. It came as a terrible shock. Ever the ardent hunter, Omar Bradley had long held Allen in his sights before squeezing the trigger. He later claimed that the hardest thing in war was to relieve people I knew. But Bradley seemed unruffled by the dismissal of Allen, whom he considered temperamental, disdainful, and too full of self-pity and pride. In a handwritten note to Eisenhower on July 25th, Bradley described the 1st Division as battle-weary. I suspect that it's more Terry and Ted than it is the division as a whole. At Bradley's urging, Patton 3 days later formally requested the change in a message carried by Lucas to Algiers. In his diary, Patton described both men as suffering from battle fatigue, a malady whose existence he himself denied. Neither Bradley nor Patton ever offered a fuller explanation for the dismissals. At heart, the action reflected the Corps commander's personal animus toward Allen. But prevarications soon followed. Patton and Bradley both claimed they were following a War Department policy of rotating senior commanders. Patton hinted that Allen would return home to command a corps. Bradley later claimed that he personally took over the tactical planning after Allen flubbed badly at Troina. But Allen's efficiency report for April 16 through August 5, 1943, written and signed by Bradley, asserted that the division plans of attack for Nicosia and Troina were well planned, well executed, and obtained decisive results. Bradley made no mention of the faulty intelligence from his headquarters, or of his own belief that the Germans would retreat through Troina to Cesaro, or of his endorsement of the initial single-regiment attack. As the orders became public once Troina had fallen on August 6th, anger and disbelief roiled the division. Even shaggy old regular army sergeants weep unashamedly, an 18th Infantry soldier reported. By cruel coincidence, Allen appeared on the August 9th cover of Time. The article detected in him a special mark of war and history. In a note to Marshall, he thanked the chief for the chance to command the 1st Division for 15 months. To Eisenhower, he conceded that he may have appeared over-solicitous regarding the needs of the infantry. In truth, he was exhausted, his denials notwithstanding. In a letter to his young son, he wrote not only the wrong date, but the wrong month. It is a wrench to leave the division, he told Mary Fran. But such is the luck of the service. Later he would grow angry over rumors that he'd suffered a breakdown, and he wondered if anti-Catholicism or his lack of a West Point commission played a role. Back in Texas, he fled a welcome home party in tears. But soon enough he bucked up, perhaps sensing that neither the army nor the war was finished with him. As he prepared to leave the division near Troina, he sat for a sketch by George Biddle, a pen and ink that captured the boxer's nose, the ropey neck muscles, the wide-set eyes, and the sparse hair neatly combed across his crown. He even wore a slight smile. Glancing at his watch, Allen called to his driver. "Tell them to phone down the General Bradley that I'll be 15 minutes late." As for Ted Roosevelt, the blow left him hurt, despondent, and mentally in a black cloud, one officer said. In an open letter to the division, he wrote, "I've been ordered away. It is a great grief to me." In a personal farewell to the 26th Infantry, which he'd commanded in the Great War, He broke down and wept, and the men kept silent. To Bradley he wrote, "Brad, we get along a hell of a lot better with the Krauts up front than we do with your people back here in the rear." Beadle Smith told him that he was not qualified to command a division. Instead, he would move to the newly created Fifth Army as a liaison to French forces. "Of course I was heartbroken," he told Eleanor, adding with a touch of self-pity, "Everyone loves me, but our own high command." Perhaps trading on her name, she privately wangled an audience at the Pentagon with Marshall, who bluntly told her that Ted still behaved like a regimental commander, and didn't grasp the full scope of the responsibilities and duties as a brigadier general in an infantry division. But Roosevelt also sensed that a larger fate awaited him. Sharing a ride to Palermo with Robert Capa, he recited poetry with his usual fluency while his aide sang cowboy songs. Clues could be found in the dog-eared copy of the Pilgrim's Progress carried in his kit bag. "I do not repent me of all the trouble I have been at to arrive where I am. My marks and scars I carry with me." To Eleanor he later wrote, "The longer I live, the more I think of the quality of fortitude. Men who fall, pick themselves up and stumble on, fall again, and are trying to get up when they die." In a place like this, ridge by ridge, road by road, town by town, the island fell to the advancing Allied armies. Montgomery's right wing, stalled for more than 2 weeks at Catania, finally lurched forward again, and Tommy's sang were shoving right off. An Allied battlefront that had meandered for 170 miles inexorably contracted to 45 miles, as 100,000 enemy soldiers retreated past Mount Etna into the long funnel of the Messina Peninsula. "I am enjoying this campaign," Montgomery wrote in his neat black script on August 4th. "The Boche is getting very stretched, and he cannot possibly stand up to my thrusts." Others were skeptical of Montgomery's claim to have cornered the Germans in Queer Street. Air Marshal Sir Arthur Tedder, Eisenhower's air chief, wrote a colleague on August 7th. "Napoleon insists on his usual frontal attack with no risks." And although they were moving in fits and starts, 9,000 yards one day, 3,000 the next, moving they were, despite mines, despite booby traps, despite snipers with telescopic sights hiding in Baroque hillside tombs. The mayor of Catania surrendered his town with a theatrical affixing of signatures. Of 100,000 houses, only 1 in 5 was habitable. Germans had looted everything from beds to dinner forks, blowing up the Bank of Sicily and the Hotel Corona for good measure. British soldiers and hungry Sicilians picked through the leavings. Refugees fought over packets of British biscuits, while old women in black squatted in their doorways as if they knew that all life was evil, wrote the reporter Christopher Buckley. Often enough, the Allied Air Force solution for interdicting the retreating Germans was to obliterate Sicilian towns, which barely impeded Axis withdrawals, but killed thousands of civilians and complicated the Anglo-American advance. 30 unexploded bombs lay in the rubble at Adrano on the southwest slope of Etna, a town so battered that combat engineers needed 36 hours to carve a single-lane path through the drifted wreckage. "Troops will refrain from shooting Italian carabinieri," advised signs posted by British officers. "They are entitled to carry rifles." Battalions leapfrogged one another through thistles and cornflowers, dodging the slap of enemy artillery. A local orchestra greeted Canadian troops in one town, alternately striking up God Save the King and Deutschland über alles. In Bronte, on Etna's northwest shoulder, welcoming civilians chanted "Lord Nelson, Lord Nelson," and General Alexander added his name below Kesselring's in the visitor's book at an 11th century Norman castle that had once belonged to the British naval hero. Across the Catania plain and down the volcano's lower slopes, British graves dotted the landscape like small mastabas. Identity discs dangled from wooden crosses, and comrades manning the burial details scrubbed their hands with kerosene and collected the dead men's helmets for reissue. Above them all loomed Etna, the mythical forge of Vulcan, scarred with charcoal furnaces and logging roads that were fenced with brush to corral the cattle. Refracted colors danced at sunset above the reeking crater. The air was tinted with sulfates and sublimated chlorides. By August 13th, Tommies had nearly circumnavigated the cone, 25 miles in diameter. Still, a British colonel scrutinizing a map of territory occupied by the 7th and 8th Armies was said to have complained, "That bloody Patton. He has us surrounded." Pleased as he would have been to surround Montgomery, Patton, in fact, was trying to encircle at least part of the retreating Axis army. The U.S. 9th Division, supplanting the 1st, bowled its way down Highway 120 from Troina to Randazzo, where only 5 houses in a town of 14,000 people remained livable. So many dead littered Randazzo, perhaps the most damaged place in Sicily, that after a conference with the priest, it was decided to burn the bodies in gasoline. An army report noted. "I feel like crying lots of times," a soldier wrote his family, "but I don't think it would help me much in a place like this." To exploit the flanking opportunities afforded by his command of the sea, Patton on August 10th ordered Bradley to mount an amphibious end run the following morning by landing a battalion 12 miles behind German lines on Sicily's north coast. In seizing Monte Cipolla, which loomed above Coastal Highway 113 near Brolo, U.S. troops could sever the escape route for the 29th Panzer Grenadier Division rear guard and give Truscott's 3rd Division a direct avenue to Messina, 40 miles to the east. If bold, the plan was undermanned, as Allied amphibious operations so often were, and it led to another of the ugly confrontations that bedeviled Patton across Sicily. Truscott, who was to provide a battalion from his 30th Infantry Regiment for the landing, requested a day's postponement to position artillery and infantry support closer to Brolo. Bradley agreed. He considered the operation trivial and even foolhardy, and he resented Patton's meddling with the Corps commander's tactical prerogatives simply to beat Montgomery into Messina. But the delay irked Patton. After several testy phone calls on Tuesday evening, August 10th, he drove to the 3rd Division command post at 9:45 p.m., flushed with anger. He found Truscott in an olive oil plant outside Terranova, pacing with a map in his hand. "What's the matter with you, Lucien?" Patton said. "Are you afraid to fight?" "General," Truscott said, his carbolic growl in sharp contrast to Patton's shrill pitch, "you know that's ridiculous and insulting." "General Truscott, if your conscience will not let you conduct this operation, I will relieve you and put someone in command who will." "General, it is your privilege to reduce me whenever you want to." "I don't want to," Patton said. "You're too old an athlete to believe it's possible to postpone a match." "You're an old enough athlete to know that sometimes they are postponed." "This one won't be," Patton said. "Remember Frederick the Great? L'audace, toujours l'audace. I know you'll win." Having pulled rank to settle the matter, Patton looped an arm around Truscott's shoulder. "Let's have a drink of your liquor." Returning to Palermo and his bed in the royal palace, Patton confessed to his diary, "I may have been bull-headed." It went badly. Lieutenant Colonel Lyle A. Bernard, a wiry 33-year-old, arrived 2 miles off Brolo at 1 a.m. Wednesday with his understrength 2nd Battalion in 9 vessels, protected by the cruiser Philadelphia and 6 destroyers. As an orange quarter moon set in the west, the men climbed into their ducks and landing craft. The strains of Night and Day, played on a harmonica, carried across the water. "Why don't we do this more often?" someone quipped. Shortly before 3 a.m., the first wave scooted across the shingle and into a lemon grove. "Watch the fucking barbed wire!" a voice called. 2 rifle companies held the coastal flats, while 2 more scaled Monte Cipolla, clutching at tuft grass to avoid pitching backward. But 5 tanks and a battery of self-propelled howitzers found that the underpasses in a railroad embankment along Highway 113 were too narrow to squeeze through from the beach. Before long, each tank was stuck in a ditch or immobilized from butting into stone orchard walls. 8 Germans had been captured in their sleep atop Cipolla, but soon enough, the alarm sounded. Colored flares drifted overhead, and German tracers flailed the hill, the beach, and the sea. Don Whitehead, among several reporters with Colonel Bernard, noted the sense of absolute confusion that falls over every amphibious landing. Daybreak brought death, as German gunners began to see their targets. 15 soldiers died stringing phone wire uphill, along with 13 of 15 mules hauling ammunition. Philadelphia opened fire at 10:25 a.m., then steamed for Palermo with her escorts for fear of a Luftwaffe attack. An urgent plea from Truscott brought the cruiser back for another 40 minutes of shooting before she sailed away again. "Situation still critical," Bernard radioed Truscott from his hilltop command post. Grenadiers in coal scuttle helmets crept through the purple shadows below. Puffing on his red pipe, Bernard told Whitehead, "We'll catch hell this afternoon." Panzer shells ignited grass fires that burned through the phone wire linking Bernard to his troops and to naval gunfire observers on the flats below. Water and ammo ran short, and men laid fir boughs across their slit trenches for shade from the molten sun. At 4 p.m., lusty cheers greeted 7 U.S. attack planes as they roared over the hill. The cheering stopped when 2 bombs fell on Bernard's command post in a cauldron of flame and whizzing metal, killing or wounding 19. Other errant bombs hit the artillerymen below, wrecking the 4 remaining howitzers. Men swore and wept and swore some more. A wounded medic tried to amputate his own shattered arm with a pocket knife. German tank and machine gun fire intensified. "Enemy counterattacking fiercely," Bernard radioed Truscott. "Do something." At 5 p.m., Philadelphia again reappeared from the dreamy sea mist, firing 1,000 shells in 15 minutes and battling Focke-Wulf marauders before once more sailing for Palermo, this time for good. Bernard sent runners to summon survivors on the flats to join him in what he now called our little old last stand circle. A few on the beach instead escaped by swimming westward. Dusk soon brightened the tracers. Wind tossed the olive boughs below, and bullets sang all about. Bernard pulled on his dead pipe. Men hacked at their foxholes with entrenching tools. At dawn on Thursday, August 12th, a sentry came running. The Germans had vanished, falling back to Cape Calaveras, where they would blow a 150-foot mountainside section of Highway 113 into the sea, and then to Messina. "There are troops moving on the road with vehicles, sir," he told Bernard. From the west, soldiers of the 30th Infantry soon wheeled into view. Greasy smoke spiraled above the lemon grove. The morning air stank of cordite and sweat and burning fuel. An open command car flying 3-star pennants pulled up on the highway. Patton stood in the rear, his helmet gleaming in the sun. "The American soldier is the greatest soldier in the world," he proclaimed. He pointed to Monte Cipolla with his swagger stick. Men and mules lay like stepping stones on the blackened slope. L'Audace had cost Bernard's battalion 177 casualties, to little effect. "Only American soldiers can climb mountains like those," Patton said. Listening near the road, Whitehead jotted in his diary, "The whole little tableau sickened me." Field Marshal Kesselring had long realized that Sicily would be lost even as he insisted that his forces on the island could tie up a dozen Allied divisions for some time. Berlin wondered who was tying up whom. Mindful of Stalingrad and Tunis, the High Command had insisted as early as July 15th that our valuable human material must be saved. On July 26th, Berlin ordered preparations made for the island's evacuation. The message was hand-carried to Kesselring in Frascati to avoid alerting the Italians. With Mussolini deposed, Hitler feared the Badoglio regime would use the abandonment of Sicily as an excuse to renounce the Pact of Steel. The defense of the Strait of Messina fell to an unorthodox colonel from Schleswig-Holstein named Ernst Günther Bade. A devotee of Aristotle and Seneca, who printed small volumes of verse for his friends, Bade favored a kilt rather than trousers, with a holstered Luger worn instead of a leather sparran. By August 10th, he'd made Messina perhaps the most heavily defended spot in Europe. 500 guns bristled on the Sicilian shore and on mainland Calabria, 2 miles across the strait. Engineers prepared a dozen camouflaged ferry sites on both sides of the water and assembled 33 barges, 76 motorboats, and a dozen Zeeble ferries, big rafts with twin airplane engines mounted on pontoons and originally designed in 1940 for an invasion of England. Bade even cached food, brandy, and cigarettes for the rear guard. 12,000 German supernumeraries and more than 4,000 vehicles quietly left Sicily in early August. Kesselring calculated that 5 nights would be needed to evacuate the rest. With precise choreography, combat units fell back on 5 successive defensive lines, a retreat aided by the tapering shape of the Messina Peninsula. Vehicles that couldn't be evacuated were sabotaged by bashing fuel pumps and distributors with hammers and hatchets. The hand grenade is especially effective, one directive advised. Enormous bonfires consumed surplus materiel, with German troops yelling as they hurled it into the flames. Crates, chairs, tents, camp beds, telephones, tools, all doused with petrol. Italian commanders quickly got wind of the evacuation scheme and began their own measured withdrawals on August 3rd. Without informing Berlin or awaiting Hitler's approval, Kesselring authorized Operation Lehrgang, curriculum, to begin 6 p.m. on Wednesday, August 11th, just as Bernard's battalion was fighting for survival at Brolo. The Hermann Göring Division went first, under a flotilla commanded by the former skipper of the airship Hindenburg. Hundreds of shivering malaria patients also huddled on the ferries for the 30-minute ride across the strait at 6 knots. Oil lamps flickered on the makeshift piers. Overhead screens shielded the glare from Allied pilots, but every anxious Gefreiter stared upward and listened for the sound of the B-17 bombers that would blow them to kingdom come. The B-17s never came. Allied commanders had had no coordinated plan for severing the Messina Strait when Husky began, nor did any such plan emerge as the campaign reached its climax. Inattention, even negligence, gave Kesselring something his legions never had in Tunisia: the chance for a clean getaway. British radio eavesdroppers had picked up many clues as early as August 1st, including ferry assignments for the 4 German divisions and messages about stockpiles of fuel and barrage balloons. But AFHQ intelligence in Algiers on August 10th found no adequate indications that the enemy intends an immediate evacuation. Although General Alexander had noted signs of withdrawal preparations a full week earlier in a cable to Admiral Cunningham and Air Marshal Tedder. "You have no doubt coordinated plans to meet this contingency," Alexander added. It was left to Montgomery to belabor the obvious. The truth of the matter is that there is no plan. Not until 10 p.m. on August 14th, 4 days into the evacuation, did Alexander signal Tedder. It now appears that the German evacuation has really started. Only a few hours earlier, AFHQ had again reported no evidence of any large-scale withdrawal. Allied pilots had reason to fear the fire canopy that Bada's guns could throw over the straits. But his anti-aircraft guns, if plentiful, lacked range. The entire initial production run of the new German 88mm Flak 81, which could reach the rarefied altitudes of 25,000 feet and higher, where the B-17 Flying Fortresses flew, had been lost in Tunisia. Yet air commanders were reluctant to divert the Allied strategic bomber force, which included nearly 1,000 planes, from deep targets in Naples, Bologna, and elsewhere. To be sure, swarms of smaller Wellingtons and Mitchells, Bostons and Baltimores, War Hawks and Kitty Hawks raked the strait. Little sense of urgency obtained, however. Of 10,000 sorties flown by bombers and fighter-bombers in the Mediterranean from late July to mid-August, only a quarter hit targets around Messina. B-17s attacked the strait 3 times before Lehrgang began. Yet, as the Axis evacuation intensified on August 13th, the entire Flying Fortress fleet was again bombing Rome's rail yards. Naval commanders had equal reason to shy from Bada's ferocious shore batteries and the octopus-like arms of searchlights. Admiral Cunningham in Tunisia had famously decreed, "Sink, burn, and destroy. Let nothing pass." Here he issued no such commandment. There was no effective way of stopping them, either by sea or air, Cunningham said, and Hewitt agreed. Patrol boats and small craft staged nuisance attacks, but both British and American admirals declined to risk their big ships. The 2 greatest sea powers in the world, the strategist J.F.C. Fuller wrote, had ceased to be sea-minded. Not once did the senior Allied commanders confer on how to thwart the escape. Increasingly preoccupied with the invasion of mainland Italy in September, they never urged Eisenhower to divert his strategic bombers and other resources for a supreme effort. Nor did he force the issue. On August 10th, alarmed at signs of exhaustion, the commander-in-chief's doctors ordered him to bed. There he remained for 3 days, as much as his nervous temperament will permit, Butcher noted. Perhaps sensing the missed opportunity, Eisenhower on Friday morning, August 13th, hopped in and out of bed, pranced around the room, and lectured me vigorously on what history would call his mistake. Butcher added, the failure to land Husky forces on both sides of the Messina Strait, thus cutting off all Sicily. It is astonishing that the enemy has not made stronger attacks in the past days. The commander of the Messina flotilla, Captain Gustav von Liebenstein, told his war diary on August 15th. The evacuation was so unmolested that crossings soon took place by day, exploiting Anglo-Saxon habits during the early morning, lunch hour, and tea time. The Italian port commander departed Messina on August 16th after setting time bombs to blow up his docks. 200 grenadiers held a crossroads 4 miles outside the city, then fell back to board the last launches. German engineers cooled a wine bottle by towing it in the sea, and drank a toast as they neared the Calabrian shore. An 8-man Italian patrol, inadvertently left behind, was plucked from the shore by a German rescue boat at 8:30 a.m. on Tuesday, August 17th, just as Allied troops converged on Messina. They were among 40,000 Germans and 70,000 Italians to escape. Another 13,500 casualties had been evacuated in the previous month. German troops also carried off 10,000 vehicles, more than they had brought to Sicily thanks to unbridled pilferage, and 47 tanks. The Italian evacuees included a dozen mules. The Boche have carried out a very skillful withdrawal, which has been largely according to their plan and not ours, a British major noted. Kesselring declared the German units from Sicily completely fit for battle and ready for service. That was hyperbole. Since July 10th, Axis forces had been badly battered, by the Allies and by malaria. But those escaping divisions, the 15th Panzer Grenadiers, the 29th Panzer Grenadiers, the first parachute, and the Hermann Göring would kill thousands of Allied soldiers in the coming months. "We shall now employ our strength elsewhere," Captain von Liebenstein wrote as he reached the mainland, fully trusting in the final victory of the fatherland. At 10 a.m. on August 17th, Patton arrived on the windswept heights west of Messina, where Highway 113 began a serpentine descent into the city. Waiting on the shoulder, Truscott tossed a welcoming salute. As in Palermo, he'd been ordered not to enter the town before his army commander, and Truscott, earlier this morning, had rejected the surrender proffered by a delegation of frock-coated civilians. A platoon from his 7th Infantry had reached central Messina at 8 o'clock the evening before, swapping shots with stay-behind German snipers, until a Ranger battalion and other U.S. troops arrived with orders to see that the British did not capture the city from us. By the time a colonel from Montgomery's 4th Armored Brigade arrived, with bagpipes and a Scottish broadsword in the back of his jeep, the Yanks had staked their claim. Bradley was furious upon hearing that Patton had organized his own hero's entry, even as some enemy troops remained on Sicily. "I'll be damned," he said. "Now George wants to stage a parade into Messina." Patton had a fever of 103 from a lingering case of sandfly fever, and Bradley's sentiments concerned him not at all. The race to Messina was won. The campaign for Sicily was over. On a concrete wall above the highway, the word Duce was painted in white letters, big enough to be seen from the Italian mainland. Hazy Calabria lay across the strait, whose waters were home to Scylla, 12-footed, 6-headed, barking like a puppy while she devoured half a dozen of Odysseus's oarsmen. German shells fired from the far shore spattered into Messina below, or raised towering white spouts in the harbor. "What in hell are you standing around for?" Patton demanded. Down they raced through the hairpin turns at breakneck speed, an armored car and Patton's command vehicle leading the cavalcade. "Doughboys were moving down the road towards the city," noted Lucas, who had arrived with Patton's entourage. They were tired and incredibly dirty. Many could hardly walk. A shell slammed into the hillside above the highway, wounding a colonel and several others in the third car of the procession. Patton sped on. Messina was a poor prize. 60% of the city lay in ruins. The cathedral roof had collapsed, and German troops had booby-trapped door handles, light switches, and toilet cisterns. Enemy fire whittled the buildings still standing. Shells dislodged caskets from their wall niches in one cemetery, scattering skeletons among the Rangers who'd bivouacked there. American artillery now answered, and a 155-millimeter gun named Draftee fired the first Allied shell onto the Italian mainland. Millions would follow. Although 3/4 of Messina's 200,000 citizens had fled the city, a throng lined the streets to greet Patton. Clapping solemnly, they tossed grapes and morning glories. At the City Hall piazza, in a ragged ceremony expedited by howling shellfire, the mayor formally tendered Messina to the conquerors. By 10 a.m. this morning, August 17, 1943, the last German soldier was flung out of Sicily, Alexander cabled Churchill, and the whole island is now in our hands. A deflated Patton was more prosaic in his diary entry that Tuesday afternoon. "I feel let down." He soon would feel worse. At noon on the same day, as the Messina ceremony concluded, Eisenhower in Algiers was rereading a detailed account of the slapping affair that had been sent directly to the AFHQ Surgeon General by a medical officer in Sicily. Corroboration soon came from several incensed reporters who'd quickly pieced together the story and alerted Harry Butcher and Beetle Smith. "There are at least 50,000 American soldiers who would shoot Patton if they had the slightest chance," Quentin Reynolds of Collier's advised Butcher. Ushered into the Commander-in-Chief's office at the Hotel St. Georges, Demery Bess of the Saturday Evening Post told Eisenhower, "We're Americans first and correspondents second." But striking a subordinate was a court-martial offense. Every mother would figure her son as next to be slapped, Bess added. Sympathetic to Eisenhower's dilemma over how to handle his most aggressive field commander, the reporters agreed to kill the story for the sake of the American effort. British hacks showed similar restraint. Of the 60 Anglo-American reporters in Sicily and North Africa, not one wrote a word. Eisenhower agonized through several sleepless nights. Patton was selfish, he declared while pacing in Butcher's bedroom one evening, and willing to spend lives if by so doing he can gain greater fame. Still, he added, in any army, 1/3 of the soldiers are natural fighters and brave. 2/3 inherently are cowards and skulkers. By making the 2/3 fear possible public upbraiding, such as Patton gave during the campaign, the skulkers are forced to fight. Such dubious arithmetic hardly excused reprehensible behavior, and Eisenhower's 5-paragraph letter of censure, delivered to Patton by the AFHQ surgeon, was harsh. I must so seriously question your good judgment and self-discipline as to raise serious doubts in my mind as to your future usefulness. No letter that I have been called upon to write in my military career has caused me the mental anguish of this one. On Eisenhower's insistence, Patton was to apologize to the individuals he defended. Lucas, who flew to Palermo on August 21st to hand Patton the Distinguished Service Cross won at Gela, also suggested that he publicly voice contrition for his intemperate language. No other punishment was meted out, for now. A secret Inspector General's report warned that the affair would likely leak and result in embarrassment to the War Department. But Eisenhower chose not to tell Marshall. He offered only a vague allusion to the Army commander's habit of impulsive bawling out of subordinates. Patton, he added, has qualities that we cannot afford to lose unless he ruins himself. Patton groveled in his reply to Eisenhower, voicing my chagrin and grief at having given you, a man to whom I owe everything, and for whom I would gladly lay down my life, cause for displeasure with me. Privately, he vacillated between penitence and defiance. I admit freely that my method was wrong, he told his diary. But to a friend he wrote, if I had to do it over again, I wouldn't make a single change. Using his private nickname for Eisenhower, he wrote B on August 22nd, I seem to have made divine destiny a little mad, but that will pass. As ordered, he apologized to Private Cool, who subsequently posited that Patton was suffering a little battle fatigue himself. After a similar session with Private Bennett on August 21st, Patton hosted a dinner in the Royal Palace for the entertainer Bob Hope and his troupe, who sang and carried on until after midnight. When the singer Frances Langford finished crooning Embraceable You, Patton cornered Hope and threw an arm around his neck. You can do a lot for me, Patton said. I want you to go on radio when you get back. I want the people to know that I love my men. His oblique public confessions, delivered to 5 divisions over a week beginning on August 24th, used a script of 19 paragraphs, punctuated with much extemporaneous cussing. I have been guilty on too many occasions, perhaps of criticizing and of loud talking, he said, speaking from a makeshift stage. I am sorry for this. Some units rejected even such a mild self-reproach. No, General, no, troops in Truscott's 60th Infantry shouted. Exuberantly tossing their helmets, they thundered, Georgie, Georgie, with such passion that Patton couldn't make himself heard. The hell with it, he said, then drove off in his command car, standing and saluting as tears streamed down his cheeks. Others were less indulgent. Before noon on Friday, August 27th, a day hotter than the hinges of Hades, the entire 1st Division marched into a natural amphitheater along the Palma River. Arms will not be carried, a division directive advised, and officers added, there will be no booing. Massed regimental bands played martial airs as Patton's car pulled to the stage. Siren wailing through a sea of olive-drab wool. After speaking for 20 minutes, he concluded with an accolade. Your fame shall never die. Then saluted the colors and sped away. 15,000 men sat in stony silence. That has got to be the weirdest speech ever made by an American general, a 26th Infantry captain muttered. Patton used so much profanity that it wasn't clear to me what he was talking about, one soldier said, while another complained. That fucking fucker of a general swears too fucking much. Some wondered whether he was apologizing for sacking Allen and Roosevelt. Most didn't care. They were silent to express our rejection of his presence here, explained an artillery sergeant who added, we despise him. Patton returned to the palace. His exile had begun, and he could only hope that it would end before the war did. I shall be very glad to get out of this infernal island. He wrote a friend, it is certainly the most desolate and dreary place that I have ever been in. To Beatrice he mused, I have been a passenger floating on the river of destiny. At the moment, I can't see around the next bend. But I guess it'll be all right. The 38-day campaign had ended, and another 10,000 square miles of Axis-held territory shifted to the Allied ledger. Patton deemed Husky a damn near perfect example of how to wage war, and without doubt, clear benefits obtained. Mussolini's downfall had been hastened. Mediterranean sea lanes were further secured, along with southern supply lines to the Soviet Union and South Asia via the Suez Canal. Allied air bases sprouted on Sicily as quickly as engineers could build them. German pressure had eased on the Russian front, where Hitler in July canceled a major offensive at Kursk after only a week, in part to divert forces to Italy and the Balkans. American confidence, so badly battered at Kasserine Pass, was fully restored. 4 more army divisions had become combat veterans, joining the 4 annealed in Tunisia. Cooperation between naval and ground forces had improved, and the many lessons learned in mountain warfare and sniping tactics, in the arts of camouflage and combat loading, would be useful in Italy and beyond. The experience of launching a vast amphibious invasion against a hostile shore would be invaluable for the invasions yet to come, notably at Normandy. We know we can do it again, said Brigadier General Ray McLean, artillery commander of the 45th Division, because we have succeeded. The butcher's bill was dear for both sides. American battle casualties totaled 8,800, including 2,237 killed in action, plus another 13,000 hospitalized for illness. The British battle tally of 12,800 included 2,721 killed. Axis dead and wounded approached 29,000. An Italian count found 4,300 German and 4,700 Italian graves on Sicily. But it was the 140,000 Axis soldiers captured, nearly all of them Italian, who severely tilted the final casualty totals. For the Allies, the campaign had been a great success, but it wasn't complete, as a German admiral put it. Barely 50,000 Germans had overcome Allied air and sea supremacy, and the virtual collapse of their Italian confederates to hold off an onslaught by nearly 500,000 Anglo-Americans for 5 weeks. Kesselring considered much of the American effort misspent on seizing uninteresting territory in western Sicily, He detected an aversion to risk in Allied commanders, and now believed that he had a clear sense of his foes for future battles. Husky also exposed lingering combat shortcomings and revealed a few new ones. Rugged terrain could annul the advantage of a highly mechanized but road-bound army. Vertical envelopment, whether by parachute or glider, had yet to prove its value. In 666 troop carrier sorties flown over Sicily, the Allies lost 42 planes and had another 118 badly damaged, many from friendly fire. The meshing of infantry, armor, artillery, air, and other combat arms into an integrated battle force, the essence of modern combat, remained ragged. At times it was unclear whether Allied air and ground forces were even fighting the same campaign. Eisenhower claimed that the international and inter-service spirit was now so firmly established that it was scarcely necessary any longer to treat it as a problem. This was sheer fantasy. Relations between flyboys and ground pounders were almost as badly strained as those between Brits and Yanks. As the historian Douglas Porch later wrote, Sicily demonstrated the many limitations of inter-service and inter-Allied cooperation, ones that foreshadowed problems that the Allies would encounter in Italy. If hundreds of combat leaders at all ranks proved their mettle under fire, others failed to measure up. The sorting out of the capable from the incapable continued, and Truscott's critique in relieving a regimental commander in August showed how ruthless that sifting could be. You lack clear, calm judgment and mental stability under stress of battle, and you are unduly influenced by rumors and exaggerated reports. But it was at higher echelons that leaders had yet to prove themselves entirely worthy of the lead. Montgomery showed signs of being a superb leader, but a mediocre manager of armies in battle, as the historian Geoffrey Parrott put it, unable to tell a sufficiency from a superfluity. Patton had retired to the royal palace with his demons. Alexander had been conservative, unimaginative, and easily bamboozled by subordinates. His generalship in Sicily was feeble from beginning to end. The British biographer Nigel Hamilton concluded. As for Eisenhower, notwithstanding his growth since Torch 10 months before, all too often he still failed to grip the reins of his command, day by day and hour by hour. He had yet to become a great commander, because he had yet to demonstrate the preeminent quality of a great captain, the ability to impose his iron will on the battlefield. Still, they owned the island. Rome was closer. Berlin was closer. An enemy, who a year earlier had been ascendant, was now in retreat everywhere. 500,000 German soldiers lay dead, with as many more captured or missing. After Sicily, a Luftwaffe commander wrote, "Few could doubt that a turning point had come, and that we were on the road to final defeat." The troops stood down. Many would soon decamp to prepare in Britain for Overlord, including Omar Bradley and the 1st, 9th, 2nd Armored, and eventually 82nd Airborne Divisions, as well as 3 British divisions. Others were consigned to the long Mediterranean campaigns ahead. Patton's sense of deflation was a common malady. "Have been in the dumps," Truscott wrote Sarah on August 25th. "War would be okay if it was all fighting. It's these interims that give one the heebie-jeebies." Perhaps the heebie-jeebies came from reflection, the rare chance to consider what they'd been through and what they still faced. Audie Murphy, already describing himself as a fugitive from the law of averages, wrote, "I have seen war as it actually is, and I do not like it." Paratrooper Jim Gavin lectured himself in his diary. "I have many more battles ahead of me. Fight intensely, smartly, and tough. Take chances personally and in matters of decision." In a note to his daughter, he dreamed of taking a post-war pastorate. with nothing to do but care for the flowers and meditate on the wickedness of the world. Ernie Pyle found melancholy harder to shake than battlefield fever. "Yesterday is tomorrow," he wrote, "and Troina is Randazzo, and when will we ever stop? And God, I'm so tired." Noting that I couldn't find the four freedoms among the dead men, he wrote to his wife, Jerry, in New Mexico, "The war gets so complicated and confused in my mind. On especially sad days, it's almost impossible to believe that anything is worth such mass slaughter and misery." Zealous MPs ticketed Pyle 3 times in one day for not wearing his helmet and leggings. A provost marshal commuted the $40 fines when Pyle agreed to recite 10 times, "I'm a good soldier and will try to conduct myself as such by wearing my helmet and leggings at all times." After 400 days overseas, he needed a long rest. Several 100,000 soldiers found at least a brief respite in the benign late summer Mediterranean. Jack Toffee wrote Helen in mock complaint that he'd gotten fat and lazy and bored during the past 10 days since the battle ended here. His gimpy knee often stiffened. On August 31st, he would turn 36. "Although much fighting remained, we are certain now we can lick this guy," he told her, "and lick him we intend to." But he permitted himself a post-war reverie, pondering whether our new car should be a Buick, Oldsmobile, Cadillac, or what. Someday, peace would return. "I'll get all cleaned up and never get disheveled again," he wrote. "What a dude I intend to be." Battalions set up wine shops and charged 10 cents for a canteen cup of Dago Red. Migrant women plied their trade in flea-bag bordellos. Some, for privacy, carried their own doors from room to room. The rates of venereal disease soared, and the 82nd Airborne opened a medically certified brothel in Trapani under a supervising officer soon known as the Madam. Gavin noted in his diary, "Rates at 25 lira per piece." Troops stocked up on souvenirs, including overpriced hankies with Sicilia embroidered in the corner. At night they watched movies on bedsheet screens, visible from both sides, and sang new camp ditties, including "Luscious Lena from Messina" and "Filthy Fanny from Trapani." "I haven't seen a spigot since I left the United States," a 1st Division soldier commented. "It's a little thing, but it means a great deal." Snippets of Italian entered the soldier patois, including "Prego Dago" and "Grazie Nazi." On Sunday morning, August 29th, Eisenhower flew from Algiers to Catania, escorted down the final leg by 4 Spitfires. In the resort town of Taormina, he joined Montgomery for a sumptuous lunch. The table was set with linen, silver, and bone china in the dining room of an elegant fascist villa, from which the 8th Army commander hiked down to the sea for a daily swim. Later in the afternoon, the 2 generals drove north to Messina and stood on the Corniche, scrutinizing the Calabrian shore with their glasses. The spoor of the departed enemy littered the beach. On a sunny veranda nearby, a British artillery chief invited his guests to select targets on a map brought with their afternoon cocktails. Pushpins marked the chosen aim points, and a few minutes later, as the gin drained from their tumblers, a salvo of several hundred shells arched across the strait toward the Italian toe. It was most spectacular, one guest exulted. Soon the idyll would end. As Gavin subsequently wrote his daughter, "We in our hearts know of the hunger, heartaches, and graves yet ahead of us." Also scanning the Calabrian coast, the reporter Alan Moorhead mused, "One was hardly prepared for its nearness. When one looked across at that other shore, the mainland of Europe, the vineyards and village houses were utterly quiet, and all the coast seemed to be gripped in a sense of dread at what, inevitably, was going to happen." Part 2. Chapter 4. Salerno. Risks must be calculated. A gentle breeze barely riffled the sea, and a clement sun climbed through the early hours of Friday, September 3rd, 1943. Sicilian mongers peddled lemons and gladioli to British soldiers in battle kit queued up along the beaches. 300 ducks and other vessels swarmed between island and mainland like so many gnats on a pond, a witness reported. And this first invasion of continental Europe, an all-British operation codenamed Baytown, had proved so placid that Tommies soon called it the Messina Strait Regatta. Only massed artillery broke the tranquility. More than 500 guns stood barking wheel to wheel on the slopes above Messina. Royal Navy ships, now steaming with impunity through the straits, added another 100 tubes to the cannonade. Rockets arced toward the Calabrian shore like a kind of upward-flowing yellow waterfall, wrote Alan Moorhead. The noise was monstrous. Just 8,000 Germans still occupied the entire foot of the Italian boot, and orders had long ago been issued to abandon Calabria, although again without notifying the Italians. Allied intelligence since August 30th had detected ample signs that Axis troops would retire northward rather than fight for the toe. But the ponderous invasion preparations continued, including a creeping barrage reminiscent of the Somme. British guns would fire 29,000 rounds on this Friday morning. The enemy, in reply, fired none. General Montgomery sipped his morning tea in a seaside olive orchard and scanned the first reports from 8th Army's vanguard, now poking through the battered streets of Reggio di Calabria on the opposite shore. German troops had melted into the hills. Montgomery lingered at a sound truck parked by the Messina beach to offer his thoughts to the BBC and to record a suitably lion-hearted proclamation for 8th Army. "I think that's all right, don't you?" he asked, listening to himself. Good recording. Good recording. Then he called for his boat, much as one would set out for a picnic on the Thames, and sang in his reedy voice, "Now, let's go to Italy." To Italy he went, standing erect and khaki-clad in the Duck's bow, his sharp chin lifted like a ship's figurehead. Several hundred cartons of cheap woodbine cigarettes had been stacked along the hull. His batman would bring Montgomery's twittering aviary of parakeets and canaries, kept in cages outside his trailer. He hoped to find a pair of lovebirds for sale, although another feathered camp follower, a handsome peacock, had appeared at last night's dinner table on a platter, roasted and garnished. Several hundred yards from shore, the Duck nuzzled up to a Royal Navy corvette. Scrambling aboard, Montgomery descended to the cramped wardroom, where he drank 3 cups of coffee and nibbled on cookies while telling reporters how he planned to wage war in Italy. You must never let the enemy choose the ground on which you fight. He must be made to fight the battle according to your plan, never his plan. Never. You must never attack until you are absolutely ready. Returning topside, he waved to the hooting troops packed to the gunwales in a passing landing craft. The Italians would likely fold within 6 weeks, Montgomery predicted, but the Germans will fight. As for this invasion, Baytown, it's a great satisfaction. His black and red pennant snapped from the corvette's mast. In truth, he was peeved and disgruntled, and already had begun sulking in his trailer. Alexander had brushed aside his advice on how to fight the Italian campaign, and 8th Army was relegated to a supporting role. Baytown had even shrunk to a mere 4 battalions until Montgomery's protests restored his invasion force to 2 divisions, the British 5th and the Canadian 1st. No effort had been made to coordinate 8th Army with 5th Army, now scheduled to land 300 tortuous road miles north at Salerno in less than a week. To beach an army in the tow made little sense, even as a diversion. Montgomery thought it daft. Alexander's instructions on whether to simply open the Messina Strait or to begin tramping up the length of Italy had been vague. When pressed to name an objective, he simply urged Montgomery to do what he could. Mounting Baytown meant that Avalanche, the Salerno invasion, would be smaller and would comprise mostly inexperienced units and commanders. Eisenhower had prodded Montgomery to jump the straits sooner, but Eighth Army wanted everything fully prepared before moving. Again, Eisenhower did not insist. Strategic guidance was no more enlightened. Roosevelt and Churchill had convened another conference in mid-August, this time in Quebec. They reaffirmed the Overlord invasion of Western Europe for the following spring. But the British still considered an extended campaign in Italy vital to that cross-channel attack because it would siphon German reserves from the West Wall. The Americans disagreed, incessantly reciting Napoleon's maxim that Italy, like a boot, should be entered only from the top. 800 miles long, it was the most vertebrate of countries, with a mountainous spine and bony ribs. No consensus existed on what to do if the Germans fought for the entire peninsula, or whether this was a worthwhile battleground if Italy quit the war. A shout rose from the shingle just north of Reggio as the corvette drew close and troops ashore realized that Montgomery had come to join them. Clambering back into the duck, he rolled onto the continent at 10:30 a.m., goggles around his neck and beret cocked just so, tossing cigarettes with a grin. Hundreds of Italian soldiers also rushed to the beach, with hands upraised, shouting, laughing, eager to help unload enemy stores. Montgomery made straight for the local fascist headquarters, where he purloined a sheaf of stationery on which he would scribble his correspondence for months. That evening he ate an early dinner and retired to bed with a novel. In a note to General Brooke in London before he drifted off, Montgomery wrote, "The only person who does not get tired is myself." The next days passed with little sense of urgency. German demolitionists had wrecked bridges and road culverts. But active resistance was mounted only by a puma and a frightened monkey, both fugitives from the Reggio Zoo. Fuel and ammunition dumps swelled in size. Eighth Army scouts pushed from the toe to the instep, at times conducting reconnaissance from the passenger carriages of local trains. Wild orchids and golden gorse grew in the uplands where for centuries Greek and Roman shipwrights had cut their timber. Women with scarlet petticoats beneath black skirts glided through the little villages, bundles of firewood balanced on their heads. The scent of crushed fennel sweetened the air, and nights grew chill as the soldiers tramped away from the Jasmine coast and into the mountains. Canadian troops shivered in their khaki drill shorts, and some rifled through the abandoned uniform closets of the Blackshirt Legion for warmer garb. Alexander advised London on September 6th that the Germans were resisting Eighth Army more by demolition than by fire. In fact, as Brooke acknowledged the same day, no German troops had been met so far. On the night of September 7th, in a modest effort to flank the enemy, several battalions sailed from Messina with the intent of landing near Pizzo, on the Gulf of St. Euphemia, 25 miles northeast of the Toe. Everything went wrong, a Royal Hampshire account conceded. The wrong battalions landed on the wrong beaches in the wrong sequence. Our exact whereabouts was not known to our naval friends. The Dorsetshires reported. It was a pitch-black night with no moon. Commando landing craft went astray. Among the first Dorsets finally ashore was an NCO with a bag of mail over his shoulder. A light drizzle of German mortar shells turned into a deluge, with many casualties suffered by those in the craft or trying to land. The expedition accomplished little. A German war diary several days later noted that, in Calabria, the enemy is not crowding after us. Montgomery, meanwhile, made himself comfortable. He offered visiting journalists glasses of spiked lemonade and tours of the new shower and tub in his personal trailer, happy as a youngster with a new electric train. The birds chirped in their cages. Was it true, he asked the reporter, Quentin Reynolds, that fashionable girls in New York now wore Monty berets? On Sunday, September 5th, Eisenhower hosted a small bridge party at a 7-bedroom estate in Algiers, the Villa Dar el Ward, Villa of the Family. Often to relax, he played ping-pong on the green table in his library, or sang old West Point songs at the grand piano in the music room. But cards remained his favorite pastime, and for this game, he rounded up 3 skilled players: Harry Butcher, Lieutenant General Mark W. Clark, and the Chief of Staff for Clark's Fifth Army, Major General Alfred M. Grunther. Tricks were taken, tricks were lost, and between hands there was little palaver. Clark seemed preoccupied and failed to count trump properly. He and Butcher lost the rubber to Eisenhower and the formidable Grunther, who as a young lieutenant had supplemented his army pay by refereeing professional bridge tournaments in New York. Reluctantly, they threw in their cards. Summoning his limousine, Eisenhower bundled Clark and Grunther in back and rode with them to the port. Now alive with the usual embarkation frenzy of shouting stevedores and swinging booms. The commander-in-chief gripped Clark's hand. They'd been close friends for 3 decades, since the academy, and wished him Godspeed, then watched the 2 officers stride up the gangplank to join Kent Hewitt on his new flagship, the USS Ancon. Antennae wrapped her superstructure like a spider's web. 30 staff officers of Fifth Army soon boarded, as well as a few commanders who'd come to bid Clark good luck. Among the well-wishers was Truscott. "Hell, Lucian," Clark told him. "You don't have to worry about this operation. This will be a pursuit, not a battle." Exhausted from the long weeks of preparing his army, Clark soon retired to his cabin, where the bunk barely accommodated his 6'3" frame. Before flicking off the light, he opened a small volume called The Daily Word. "With thee I am unafraid, for on thee my mind is stayed," read the entry for September 5th. "Though 1,000 foes surround, safe in thee I shall be found." Just in case, Clark had tucked several 4-leaf clovers into his wallet. "The best organizer, planner, and trainer of troops that I have met," Eisenhower had written of Clark to Marshall 2 weeks earlier. "In preparing the minute details, he has no equal in our army." It was precisely these attributes that had led Eisenhower to choose Clark for the immensely complex challenge of flinging an army onto a hostile shore, a task that would make him the senior American field commander in Italy. Long-limbed and angular, with a thick lower lip and prominent Adam's apple, Clark had dark eyes that constantly swept the terrain before him. To a British general, he evoked a film star who excels in westerns. When speaking, Clark often paused to purse or lick his lips. The ears flattened against his skull accentuated a long aquiline nose that suggested a raptor's beak. "A fine face, full of bones," George Biddle observed. "An intelligent face, and an expression of kindliness about the mouth." He'd been born into the army and grew into a frail, skinny officer's son whose father let him attend the college of your choice, providing its West Point. As the youngest member of the entering class of 1917, Clark was promptly powdered, diapered, and put to bed early. Descended from immigrant Romanian Jews on his mother's side, he had himself baptized as an Episcopalian in the Academy Chapel. At age 22, soon after graduation, he was commanding a battalion in the Vosges Mountains when German shrapnel tore through his shoulder and ended his war. Promoted twice during his first 4 months of service, he thereafter remained a captain for 16 years, battling both national indifference to the army and poor health. He suffered from a heart murmur, ulcers, a diseased gallbladder, and various infections. In 1923, he met the widow of a West Point classmate who'd committed suicide 2 years earlier. 4 years older than Clark, and a graduate of Northwestern University, Maureen Doran, known as Renee, was petite, light-hearted, and his equal in intelligence and ambition. They married a year later. Now 47 and known to his friends as Wayne, Clark had skipped the rank of colonel altogether and was among the youngest 3-star generals in the Army's history. Still, he'd last commanded troops in combat a quarter-century earlier. If Biddle detected kindliness about the mouth, he missed a few other traits. He thought of himself as destined to do something unusual in this war, a Fifth Army staff officer said, and so he carried himself with a dignity commensurate with that. An Anglophobe, he hid his disdain from both Eisenhower and the British. Only within his inner circle would he rail against these goddamned dumb British, or recite the Napoleonic maxim, "Don't be an ally, fight them." He professed to want my headquarters to be a happy one, but Clark was too short-tempered and aloof for easy felicity. One staff officer considered him a goddamned study in arrogance, while another saw conceit wrapped around him like a halo. Perhaps only in his correspondence with Rennie did the sharp edges soften. He wrote of a yen to go fishing, of the rugs and silver dishes he was sending her, of his small needs from home, like vitamin pills and gold braid for his caps. From her apartment in Washington, she cautioned him about flying too much, and complained about his infrequent letters, of difficulties with his mother, of how much she missed being kissed. She'd sent him the clovers. Clark's compulsive self-promotion already had drawn sharp rebukes from Marshall and Eisenhower, but he still instructed photographers to snap his facially best left side. The correspondent, Eric Severide, considered him fixated on personal publicity, without which war-making is a dull job, devoid of glamour and recompense. Clark at times encouraged Rennie to cooperate with the reporters in Washington who wrote profiles of him. At other times, he chastised her for extolling his virtues too vigorously. "From what I've told you about publicity," he wrote, "you should begin to put two and two together and see the picture." His public relations staff would grow to nearly 50 men, with each news release preferably carrying Clark's name 3 times on the first page and at least once per page thereafter. Reporters were encouraged to adopt the commanding general's preferred nomenclature, Lieutenant General Mark W. Clark's Fifth Army. That army would need his lucky clovers. Operation Avalanche was to land at Salerno, seize nearby Naples, and eventually establish air bases in the Rome area, and, if feasible, further north. As in Husky, preparations suffered from the diaspora of Allied planners across the ancient world. Instead of the 3 to 5 months needed to thoroughly plan a major amphibious expedition, Clark got 45 days. Rehearsals were minimal and disheartening. Owing to the belated discovery of minefields in Salerno Bay, Hewitt would have to lower the landing craft 9 to 12 miles from the beaches in order to avoid endangering his troop transports. Clark on August 24th also accelerated H-hour by 30 minutes, upsetting all the detailed timings of convoys and assault waves. Men of calm dispositions, one commander noted, became quite irritable. Quartermasters struggled to overcome shortages of hospital beds, bakeries, laundry units, and, because planners had simply forgotten to requisition it, 100-octane aviation fuel. Only 3 assault divisions were available for Avalanche, so the operation would have less than half the heft of Husky. Clark had pleaded for at least 4 divisions, but, as usual, force size was determined by shipping capacity rather than battlefield needs. Even as Clark boarded Ancon, it was unclear to Hewitt how many ships and landing craft he had in his fleet. Some vessels still required refurbishing after duty in Sicily, and much shipping had been diverted to support Montgomery and Baytown. Adding to Clark's burden, Eisenhower, on September 3rd, told him he could no longer count on the 82nd Airborne Division in reserve, a blow that Clark likened to cutting off my left arm. Eisenhower had his own disappointments. 3 times he asked Washington and London to temporarily double his heavy bomber force for Avalanche, and 3 times the combined chiefs refused to divert planes from the growing air campaign in Britain. A separate request, to ferry another infantry division to Salerno by borrowing 10 LSTs bound for India through the Mediterranean, was rejected by the Charlies in late August. Eisenhower advised his superiors that the invasion would proceed apace with whatever forces we have at the moment, but that risks must be calculated. To bolster fighter protection for Hewitt's ships, the Royal Navy had added a light fleet aircraft carrier, HMS Unicorn, and 4 smaller escort carriers known as Woolworths. Allied air strength was roughly thrice that of the Axis, but most U.S. and British fighters would fly from distant Sicilian bases. Air planners estimated that they lacked about a third of the strength required to provide maximum protection for the invasion force, a shortfall Eisenhower found rather disquieting. He told the Charlies in early September that the Allied air forces could not, as they had done in Sicily, prevent the enemy from reinforcing the invasion beachhead with substantial reserves. But would the Germans fight for Salerno? Ultra provided a detailed portrait of the 16 German divisions now in Italy, including the 4 withdrawn from Sicily. Those forces had grown steadily since Mussolini's overthrow in late July. "Treachery alters everything," Hitler declared. AFHQ intelligence still believed that, given limp Italian resistance, the German High Command would fall back to a defensive line across northern Italy from Pisa to Rimini, blocking Allied occupation of the Po Valley, where 3/4 of Italy's industry was located. Yet, if and when the Germans realize that our assault is not in very great strength, they may move to the sound of the guns, the combined chiefs were told at Quebec. An estimated 40,000 enemy troops would oppose the Salerno landings on D-Day, but that number could grow to 100,000 within 4 days. The Germans may attack us with up to 6 divisions sometime during September, while Clark wouldn't have that many troops ashore until late fall. The key in amphibious landings was not the size of the landing force, but whether invaders could build up the beachhead faster than the defenders. Salerno would be a poor place to fight outnumbered. As an invasion site, it offered nearly perfect hydrography, with few sandbars, a negligible tide, a small port in a sheltered bay, and 22 miles of gorgeous beaches. "This is the finest strip of coast in the whole of Italy, perhaps anywhere in the Mediterranean," one British planner noted. But, he added, it had the misfortune of being hemmed in by mountains. Mostly rugged limestone, those mountains encircled an alluvial plain traversed by a pair of modest rivers, the Selle and the Calore. A terrain study for Avalanche warned, the mountainous terrain completely surrounding the Selle plain limits the depth of the initial bridgehead and exposes this bridgehead to observation, fire, and attack from higher ground. Salerno's topography, a U.S. Navy planner added, was like the inside of a cup. Risks had been calculated. At 6:30 a.m. on September 6th, Ancon cast off her lines and steamed from Algiers at 12 knots in a convoy of 70 ships that included 3 cruisers and 14 destroyers. Sailors, awake but not on duty, watched an early showing on the boat deck of Strange Cargo with Joan Crawford. Hewitt and Clark, fellow Freemasons who'd known each other since they were both stationed near Puget Sound in the 1930s, chatted on the flag bridge and scrutinized an immense map of Salerno Bay. Below decks, a 10-foot by 20-foot map in the war room charted the position of every Allied ship between Gibraltar and Tripoli. In 48 hours, 600 vessels sailing in 16 convoys from 6 ports would converge on an enchanted land, as Longfellow had called it, where the blue Salernian Bay, with its sickle of white sand, awaited them. What else awaited remained to be seen. A British commander had told Clark he had high hopes of being in Naples the evening of D+2, or Saturday, September 11th. Boldness must be the order of the day, Eisenhower proclaimed. He was already planning to move his headquarters from Algiers to Naples in late September. "The time has come to discontinue nibbling at islands and hit the Germans where it hurts," he told reporters. "Our object is to trap and smash them." Bravado was easier in Algiers than on the high seas steaming north. As Clark's gaze swiveled from horizon to horizon, he felt an unnerving fatalism. "I realized I might as well be on a raft. No control, no nothing," he later recalled. If it wasn't going to work now, it wasn't going to work. The solitude of command, that forlorn feeling, he called it, had set in. Surrounded by his army, with a great fleet fore and aft, he was alone. Plots, counterplots, and crossplots. Even as the invaders bore down on Salerno, hope persisted that diplomacy might spare Italy from being dragged lengthwise by what Churchill called the hot rake of war. Since Mussolini's arrest in late July, the Italian government had repeatedly sworn fealty to the Pact of Steel. Both the king and his new plenipotentiary, Marshal Badoglio, vowed to preserve the Axis. Rome decried, with huffy assertions of Italian honor, any notions of a separate peace. In truth, the Italians had been making diplomatic overtures to the Allies since early August, in Tangiers, Madrid, and Vatican City, in a surreptitious tangle of plots, counterplots, and crossplots, as diplomat Harold Macmillan put it. Wary but intrigued, the combined chiefs had instructed Eisenhower to send 2 AFHQ officers to neutral Portugal for a clandestine rendezvous with an ostensible Badoglio emissary. On August 19th, Beadle Smith and the AFHQ intelligence chief, Brigadier Kenneth W.D. Strong, flew via Gibraltar to Lisbon with forged papers in an atmosphere of amateur theatricals, in Macmillan's phrase. Discomforted by chronic ulcers, Smith wore an appalling Norfolk jacket which he'd somehow purchased in Algiers and some gray flannel trousers which fitted him very ill. Only with difficulty was he persuaded to remove a dubious hat with a feather in it, but he insisted on toting 2 pistols under his armpits, with another pair holstered on his hips. "I envisioned a desperate gunfight in the best Western manner," Strong confessed. The 2 envoys were chauffeured around Lisbon in a rattletrap Buick by a young American diplomat named George F. Kennan. Their Italian counterpart proved to be a short, swarthy character of Sicilian descent, with thinning hair, a hooked nose, and a loathing of the Germans matched only by his affection for political skullduggery. General Giuseppe Castellano had come to Lisbon to ask how Italy could arrange to join the United Nations in opposition to Germany. As a token of good faith, he offered a stack of secret documents detailing the military dispositions of 400,000 Germans now in Italy. Castellano quickly discerned that the Allies were in no mood to forgive and forget. In an all-night session at the British ambassador's house, fueled by whiskey and soda, Smith made clear that Italy's only choice was surrender or the ruination of total war. Paragraph by paragraph, he read the proposed capitulation agreement aloud. "We are not in a position to make terms," Castellano admitted. In contrast to the U.S. negotiations with Vichy French officials in North Africa a year earlier, Smith displayed admirable dexterity in mixing tact with resolve. Castellano slipped from the house at 7 a.m., carrying an American radio and ciphers with which Rome could secretly contact AFHQ. His government was given until the end of August to accept the Allied terms. Smith, who privately began referring to Castellano as my pet wop, advised AFHQ. The Italians expect bitter reprisals from the Germans, whom they both hate and fear. If Rome was in no position to make terms, Eisenhower could hardly let an Italian surrender slip away. Admitting to feeling very anxious, he told the combined chiefs on August 28th that the risks at Salerno will be minimized to a large extent if we're able to secure Italian assistance. Alexander feared that without such assistance, Avalanche might fail, perhaps causing the fall of Churchill's government and seriously compromising Britain's determination to remain in the war. Coded messages flew between Rome and Algiers with no real agreement on surrender terms. In a letter to Roosevelt, the diplomat Robert Murphy reported that the Italians seem to be debating whether we or the Germans will work the most damage and destruction in Italy. The plots, counterplots, and crossplots thickened. On September 1st, an ambiguous radio signal from Badoglio declared, "The reply is affirmative." Castellano flew to Sicily a day later and was escorted to a private tent in the 30-acre olive and almond orchard at Cassibile, south of Syracuse, where Alexander now kept his headquarters. In quizzing Castellano inside the tent, Macmillan and Murphy were distressed to learn that he still lacked authority from Rome to sign an armistice. Leaving the envoy to bake beneath the hot canvas, they rushed off to find Alexander in his trailer. More amateur theatricals followed. Hearing a commotion through the nut trees, Castellano pushed back the tent flaps to find a British honor guard in parade order, smartly presenting arms as the commanding general's staff car roared up with flags flying. Alexander emerged in his finest dress uniform, cut breeches, highly polished boots with gold spurs and gold-peaked cap. Medals and campaign ribbons spilled down his chest. "I have come to be introduced to General Castellano," he boomed. "I understand he has signed the instrument of surrender." Macmillan stepped forward, his face a study in regret. "I am sorry to say, sir, but General Castellano has not signed the instrument and says that he hasn't the authority from his government to sign such a document." Alexander swiveled slowly, his icy gaze locked on the abject Castellano. "Why, there must be some mistake," Alexander said. "I have seen the telegram from Marshal Badoglio stating he was to sign the armistice agreement." Alexander's eyes widened, as if suddenly seeing the awful truth. "In that case, this man must be a spy. Arrest him." A dreadful fate would befall Italy as well as Castellano, Alexander intimated. Within 24 hours, Rome would be destroyed in reprisal for Italian recalcitrance. As the diplomats counseled moderation, Alexander seemed to reconsider. Perhaps, if Castellano telegrammed Rome, asking Badoglio to confirm his authority to sign the surrender, calamity might be avoided. That, Alexander said slowly, was the only way out of this. Alexander turned on his heel. The guard again presented arms, and off he stalked, booted, spurred, and bemedaled, a gold-capped avatar of imperial wrath. The telegram was sent post-haste, and at 4 p.m. on September 3rd, explicit permission arrived from Rome. 75 minutes later, beneath a gnarled olive tree on a scarred wooden camp table, hastily upholstered with napkins, Castellano and Smith signed Italy's capitulation using a borrowed fountain pen. Eisenhower, who flew in for the occasion, looked on with Alexander. Someone produced a whiskey bottle and dirty glasses for a toast, and each witness plucked an olive sprig for a memento. The surrender was to be jointly announced in Rome and Algiers on the eve of D-Day. Castellano pressed to learn that precise date, but Smith, in a low voice, replied, "I can say only that the landing will take place within 2 weeks." Castellano soon advised his government that there was still a fortnight to prepare. "Today's event must be kept secret," Eisenhower cabled the Charlies, "or our plans will be ruined." Those plans grew more convoluted by the hour. Smith had rejected Italian demands that 15 Allied divisions land north of Rome. Had the Anglo-Americans possessed such a capability, he archly noted, they would not be treating with Castellano. But as an earnest of the Anglo-American commitment, the Allies would consider dropping the 82nd Airborne Division on Rome to help Italian forces secure their capital. With little consideration, Eisenhower and his lieutenants approved the scheme to stiffen Italian formations. The 82nd was thus plucked from Clark's reserves at Salerno. "They all thought the risk was worth taking," Murphy wrote Roosevelt, "even if the division was lost." The scheme was cockamamie, perfectly asinine, as Clark put it, and tactically unsound, according to the AFHQ staff. In the course of the avalanche planning, Major General Ridgway, for more than a month, had been ordered to prepare his 82nd for one ill-conceived mission after another, including a proposed amphibious landing north of Naples, although not one individual in the entire division, officer or enlisted man, had ever had any experience or instruction in amphibious operations. Nothing apparently had been learned from the airborne disasters in Sicily. One 82nd Airborne officer, echoing Macmillan's phrase, lamented the remarkable series of orders, counter-orders, plans, changes in plans, marches and counter-marches, missions and remissions by air, water, and land. Giant 2, as the drop on Rome was codenamed, was the most harebrained notion yet, in Ridgway's estimation. The division would arrive piecemeal. Because of an aircraft shortage, only 2 battalions could jump the first night, on a pair of airfields 20 miles northwest of Rome and nearly 200 miles from the Salerno landings. Before leaving Cassibile, Castellano had rashly promised that Italian forces would silence all anti-aircraft weapons, outline the runways with amber lights, block approach avenues to the drop zones, and provide vital materiel that included 355 trucks, 12 ambulances, 500 laborers, 50 interpreters, 100 miles of barbed wire, picks, shovels, switchboards, fuel, and rations. The more Ridgway heard, the less he believed. The Italians, he warned Smith, are deceiving us, and haven't the capability for doing what they're promising. Smith disagreed, insisting that inflamed Romans would assist the 82nd by dropping kettles, bricks, and hot water on the Germans in the streets of Rome. Alexander was equally cavalier, crediting full faith to Italian guarantees. Don't give this another thought, Ridgway, he added. Contact will be made with your division in 3 days, 5 days at the most. But when Ridgway persisted, warning of the sacrifice of my division, Alexander agreed to let him gauge Italian resolve by infiltrating a pair of American officers into downtown Rome. As the sun sank into the Tyrrhenian Sea on Tuesday, September 7th, the Italian corvette Ibis rounded the headland at Gaeta, a scruffy port midway between Naples and Rome, where Virgil recounted Aeneas had buried his beloved nurse. As the helmsman eased through a minefield and into the harbor, 2 American officers on the corvette's lower bridge deranged their uniforms, tousled their hair, and splashed themselves with seawater. Look disconsolate, an Italian admiral advised them. Dock workers watched from the quay while bawling Italian tars prodded the men down the gangplank and into a naval staff car, apparent prisoners of war, bound for an interrogation cell. In truth, they were the Italians' guests, having been plucked from a British patrol boat after a secret rendezvous north of Palermo early that morning. A handsome, graceful Missourian was the ranking officer of the pair. Brigadier General Maxwell D. Taylor had been first captain of his West Point class, and now at age 42, commanded the 82nd Airborne's artillery. A gifted linguist who'd taught French and Spanish at the academy, Taylor evinced a diplomatic bearing that, together with his study of Italian in 20 lessons, sufficiently qualified him for this secret mission. Beneath his army field jacket he carried 70,000 lire, equivalent to $700, in a money belt borrowed from the photographer Robert Capa, who'd won the belt in a poker game. Colonel William T. Gardner, junior in rank but senior in age at 51, wore his Army Air Force's dress uniform with ribbons earned in both this war and the last one. A former lawyer who was also fluent in French, Gardner had served as the Speaker of Maine's House of Representatives, and then for 4 years as governor. Both men knew intimate details of the Salerno invasion, set to begin in hours, and before leaving Sicily, they'd been advised, if you get captured, put your forgetter to work. Through Gaeta, the staff car rolled, slowing to yield the right-of-way to military trucks packed with German soldiers in flanged helmets. On a remote road outside Gaeta, the vehicle lurched to a halt beside a waiting ambulance with frosted side windows. The Americans climbed in back with their luggage, including a radio in a fine leather case. North they sped, hugging the coast as far as Terracina, then veering inland at twilight on the ancient Via Appia, through the Latin countryside and the drained polders of the Pontine marshes, past the walled vineyards and the roadside tombs and the stone highway markers that counted down the distance to Rome. By 8:30 p.m., Taylor and Gardner had been deposited at the Palazzo Caprara, a 4-story mansion opposite the Italian War Office at the intersection of Via Firenze and Via 20 Settembre in central Rome. In a wainscoted suite on the palazzo's second floor, Italian waiters set a table with linen and silver, then served consommé, veal cutlets and crepes Suzette, catered by the Grand Hotel. Italian staff officers came and went, shrugging off Taylor's requests to meet with the High Command. It appeared to me that they were attempting to stall, Gardner later noted. The excellent crepes notwithstanding, Taylor's protests grew shrill. Finally, at 9:30 p.m., the door swung open for the magisterial entrance of General Giacomo Carboni, commander of the 4 divisions responsible for Rome's outer defenses. In buffed boots and immaculate tunic, his pomaded hair and thin sliver of a mustache, Carboni struck Taylor as a professional dandy. Unfurling his map, he pointed to the German positions encircling the capital. 12,000 paratroopers bivouacked along the coast, from the south bank of the Tiber halfway to Anzio. Another 24,000 men and 200 tanks in the 3rd Panzer Grenadier Division holding a crescent-shaped area to the north. Still more forces around Frascati to the southeast. Italian garrisons had been virtually immobilized and disarmed, Carboni continued. The Germans had stopped supplying fuel and ammunition. Some artillery batteries had only 20 rounds per gun. The Italian Air Force needed another week to make arrangements for the 82nd Airborne's seizure of the 2 airfields. Among other shortfalls, few trucks could be arranged to move the division. In a battle for Rome against the Germans, Carboni estimated his forces would last just 5 hours. Some units had enough ammo to fight for 20 minutes. If the Italians declare an armistice, the Germans will occupy Rome, and the Italians can do little to prevent it, he said. The arrival of U.S. paratroopers would simply provoke the Germans to more drastic action. Carboni spread his manicured hands in a gesture of helplessness. Clearly, Castellano's blithe assurances were shaky. So it seemed was the surrender signed at Cassibile 4 days earlier. Stunned and alarmed, Taylor and Gardner demanded to be taken to see Marshal Badoglio. Carboni temporized. The marshal was an old man, fast asleep. Surely this could wait until morning. More demands, more demurrals, but at length the Americans found themselves speeding across Rome in Carboni's car to Badoglio's villa. A midnight air raid had already roused the household. Servants with flashlights and officers in pajamas flitted across the veranda and through the lush garden. Carboni vanished across the foyer, leaving the Americans to pace the vast carpets, studying the statuary and the oil landscapes hung on the white marble walls. 15 minutes later, the marshal appeared, dressed in a charcoal-gray civilian suit and low brown shoes. Bald, aging, and cordial, he reminded Gardner of an old hound dog as he invited the men to take chairs in his study. The conqueror of Ethiopia. Badoglio had resigned as chief of Italy's armed services in 1940 after the debacle in Greece. He passed his days playing cards and medicating himself with champagne from a wine cellar said to hold 5,000 bottles. Only Mussolini's arrest and the king's summons had brought him from retirement. I was a fascist because the king was a fascist, he later explained with a shrug. I do what the king tells me. Taylor asked in French whether Badoglio agreed with Carboni that an immediate armistice and the reception of airborne troops were impossible. The marshal nodded. Castellano didn't know all the facts. Italian troops cannot possibly defend Rome. Stepping to a large map, he pointed to the natural defenses across Italy that aided the Germans. Supposing, just for the sake of discussion, landings were made at Salerno, he continued with a knowing look. There would be many, many difficulties. Are you more afraid of the Germans than you are of us? Taylor asked. If you fail to announce the armistice, there will be nothing left for us to do but to bomb and destroy Rome ourselves. Badoglio's voice thickened. Why would you want to bomb the city of people who are trying to aid you? Would General Taylor return to Algiers and explain this predicament to General Eisenhower, he asked. General Taylor would not. But perhaps Marshal Badoglio should write a message describing his change in attitude. Badoglio nodded, took up a pen, and drafted a single paragraph in Italian, which included the fatal phrase, "It is no longer possible to accept an immediate armistice." Taylor drafted his own concise message, dated September 8th, at 0121 hours. Giant 2 is impossible. An aide took the cables to be encrypted and dispatched by radio. Badoglio and Carboni stood and snapped to attention with a sharp clicking of heels. We returned the gesture, Gardner recalled, endeavoring to click our heels as loudly as the Italians. There was quite a contest. Badoglio spoke of honor and of his half-century as a soldier. He seemed near tears as the Americans left. Disheartened and exhausted, Taylor and Gardner returned to the Palazzo Caprara. They spoke in whispers, for fear of eavesdropping microphones, as Wednesday's sunrise brought Rome to life. Had the messages reached Algiers? There was no reply, and Giant 2 was scheduled to begin in less than 10 hours. At 8:20 a.m., Taylor sent another coded warning, stressing Italian rejection of the airborne mission. Pacing back and forth in what they now called our hideout, the two men considered taking a stroll outside, but couldn't find a civilian jacket big enough for the burly Gardner. At 11:35 a.m., Taylor radioed the two-word emergency code that urged cancellation of Giant 2. Situation innocuous. From overhead came the drone of aircraft, followed by the distant grumble of bombs detonating to the southeast. At last, a return message arrived from Algiers. You will return to Allied headquarters. Grabbing the leather case, they again slipped into a waiting ambulance and sped to an airfield outside Rome, whence an Italian military trimotor spirited them to North Africa. Eisenhower left Algiers early Wednesday morning to fly to his forward headquarters outside Tunis. The big White House at Amilcar, with its intricate mosaic floor and sun-washed terrace above the bright bay, hardly suggested a field camp. The only audible gunfire came from carbines plinking at targets tossed in the water beyond the dock. But moving to the forward command post on occasion gave desk-bound AFHQ and its commander at least the illusion of being on the march. With the landings at Salerno set to begin before dawn on Thursday, Eisenhower wanted to confer a final time with his top lieutenants in Tunisia. In a brief note to Mamie, he admitted to feeling rather stretched out at the moment. He was sleeping poorly, and the Mediterranean campaign had become so consuming, he told her, that he felt like a creature of war. So it was that when Badoglio's renunciation of the armistice was finally decoded at AFHQ headquarters at 8 a.m., 7 hours after transmission, Eisenhower had gone. Smith forwarded the doleful message and Taylor's initial advisory to Amilcar, then fretted for 3 hours until also passing them to the combined chiefs with a request for advice. Marshall soon recommended publicly revealing the signed Cassibile agreement. No consideration need to be given the embarrassment it might cause the Italian government, he added. Churchill was visiting the White House and still in his wool nightshirt when Smith's cable arrived. That's what you would expect from those Dagos, he growled. In the small schoolhouse outside Bizerti, where Alexander kept his Tunisian headquarters, Eisenhower, late Wednesday morning, had just finished reviewing the avalanche preparations when a staff officer handed him the dispatches from Smith, Badoglio, and Taylor. His face flushed until his cheeks were as pink as the message forms, one witness reported. The broad mouth tightened, the veins in his wide forehead thickened. Seizing a pencil, he snapped it in half. Seizing another, he snapped it too, and expressed himself with great violence, a British officer noted. If angry at Smith's presumption in asking for help from Washington and London, he was enraged at the Italians. Badoglio was an old man and inclined to temporize, especially with the Germans pressing a revolver against his kidneys. Snapping off each syllable, he dictated a blistering reply to Badoglio. If you, or any part of your armed forces, fail to cooperate as previously agreed, I will publish to the world a full record of this affair. I do not accept your message of this morning postponing the armistice. By the time he composed the 12th and final sentence of his message, Eisenhower's voice had risen to a shout. Failure now on your part to carry out the full obligations of the signed agreement will have the most serious consequences for your country. I always knew you had to give these yellow bastards a jab in the stomach before they would work, he added. To the Charlies, he dictated another message Wednesday afternoon. We will not recognize any deviation from our original agreement. Clearly, a deviation was needed in the Giant II plan. Some 150 C-47 transport planes were to begin lifting off at 5:45 p.m., carrying the first 2,000 paratroopers over Rome. As Taylor's repeated warnings finally reached Tunisia, Alexander sent a postponement order to General Ridgway's command post at the Licata South airfield on Sicily. No acknowledgement came back. Eisenhower ordered Alexander's U.S. deputy, Brigadier General Lyman L. Lemnitzer, to personally carry the message to Licata. Still in his pinks and greens office uniform, Lemnitzer rushed to El Awina airfield. Commandeered a British Beaufighter, and by bracing against the fuselage struts, managed to wedge himself behind the nonplussed pilot. After a harrowing takeoff, they reached Sicily in an hour, but failed to find Licata, until Lemnitzer, after spotting Mount Etna, ordered the pilot to turn around and follow the coastline south and west. 62 transports were already circling when Licata South appeared below, with more taking off each minute. Unable to land on the clogged runway, Lemnitzer grabbed a flare pistol and began firing from both sides of the cockpit as the Beaufighter skimmed the treetops. The takeoff stopped, the Beaufighter landed, and Lemnitzer tore hell for leather to the small command post off the runway apron. There he found Ridgway, wearing his parachute and ready to climb into a C-47. The 82nd commander had whiled away the afternoon playing cribbage and strolling through the olive trees with a chaplain, trying to reconcile myself to the certain destruction of his command. "Didn't you get our message?" Lemnitzer asked over the engine roar. Ridgway's eyes widened. "What message?" Jeeps raced about, herding paratroopers back to their bivouacs. Recall orders went out to those in the air. Exhausted and relieved, Ridgway stumbled into a tent where one of his officers sat trembling on a cot. Ridgway poured 2 drinks from a whiskey bottle, and as darkness fell and calm again enveloped Licata South, they sat slumped together, silent but for the sound of their weeping. At 6:30 p.m. on September 8th, Eisenhower's flat Kansas drawl announced over Radio Algiers, "The Italian government has surrendered its armed forces unconditionally. All Italians who now act to help eject the German aggressors from Italian soil will have the assistance and support of the United Nations." 10 minutes later, having heard no answering confirmation from Radio Rome, Eisenhower authorized the broadcast of Badoglio's proclamation, the text of which Castellano had provided at Cassibile. "The Italian forces will cease all acts of hostility against the Anglo-American forces wherever they may be." King Victor Emmanuel, Badoglio, and other Italian officials had assembled for a conference in the Quirinal Palace, when a Reuters news bulletin at 6:45 p.m. informed them of Eisenhower's proclamation. After much anguished discussion, the king concluded that Italy couldn't change sides yet again. Badoglio hastened to the Radio Rome studio, and at 7:45 p.m. affirmed the capitulation. For 1,184 days, Italy had fought shoulder to shoulder with Germany. Now she had cast her lot with her erstwhile foes, trusting in Providence and an allied shield for protection from Hitler's wrath. Neither would stay the hot rake. Italy's treachery is official, Rommel wrote his wife. We sure had them figured out right. In the hours following Badoglio's announcement, jubilation and confusion radiated from Rome to the remotest hamlet of every Italian province. Citizens exulted at the presumed arrival of peace. But no intelligible orders had been issued to the Italian fleet or to the 60 army divisions of 1.7 million troops. Telephone queries from Italian garrisons in Greece, northern Italy, and elsewhere received incoherent replies or no reply at all. The frantic ring-ring of unheeded phones soon became the totemic sound of capitulation. The armistice caught 14 of 16 government ministers by surprise. One summoned a notary to witness his affidavit of utter ignorance. No effort was made to stop 6 battalions of German paratroopers tramping into the capital from the south. Their commander even paused to buy grapes at a farmer's market. Grenadiers closed on the city from the north. Rome's police chief estimated that 6,000 German secret agents infested the capital, and within hours, the only open escape route was on the Via Tiburtina to the east. It was on this poplar-lined avenue that the royal family fled by night in a green Fiat. The king, pathetic, very old, and rather gaga, according to a British diplomat, carrying a single shirt and 2 changes of underwear in a cheap fiberboard suitcase. The beefy queen, ingesting drops of uncertain provenance, and the middle-aged Crown Prince Umberto, head in hands, muttering, "My God, what a figure we're cutting." Badoglio and a few courtiers fled with them in a 7-car convoy. Crossing the Apennines to the Adriatic port of Pescara, they scattered 50